Chapter 2501. Levi spared no resources to hasten the tree's maturation. He used the finest level 8 fertilizers, including immortal flowing liquid and Emperor's liquid nutrient injections. This tree would become the future guardian of the body refining academy on the ancient dragon continent. Among the other rare plants, few remained useful to Levi at this stage. He left them under the care of the little elf, Little Bee, and the Burning Rock clan. Afterward, Levi arrived at the Golden Light Cave. He arrived with concerns regarding the Golden Blade Guest. The Golden Blade Guest saw Levi approaching and bowed its head in submission. Levi smiled and nodded. Beneath the Sword of Victory lay the mantis's nest. The 7 insect eggs had all hatched. Mantises the size of kittens huddled together, front claws raised and trembling. They are actually quite cute, Levi thought, gently stroking them. He allowed the little mantis's claws, sharp enough to cut through golden jade, to scratch against his skin. Despite their small size, their strength defied underestimation. Levi had personally witnessed them tearing apart a level 3 transcendent creature. These little mantises possessed initial strength roughly equivalent to level 3. The implications were significant. When a legendary pure-blood dragon hatches, it only possesses level 5 strength, or at most level 6. Levi regarded them as a supreme treasure. He knew these mantises were far from simple. In all his life, he had never seen such a formidable Zerg species. In comparison, the Heaven Crystal Dragon ants were mere lesser kin. Even the top-ranked Black Calamity ant of the school of insects could not match the Golden Blade Guest. The mother mantis would care for the young for a while, so Levi left them together. Later, he planned to carefully cultivate the young mantises. They would not only revive the school of insects, but also advance the school of spiritualism. With a large enough population, Levi could nurture a Golden Blade Guest army, a horde of Zerg forces with primordial soul strength, unstoppable by gods or Buddhas. The thought thrilled him. Of course, the creator maintained balance. The growth of such Zerg would surely be slow. Levi remained unsure how many would successfully mature. He could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. A month later, dragons gathered at the Flame Mountain. The dragons cheered as they offered their praise. Congratulations to the Black Lotus Boss for advancing to level 7. They shouted that the Heavenly Lotus Dragon General was mighty. This is the true power of the strongest subdragon species, one of the dragons exclaimed. Even pure-blooded dragons learn to be smooth after long interactions with humans. Words of flattery echoed through the chamber. The Black Lotus beast had reached a height of 1 kilometer, growing ever stronger. In the past, it might have felt pride. Those days were gone. The Black Lotus beast looked around the dragon palace, noting the monsters gathered there. Many level 8 extraordinary creatures, and even 5 pure-blood dragons. Its current strength was simply insufficient. It had to reach level 8 as soon as possible, the Black Lotus beast reminded itself. As the hardest worker of the dragon palace, the spirit of self-discipline, known as the Black Lotus beast spirit, constantly encouraged everyone to grow. Not long after, the 3-eyed creature advanced to a level 7 complete body. Levi watched in surprise as the creature retained its 3 eyes after the advancement. He had expected it to grow a 4th eye. The 3-eyed creature expressed satisfaction with its current form. Even with 3 eyes, it could still see the omnipresent radiance of Lord Dragon King. A 4th eye was completely unnecessary. After reaching level 7, the 3-eyed creature finally caught the eye of the mother shrimp dragon. Before long, the 2 dragons mingled. Levi awaited a brood of little 4-eyed shrimp dragons. Thanks to various supplements and dragon scale fruit, combined with the meticulous care of the little fairies, the growth of the Dragon Palace members had been smooth over the years. Blood-sucking demon dragon, faceless infant dragon, and wild electric dragon eel had all reached level 6 peak. The thunderstorm wolf dragon, blue flagfish dragon, and fierce scale dragon had reached level 6 late stage. Golden spear sat at level 7 peak, aspiring for level 8. The other sub-dragons had all made progress. The progress of pure-blooded dragons, like the Ash Dragon and Immortal Banyan Dragon, remained relatively slow. Reaching adulthood took millennia. Levi no longer expected them to serve as his primary fighters. By then, if he survived, he would already be legendary. In the early days, he collected dragons mainly for their utility. As time passed, his attitude changed. Utility was one aspect, but genuine affection had grown. Looking back at his past life, he recalled favorite television programs. They focused on the animal world and the harmony between humans and nature. The myriad magical creatures were now part of his own romance. Time flew like an arrow, the years passing like a shuttle. 5 years later, Nora Calendar 975. The Star Castle Travel Group had been on its voyage for 45 years. Through the Ash Night, Levi continuously monitored their progress. To date, the travel group had rescued 3 medium-sized civilizations and 4 small-sized civilizations. Among these, there were 13 level 6 experts and 2 level 7 experts. The disasters these civilizations faced were diverse. Natural disasters included phenomena such as the Dark Rift. Man-made calamities included dark pirates and meaningless wars. Of course, the 2 most significant sources of evil remained distinct. One was evil gods, the other was demons. Evil gods was a broad term. They could be certain evil deities from the astral world, truly at level 10 existences, or they could be powerful beings from some material plane pretending to be deities. These fake gods did not possess level 10 strength. For example, the Sea God of the Sea Clan. The cultivation and strengthening of evil gods often relied on sacrificing sentient beings. Every year, many weak civilizations perished from such unwarranted disasters. The disasters faced by the Ash Knight, were just the tip of the iceberg. Under the brilliance of the Star Castle, these demons and ghosts were swept away. Of course, exceptions existed if they possessed significant background support, such as backing from a level 10 existence. Chapter 2502. Star Castle could not confront this head-on, and had no choice but to give up. In just a few decades, so many stronger beings were collected. This is much faster than cultivating level 6 experts on one's own. Most of these civilizations had nowhere to go. Controlling them was relatively easy. The Wizard Council saw how effective the Panplane Salvation Plan was. They immediately increased investment in the Star Castle plan. This caused the plan to evolve at a speed far exceeding Levi's initial estimates. With abundant funding and talent support, the mechanical school undergoes reform and evolution every year. As the helmsman and pioneer of this large ship, Herman's strength has increased swiftly. Next is the journey towards the All Machines Are One realm. Reaching level 9 eternal consciousness, he will experience his greatest metamorphosis. By then, Levi could not even imagine how powerful he would become. The battle power of the mechanical school cannot be quantified by common standards. On this day, after performing sea and field, Levi, as usual, scanned the ancient dragon continent through the mental web. His expression changed. Heim has achieved the primordial soul. In just over 200 years, it is too fast. Not long after, Heim came to the Emperor's palace. "Teacher, I have achieved the primordial soul," Heim said, bowing respectfully. Levi nodded. "Congratulations, you might be the fastest to achieve the primordial soul since the Nora era." "Really?" Heim replied, his expression indifferent. "I did not think about it, just felt that it was a natural breakthrough. You have graduated, and the path of truth ahead is more for you to explore on your own. I cannot teach you much anymore. What is your plan from here?" Levi asked. "I wish to stay on the ancient dragon continent to teach and cultivate," Heim said. Heim's answer surprised Levi. He expected Heim to find a reason to leave the ancient dragon continent. Heim always appeared to be hiding his legendary reincarnation identity. Perhaps Heim stayed for some shelter during a weaker period. "All right," Levi directed, "you can go to the witch's family, and since you are also a pharmacist, you can study pharmacy with Triss when she exits seclusion." "Okay," Heim responded. Heim's sea blue eyes remained calm. Over 200 years, he remained the same. Perhaps this is the difference of a genius. Few knew of Heim's advancement to the primordial soul, and no ceremony was held. Only Levi, his parents, and a few high-level officials knew. Achieving the primordial soul in just over 200 years was too remarkable. Levi sighed at how times have changed. Then he continued his cultivation, waiting for his second brother's reply. Triss had been in seclusion for decades. Unknowingly, she was nearing the end of her second millennium. To rise to the 8th circle with 44, which marks at around 2,000 years old, had exceeded her expectations. She had not refined the sea country wheel, this sun-refining artifact. Upon the 8th circle, her talent could experience a qualitative change. Now, she had considerable confidence in advancing to the 9th circle. Post-8th circle, she had 2,000 years to prepare. Beside Triss, in another wizard tower, the wind which had just ended a decade of seclusion. As an old 8th circle senior wizard, she had already refined several oddities of the Wind God series before the blood battle began. With the opening of the blood battle store, she gradually perfected this oddity system. Before her seclusion, she chose a day she considered lucky. She opened her random sun-refining artifact blind box. Finally, with a single opening, she obtained the sun-refining artifact, Wind God's Flute. Now this oddity has also been fully refined. Her spiritual force had come even closer to 8th circle perfection. She was originally a top-level genius, and now possessed a complete Wind God body. This truly was like divine assistance. Previously, she did not have much confidence in advancing to the 9th circle. Now she was full of confidence. The satisfaction in her heart was indescribable when she thought of this. Time proved she was right. Since joining the ancient dragon continent, everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. She and her eldest daughter grew stronger, and even found another promising half-blood knight as a partner. She also had a newly born highly talented younger daughter. All of this felt somewhat surreal, like a dream. Seniors often repeated that individuals have their own luck, while groups have their own fortune. In hindsight, the ancient dragon continent indeed had the fortune of a large group. All of this, presumably, was related to the Dusk Palace Master, who was at the peak of his success. With the Wind God body completed, she now possessed a quasi-elemental holy body. She called it the Chi Wandering Void body. She also had a powerful Wind God projection, and the special spiritual creature, the Feathered Serpent. This meant her actual strength was not at all inferior to an 8th circle perfect wizard. Below the 9th level, there were no worries about safety. In recent years, due to her duties in guarding the organization, she rarely went demon hunting. War merit among 8th circle wizards was not much for her. She was just above the official passing line. It was time to re-enter the world and climb up the rankings. She was confident of securing a good position in the future to exchange for more sun-refining artifacts, laying the most solid foundation for advancing to the 9th circle. After inquiring about this with the Dusk Palace Master, Levi agreed willingly. In fact, at this stage, the security capability of the ancient dragon continent during the blood battle was saturated. Not to mention so many level 8 guardians. Just the Sky Dome and the demon extermination system alone were enough to handle level 8 demons. So Levi did not impose many restrictions on members going out to hunt demons. Without taking the initiative to attack, it is tough to earn war merits while confined to the ancient dragon continent. As long as a rotation is ensured, ensuring someone is always on the ancient dragon continent is enough. Chapter 2503. Wendy opened the news feed for the day. A piece of joyous news greeted her eyes. Lady Vilena had recently successfully ascended to Grand Wizard, receiving a great councilman seat, and assuming the position of Deputy Director at the Alien Affairs Administration, titled Blue Sea Walker. The former Deputy Director Golden Walker had voluntarily resigned due to personal reasons. Joy illuminated Wendy's face as she felt truly happy for the old witch. She finally ascended to Grand Wizard, Wendy whispered to herself. Since the first witch established the witch's family, less than 10 individuals had ascended to Grand Wizard in 300,000 years. 30,000 years had passed since the last ascension. The decline of the witch's family also held reasons related to this, as the family lacked a presence in the Central Realm. Some powerful top-level organizations, such as the Seven Waters Steeple, basically featured a level 9 expert in the Central Realm during every era. Even the survivor of the Vast Sea, a legendary wizard, hailed from the Seven Waters Steeple. This led to a huge disparity in the heritage and influence of top-level organizations. Wendy quickly sent her congratulations to the lady. Although the witch's family joined the ancient dragon continent, old affections remained. With this connection, the old witch could also take care of the ancient dragon continent to some extent. Inside the Emperor's palace, Levi read the news of the old witch's ascension to Grand Wizard. He felt more concerned about the Golden Walker voluntarily resigning. That old fellow was probably dismissed rather than voluntarily resigning, Levi mused. The official announcement just left some dignity for the Grand Wizard. After all, the Letney family was once a hero in the war, just like Noan City. Levi sent congratulations to the old witch immediately. The latter expressed that Levi could visit the Soren continent anytime. Every Grand Wizard possessed a private residence there and could attend lectures personally given by legendary wizards. They possessed many privileges. If it were before the return of the subdimensional portal, Grand Wizards must go to the Central Realm. But now that it had returned, coinciding with the blood battle, this tradition evolved with the times. As long as they did not miss important Congress meetings and responsibly fulfilled their duties as Grand Wizards, they had freedom. A month later, Levi called upon Elena and Wendy to visit the old witch together. Elena was once also the Flower Witch, one of the witches. Inside a quiet residence on the Soren continent, the old witch appeared in high spirits, as if reborn. Congratulations, Senior, on ascending to Grand Wizard, Levi said with a sincere smile. A human body, rivaling demigods, with a lifespan of 6,000 years. Thank you for visiting, Hall Master, the old witch said. You have also reached 8-ring perfection, which is truly terrifying. The old witch marveled sincerely. If she remembered correctly, Levi had ascended to the 8th circle less than 300 years ago. In contrast to herself, she had been at the 8th circle for nearly 2,000 years. In fact, if she had not consumed a rare medicine that extended her life by 500 years early on, she might already have reached her lifespan's limit and been unable to reach the 9th circle now. She deeply understood the difficulties of progression past the 8th circle. Wendy smiled wryly. Yes, I remember when I was in the 8th circle. Levi had just recently ascended to the 6th circle, she said. Now he has surpassed me. I am merely lucky to have caught up with the new era, Levi replied. Without the blood battle providing so many resources and truth oddities, he might have needed to spend several decades, or even a century, to achieve 8-ring perfection. After all, his most important resource base remained the Dark Ancient Tower. After some small talk, Levi said that now that the senior managed alien affairs, he could rest assured. The old witch understood the meaning in Levi's words. If there are any alien-related affairs, you can come to me, she said, though they must be legal and reasonable. Before leaving, Levi and the others offered their gifts, but the old witch politely declined. The two women and the old leader reminisced for a long time before leaving with Levi. After returning to the ancient dragon continent, Wendy bid farewell to everyone and embarked on her demon hunting journey. The Blood Knight stayed at home to take care of Safa. Though he was strong, he was far inferior to Wendy, and hunting together would only slow her down. Time passed quickly. Safa was almost 60 years old now. Not long ago, she had just achieved perfection at the 3rd circle, and her mid-level Night Realm was also level 3. Her wizard title was Wind Chasing Witch, and her knight title was Jade Phoenix Knight. As a Wind Element child and Jade Kylan bloodline holder, she was one of Levi's key individuals to monitor. Before ascending to the primordial soul realm, he would also arrange for some people to protect her in secret. Most of the children born to the 18 riders were excellent. They were the hope and backbone of the organization's future. Once they had grown, the 18 riders could take on the elder semi-retired role. Then they could focus on cultivation, only needing to improve their realm. Half a year later, Windwalker Lisa successfully ascended to the primordial soul realm. Since the beginning of her cultivation, only 250 years had passed. As a top-level talent catching up in such an era, this speed was fairly average. After the primordial soul, Lisa also began going out to hunt demons, temper herself, and accumulate war merit. There were so many oddities waiting for her to exchange, so she had to act now. She would soon be able to make a mark on the level 7 demon slaying list. A year later, somewhere on the ancient dragon continent, a giant beast resembling both an ape and a lion, with wings and covered in dragon scales, hovered in the sky. Its entire body was surrounded by fiery red flame flow, magnificent beyond compare. Its robust ape-like arms held an iron rod, swinging powerfully. A level 7 middle stage black beast descending from the void roared forth. The figures of the two giant beasts collided, battling fiercely. The Blood Knight, Goddess Knight, Golden Lion Knight, and many of Emperor Mu's friends watched intently. Chapter 2504. Levi watched without worry. Emperor Mu remained unscathed. Sure enough, after a fierce battle, the iron rod in Emperor Mu's hands transformed into 1,000 meters of dense steel. He delivered a strike of immense weight that crushed the black beast to death. The strange giant beast returned to human form, breathing heavily. "Congratulations, Dad," Eddie shouted. He rushed forward to embrace his father. The Goddess Knight joined them, hugging her husband and son with visible excitement. "Great, the organization has another level 7 general," the Blood Knight remarked with emotion. Even the Ash Knight, traveling in the land of darkness, observed the battle through a distant projection. "Emperor Mu, have you thought of a name yet?" Emperor Mu looked toward Levi. "I believe the commander has already thought of the name for my breathing technique in his dream." Levi offered a serious nod. "How about we call it the Zuyan breathing technique?" He detailed the creature called Zuyan that appeared in his dream. Upon hearing the description, the members agreed it fit perfectly. Levi had considered naming it the Lion 8 breathing technique, but he felt that was too hasty. "Zuyan, it sounds like a mysterious divine beast." Emperor Mu offered repeated praise. The name felt abstract, but since the commander chose it, it surely held a profound meaning. He simply needed to comprehend it over time. Let Emperor Mu rest well first. Find a time for a celebration and relax a bit. A few days later, the social gathering took place. The attendees were few, but they were the most talented members of the organization. Within the Tower of Dawn, the Witches family, and the Starfire Academy, many excellent single wizards and witches gathered. Levi watched the union of knights and wizards with satisfaction. He even formulated a series of reward policies to encourage these pairings. Research and experiments confirmed that the combination of knights and wizards was greater than 1+1. It proved easier to give birth to offspring possessing dual talents. While the path of dual cultivation took more time and proved more difficult, the solid foundation it created allowed for higher upper limits during later breakthroughs. Having one more path provided one more choice. Power within the same realm could outshine others, helping to sprint for a place on the demon-slaying list. It made earning war merits more convenient, as the blood battle proved a long-term commitment. The ancient dragon continent also maintained special reward policies for such dual cultivation talents, offering initial support. It was not entirely survival of the fittest, nor was it social Darwinism. Such early difficulties would bury many potential candidates. Levi tracked the growth trajectories of excellent members annually, using data and experiments to summarize a suitable talent training system for the new era. As Emperor Mu advanced to level 7, among the older generation knights, only the Golden Lion and the Goddess remained at their current status. The Golden Lion currently held level 6 peak cultivation, while his wizard path advanced toward the 6th ring senior level. The Goddess remained at the middle stage of level 6, just a step away from the late stage. She worked hard, though she lacked opportunities and talent. Given the current situation, her advancement to level 7 seemed likely. Afterward, perhaps she could use the Knight path to drive the wizard path, raising her acquired talent and trying another route. After reaching level 7, the Knight bloodline enhancement would grant her more lifespan compared to regular wizards. Reaching level 7 already surpassed countless beings in the world. Moreover, the goddess felt no resistance to becoming a heroic spirit. Levi could allow her to live another life in her undead state, accompanying Emperor Mu. Among the middle generation, most knights reached the late stage of level 6, peak cultivation. 5 knights, Dark Moon, Silver Dragon, 100 Flowers, 1,000 Illusions, and Steel Dragon, all chose evolution. Everyone wanted to give it their all, leaving no regrets. If successful, their names would pass down for generations. If not, they would still remain heroes. For years later, in the Nora calendar year 980, within the Nightmare world, the fourth calamity continued to arrive. The Tyrant realm and the Blood Rain realm fell fully under the control of the Black Dragon territory. Large and small cities operated under the oversight of Nightmare lords from the Black Dragon territory. The Dreamland Steeple, due to their status as foreigners, took on mainly behind-the-scenes work. The nominal ruler of the two realms remained the Tyrant of Horror. After celebrating her 1400th birthday with Elena, Levi went to his territory. Horror, is there a Nightmare world overlord without a monarch-level background? The Tyrant of Horror pondered. Its voice rumbled. Master, such cases are rare. Those without a background might already possess level 9 middle stage or late stage strength. Newly promoted overlords would find it hard to establish a foothold in the Nightmare world, as it is full of strong entities. Keep an eye out for me, and let me know if you find any. Levi felt eager to test his ultimate strength boundary. No problem. The Tyrant of Horror quickly arranged for subordinates to investigate. Levi rewarded it with a generous amount of dragon scale fruit, Emperor's liquid, and other great supplements. Work hard and reach level 9 soon. Currently, the territory remained safe thanks to the lingering power of the Tyrant of Horror. Secrets could not remain concealed forever, however, and discovery seemed inevitable. Before Levi's own advancement, his current territory stood as the most promising candidate for a breakthrough. Another issue troubled Levi. In 270 years, the next millennial locust plague would occur. It could be a catastrophe capable of destroying a realm, or even a region. If there were level 9 enemies in this disaster, Levi preferred not to bother the two legendary wizards unnecessarily. If he could handle the locust plague himself, he would avoid involving them. At most, he would accept their support of dragon scales, emperor's liquid, and other resources for his training. He already arranged for a ring full of training resources for his second brother. Levi regularly tracked the growth trajectory of key members like Lust and Sloth within the organization. Other first-generation veterans, like Nine Infant, Butcher, and Sledgehammer, who had persevered to this point, had also reached level 6. These figures served as the core members of the organization, taking on important roles. Excluding the two 8-level powerhouses, the Cholera King, and the Tyrant of Horror, the rest of the forces operated at the peak of level 6. Level 7 experts like Lust and Sloth already counted as powerhouses. If necessary, they could respond to Levi's summons and fight in the real world. Of course, death there would mean true demise. He reviewed the undead list closely. All kinds of strange creatures appeared, including the 9-headed dragon and the tyrant. Chapter 2505. Nightmare World. Nameless Wilderness. The demon armor knight dragged its longsword, silently moving forward. It was covered in blood, its own, but mostly others. Born over 200 years ago, it wandered aimlessly across the nightmare world. Relying on its powerful ability, it escaped death multiple times. In this world molded by fear, it thrived. Endless fear power continuously poured into its body. It was born with level 6 strength, and had 6 accompanying weapons. Within its body lay 2 intertwined mysterious forces. In its ears, the sound of countless beings' fear lingered endlessly. Murder and arson, Twilight Demon. No evil left undone, Twilight Demon. Unite and defeat the demon. Innumerable feelings of fear brewed and spread. Unlike ordinary nightmare creatures, it seemed to enter those people's nightmares through this connection. Using nightmares as a medium, it permeated its power through. It enjoyed the feeling of being feared. If that is the case, let it become even more intense. Emperor's Palace. Levi browsed through the intelligence sent by the Purgatory Demon Sword. After years of probing by the Demon Fox main mother, a total of 23 clues of level 8 late-stage undeads were gathered. These were all that could be found. They did not represent the total number of Hell's level 8 late-stage undeads. Among them, 20 were confirmed to have power backing them. They were agents of the 72 Pillars, or staff of the Great Demon Tribe. 3 were still uncertain. They were the Demon Spirit Lord, Bloody Queen, and Ancient Castle Duke. The strongest was the Baron of the Castle, true name unknown. Rumor had it that 1,000 years ago, it was already at level 8 peak power. Now it might even be level 9, just had not challenged the 72 Pillars. This Baron owned a mobile specter castle. It lived solitarily within, roaming hell with its specter castle. The last time the castle appeared was 1,000 years ago. Some suspected it had already left hell, traveling to the multidimensional plane. Interesting, such intriguing figures among the undead. Levi finished reading all the info on the Baron. Owning a mobile castle, traveling freely with a butler, maids, and so on, seemed to be his ideal life. The Demon Spirit Lord resided in the 8th level's Wailing Wilderness. It was level 8 late-stage power itself, not particularly threatening. The troubling part was its very powerful wife. That was the Bloody Queen. She was level 8 peak undead. Together, they dominated a side of the 8th level. Even many powerful demon tribes dared not provoke them. With the Bloody Queen's methods, besides level 9, no one could guarantee to kill her. She herself was not far from the 9th level realm. Provoking such a powerhouse was unwise. 1 level 8 late stage, 1 level 8 peak, need thorough preparations. Levi's target was the Bloody Queen, but he did not want to spare the Demon Spirit Lord either. This couple should not be able to escape. With this in mind, Levi sent a message to the Wind Witch. To be safe, the more people in this operation, the better. In the Wailing Wilderness, there were more than just these 2 level 8s. Currently, Wendy was the only feasible help from the organization. She refined the complete Wind God series sequence artifact, cultivation nearing 8-ring perfection. Handling the Demon Spirit Lord was not difficult. Additionally, the Tyrant of Horror was to temporarily descend into hell. Its power was second only to Levi among his followers. Together with Lopez, Red King, and Ronan, these level 8 legendary creatures, taking down this couple would not be a big problem. A week later, Wendy hurriedly arrived from the battlefield, dusty and worn. Tower Master, you are going to hell? Yes, I plan to capture a few level 8 undeads. Wendy nodded, aware Levi had cultivated many sections. All right, but I fear my strength might not be of help. Wendy chuckled nervously, shifting her weight. No worries, it is enough. I have also found the Tyrant of Horror. Wendy sighed in relief. That is good. She occasionally entered the nightmare world, witnessing the Tyrant of Horror's might. The leader of top wizard organizations might not be its match. With such a luxurious lineup, besides level 9, no one in hell could challenge them. The two greeted their relatives and left for the ancient dragon continent. Hell, 8th level, Wailing Wilderness. Disguised, Levi and Wendy quietly descended. Such dense death energy. Wendy radiated light, gently warding off the aura. As an ocean school wizard, she disliked such energy. Her brother had already conveyed the specific information here to Levi. The Bloody Queen lived at the center of the wilderness in the Despair Abyss. Soon, Levi and Wendy arrived at the abyss's edge. Wendy furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the darkness. Tower Master, do you perceive demonic aura? The abyss invaded hell. It is likely remnants from long ago, but let us not rule out lurking demons. We should be cautious. By the way, Wendy, how is your concealment skill? It is okay, Wendy said. I have learned some secret techniques, though it might not match yours. Levi extended his hand, summoning the Black Soul Demon Tower. Then I will trouble you to enter, I will take you deeper. Wendy nodded and was then absorbed into Levi's tower. Chapter 2506. Levi hid the Death Ember Divine Palace nearby, and set up a resurrection point. Then the hermit rune flickered, and he plunged into this place called the Abyss of Despair. As he descended, Levi constantly monitored the images on the full rune. After reaching level 11, the effect of danger perception improved. Before long, an image of a palace hidden in mist appeared. Levi thought that this must be the Blood Queen's palace. Judging by the level of danger perception, the enemy was not above level 9. Levi bypassed the undead guards coming and going and reached the bottom of the abyss. A sight full of pitch-black bones awaited him. There were flame demons, gargoyles, horn demons, and so on. These bones may have been here for hundreds of thousands of years, devoid of any spirituality. They would be useless for weapon refinement. However, Levi did not want to waste them. After dealing with the Blood Queen, he would come back to collect them. Long is not picky. These can be used as fertilizer. The pile of bones formed an endless mountain. In the distant mountains, a pitch-black palace was vaguely visible. Written on it was the Gloomy Wind Divine Palace. Levi muttered to himself, Gloomy Wind? What a strange name. Gloomy Wind Divine Palace. Study room. A young girl with large breasts, dressed in a dark red palace gown of Gothic design, was lying on a desk. The figure looked no different from an ordinary person, gazing intently while writing with a quill pen. It was an undead best-selling author, and the shelves behind were filled with its works. Dragon Knight Hugh, Beautiful Dragon World, Rebirth of Dark Elf Queen, Beastman God, and Goblin Prince falls in love with Demon Queen, among countless novels like these. Currently, the Blood Queen's creativity was flowing as it worked on its 13,054th novel. Writer's block was non-existent, though its only readers were its subordinates, who had no artistic taste. Oh, and that sycophant husband, the demon spirit lord. The new book tells the story of an averagely gifted wizard girl who accidentally transmigrates into a male pure-blood dragon hatchling, unlocking a fertility blessing. The more offspring it has, the stronger it becomes. To fight against evil wizards and dragon slayers, it is forced onto a path of self-redemption, ultimately relying on its strong reproductive ability and various biological combinations to birth diverse dragon descendants and establish a powerful empire. The book's title was already decided as Extreme Color Dragon. Immersed in its own story, the Blood Queen couldn't help but lament. If only I could be reborn as a giant dragon. Undead creatures are born of the earth, knowing nothing of reproduction, so they lack any true sexual ability. This was the Blood Queen's greatest regret. My queen, save me. The cry for help interrupted the Blood Queen's writing. It most disliked being disturbed while writing. It stored away the manuscript, put away the desk and bookshelf, and the quill was inserted into its chest. After doing all this, it leisurely looked into the distance. Two figures were wreaking havoc. One of them wore a white robe, emitting an aura approaching level 8 late stage. This was a witch, surrounded by specters. The strongest among them were three. The feathered serpent giant beast engulfing the mortal world, with wings that shroud the sky. The goddess of wind, holding a long flute, playing in solitude. The 1,000-meter figure with a bird's head and deer's body, flashing with witch marks. The boundless wild wind swept through, dispersing the grey mist. Countless undead toppled over, vanishing without a trace. What a powerful wizard, the Blood Queen thought, feeling a chill in its heart. And the other was even more terrifying. It was a giant dragon shrouding the sky, exuding pure dragon's might, with the aura of level 8 peak. The fierce and ferocious dragon head was precisely the kind of dragon she dreamed of. No matter who you are, if you dare disturb my writing, you die. And this dragon's body will be mine too. The queen turned into a bloodlight, swooping forward. Suddenly, a sense of danger came from behind. By gazing upon me, you see destruction. The Blood Queen's gown extended in the wind, enveloping her into a sphere in an instant. Boom. The river of red flames swept over, submerging the Blood Queen. A terrifying strike gouged out a magma crevice spanning thousands of miles on the earth. The Blood Queen was blasted away, its beloved gown already torn apart, revealing its jade-like spectral body. The black-armored swordsman descended from the sky, snapping a finger. Silver Mountain Skyfall, Wind Illusion Realm, Ice Dragon Prison, and several other barriers surrounded the battlefield. Who are you? Queen Mary's expression slightly changed. She spent her days at home, writing or cultivating, not understanding the new age's constant changes. I am merely a nameless admirer of your talent. Would you be willing to become my summoned creature? I won't disturb your writing. Levi learned from the memories of a small soldier that this queen loved writing, especially being adept at writing sensual and vulgar novels. After subduing this undead, her works would require a thorough critique. Die. What wizard dares to make me a summoned creature? The raging death energy formed a storm reaching the heavens, sweeping across 300 miles. Millions of death energy hands coalesced, grabbing at Levi from all directions. Thunder Dragon Flash. Levi turned into a thunder dragon, tearing through the storm. At the same time, the thunder god illusion appeared behind him. It looked down like the gods, playing the thunder war drum. Boom, boom, boom. Every beat of the drum accompanied by a thunderbolt capable of annihilating an ordinary level 8. From afar, countless giant lightning pillars appeared between heaven and earth. The Blood Queen dare not resist, dodging to find an opportunity. But the dense lightning pillars still struck it. With just one hit, it felt countless electric currents flowing into its body. Chapter 2507. Numbness, trembling, and pain take hold. The lightning magic carries a potent effect against negative energy creatures. At the same moment, the Thousand Thunder technique strikes, accompanied by the incessant flicker of the Thunder Dragon. The entire region transforms into an ocean of lightning. Levi shifts his focus as a distant voice pierces the air. Blood seal, low seal. The Bloody Queen has blinked behind his back without warning. Her arms encircle, attempting to embrace him. 3,000 pairs of skinless, bloody feminine arms extend from the void. The Thunder God illusion resists as lightning blazes. Before long, the powerful construct fades away, and SI retreats into Levi's mind. So powerful. With a thought, the illusionary Thunder Dragon explodes, dispersing into billions of thunder particles. The crushing weight of 3,000 bloodied hands grasps only at empty air. From the void, a voice echoes with uncertain surprise. Elemental holy body. You are a grand wizard. Impossible. The Bloody Queen refuses to yield, and her bloodied hands strike indiscriminately at everything within a 1,000-mile radius. The gloomy wind divine palace collapses with a roar as countless undead die or flee. After a moment, lightning flickers. Levi appears behind the Bloody Queen, lunging forward as he transforms into a Thunder Dragon. The Bloody Queen fails to evade in time, and the Thunder Dragon devours her. A sharp slashing sound rips through the air as a blood-colored dagger slices the Thunder Dragon open. The Bloody Queen stands in the void, her long legs trembling as electricity courses through her. She glares at Levi, who vanishes once more, her expression grave. What a troublesome wizard. Meanwhile, the Demon Spirit Lord retreats step by step under the siege of Wendy, the Tyrant of Horror, and other Level 8 entities. Several Level 8 evil spirits loyal to the gloomy Wind Divine Palace die or flee. The Bloody Queen's dagger slice breaks through Levi's barrier layer by layer. She curses venomously. I remember you. I will write you into my book. You will not live past chapter 3. You will be defiled and killed by this queen until death. She steps forward, entering the void, but a black light strikes her down. Levi smiles and puts away the chaotic sky demon mirror. Beautiful queen, you cannot leave. Become my summoned creature. The Tyrant of Horror, Wendy, spiritual weapon, Maya, and the monsters around her. The Demon Spirit Lord curses as the Black Soul Demon Tower suppresses it, keeping the creature aside. The Bloody Queen's face twitches at the scene. You are shameless. How can you force others to be summoned creatures? Levi smiles. Is it not happening now? He has not yet used his full strength. The queen refuses to give in, relying on her level 8 peak power. Even if she cannot defeat these forces, she can escape. She prepares to unleash a powerful move, but senses that something is amiss. The death energy in the world is incredibly thin. A low hum vibrates through the air. As the mist disperses, a mountainous 9-colored emperor descends into the void. It strides across heaven and earth, holding a chaos-colored magic ball. Divine form elemental ruins. Earth, fire, wind, and water are the 4 basic forces. Other energies are merely different combinations and expressions. Therefore, elemental ruins also carry restriction effects against death energy, though the effect is not as absolute as its control over the elements. Upon that magic ball, the Bloody Queen feels a long-lost threat of death. With her other means, she held confidence in her self-preservation, but with this, she lacks assurance. This strike could truly kill her. It is already infinitely close to the level 9 threshold. With so many undead in hell, why do you insist on targeting me? The Bloody Queen asks somewhat despondently. Before I came to hell, I studied all level 8 undead, Levi says. Forgive my bluntness, but other undead are not worthy of being my summoned creatures. Only you hold the qualification. The Bloody Queen's heart stirs, and she feels somewhat pleased for some reason. Really? Did you come specifically for me? You wizards are so cunning. Levi looks skyward with confidence and speaks softly. When you arrive in the wizard world, you will understand. I never lie. The Bloody Queen ponders the situation. Judging by this person's means, he is certainly an extraordinary figure in the wizard world. If that is the case, being his summoned creature is not unacceptable. The circumstances are compelling. She will adopt a delaying tactic to preserve her life. If this person proves inadequate, she can retaliate once her power advances further. After all, she hopes to advance to level 9 within 500 years. At that time, a mere 8th circle wizard summoning spell contract will not be able to bind her. Additionally, there is another reason. Not long ago, one of the 72 pillars, the Emperor of Torture, sought to recruit her. The Bloody Queen disagreed, and even battled his proxy. Ultimately, it ends in a stalemate, and the proxy temporarily withdraws. She knows the Emperor of Torture will not give up. As one of the stronger level 9 beings among the 72 pillars, he is a war fanatic. The Emperor of Torture is ambitious, continually recruiting and developing his forces. Once conscripted by him, she will inevitably lose control of her own fate, and the outcome will unlikely end well. Most importantly, it would hinder her writing. If this wizard truly has a background, trusting him is not a bad choice. The Demon Spirit Lord was long ago a wizard's summoned creature. That wizard treated it well, even helping it advance its realm. If it were not for that wizard's demise, the Demon Spirit Lord would not have come to her for refuge. Considering all factors, the Bloody Queen smiles. All right. May we cooperate pleasantly? Thus, Levi successfully forms a contract with a level 8 peak undead. Even without a dragon corpse demon, it is still a formidable force. Chapter 2508. Levi gestured toward the crumbling ruins, his voice calm. Take all your belongings with you. Queen Elsa waved a hand, dismissing the clutter. It is fine. Leaving them here does not matter. After all, I have to return to hell anyway, or else how would I cultivate? Levi stepped closer, offering a faint smile. I have a place for you to cultivate. Queen Elsa hesitated, skepticism flickering across her face. All right then. Levi took the opportunity to incorporate the queen's forces into his ranks. In the recent battle, most of the advanced undead had fled, yet some low-level and middle-level entities remained in significant numbers. Those still here pledged their loyalty to her. After Levi's transformation, they all joined the undead army. He sent the tyrant of horror back to the nightmare world, the massive creature vanishing into the ether. Watching the queen surrender, excitement stirred in Wendy. The Hall Master's power had far exceeded her understanding of an eighth circle wizard. Levi turned to her, his gaze appreciative. Thank you. I will send you back first. I have some matters to attend to. He transferred a large amount of ancient dragon points to Wendy. You are welcome, Hall Master. Take care, Wendy said, bowing before she departed hell. Levi, together with Jin, continued treasure hunting in the Despair Abyss. 1 month later, the harvest proved unexpectedly good. They secured a Bright Moon level Death Sect oddity, various types of level 6 and above negative energy ores, and several other rare hell specialties. They even found a more luxuriant Dead Soul date tree. Judging by its age, it appeared even older than the one at the ancient Banyan Tree Mansion. Its growth was more prosperous, and the quantity and quality of its dates surely surpassed the others. Black King City. The Purgatory Demon Sword looked wearily at the smiling Demon Fox main mother. What is the matter? I just found out that the gloomy Wind Divine Palace was destroyed, she replied. The Purgatory Demon Sword started, his eyes widening in shock before understanding dawned. Looks like Big Brother made his move. Is this his true strength? An influential undead force on the 8th layer had vanished overnight. It was truly terrifying. Investigate further and report back, the Purgatory Demon Sword commanded. Let us see how everyone responds. Currently, the Wailing Wilderness remained without an owner. The 8th layer was bound to be turbulent for a while. Hell 9th layer, Realm of Slaughter. Queen Elsa has disappeared? The Emperor of Torture opened his eyes, a fleeting flash of brutal aura passing by. Yes, from some traces at the scene, it looks like she was captured by a wizard, the subordinate whispered, head bowed. Oh, these wizards are truly arrogant, the Emperor of Torture snorted. He had always wanted to recruit Queen Elsa. Wretched. I invited her before, she did not come, and now she runs off with a wizard. Investigate, use whatever means necessary to find out which wizard took her. If it is a grand wizard, then pretend not to notice. If not, he wanted to meet this person. A few months later, the subordinates reported back, their voices trembling with nervousness. Lord, the one who took Queen Elsa is an 8th circle wizard. Oh, what is his name? Dusk Palace Master, Levi. The Emperor of Torture fell silent, his expression unreadable, before he spoke. Leave it, it is nothing. Lord, should we do anything? No need. As part of the 72 pillars, he stood high and saw far. The Emperor of Torture knew a lot about the Dusk Palace Master. Even though he was not a grand wizard, he proved much harder to deal with. Even the demon army could not handle him, let alone himself. He could only silently swallow the insult. It really is frustrating. Some years ago, a devil army he sent to the multidimensional plane was disrupted by this person's subordinates. That incident carried shadows of the wizard world. After facing such occurrences twice, he felt unsure if it was coincidence or premeditated. He remained certain he had never provoked this person. As part of the 72 pillars, when had he suffered such an indignity? Everything has its limits, he growled. If you push me again, do not blame me for being ruthless. In Nora, you are untouchable, but once you leave Nora, you are nothing. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Ghostly Mansion. Queen Elsa felt the dense death energy and beamed, feeling overjoyed. Can I live here? Of course. Then can I write when I am not working? You only need to fight for me occasionally. The rest of the time is yours. Great. Thank you. You were not lying. I told you I do not lie, Levi replied. Queen Elsa quickly set up a castle in the ancient Banyan Tree Mansion. She took out her collection of books and placed them in the study. Levi stood with his hands clasped, watching Queen Elsa busy herself. Let me show you my books, she said. The queen was quite unabashed. Her voice brimmed with pride when she spoke of her works. It was genuine love for this craft. Levi picked up a book titled Dragon Knight Hue. He schemed through it, clicking his tongue in wonder. As expected, the entire book was full of 404 content. He turned his attention to the queen's new manuscript. You want to resurrect a giant dragon? Yes, can you do it? I have heard wizard spells can do anything. That is not possible, but your work does relate to dragons, Levi said. Leading Queen Elsa to the giant dragon corpse demon, he waited for her reaction. Gazing at the mountain-like dragon body, its level 9 dragon power undiminished even in death, she parted her lips slightly, her body trembling with excitement. Is this a complete pure blood dragon? Yes, unfortunately, it is dead. I made it into a corpse demon. You want me to steer it as the corpse demon spirit, do not you? You are very smart. What should I do? I will cooperate with you. Queen Elsa's tone sounded somewhat eager. Then she asked, by the way, is this a male dragon? Chapter 2509. Levi looked at the Bloody Queen. Yes, he agreed. Great, the Bloody Queen replied. Well, corpse demons cannot reproduce, Levi remarked. The Bloody Queen seemed deflated. True, she murmured. After intense preparation, 1 month later, the final step in refining the corpse demon reached completion. The Bloody Queen transformed into a beam of light and entered the corpse demon body. As Levi chanted the incantation, the wind illusion dragon that had long slumbered opened its once golden eyes. They were now pale. A strange, dark cloud of flames surged upward, piercing the sky. A powerful aura swept through the ancient Banyan fairyland. At this moment, all dragons and transcendent creatures trembled. The supreme dragon might scattered the clouds. The giant dragon corpse demon roared to the sky. Ha ha ha, this is what it feels like to be a dragon, marvelous, the Bloody Queen shouted. Her magnetic voice emanated from the dragon mouth. The crowd that had been excitedly watching stood dumbfounded. This voice does not match the appearance, they wondered. Mana floated over to the group. Congratulations, the dragon corpse demon is complete, she noted. She had spent hundreds of years observing Levi's exhausting refining process and knew its hardships. Efforts do not go to waste, Blood Vortex Venerable praised. Elena looked at the massive beast. I wonder if this giant dragon corpse demon can measure up to half a level 9, she mused. The Bloody Queen controlled the giant dragon, soaring toward the sky dome. It is exhilarating. Surely in my past life, I was a strong male dragon, she laughed. Levi reflected, thinking it might just be true. A year later, in the nightmare world, 3 figures collided over a black lake. 2 giant dragons and 1 human silhouette engaged in battle. Levi and the Tyrant of Horror teamed up to battle the dragon corpse demon. A simple tail swipe sent Levi flying. The Vajra secret word instantly covered in cracks, then shattered. The Tyrant of Horror breathed out, but the dragon corpse demon folded its wings protectively in front. A strike potent enough to tear through an 8-circle perfect field felt only like a tickle. Then, the corpse demon flapped its wings. A terrifying hurricane sent the Tyrant of Horror flying, crashing into the lake. Levi attacked again. 100 kilometers of lake water forming an armor around him. His right arm began to swell, and various strengthening means exploded forth. Strength rune, red emperor domain, holy image law. Levi transformed into a thunder dragon, blinked to the corpse demon side chest, then turned back to human form, punching out with full force. At the same time, the corpse demon dragon claw struck the armor, and a sound of clashing metal echoed. The shockwave rolled back. The dragon and Levi each retreated a distance. The corpse demon dragon scales were blown away, revealing a gruesome wound. Levi's sea god armor also gradually cracked, exposing the shattered flesh underneath. The fierce battle lasted for half a day. 1 man and 1 dragon fought tens of thousands of rounds. The Tyrant of Horror was too exhausted, eventually withdrawing to spectate. The master sure has endurance, the beast muttered. The next day, the giant dragon corpse demon lay on the ground, unable to rise. The Bloody Queen's voice resounded, pleading, Master, I cannot fight anymore, I am a bit tired. Rest, you have trained enough, Levi said. This was merely the Bloody Queen's limit, not the corpse demon's. As a level 9 body, truly mastering it was still too difficult. Regardless, after a year of intense training, Levi felt very satisfied with the power of the giant dragon corpse demon. With his full power unleashed, and with the Tyrant of Horror aiding, he could merely manage a tie. Level 9 physical defense is too strong. The only thing lacking was that this corpse demon itself had not grasped the wind illusion dragon's powerful spell-like abilities. It only knew simple wind control and melee combat. But Levi believed it should have no problem holding up against ordinary level 9 experts momentarily. Master, I will return to writing. Readers are urging for updates, the Bloody Queen said. Go on, take time to synchronize more with the corpse demon, Levi replied. Levi returned to the ancient Banyan fairyland. A month later, his Summon Hell Monarch spell reached its maximum limit. He possessed 2 summoning slots. Inside the Black Soul Demon Tower, the demon spirit lord remained imprisoned by the array, contemplating his ghostly life. At home, holding his wife, living a good little life. Suddenly, he was raided and forcefully separated. Wizards are truly wicked, he spat. He turned to Levi. What did you do to the queen? Is she all right? He demanded. Levi knew it was the queen's sycophant. She is doing great, he said. Have you thought it over? Become my summoned creature, and I will reunite you with the queen. I can even find a way to make the queen truly fall for you, instead of just a one-sided devotion. The demon spirit lord's eyes sparkled. Are you serious? He asked. Absolutely, Levi confirmed. After coercing and bribing, Levi subdued the demon spirit lord, filling his summoning slot. From 6-ring to 8-ring sequence of undead summoning, his endeavor was complete. Where is the queen? Let me see her, master, the demon spirit lord said, eager. Levi summoned the Bloody Queen. Her face flushed, immersed in the dragon's body, unable to extricate. It has been a while, I am well, she said. Seeing this, the demon spirit lord's heart warmed. The queen's face blushed. She holds me in her heart, he thought. The master's methods are indeed divine. Levi let the two reunite, while he returned to the small stone pond for cultivation. He arranged for the demon spirit lord to go to the Black King city of the Purgatory Demon Sword. Without a level 8 late-stage expert overseeing, one could not traverse Hell's 8th layer. Next, with the monarch secretly aiding, the expansion of Black King City could proceed smoothly. Meditating, Levi took out an oddity radiating death energy. This was a chain, with a scythe at the end. During its capture, there were some minor incidents. Chapter 2510. This oddity can directly attack the soul, intending to destroy Levi. However, Levi's primordial soul is too powerful. The Divine Ring Tower's protection holds firm. A mere bright moon-level oddity cannot shake it at all. The Illustrated Guide of Strange Items calls it the soul-stealing scythe. After refining, it may develop soul-related abilities. Months later, Levi opened his eyes. 200 points added to his mental strength upper limit. Not bad, Levi thought. His current limit has already reached 25,800 points. In his mind, all 8 layers of the Divine Ring Tower house companion spirits. The top layer houses the powerful Asile. At the bottom, Jin and the others examine the new tenant. It has the head of a lion and the body of a man. It looks imposing even without anger. Chains wrap around its arms, and the scythe sways in the void. This is Levi's newly acquired companion spirit. Levi named it Fanx. This is also a combat-type spirit. It possesses 2 fundamental abilities. The first is soul hooking. The second is rebirth. The first is easy to understand. It directly attacks the soul. If the target's willpower and spiritual force are not strong enough, they are easily hit. The soul involuntarily leaves the body. This move is not very useful against those who mainly cultivate spiritual force, or primordial soul wizards. But for professions with strong bodies, but weak spiritual force, it is a deadly strike. Knights, barbarian tribes, most transcendent creatures, and the like are vulnerable. If the other party's realm is too high, they can rely on strength to resist. Overall, it aims to catch the opponent off guard, and by surprise. As for rebirth, the name implies its function. Fanx can redeem some souls forcibly lingering in the world. It can also banish undead creatures back to hell. This companion spirit is similar to the bull-headed and horse-faced figures from previous lives, holding some underworld authority. My ancient banyan tree mansion indeed feels like a bit of the underworld, Levi mused. Tombstone of the Dead, Yellow Spring spiritual item, soul-hooking artifact. In some way, isn't this just the oddity sequence of the underworld? Ghostly mansion. After the demon spirit lord settled in, it built its own castle beside the bloody queen. For the lord, being near the queen is enough. Armies of tens of thousands of undead undergo intensive training by the undead 3 swordsmen. Next, they will enter the blood battle battlefield, becoming cannon fodder at the front line. Levi opened the blood battle demon slaying list. Recently, due to not going demon hunting, his rank dropped by 1 place. Let us continue, he decided. He needed to accumulate another 4 billion war merits. With the corpse demon as his trump card, he has some confidence in confronting level 9 demons head-on. Not much, however. 4 years later, Nora 985. Blood Battle 773. Levi's activities cover the land of the 4 seas. He and Lucy cooperate seamlessly, and their war merits grow rapidly. Elsewhere, besides the Holy Infant's cultivation, Levi had him go to the Soren continent to exchange the bounty for hunting down that level 8 Void Spirit clan member. Unlike Levi's previous mission wiping out the entire stronghold in the Flora realm, merely hunting a level 8 Void Spirit clan member gave him only 1 Bright Moon artifact and 2 billion Ether Stone. Holy Infant chose the Frost God's book, an oddity shaped like a book. Holy Infant has not yet reached the limit of his mental strength, so he refined it directly. First, it increased his mental strength by 180 points. Second, it created the Frost God projection in 1 shot. This is the phantom of a white-haired woman. When she appears, the north wind howls, and snowflakes flutter. The Frost God holds an ancient book in her hands, covered with mysterious seals, like a true frost and snow god holding the authority of ice and snow. Third, it enhanced the frost element affinity talent, making Holy Infant's ice and fire divine body closer to perfection. Unfortunately, no companion spirit has emerged yet. He can only wait until after the 8th circle to refine the Frost God chapter. To this day, after refining numerous oddities and heavenly materials and earth treasures, Holy Infant's mental strength is approaching the limit, almost equal to Lord Victor. The two have dispersed and rebuilt cultivation techniques for 200 years. Their 6th circle which marks have long since been perfected. Next, they need to supplement the 7th circle to 22 paths to advance. With their current talents, it is not a problem. 5 years later, Nora calendar 990. Witch's family. Triss has been in seclusion for over 80 years. Levi vaguely remembers her saying she was born in Holy Brilliance calendar 404. Counting, this year is exactly the old calendar 2404. Unintentionally, Triss is 2000 years old. Triss hasn't emerged yet, Elena murmured while staring at the wizard tower. She originally wanted to hold a 2000-year birthday party for her. With the long lifespan of wizards, ordinary birthdays are not important. But special milestones, like 100 years or 1000 years, still require a sense of ceremony. Before the blood battle, some wizards even held grand jubilees. The grandeur was second only to the primordial soul ceremony. Elsewhere, at the mechanical school's residence, a modern structure modeled like Dubai's Burj Khalifa, a metal wizard tower stands tall. This is Anya's residence. Such aesthetics had Triss ridiculing the tower for a long time. Levi thinks it is quite good, very fitting for the style of the mechanical school. A low hum vibrates through the air. Suddenly, the power of the metal element around begins to gather. The surface of the wizard tower glows like it is coated with golden paint. A magnificent silhouette in a silver-haired white robe shoots into the sky. Anya feels the momentum of the 7th circle and is overjoyed. Since extending life to 3000 years, life's journey is just less than halfway through. With more effort, there is hope for the 8th circle. She cannot fall too far behind her mother, Anya thinks to herself. Congratulations, Deputy Dean. In the void, an elder figure like a cyber holographic projection condenses. He looks kindly, a white robe fluttering, like a heavenly deity. Anya looks around, seeing no sign of Herman. She cannot help but marvel internally. The gray-white mechanic is getting closer to the all machines are one realm. Thank you, Dean. Herman replies, you should first consolidate your realm. There is a new project about to launch. I am busy with the Star Castle plan. I might need your help then. It is as if opening the magic box of truth. The mechanical school is arguably the fastest developing discipline system in the entire wizard world. Every day, various wonderful ideas are proposed. Many seemingly absurd inventions are proven to have value over time. Anya laughs, it is no trouble. Her good news of promotion quickly spreads. The most excited person, undoubtedly, is the charming witch Sierra. As Anya's partner, she is also at 6th circle perfection, being one of the witches in the witches family. Didn't expect you to advance to the 7th circle before me, Sierra says, sounding somewhat surprised. Anya smiles, just lucky. In reality, it was Levi who gave him some special aid. Being an important talent in the mechanical school, and Triss's son, he was surely given special treatment. Sierra adds, I also need to work hard. I cannot hold you back. Anya replies, not at all. Without your support, I would not be here today. Have you prepared your 7th circle potion? Sierra looks at the witch's family, smiling sweetly. Hee, the lady gave me a Mr. Nightmare realm potion before going into seclusion, but I am not ready yet. Anya sighs slightly. She did not even prepare one for me. Sierra replies, that is why she is your real mom. Chapter 2511. Anya remained speechless. That is truly a mother. Ever since the primordial soul phase, Triss rarely took care of him. Instead, Levi occasionally found an excuse to provide some rewards. Anya understood that Levi repaid the kindness of his mother through him. After all, his mother remained more dear to Levi than to him. Back home, Anya shared insights on advancing to the 7th circle with Sierra. Sierra was a water element child. Though not a top genius, she benefited greatly after joining the ancient dragon continent as part of the witch's family. She exchanged a batch of earth and sky level artifacts with ancient dragon points. Now her talent did not lack much. At least she lived until now, exceeding over half of the top geniuses. For instance, those like Simon had long turned to dust. The communicator rang, and Anya opened it. A message appeared on the screen. Congratulations on advancing. Levi. In the Southern Sea, Levi held the head of a cursing level 8 demon. Insect, I will not die, hee. Noisy. Flames rose, turning the head into flying ash. A demon soul flew out, but Levi extinguished it with the death finger. Anya is 7th circle now, and Madam should be advancing to the 8th circle too. He paused for a moment. And Leon, when will you ever wake up? He opened the demon slaying list. His points had reached 11.3 billion. The Thunderfire governor recently reached 20 billion. As for the 2nd place Duke Ruman, there was not much change. It seemed that he also intended to advance to the 9th circle, preparing for a long retreat. In 3rd place was the Storm faction's Golden Wind speaker, Lady Molly, with 13 billion points. She was also a standout among top geniuses, having cultivated for only 2,500 years. Her cultivation was already 8-ring perfection, and advancing to Grand Wizard in the future was not a problem. Lady Molly stood lauded as the foremost figure under the Grand Wizard of the current Storm School of Thought. She once fought against 2 level 8 late-stage demons alone, killing one and severely injuring another. In recent years of demon hunting, Levi had met her several times. The next step in his plan involved collaborating with this genius. Half a year later, at the witch's family, the water elemental power within 100 miles transformed into scale like surging waves. From a distance, it looked like the sea hanging in the sky, bizarre and magnificent. The witches stood still, eyeing the deputy tower master's retreat. Is Madame Triss about to reach the 8th circle? They held quiet anticipation. An 8th circle wizard provided the most important facade for a top wizard organization. In the sky, Triss materialized in a black robe. The medicine girl witch form behind her stood thousands of meters tall. It held a cradle and wore a floral crown, exuding a fragrance like the descent of a medicine god. An 8th circle realm, not easy indeed. Triss sighed. She had stayed in the 7-ring realm for over 1,000 years. Of course, if she had not used the dispersing technique to rebuild, she might have advanced faster. But wanting 22 witch marks proved difficult. No matter, today's achievement far exceeded her expectations. With the golden era arriving, as long as she continued to improve steadily like this, research more potions, earn more money, and buy more truth oddities, she might even touch the threshold of a legendary wizard with sufficient lifespan. This was not purely individual effort, but the assistance of the era. The wizard civilization had undergone 2 major transformations until now. The first was the end of the ancient age with the establishment of the Wizard Council. The legendary realm expanded, more grand wizards and legendary wizards emerged, and the primordial souls and other bottom-level wizards saw explosive growth. The second was the Great Plain Convergence. This was a broader and deeper reform. In just a millennium of the Nora era, the number of grand wizards and legendary wizards born was several times that of the previous era. Despite the consumption in blood battles, the number of wizards could still slowly grow. If not for the war's diminishment, the wizard world would have already seen a second population explosion. Only by being part of this era can one sense the significance of civilization to the individual. Blood battles, the new world, supernovas, the birth of legends, and Congress policy changes all gathered together to form an unstoppable tide. The resource limit shackling the number of wizards was being raised constantly. The bottleneck of wizard civilization was being broken through again and again. One day, small humans will stand alongside the heavens. In such times, the brightest ones often represent future trends and directions. Once it was Sauron, now it was Levi. Triss understood in her heart. Her achievements today were inseparable from Levi's help. It was not only direct help, but more of an invisible influence. This was an ever-ascending force, a collective's fortune. The surpassing speed of level 6 expert births in the ancient dragon continent provided an example. Retracting her thoughts, Triss looked ahead. Petals gathered to form Elena's figure. Elena exclaimed happily, "Great. You have reached the 8th circle. Did you forget something?" Triss asked. "What?" Elena replied, "It is your birthday this year. You are 2,000 years old." Triss's face darkened. "Dear, thank you for telling me. I did not know before." Elena had become trickier over the years, and Triss wondered who she learned from. Levi was not like this at all. "Mom, you are 8th circle now." Anya hurried over with Sierra. Seeing Anya's changes, Triss revealed a gratified smile. "You are 7th circle too. Not bad. Keep it up, kid. Try to catch up with me." Chapter 2512. Anya pouted. "We probably cannot catch up anymore." Her mother became increasingly unfathomable. Anya felt a sense of unfamiliarity creeping in. Is my mom really that fierce? I did not feel it before. Am I really my mom's biological child? Sierra stood straight and offered a polite nod. "Congratulations, ma'am, on your advancement." Triss nodded slightly. "Next, you work hard too. Do not let Anya get too complacent for long." "I am not complacent," Anya argued, crossing her arms. A joyful atmosphere permeated the room. Elena adjusted her posture with the precision of a Federation director. She offered a warm smile. "Today's breakthrough calls for a celebration. Let us have a get-together in a few days." A month later, Triss stabilized her realm. At the celebration ceremony, Wendy, the Windwalker, joined the group alongside senior members of the witch's family who had returned from demon hunting. Levi arrived soon after. He offered a sincere nod. "Congratulations, ma'am." Seeing Triss successfully reach the 8th circle brought a wave of relief over him. The 8th circle grants a lifespan of 4,000 years. She still had 2,000 years to advance to the 9th circle. That presented little difficulty. Statistics in the wizard world show that half of those who reach the 8th circle before the age of 2,000 successfully advance to Grand Wizard. Achieving this status requires extremely high talent, fortune, and other personal factors. Moreover, Triss had the sea country will yet to be refined. With her wizarding talent, she could make further progress. Both her spiritual force and her upper limit might see a massive surge. As long as she lived, the future held much hope. The witch's family now has 2 8th circle witches, the old witch said in a casual tone. "It is getting better and better. Welcome, senior." Everyone promptly stood up. The old witch sat on one side and looked at Levi. She appeared gratified. The waves of the Yangtze River drive the waves ahead. It is undeniable that merging the witch's family was the right call. If the first witch watched from the heavens, she certainly would not blame me. Wendy added her voice to the sentiment. She definitely would not. Triss nodded. Wendy is about to reach 8-ring perfection soon. In the next 1,000 years, we should be able to birth another Grand Wizard. Elena gestured toward Levi. "Not just that, there is also this one here. He is part of the witch's family too." She pulled Levi by the arm and smiled. Triss looked at Levi with a meaningful expression. "Him. He may not become a Grand Wizard. He might prove the legendary. By the way, have you decided on the name of your legendary profession, Levi?" Let everyone have a preview. Everyone teased Levi. Levi shrugged. "It is early. Let us talk about it when the time comes." Triss had hosted the banquet. A hint of drunkenness colored her cheeks as she looked at Anya again. Her good son. "By the way, when will I have a grandchild?" Anya broke into a cold sweat. He looked helplessly at Sierra. Sierra shrugged. "It is not something I can do alone either." She felt a slight grievance. Anya constantly tinkered with iron creations with Herman. He rarely came home. That remained his standard behavior. In rare moments of leisure, everyone drank and laughed together. After a few rounds of drinks, they each went their separate ways. Triss returned to the witch's family to consolidate her realm, researching the 1,000-year potion. The research project on the Nightmare Series 8-ring breakthrough potion was also put on the agenda. Levi returned to the battlefield of blood and fire. Elena returned to seclusion. Her side jobs were many. Currently, the progress of her witch mark could not compare to that of Triss. Moreover, her focus during these years remained on the evolution of the night. The land of darkness. Rox contacted his brother. After leaving the ancestral land, the Green Ghost found a remote place to hide. The tribe resupplied here for the resources needed for the subsequent journey. Seeing his brother successfully return, the Green Ghost breathed a sigh of relief. Rox had previously told him that he was going to find the opportunity to advance to level 9. The Green Ghost did not doubt him. He trusted his brother. After all, Rox was his only kin left. The pitiful Green Ghost did not know that Rox hid the matter of the Turtle King fruit from him. "So, how is it? Are you confident about advancing to level 9? The Green Ghost asked. Almost there, brother. Within 1,000 years, I will either become level 9 or die in the process. You will surely succeed. In the future, the two of us brothers will find paradise and spend the rest of our lives there. Upon hearing this, Rox felt conflicted. He felt that escaping was not the only solution. He also knew that his master wanted to deal with his brother. Brother, how is the Star Nebula Electric Mother doing? Rox asked after some thought. The green ghost replied, same as always, not dead. Hearing this, Rox felt relieved. That way, there was still room for negotiation. He hoped his master would show mercy. He would also try persuading his brother to give up resistance. Only by truly understanding his master could one know his terrifying nature. If resisted to the end, it would surely lead to death. After bidding farewell to his brother, Rox entered the inside of Sky City. What greeted his eyes was a mass of pink clouds. His form became incorporeal and flickered uncertainly, exuding the aura of level 8 late stage. Pink electric snakes darted back and forth within. The dense energy of the thunder element was so rich that it even began to spawn weak thunder elemental spirits around. Countless green chains extended into the clouds, siphoning its power. This was the legendary creature, the Star Nebula Electric Mother. Land of Darkness, Gress Plain. This was a medium-sized world, under the jurisdiction of the Council of 10,000 Clans, serving as the Council's recruitment center. Here lived alien races from many small and medium-sized worlds. Their homelands had all been destroyed by the Twilight Demon King. Under that terrifying world-extinguishing greatsword, civilizations collapsed, and order ceased to exist. Chapter 2513. The young aliens stood together, hearts filled with hatred and fear toward the Twilight Demon King. They harbored even more hostility toward the wizard civilization that had created such a monster. Two instructors from the Amethyst race paced before them, teaching techniques and methods to strike back against the wizards. Weak bodies cannot withstand the wizards, one instructor declared, pacing the line. Do you want to become strong? To be free? To control your own destiny? Join the Council of 10,000 Clans Destroyer Alliance. Overthrow the wizard civilization. Avenge your dead kin. The Twilight Demon King is merely a monster, a puppet born out of this deformed civilization. Only by destroying the wizard civilization can the Twilight Demon King be completely annihilated. Otherwise, this king will continue to spawn from the soil of sin. Some young aliens grew agitated at the words. One of the Amethyst instructors began to chant. A towering black ancient sword phantom took form in the air above them. This is the Covenant Sword, the instructor announced. If you wish to change your destiny, swear under the sword with me, forming an ancient oath. No matter where we come from, no matter what race we are, our goal is the same. We must overthrow the wizard civilization, prevent the plane convergence, and protect our home. Of course, if you are unwilling, we will not force you. You will be sent back home to continue suffering the torment of the Twilight Demon King, awaiting the conquest of wizard colonizers. The aliens hesitated at the mention of an oath. A moment later, an enthusiastic alien in the crowd shouted out, "We are willing." Funeral for the destroyers, unity across the world. Emotions ignited. Aliens began to cheer, their voices rising in a rhythmic chant. Funeral for the destroyers, unity across the world. Funeral for the destroyers, unity across the world. Once the oath was taken, strands of black light streamed into the foreheads of those aliens. They let out expressions of agony, collapsing onto the ground, struggling against an unseen force. The two Amethyst race members watched coldly, their faces devoid of pity. Soon, those aliens stood up, but their eyes had lost their light. The aliens who had not sworn yet watched, finally understanding the trap. This was not a simple contract. It was enslavement. It was a curse. From this moment on, their freedom no longer belonged to them. Their lives, their deaths, all were controlled at the whim of the Swordmaster. Even if they abided by the terms of the contract, they might still be eliminated. It was a grand gift prepared by the ancients for these pawns. The moment they boarded this ship, whether they swore or not, they had no choice left. The aliens who had not sworn turned to flee. From all directions, strong auras surged out. For level 6 experts wearing uniforms of the Council of 10,000 Clans blocked their path, their gazes equally devoid of spirit. The two Amethyst race members sneered. Everyone, form the Covenant. We have no retreat. Only this way can we fight against the Twilight Demon King and the wizard civilization. No, I do not want to form a covenant, a young member of the Soul Hunting Clan cried out, trying to push through the line. An amethyst light pierced through its forehead. Its eyes dimmed, and it collapsed into a pool of blood. The Amethyst race member withdrew its finger and stared at the remaining crowd. Still holding on to luck, are you? 10,000 years from now, countless worlds and the myriad lives will become the funerary goods of the wizard civilization. Is that what you want to see? The enforcers moved out, controlling or eradicating all the fleeing aliens. Alas, foolish ones, one instructor muttered. The Amethyst race members slaughtered wantonly, oblivious to the change on the ground. The young member of the Soul Hunting Clan, lying in the pool of blood and not entirely dead, stood up again. Its form began to blur, transforming into a mass of writhing red and black mist. The mist wafted upward, rising toward the heavens. Black and red lightning split the sky, casting light on a horrific world above. The sudden change forced the Amethyst race members to stop. They gazed at the red and black sky, their faces frozen in shock. What is this? With their limited knowledge, they could not understand the situation. Compared to the astral world, the underworld or the abyss, the nightmare world remained too mysterious. Many people having nightmares would only consider it a dream. No one thought such a terrifying world truly existed. Black light rained upon the earth. The mist churned, forming a figure both real and unreal. It held a sword and shield, wore a grim helmet, and a blood-red cloak billowed behind it. 3,000 demon blades flowed and rotated like the rings of Jupiter. The figure swept a cold gaze over those present, chilling the hearts of all who looked upon it. What kind of monster is this? It feels as if it crawled out from a nightmare. Even a level 6 amethyst race member felt its body go cold. Why did this monster give off such an invincible feeling? Was their tribe not the strongest of tribes? And why did this thing resemble someone? It is him, the Dusk Palace Master. Why is he appearing here? This place is so far from the wizard civilization. Even a level 10 strongman could not have arrived so quickly. According to intelligence, he should still be hunting demons in the blood battle battlefield. Experts of the Council of 10,000 Clans muttered in confusion. Twilight Demon King. The Demon King is here. Is the Twilight Demon King real? Chaos erupted. Demon armor knights clashed their swords and shields. Two twisted shadows began to emerge behind the figure. That is the evil 9-headed dragon. That is the bloodthirsty thunder tyrant. The young aliens remembered ancient dark nursery rhymes. The monster before them was almost no different from the figures in those rhymes. Panic seized the crowd. Everyone started to run for their lives. This was fear coming from the heart, an instinct deeply engraved in their genes, like a herd of wildebeest encountering a lion. Chapter 2514. Despite their numbers reaching tens of thousands, including 5th and even 6th level experts, the demon armor knight and 2 specters moved as if in an uninhabited realm. A level 6 early stage member of the amethyst race threw a punch. Die. The sword light swept past, cracks spread across its right arm, and its body flew backward. The thunder tyrant unleashed the black thunder of fear, and 9 evil dragons tore its body apart. The mighty amethyst race had fallen. Panic spread among the other 6th level beings. Quickly report to the organization. Request support. The Twilight Demon has arrived. The demon armor knight raised its blade, decapitating another 6th level alien race. It was like a god of death, with no one daring to come close. Corpses piled like mountains around the knight, and no one dared to confront it. The knight stopped, silently watching as those alien races fled through various means. Half a day later, the world was silent. The figure of the demon armor knight began to fade, dissipating like smoke. Though confused, the knight knew that fear must be passed down from mouth to mouth. 10 years passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the Nora era had reached its first millennium. Levi returned to the ancient dragon continent. His points had reached 12.5 billion, with war merits at 4.7 billion. This was enough to exchange for the most expensive sun refining artifact. The Congress had set a 500 million points threshold for 8th circle wizards. Levi had exceeded this by dozens of times. He ranked 4th on the leaderboard. He felt tired and no longer desired to fight for first place. Having enough was sufficient, and the rank did not matter. Welcome home. Elena embraced Levi, welcoming him warmly. After a tender moment, Levi picked up the newspaper. A Nora First Millennium Congress work report took up the front page. Wizard Edmund authored the report. The other 14 seats of the Supreme Council and various Grand Wizards participated. The list included Miss Lucy, the Wanderer of the Vast Sea, and the Icy Witch whom Levi knew well. The report stated, to the citizens of Nora, on this millennial occasion, allow me to sit at the round table of the Congress and talk about some old issues with all humans and alien races of Nora. In the past 1,000 years, under the guidance of Sauron's will, we have achieved feats that were not accomplished in the preceding 10,000 years. We have repeatedly repelled the assassinations and conspiracies of the Council of 10,000 Clans, and have battled the abyss for nearly 800 years. According to the statistics from the heart of Skynet, we have hunted trillions of demons, including 1 level 10 demon, and 91 level 9 demons. The shelter of Nora has newly birthed 3,024 continents. The races included among Nora's citizens have increased to 12,368. I am gratified that we have more and more friends. Levi absorbed the data-filled summary report word by word. As of now, there have been 56 sun refining artifacts exchanged, and the bright moon and morning star artifacts are even more numerous, amounting to tens of thousands. Levi performed the calculations. Among the sun refining artifacts, his alt and relatives accounted for 6, and Elena still had an opportunity to randomly receive a sun refining artifact that she had not used. Throughout Nora, everyone reading the newspaper saw this work report from the Wizard Council. Many people realized that, unknowingly, they had accomplished much. The progress of the continent bridge plan connecting all continents had reached 64%. The Stargate plan spanning important large planes had also begun construction. The Body Refining Academy had newly birthed 33 primordial soul body refining wizards. The Oasis organisms used for purifying demonic aura had been bred to the 11th generation. The Spirit Summoning Academy had saved the species of 1,367 rare biological groups, and recently birthed its first 9th circle spiritual wizard from the spiritualism steeple. Learning from the bug luminist as a reference, the School of Insects had also grown, birthing 6 primordial soul wizards. The Star Castle plan was successfully developed, with some rescuing endangered civilizations in the Land of Darkness. Items like these were numerous. Some were well known to the public, while many others were unknown to ordinary people. Reading through the report, some were excited, some were moved, and some shed tears. In the first millennium after the Heavenly Father departed, Nora was getting better. In the face of common enemies like demons, all races were united as never before. Everyone struggled and worked hard to live. The report concluded with these words: "The blood battle is not over, and an era belonging to Nora is still coming." The next day, the Wizard Council published the star list. Those who made particularly outstanding contributions in various fields had a chance to be listed. Those listed on the star list could have their name recorded on the Era Monument in Soren Continent. If someone from the star list fell, under the circumstances of respecting their wishes during their lifetime, the Hand of Netherworld Prison would personally guide their soul into the demiplane. This would confer them as a heroic spirit, granting residence in the Heroic Spirit Hall for eternal immortality. Within the Emperor's palace, Elena shouted, "Levi, look, you made it on the star list." Levi took the newspaper and indeed saw himself. He was the first one listed. The reason for being on the list was titles like Demon Slayer Hero and Knight Pioneer. However, this list was primarily an honor, without any substantial rewards. Levi did not want to fall and become a heroic spirit. He also had the ancient Banyan Tree Mansion, but it had not begun operations. Triss is also on the list. Ha, and so am I? Elena sounded surprised to find her own name at the end. She was also titled as a Demon Slayer Hero. It seemed that sufficient war merits qualified one to be on the star list. There were many familiar names listed above as well. Chapter 2515. Most of the supernovas remain inside. Nora calendar year 1001. The first year of the new millennium. A new year brings a new outlook. The Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing technique was the first to step into the level 8 late stage realm. The diameter of the Red Emperor domain reached 200 kilometers. The boost in power and other attributes increased accordingly. Levi fought the giant dragon corpse demon in the nightmare world once again. He handled the combat more comfortably this time. His power attributes were already very close to the level 9 Wind Illusion Dragon. The opponent was not a part of the dragon clan known for strength, merely high in realm and well-founded. For physical body practitioners, the 6-dimensional defense attributes act as the foundation of strength. Techniques and other factors are merely means to enhance and exert those effects. Due to the secret medicine, the cultivation speed of the Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath technique was somewhat slow. Levi could do nothing but wait and try his luck at the ancient tower. The other breathing techniques showed stable progress. Currently, of the 6 major breathing techniques, 1 is super myth, and 5 are mythical level. In general, they reached Levi's minimum requirements. Next, Levi wants to perform super myth on 1 or 2 more before reaching Knight 9th level. The specifics depend on the situation. If luck does not favor him, and suitable materials cannot be found, then advancement is the only option. In any case, super myth is rare and can only be sought, not forced. Doing one's best is all one can do. Regarding spells, 8 Direction Thunder Movement, Falling Snow Witch Trace, and Calamity Coin reached the 19 tier maximum. Withering Curse, Gold Seeking Dog, and other newly learned spells were promoted to the 18th tier. Levi started learning new spells. He needed only 12 witch marks for perfection. Magic Rune was promoted to level 10, increasing casting speed by 90%. He closed the proficiency panel. Levi looked at Triss outside the door. Her spiritual force had made a significant leap. Presumably, she had refined the Sea Country Wheel. She spoke to Levi about the effects of refining this oddity, so he could record it in the illustrated guide of strange items, completing its content. Her spiritual force increased by 900 points, similar to the divine level sequence Sun Refining Artifact. She developed a powerful elemental affinity talent, which she named Sea God. This talent is akin to the Thunder God body, fusing all other special talents. This surprised Levi somewhat. It seems that this sea country will might be a part of some divine level sequential artifact. It turns out that an elementalist school does not have only one divine level sequence. Triss's subsequent description confirmed his suspicions. She summoned all her special spiritual creatures. Levi had seen the Blue Knight, Sea Emperor, and Great Pope before. What he had not seen was the projection of a magnificent blue chariot. It looked incredibly lavish, with ocean creatures carved around it as if it were the sea god's chariot patrolling the countries. Triss gestures to the chariot. This is the glorious sun grade special spiritual creature. I call it the Sea God Chariot. The Sea God Chariot has multiple uses. Firstly, it performs powerful water element escape techniques, traveling 30,000 miles in the blink of an eye. This greatly enhanced Triss's life preservation ability. Levi's limit in 7-circle spellcasting. Water escape sea as a boat can only move thousands of miles in an instant, for less than the Sea God Chariot. Secondly, it collides with enemies with considerable power, making even an 8-circle ordinary wizard shy away from direct confrontation. Thirdly, the Sea God Chariot has impressive physical defense capabilities. It is a very comprehensive special spiritual creature. Levi asks if there are other changes. Triss smiles and raises her hand. A shocking scene unfolds. A giant chessboard projection, 100 miles in radius, descends from the sky. Black and white tiles intersperse, neatly arranged, heaven and earth acting as the board, all beings as pieces. One immersed within it could see the sea countries, the star array, and all living beings. I once joked about being a chess sequence. I did not expect it to actually be so. This chessboard projection, similar to your Thunder God projection, I call it the Sea Country chessboard. These special spiritual creatures are pieces. The Blue Knight, Sea Emperor, Great Pope, and Sea God Chariot are essentially different components of the same special spiritual creature. The pieces, the board, and the pieces together form the sequence artifact Sea God Chess. Levi asks about the Black Queen. Triss shakes her head. The Black Queen is not a special spiritual creature and has nothing to do with this sequence artifact. It is just a coincidence. If I am not mistaken, this sequence artifact is still missing two types to be complete. One is the real Queen Chess, and the other is Soldier Chess. Levi understands. He asks how she uses this Sea God Chess. Triss smiles. Do you want to try it? Both of them arrived in the nightmare world. Levi smiles and invites her to begin. Triss snaps her fingers. A massive chessboard envelopes Levi like an invisible domain. Levi feels as if he were in a chess game, unable to control himself. Triss acts like the god of the sea country, manipulating chess pieces with a wave of her hand. The pieces made up of those special spiritual creatures cross the endless seas to attack Levi. Even the Morning Star level Blue Knight gives Levi an unusual feeling. Within the chessboard, they are a harmonious whole. Together, they form this seemingly calm yet deadly trap. Boom, boom, boom. The battle unfolds between heaven and earth. Levi weaves through it, wielding a sword, destroying the pieces. Chapter 2516. They will be reborn on the chessboard and form an array. They will unleash formidable combination killer moves. These attacks remain ineffective against Levi. For other ordinary 8th circle experts, or even senior wizards, the attacks might prove difficult to withstand. This is the Sea God Chess. It is an imperfect chess game. Should it be completed, even Levi would feel envious of its power. Levi returned to the Emperor's palace. He looked at Triss, who had just awakened from a nightmare. He asked, "Do you have any means similar to the elemental holy body?" Triss shook her head, her expression clouded with regret. "There is nothing like that." Levi and Elena possessed quasi-elemental holy body techniques. It was impossible not to feel envious of them. Levi pondered the matter. It seems only the 7 traditional god-level sequences can give birth to a quasi-elemental holy body. Both items were sequence artifacts of the Ocean faction. Elena's Water God series and Triss's Sea God Chess each possessed pros and cons. The former specialized in survival, while the latter focused on control. In terms of destruction, they were hard to distinguish. Levi recorded the new sequence artifact, the Sea God Chess, in his illustrated guide of strange items. "Thank you, lady." Triss spoke with a smile. "Why thank me? Without you, I would not have obtained this oddity. By the way, I should thank you for helping Anya advance to the 7th circle. I know his talent. It is impossible to reach 7th circle so quickly on his own." Levi laughed. "You should believe in Anya. I merely provided some insignificant help." Triss spoke with emotion. "I am very fortunate to have met you back then. Otherwise, Anya might just be an ordinary 6th circle, and I might not have been able to advance to the 8th circle. So, thank you." Before she could finish, she realized Levi had already left. His voice echoed back. "It has little to do with me. Today's achievements are all because of you." Triss smiled silently and left the room. The years passed. The giant baby Abel reached 60 years of age. His physique had become even more exaggerated than his father's, resembling a little giant. After years of cultivation, Levi realized Abel's strongest attribute remained his body refining talent. He allowed him to specialize in body refinement under the tutelage of Gondif. Abel was now a 3rd circle body refining wizard, and had joined the Body Refining Academy. The leadership had noticed Abel's talent and valued it greatly. Abel practiced the Flame Snake body refining technique, which was self-created by the Body Refining Academy Research Group. It was an optimized version of the 9-headed Hell Snake body tempering technique, capable of cultivating a practitioner to the 5th circle realm. If Abel's subsequent performance remained on point, he could exchange for the 9-headed Hell Snake body tempering technique using his own war merits, continuing his cultivation seamlessly. In the world of rivers and lakes, one must have a title. Abel's wizard title was Giant Spirit God Witch. Levi had chosen it, finding it fitting, and the boy liked it greatly. Furthermore, as a possessor of the sun-chasing dragon bloodline, Abel could not abandon the path of knights. He was currently a peak level 2 knight, titled the Chasing Sun Knight. So far, among the descendants of the 18 riders, several possessed the potential of supernovae. There was Eddie from the Emperor Mew family, and Safa from the Blood Knight family. Then there was Abel. These 3 were the most excellent, dual-cultivated, and outstanding in both wizard and knight talents. As the saying goes, the tiger does not have an inferior son. Levi paid particular attention to Haim, whose cultivation speed slowed after advancing to the 6th circle. It would take time for him to become a 6th ring senior. After the primordial soul, geniuses also needed to advance slowly. Regarding Haim, Levi remained relatively reassured. Whether or not he was the reincarnation of a legendary wizard, he showed no ill intentions. For years later, in the Nora year 1005, Blood Battle year 793, the Tower of Dawn saw the birth of another baby boy. Named Air, he was the child of Anya. This fellow, after being urged to grow, was very obedient. Being the child of 2 genius wizards, Air's elemental affinity talents were average. However, he had a special talent, which Herman called the machinery heart. In the history of the myriad machine plane, it was rare to see such talent within tens of thousands of years. Possessing such a gift, he felt strongly affiliated with machinery. Researching the knowledge of the mechanical school yielded twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, in the mechanical domain, Having such talent made one a top-level genius. Anya felt overjoyed. Sierra felt somewhat helpless. She had already seen Air's future. It would be just like his dad, screwing around with machinery by Herman's side. Herman happily announced that with Air's birth, the new millennium would be the era of mechanical specialization. As long as the little one was willing to learn, he would surely take him as a disciple and generously impart his knowledge. In the land of darkness, Emperor Dagon took out a dark gold giant shield from the boiler. Being a dwarf, he understood forging quite well. He could see it was built from luminant gold material. Strange, the flame I forged with was from the 8th level Pureblood Dragon Clan's Flame King Dragon Fire. Yet I could not destroy this low-level material. It is impossible, unless this giant shield has special power protection that I did not notice. Emperor Dagon felt excited. This giant shield might not be just a weapon. It might be a token. Perhaps it was the key to opening a treasure or relic. He recalled the origin of the item. It seemed to be spoils from capturing slaves a while ago. Forget it, I will keep it as a memento. Maybe if I am lucky in the future, I can inadvertently open some opportunity and make a fortune. In the earth core of this world, the Flame King Dragon lay in magma, clad in heavy armor. Fire elemental power gathered around it, forming many anomalies. Sleep, when you wake, my good days will come. Within 100 years, the Flame King Dragon could advance to level 9. He did not believe the Master Fire Dragon could reach level 8 within a century either. 3 years later, in the Flora Realm, the NAR world, and the Laurel Holy City, a crowd gathered. Heretic, devil, despicable demon swordsman, execute him. On a specially made gallows, a thin, white-haired swordsman with a scar-marked bare upper body stood bound by a holy chain. Cain calmly gazed at the crowd throwing stones and rotten eggs at him. He recognized the old woman he had rescued not long ago among the mob. The senior who taught him the extraordinary techniques was right. Wielding a sword could not save this world. The crowd had become what the gods needed. They were numb, followed the herd, and had lost their basic human nature. An elder wearing an oracle robe, glowing with holy light, descended like an angel. The faint light behind his head dispelled the night and fog. The east turned pale with the light of dawn illuminating NAR. The elder lowered his eyes to look at Cain below with a compassionate gaze. Cain, you are born with divinity. You are extraordinarily bright and insightful. After I ascended to the astral world and became an angel, you could have been my successor, becoming an earthly angel. But you should not have pursued power and made a contract with the devil. You claim to see through the truth, yet you are unaware this is just a carefully woven lie by the devil. Before you descend into hell, do you have any last words? Execute him. The crowd clamored loudly. Cain closed his eyes, his spirit already distant. Perish. Chapter 2517. What vicious words. You made a mistake yourself, and now you want the world to be destroyed, dragging us to accompany your burial. This is the heart of a devil. Righteous indignation filled the crowd. Indeed, it was a contract with the devil that gave Cain, the demon swordsman, his extraordinary power. What a heretic. The old man sighed, pity etched into his expression. You have lost your sense of direction. He opened a book of the dawn scripture and prayed softly, his expression devout. Countless rays of dawnlight merged into streams. They formed a glimmering river above Laurel Holy City. A miracle, so magnificent. Devil, go to hell. Within the radiant river, a sacred greatsword materialized. It stretched about 1,000 meters long, capable of vanquishing heaven and earth. Boom. The greatsword descended from heaven to the mortal world. Its brilliance overwhelmed everyone, forcing them to close their eyes. Warm holy light caressed their weary bodies. Opening their eyes, the crowd stood dumbfounded. A giant hand held the descending holy sword. It belonged to a swordsman in black armor. His physique stood imposing, tall and straight, his face weathered. Crack. The sound of the holy sword shattering filled the air. He shattered the cross with a single smack, then grabbed Cain, the demon swordsman. Who are you? This is an act of blasphemy. The Pope stood shocked, unable to maintain composure before his followers. With his power, it should be impossible for someone to hide in this world right under his nose. Unless this person came from beyond the heavens. Levi did not bother to respond, moving to leave. Suddenly, high above, the glimmering river became denser and spun. Within the vortex, a giant human face appeared. Desecrate my lord and still want to run. The Pope prayed to the sun disc-shaped sacred relic in his hands. It was made from the relics of the first-generation saints of the church. The power of the Pope stood infinitely close to that of a true angel. The sacred power was extremely great. It would not be used unless at a critical moment. The indifferent face locked the heavens and the earth, the space within hundreds of miles becoming stagnant. Levi frowned slightly. He only wanted to save someone. This was not Nora. The NAR world had a large population, and it served as one of the belief lands of the Heavenly Father. If things escalated, it would be troublesome if the Father sent down angels to deal with him. He might even send down a God's incarnation. Gods especially cherish their divine power, and are reluctant to use it lightly, but not necessarily for important belief lands. In a split second, the indifferent glimmering face pressed down oppressively. Levi punched upwards and invoked the secret word of destruction. In the eyes of the saints and many believers, Levi transformed into a colossal red flame giant 1,000 meters tall. His breaths were like thunder, his inhales gusted like the wind. A massive axe appeared in his hand. With a domineering slash, he ripped the glimmering face into two halves. He shattered that vast, unstoppable miracle. This. The Pope spewed blood in disbelief. How is this possible? Even a level 8 late-stage demon would be destroyed by this move. Who is this mysterious person? Why did he save Cain? Could it be that he was the one who taught Cain the extraordinary techniques? Levi hesitated, then pointed a finger. A thunderbolt beam shot out. The Pope, a level 8 early-stage saint, pampered and indulged, was no match for Levi even in a single round. The next moment, the thundersea swallowed him, dissipating him into smoke. His true soul emerged. Sinner, I will not die. I will go to heaven and accuse you of your crimes. The saint's true soul roared. Levi launched a death finger. The next moment, the true soul trembled as if struck by lightning. You have angered the gods. The master of dawn will punish you. The saint's true soul also fragmented. So noisy. I am not the young lord I once was. This strike from Levi carried a bit of personal vendetta. More than 1,400 years ago, his father, whom he had never met, died at the hands of the Church of Holy Light. Since he had already torn apart the facade, he had no more qualms. It was just as well to release the pent-up anger of 1,000 years. He swung out another sword, and sword chi ripped the magnificent church in half, turning it to dust. That felt great. Relishing the moment, Levi shattered the void and departed. It was time to go, lest the angels truly descend, and he be the one left weeping. All of a sudden chill permeated the air. Danger perception sounded a crazy warning. A premonition of danger descended upon the full rune. Did retribution come so quickly? Levi's heart startled as he looked at the scene. A giant demon mountain traveled through the darkness. On it, the imposing figure of a flame demon stood. It wielded a world-extinguishing greatsword on its back, its expression arrogant. Suddenly, its blurred face moved as if turning its gaze over. Then it displayed a strange smile. Hair rose along the back of Levi's neck. Did this flame demon sense my peering? Sergard has become stronger. The figure remained blurry, yet Levi was sure it was his old acquaintance Sergard. It was stronger than a few hundred years ago. Definitely not an ordinary level 9. Neither Green Ghost, Star Ape, the unknown angel of the Dark Ancient Tower, nor the White Dragon Mountain Master had sensed Levi's peering. Only this Sergard did. With that thought, Levi did not hesitate any longer. He transformed into Thunderlight and vanished into the Star Realm Ruins Sea, quickly heading towards Nora. He could not provoke it, so he had to retreat. This Sergard stuck like a leech. Wherever he went, it followed. Chapter 2518. Levi had never encountered a stranger who seemed so intrinsically connected to him. A premonition stirred, telling him that one day, he would meet Sergard again. Hopefully, by then, he would not need to run away. Near the land of darkness, not far from the NAR world, on a magic mountain, Sergard grinned. Interesting. There is actually an insect daring to spy on me. It is somewhat capable, able to shield itself from my backtracking. Sergard wiped the sword of world destruction in its hand, and looked forward. There lay the NAR world, the belief land of the Heavenly Father, and the next world it intended to destroy. The god of the astral world was busy fighting the dark insects, unable to duplicate. Undoubtedly, this was the abyss's rare opportunity to strike. As long as they kept reducing the number of the god's belief lands, their strength would naturally decline. When belief ceased to exist, and no one remembered these gods, their so-called immortality would become nothing but a dream. 3 days later, Sergard arrived at the NAR world, and the apocalyptic plan began. The Dawn Church was effortlessly crushed before such a level 9 demon. As the apocalypse descended, the ignorant mortals awaited their god. Unfortunately, until the last person died, the gods did not lend a helping hand. In the magma, a church began to melt. Before the altar of prayer, the remains of a saint lay clutching the Dawn scripture, long dead. On the cover of the scripture were bloody words. The god abandoned us. The astral world, the dwelling place of the gods, was vast and boundless, appearing to have no borders. The spiritual force of all living beings transformed into an indescribable sea of ruins. The gods built their divine kingdoms upon the sea of ruins, basing them on belief. For the past 1,000 years, war and smoke spread across the sea of ruins like wildfire. The gods rode heavenly horses, severing the thousands of miles-long insect motherships with godly swords. Various forms of gods' angels arrayed around them. Boundless divine power transformed into endless divine arts, engulfing the insects. Some gods were struck by biological floating cannons capable of destroying stars. Their divine bodies were mostly dissolved, then wrapped like mummies by billions of insects. They died suffocatingly amid angry roars. Such scenes were common everywhere. As more gods joined the battle, the attack of the insects was finally curbed. But expelling this absolutely united and efficient slaughter machine remained a distant prospect. The crux of this battle lay in the struggles of the top-tier gods and the mother nest's will. That was a super battle beyond the imagining of ordinary gods. The astral world possessed no conventional space orientations. It was a place bizarre beyond logic and comprehension. Any attempt to map the astral world was foolish, or rather, it was ever-changing, like the rotation of stars. Weak gods generally resided in divine kingdoms scattered everywhere within the stars. These places, called the Star Wilderness, functioned as the frontier of the mortal kingdoms. The Star Wilderness reflected only incomplete multidimensional planes. This meant fewer worlds, fewer belief lands, and fewer followers. If the size and number of worlds were to quantify the gods' share of belief lands simply, the share of the gods dwelling in the Star Wilderness would be the 3,000 small worlds. It sounded like a lot, but for gods needing to sow belief, it was far from enough. Small worlds were often restricted by productivity and other factors, and their populations were rarely large. Many small worlds were barren and primitive, uninhabited, and not suitable for proselytizing. Quite a few planes were always at risk of being destroyed by various natural and human disasters. The truly usable small worlds might only represent 1/3 to 1/10 of those 3,000 small worlds. The path of faith was inherently unstable. If the base was insufficient, the incense could easily stop, and belief could wither. Divine power would fluctuate accordingly. At best, it dropped in rank. At worst, it extinguished the divine fire. Therefore, only those weak gods, including various wild gods, powerful totem emissions, and newly enthroned mortal life, dwelt here. In short, this was the slum of the astral world. If the star wilderness were considered the outer sea region of the endless sea, going further in, through the universal believer's ring mountain, one could gradually enter the inner circle area, the forest of myriad phenomena. The gods residing in the forest of myriad phenomena were no longer those miscellaneous wild gods. They were renowned and legendary across the multidimensional plane. These gods were collectively termed intermediate divine power users, or intermediate gods. Before the god's incarnation of the father of plagues was slain, it was an intermediate god. Thus, the universal believer's ring mountain marked the distinction between weak and intermediate gods. Those not meeting the divine power standard found it difficult to surpass this ring mountain unless, as a god, they lowered themselves, living humbly below others to become the subordinate god, or servant god of an intermediate god. This meant the authority and power of faith held must be shared with the main god. They had to change the doctrine of their followers, prioritizing the acceptance of a greater main god. When initiating a divine war to combat demons, the attendant gods were also those who charged forward. In short, they were constrained at every turn. Clearly, the gods were not aloof or detached from worldly desires. On the contrary, they were more secular than mortals, because they were the parasites born of secular faith. The gods residing in the forest of myriad phenomena had a share of belief lands that reflected all realms as. Chapter 2519. 3,000 middle worlds exist. Therefore, the gap between weak divine power and intermediate divine power remains extremely vast. To achieve the rank of intermediate deity means leaving behind those assorted lesser gods. Further in stands the towering wall of the strong believers. Beyond it lies the third-level astral world, the Thousand Hills countries, enough to reflect across the entire multidimensional plane. The number of gods residing here decreases dramatically. Those who dwell here are genuine, powerful gods. Any one of them commands renown across the multidimensional plane. Countless worlds hold their legends and tales. The Lord of Chaos, or the Heavenly Father, are among them. The share of belief lands here is the 3,000 great worlds. Deeper within the Thousand Hills countries lies a place even the gods consider forbidden. No one knows the situation there. Star Wilderness, Universal Believer's Ring Mountain, Forest of Myriad Phenomena, Strong Believer Wall, and Thousand Hills countries are merely metaphysical astral concepts. They are not actual forests or wildernesses, nor do they contain ring mountains or high walls. Those gods who meet the conditions can complete their own path of ascension. The foundation of everything is belief. Hence, the struggle for belief lands serves as the driving force behind the intricate games among the gods. Important belief lands remain the private preserves of the gods, not to be touched or destroyed by others. To provide a crude analogy, quantifying a god's strength involves two indicators. The first is the share of authority mastered. The second is the number of belief lands. The former forms the foundation of God's authority, while the latter forms the foundation of divine power. The two complement each other and prove indispensable. Somewhere in the Thousand Hills countries lies a place bathed in radiant brilliance. 9 suns hang in the sky, known as the Arrogant Sun Plateau. In the center of the plateau stands the Gate of Radiance, too dazzling to gaze upon directly. To reach it, one must traverse the 9 luminaries road formed by the chain of 9 suns. Even a mortal, if able to pass through the 9 luminaries road, can gain the attention of the gods within the Gate of Radiance and receive unimaginable benefits. Throughout history, some church texts record stories of devout ascetics or fanatics favored by the gods, ascending in broad daylight. Within the Gate of Radiance lies the sanctuary of the Heavenly Father. Holy brilliance flows, forming rivers, oceans, and mountains. Angels patrol the sky, and saints sit discussing the scriptures. The Heavenly Father has many titles: King of Light, Sun God, Master of Dawn, Sovereign of Holy Brilliance. All these titles, including Heavenly Father, point to the supreme radiant existence within the supreme temple. His gaze is profound, encompassing all, full of compassion and mercy. He has no fixed form. Sometimes he appears as an old man, a young man, or even a lady. Attempting to define a god with mortal concepts is a mistake. All the noble names of the gods point to one true name: Ramon Strauss. His gaze reflects numerous images: the Nar world, execution, Cain, the black armored swordsman, Surgard, and destruction. On the dawn scripture, the words appear: the god has abandoned us. To him, the loss of a mid-grade world is insignificant. Yet, a god's majesty cannot be desecrated. Most of the servant gods by his side are currently engaged in battles with the insects. He, along with the gods of the Thousand Hills countries, must confront the mother nest's will. Ramon considered the situation. Only one servant god remained available, named the Lord of Dusk, R2. The influence of the insects reached this far. R2 is a weak divine power user, who ignited the divine fire 10,000 years ago. He is also known as the Dusk Sun God, the Lord of Sunset, and is one of his offspring. Due to this privilege, he resides within the Gate of Radiance. He mastered a portion of Twilight Divine Authority, a variant branch of Light God Authority. Although he ascended just 10,000 years ago, his strength is quite formidable, stronger than most wild gods of the star wilderness. R2. Father, R2 is here. You shall descend with divine power as an incarnation, and make a journey to the mortal realm. Father, what requires the descent of an incarnation? Can't an angel be dispatched? What is the first decree of the Radiance canon? What Ramon speaks is the truth. R2 understands. This is Father's trial. Zerg holds the sword of world destruction. Ordinary angels are no match for it. You personally will slay it and reclaim that demonic sword. The sword, after devouring trillions of mortal true spirits, now possesses the potential to evolve into a supreme treasure, with usefulness to me. Rest assured, Father, R2 will complete your trial. Additionally, there is another presence in the mortal realm, one who is also an old acquaintance of the Father King. If you have the opportunity, meet him. His true name is Levi Schneider. He used to be a minor lord in a Nora Holy Light Church affiliated nation, and should now be a level 8 powerhouse. He has frequently opposed the church, even attacked Heavenly Mountain, and recently intercepted the execution ground of the Dawn Church. You know what to do. R2 will eliminate such heretics. He might be a leftover maneuver and promised one of Sauron. Be cautious when handling him. Understood. And one more thing. Do not act carelessly in Nora, remember. R2 will remember. In the Flora realm, within the Burning Rock world, and at the heart of the Earth core, little Woe sleeps peacefully, snoring like thunder. A figure appears. It is Levi. Chapter 2520. The miniature Spider King descended from the void, silk trailing from its rear. It skittered closer to Levi. Master, did everything go smoothly? Smoothly, thanks to you. It is a pity my strength is not sufficient, otherwise, Master would not have to be troubled. The Spider King had discovered Kane's capture and considered taking action itself. Its shaman avatar performed a divination, but the result offered little hope. Saving Kane would jeopardize the Spider King itself. The creature called Levi for help. Levi arrived quickly, his form shimmering as he utilized his traveling the void ability. Without his intervention, Kane would have died on the way. No need to blame yourself. You have done very well. Take this 5 immortal liquid and drink it. The Spider King's eyes brightened as it accepted the vial. Hee, thank you, Master. You are so kind. Oh, by the way, may I ask, which is better, 5 immortal liquid or flying immortal platform? Of course, it is 5 immortal liquid. As long as you work well, there will be even better ones in the future. The Spider King cherished the liquid like a treasure and tucked it away. Little Woe stirred from her slumber nearby. Greetings, Lord. I asked someone to check, Levi said as he looked at her. Little Ro is fine now. Do not worry. I have already tracked the green ghost's whereabouts. When there is a chance, I will rescue Little Ro. Thank you, Lord. Little Woe understands. Levi continued. Little Ro is a legendary level creature. Many powerful beings covet her. For her safety, I will probably place her on my side, but I will make sure you meet often. Little Woe considered this for a moment. Okay, as long as Little Ro is safe. Levi then reviewed the Spider King's work report. The Spider King's strength had stabilized at the level 8 middle stage. The Flora realm appeared ownerless on the surface, but the Spider King had become an underground overlord. This specifically referred to its intelligence network. Its strength, however, still fell short. All its avatars combined could barely rank in the top dozens. The world remained vast, hiding great talents everywhere. Levi devised a strategy for the Spider King focused on stable development. Dominance was a matter for level 9 experts to consider. More than 100 years passed. The Spider King had amassed resources piled like mountains. Ores, herbs, rare plants, and animals filled the space. Additionally, there were 4 subdragon species and 18 mixed blood dragon clan members. Their strength ranged from level 3 to level 6. One piece of level 9 ore, named Gale's Stone, sat among them. It was an elemental metal of the earth element. Like the water element Hyger's gold, it held the solid trait. This Gale's Stone was only the size of a fist. Levi realized reforging the golden dragon heavenly shield after reaching level 9 would require more, but this was a start. Levi inspected the hoard. The Spider King had also found a human head-sized starfall remains. It could be refined into his wizard tower. He also found 12 truth oddities, ranging from earth level to morning star level. He had already refined many of them. One morning star level item caught his eye. It was a blue anklet with bells attached. He realized it was the water god's ring. This was the very oddity Elena could not bring herself to buy at the auction. Levi felt a surge of triumph. He rewarded the Spider King with a bottle of flying immortal platform. Master, there is another important clue. Go ahead. I discovered a level 8 subdragon species at the edge of the Flora realm, level 8 middle stage strength. It appears to be of the earth element, which fits your requirements. However, it is a guardian holy dragon of the church, possibly linked to the Heavenly Father. Got it. Send me the coordinates and detailed intelligence. Anything involving the Heavenly Father required caution. Levi verbally praised the Spider King, who then happily went to share the wine with Little Woe. Levi released Kane from the Black Soul Demon Tower. Kane blinked, disoriented, unsure of his situation. He looked at the black-armored swordsman. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. You are welcome. Just call me Levi. Levi? Have you heard of this name? No. Levi sighed. There was no connection to the past life. No déjà vu, just a severed link. You are Kane, right? Senior knows my name. Yes, I even know your name from a past life. Kane's eyes widened. What? My past life? Who exactly are you, Senior? Could you be a netherworld envoy? Am I dead? Is everything I am seeing an illusion? I knew it, there are no miracles in this world. Chapter 2521. Cain spoke at length, his eyes wide with disbelief. Levi raised a hand to interrupt the monologue. He smiled and shook his head. You are not dead, nor am I a netherworld envoy. I simply happen to know about your previous life. Cain stiffened, his breath hitching. It seems my previous life shared a karmic bond with you, Senior. Levi nodded. Wait, was I your lover in a previous life, Senior? Do you wish to rekindle our past relationship? Levi let out a short, dry laugh. You are overthinking the matter. You served as my butler in a past life. Your name was Fred, a knight skilled in swordsmanship. The only traits you share with him are sword proficiency and the suffering of church oppression. That is precisely why I chose to save you. Cain lowered his head, his hands gripping the hilt of his weapon. I see. My skills are meager, and I do not know how to repay you, Senior. Levi looked toward the horizon, his expression soft. Cain, many things in this world require no repayment. I saved you on a whim, simply for my own peace of mind. Cain stood stunned for a moment, then shifted his stance. Another senior once told me something similar. The extraordinary techniques I learned came from him as well. Levi leaned in, his curiosity piqued. Are you a demon swordsman? Cain cleared his throat. To be precise, I am a secret mark warrior. The title of demon swordsman arose because our father was a Sir Elf, naturally capable of controlling magic power, which is elemental energy. I possess magic abilities as well, which the mortals of the NAR world call magic. That is why they call me a demon swordsman. The church twisted this reality, falsely accusing me of making a contract with the devil to sell our souls for power. Levi studied the young man, noting the pointed, elven shape of his ears. The so-called Sir Elves belonged to one of many elven lineages. Elves acted as a broad race similar to humans, and while most wizards knew of the Pandora elf clan, the multidimensional plane hosted countless other clans. Levi gestured toward Cain. How old are you? I am 1,314 years old. Levi calculated the years. Fred died in the year 1009 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. Nearly a century later, he reincarnated as Cain in this world. The senior who taught you the secret mark warrior techniques, was it Lion Emperor Solomon? Cain gasped, his surprise evident. How did you know, Senior? Levi gazed into the distance. I have heard of his legend. From the tales of the Solomon Empire, the Lion Emperor developed the secret mark warrior techniques around this period. He likely wandered into this world, shared a moment of fate with Cain, and passed on the method. Cain shook his head slowly. I only met that senior once. He was a mysterious master, unconventional, and had long since seen through all mundane affairs. He was carefree and unrestrained. Now, he may have become a legendary figure of the multidimensional plane, having ascended to level 9. Levi harbored his own longing for the Lion Emperor, but Cain held no knowledge of his whereabouts. In the vastness of the multidimensional plane, only fate could dictate a meeting. Levi chatted with Cain for a while, finding the young man open and unreserved. Finally, Levi changed the subject. What are your plans next? Cain looked at the surrounding landscape. How is the NAR world, Senior? Levi sighed, his voice low. When I left, I saw a level 9 demon leading troops over. It must have been destroyed. A shadow of sorrow crossed Cain's face. Even though those people remained ignorant and ungrateful, they were living beings. Most had been brainwashed and deceived by the church, masking their true nature. He had not expected his prophecy to tragically come true, that the world would be destroyed. Cain let out a wistful sigh. Alas, half a life of effort has come to naught. Senior, your kindness is a debt I cannot repay. I can only follow you, serving you as Fred did in his previous life. Levi turned to face him. In the future, a group of secret mark warriors will come. They hail from Solomon's homeland, which was also destroyed. I want you to lead them and join the wizard world. I understand. Cain's spirit sagged. He wondered what was happening to the world, as destruction seemed to follow them everywhere. After finishing the matters at hand, Levi and Cain bid farewell to the Spider King. Goodbye, Master. The Spider King and Little Woe offered their enthusiastic goodbyes. Only 9 years remained until the ancient tower opened. Levi decided not to return to Nora, planning instead to visit the world mentioned by the Spider King. If possible, he would rescue that level 8 subdragon species, and convince it to abandon darkness for light, and join the Dragon Palace. 2 years passed. It was the year 1010. Year 798 of the Blood Battle. In a certain large world, Surgard thrust the sword of world destruction into the earth core. The ground shattered, mountains collapsed, and magma overflowed. Stop! A statue in a cathedral suddenly surged with life. An immense divine power swept across the world. I am the Lord of Dusk, Arto. Cease your blasphemous acts immediately. A majestic figure arrived, clad in divine armor, and wielding a scepter. He rode a robust bovine creature as a mount. This giant bull stood tens of thousands of meters tall, with strata emerging in the void wherever it passed, forming mountain ranges. Had Levi or the Black Knight been present, they would have felt a surge of excitement. The beast was a legendary creature, the Musk Bull. This Musk Bull served as the mount of the Lord of Dusk, and could freely traverse between the astral world and the mortal realm. This time, Arta's incarnation descended, bringing the beast along to bolster his combat strength. After all, the power of a divine incarnation remained weaker than the true form. Losing the incarnation would severely damage the divine power source. At worst, power would plummet, and at best, the god would lose part of his authority. In any case, neither result remained acceptable to the gods. descending to the mortal realm was a risky endeavor. Chapter 2522. Main gods rarely act themselves, usually delegating tasks to servant gods or angels. Though the astral world is lofty, it does not mean the multidimensional planes are weak. In this Sauron plane alone, there are over 100 level 10 beings. This does not even include certain unnoticed hermits or mythical creatures. Thus, Father God constantly reminds Artu to proceed cautiously. When Surgard watched the true god's incarnation descend, it did not panic. It continued its destruction, letting out a series of clicking chuckles. Dusk Sun God Artu, Ramon finally could not sit still and actually sent you down, a weak god born only 10,000 years ago. Ramon so underestimates me, Surgard. Apparently, the title of the All-Realm Destroyer has been forgotten by many. Artu spoke coldly, his gaze sharp. You were once strong, but after being reborn from the abyss, your cultivation has only reached level 9 late stage. Instead of hiding in the abyss, you came to Father God's domain causing chaos. Today, I shall slay you to enhance Father God's prestige. Even if you can reincarnate in the abyss, I will ensure that your 10,000 years of cultivation are destroyed in one blow. Surgard sneered, leaning into the fray. Come on, little insect. This level 9 flame demon raised the sword of world destruction and charged at the true god. Such arrogance stemmed from deep confidence and experience. Long ago, it had many titles: the All-Realm Destroyer, the Flame Demon Emperor, the Fire Demon Lord, Surgard, Lord of the 650th layer of the Abyss. It is known that the current blood battle commander in the wizard world, Wind Demon Lord Pazuzu, is only at the 645th layer. Humph, truly arrogant. You might have forgotten the vast gap between level 9 and level 10. Artu used divine arts to seal the realm, swearing to slay Surgard. Deep in space, a true divine battle played out. 2 years later, in Nora year 1012, the blood battle reached its 800th year. The Wizard Council, as usual, publicized the blood battle report of the past century to the world. Although Levi was not in Nora, he saw the report contents via the Twilight Round Table. Overall, the situation was far from optimistic, yet not overly despairing either. As long as the 15 giants of the Supreme Council stand tall, Nora will not fall. So far, no legendary wizard has fallen. According to Nora's prior Millennium report, the demon camp has already lost one level 10 demon. However, this did not occur at the blood battle battlefield of the wizard world, but in the heavenly world. The Hand of Netherworld Prison and the barbarian lord of the Weasel God tribe conspired to ambush and kill the level 10 demon, the Snake Demon Sovereign. This greatly improved the blood battle situation in the heavenly world and increased the barbarian tribe's recognition of the wizard world's strength. Interaction and advancement between the two realms deepened. Once the barbarian tribe's blood battle is resolved, these barbarian lords naturally need to come to Nora to assist as promised. Someday, the heavenly world might also integrate into Nora. Of course, it is still too early, as the high levels of the wizard world remain uncertain about the attitude of heavenly will. As the supreme god of the barbarian tribes, it is likely he has not perished, but is just trapped for some reason, unable to respond. Attention turned to Gondor City. Recently, everyone collaboratively overcame the demon siege. This time, the Star Castle from ancient Dragon Continent exhibited immense divine might, achieving remarkable feats. Lucian executed an empty city strategy against the demons. The demons rushed into the city only to find illusions created by wizards. There was nobody there at all. Later, a super large trap array was activated. Relying on the power of the array, the Gondor 3 heroes and Lucian severely damaged the demon army. After this battle, the 3 heroes' rankings on the demon slaying list shot up into the top 10 of the level 8 list. Holy Infant ranked 5th, Lord Victor 6th, Gondor 7th. Witnessing the success in Gondor City, Star Castle became completely popular. Orders flew into ancient Dragon Continent like snowflakes. Even shipyards like Seven Waters Steeple sent in orders. Herman expressed that they could only queue up. There was no way. Even turning everyone on ancient Dragon Continent into mechanical school talent was not enough to meet such a large number of orders. After all, ancient Dragon Continent itself needed Star Castle, and the military also had demand. No matter what, the mechanical school did not need to worry about funds from now on. The priority was to expand talent recruitment, set up production lines, and increase production capacity. In short, keep investing money. In the Dusk Holy Temple, the Fire Dragon Knight recently advanced to the level 7 middle stage realm. He led the Fire Dragon Apostle group, fighting wars externally all year long, slaying countless demons. Currently, his personal score climbed to the 25th rank. Within the group, several rank 5 and level 6 talents performed outstandingly on their respective lists. Abel recently advanced to level 3 Knight. His Knight talent was not much inferior to his father's. Along with the body tempering technique at his disposal, he became another rising supernova. The Blood Knight, Ash Knight, Black Knight, and Saint 8 Knight, after advancing to the mythical breathing skill, also performed outstandingly on the demon slaying list, collectively entering the top 100 and steadily climbing. The Saint 8 Knight even planned to have a second child with the Goddess Knight. Dusk Holy Temple passed its initial startup stage. The elders semi-retired, leaving organizational matters to the new generation, allowing them more free time to fight across the realm, centered on the ancient Dragon Continent, establishing safe zones. The Golden Lion Knight also prepared materials for mythical level advancement. Currently, his Knight realm was at level 6 maximum, ready at any moment to take that step. As per the old rule, Levi instructed the Golden Lion Knight to continue perfecting his combat technique, the Lion King Divine Book, waiting for his return to Ancient Dragon Continent before advancing. With his dual cultivation capabilities in wizard form and primordial spirit, the probability of crossing tribulation was higher than others, yet he should still be cautious. Among middle generation knights, 100 Flowers and 1000 Illusion Knight were also close to advancing to the 7th circle. Currently, they were at level 6 peak cultivation, only needing refinement in combat techniques and other methods. Others' progress was similarly paced. Evolution was significant, and it was better to advance later, with thorough preparation. This mistake could not be afforded, with only one chance. In the new generation of knights, 3 stepped into the level 6 late-stage realm. The remaining Snapping Turtle Knight and Feather Knight were slightly lacking, but not far behind. These 5 joined a bit late, but had Levi's special care. Therefore, progress caught up swiftly. Additionally, Supernova's Aya and Link were also at 6th circle perfection. Their main focus was on perfecting 22 witch marks, or they would have already reached the 7th circle. Both were quite young, and their true force would be exerted after the 7th circle, exchanging their sect's mid and high-level sequence artifacts. Henceforth, cultivation would only get smoother. Chapter 2523. Nora Calendar Year 1013. Blood Battle Year 801. Horn World, a medium-sized world. An old city filled with Gothic-style architecture lies nestled among mountains. This is Gust City. Inside a dimly lit tavern, the bards narrate the story of the great hero Targaryen. Targaryen was a dragon slayer. 6,000 years ago, he slew the evil blue dragon Gust that dwelled in the mountains. Before that, Ganster was the most powerful creature of land, sea, and air in this world, without exception. Afterward, Targaryen led his people to establish Gust City in the Dragonfall land. The people here are fierce and brave, proudly claiming to be descendants of dragon slayers. Without the threat of evil dragons, more and more alien races and pirates sought refuge in Horn World. Thus, it gradually became a civilized world. After listening to the story, a swordsman in heavy armor stood up. Reeking of alcohol, he stuffed his drink money between the lady boss's bosom. Amid her exclamation, he swaggered out of the tavern. In the corners of the city, and along the roads, refugees starving and freezing, as well as rigid, stinking corpses, were everywhere. Levi had been in this world for a month. The Spider King's intelligence mentioned Horn World. Similar to the former Midland continent, it was also a melting pot of many races. Humans, elves, dwarves, goblins. Even some legendary descendants of giants were traceable. But none of them were the ruling class. The great hero Targaryen died not long after establishing Horn civilization. The fruits of the dragon-slaying victory were stolen by some despicable foreigners. This group resided above the masses of this world, calling themselves the God Race. The God Race is not a specific race, but a group with the same faith. The god they worshipped is the Blood Fire Dominator. Levi had dealings with this god long ago. The previously slain Blood Angel was a strong figure of the god race. They were not real angels, just descendants of angels. The power they could wield was also limited divine power. Like the Wizard Council, the god race was a pan-plane power ruling over many realms. The ruler of its multidimensional plane was a level 10 strongman, Holy War Army Commander Gilladon. His power was mid-level among the level 10 in the pan-plane, ranked 32nd. He was also a member of the Council of 10,000 Clans Ancient. Of course, the god race in Horn World was only behind the scenes. They supported a puppet force called the War Sect. The sect established the so-called Horn Holy War Empire. Under the indoctrination of militarism, they continuously recruited soldiers from all races in Horn World. Then they established the Holy War Army for expeditions to other planes. Thus, they continued spreading the faith of the Blood Fire Dominator. In such a process, conflict with other gods' churches was inevitable. The War of Blood and Fire was the main theme of this world. In the past century, the Holy War Army has been clashing with the believers of another god. The dojo of this god was also spread across multiple planes. One of the worlds Levi had just been to. That was Nar, Cain's ancestral land. This was a cross-plane battle for faith. On one side was the Blood Fire Dominator, on the other was the Heavenly Father. The Blood Fire Dominator was lucky. Not long ago, Surgard resolved the Nar world for him. Hence, Horn World enjoyed a rare peace. But as a fanatical war enthusiast, neither the Astral Blood Fire Dominator nor the Holy War Army Master on the ground would allow followers much peacetime. So, the War Sect was conducting a second round of conscription. This time they intended to head for the Flora Realm, an unclaimed territory. They aimed to conquer all the worlds along the way, spreading the military lord's glory and the main god's faith. After clarifying all these details, Levi planned to take action. Originally, he just wanted to snatch the Guardian Holy Dragon from the War Sect. Now it seems necessary to clear some obstacles for the Spider King in advance. Besides, it could also weaken the Council of 10,000 Clans' power along the way. The Guardian Holy Dragon is possibly a descendant of the Blue Dragon Gust, of the Earth Dragon clan. It was currently at the War Sect headquarters, the Mount of the Pope. From its portrait, the creature appeared to be the Blue Crystal Dragon, a sub-dragon species of the ancient Blue Dragon. The ancient Blue Dragon, similar to the ancient Red Dragon, is a classic Earth Element Dragon clan image. In addition, there are ancient Black Dragons, ancient White Dragons, and ancient Green Dragons. These 5 ancient dragons are all at the legendary level. Their history is extremely long, also known as the 5-colored ancient dragons. The history of the dragon clan spans the river of time. Many powerful dragon groups have been completely wiped out by the sands of time. Instead, the relatively ordinary five-colored ancient dragons are frequently seen. Holy War Mountain. Location of the war sect. Levi's figure quietly appeared. According to intelligence and danger perception, no level 9 experts exist in Horn World. The only variable would be if the Blood Fire Dominator descends an angel from the astral world. So he had to strike fast and leave quickly. In front of him, the Holy War Mountain rose 30,000 meters high, as if forged from dark red metal. On its surface were intricate patterns and runes carved. The surroundings were heavily guarded, with a dozen guards led by level 6 experts patrolling around the clock. This Holy War Mountain is actually a level 8 war treasure. It is much better than the Skyfire Fortress, and not inferior to the Horror Thunder Clan's Holy City. This trip was worth it. Now it is the era of massive construction projects on the ancient dragon continent, and this item rightfully belongs to me. Levi secretly deployed the shadow army around it. Using extreme darkness enslavement, he controlled occultists to infiltrate, uncovering the situation inside Holy War Mountain. Chapter 2524. He transformed into a flash of lightning. He disappeared between heaven and earth. Inside the Holy War Mountain, Pope Valen held a statue with a solemn expression. The statue wore blood armor, surrounded by blood flames. Its face was dark red, with crimson hair and beard and fangs exposed. Unlike ordinary gods, it resembled a monster. The faith in the Blood Fire Dominator mainly resided among the alien races. Thus, the form it manifested before its followers was also diverse and varied. 1,000 alien races meant 1,000 Blood Fire Dominators. The Heavenly Father belonged mainly to the human side. His appearance took a human form. Other gods followed the same pattern. The statue emitted light. A projection appeared, floating in the void. Golden armor clad its form, and it held a great halberd. Its sturdy arms looked capable of crushing stars. Muscles coiled like a myriad of serpents. The Bloodfire Dominator resided long-term behind the deep red gate of the Thousand Hills countries. Only the popes of great worlds and civilizations had the qualification to directly contact him. For those at the level of Valen, they communicated with the Holy War Army Master. This plain sovereign was not a god, but was integrated with the Bloodfire Dominator as one. It was equivalent to the agent of the Bloodfire Dominator positioned in the multidimensional plane. Valen prostrate completely. Lord Military Master, what are your orders? The Holy War Army Master looked down. How is the preparation for the second round of the Holy War? Valen replied. Currently, the recruitment for the Horn World has been completed, and some capable heretics have attempted to resist, but we have killed or suppressed them. We are currently performing Holy War transformation on them. Once everything is ready, we can send troops to the Flora realm. The Holy War Army Master stated. Proceed quickly, there is no time to waste. Recently, the Dusk Sun God battled with Surgard in the Land of Darkness, and the latter was severely injured and fled. But the Dusk Sun God was also harmed by the Sword of World Destruction. Stay vigilant. If there are any updates on Surgard, report to me at any time. Valen stared at the projection, shocked. He bowed low. Understood. Surgard was too reckless, challenging a true god with a level 9 body. Concluding the communication, Valen went to the base of the Holy War Mountain. Here, a giant Colosseum-like plaza was located. At its center, a blue giant dragon was slumbering. Several blue crystal-like chains extended from its body. At the ends of the chains were hundreds of prisoners. The vast majority were above level 5. And there were over a dozen at level 6 and level 7. Their races were various, an extensive compilation of magical creatures. The most noticeable were 3. First, a molten dwarf covered in black scales. Though called a dwarf, it stood 100 meters tall. It was anything but short. Second, a slender 6-eared female elf. 2 blue chains pierced its shoulder blades. Beneath the tattered dragon armor was an attractive physique, and the long legs of an elf. Third, a figure skeletal thin, with a face resembling a lich, yet clad in a futuristic outer shell of unknown alien race. It was entangled in more than 10 blue chains. This indicated its danger. It operated on a different level than the others. Valen's presence instantly attracted hundreds of hostile gazes. The Pope displayed a hypocritical smile. You are all talents from the Horn World, and even the Land of Darkness. As long as you are alive, you will surely achieve great deeds in the years to come. I ask once more, are you willing to pledge allegiance to the war sect and henceforth believe in the supreme Bloodfire Dominator? To capture this rebellious group against the sect, Valen had gone through great pain, especially that one in the exoskeleton, self-claimed as the Deep Space Wanderer. 2 level 7 late-stage war priests had died because of it. Scram, the 6-eared female elf raised its head and weakly cursed. The molten dwarf merely snored on. Fine, very well, each eager to embrace death, are you not? Valen glared angrily. Zooster, he roared. At that moment, the sleeping blue dragon suddenly opened its eyes. Streams of blue energy traveled along the chains. A level 5 alien race instantly transformed into a blue gemstone statue. Its aura vanished. Subsequently, like a domino effect, death spread. In a flash, the majority of the alien races turned into statues and perished. The level 6 alien races panicked. Many began to plead. I am willing to submit, sincerely to believe in the Bloodfire Dominator. Me too. Only then did Valen have Zooster stop. He looked at the 3 who would rather die than succumb. What about you? Have you changed your minds? No sooner had he spoken, a muffled thunderclap resounded. Valen turned pale. Enemy attack, he screamed. Enemy attack. Outside, chaos had already erupted. Valen flew out, his level 8 aura sweeping across. He could not spot an enemy. He grabbed a follower. Where is the enemy? The follower trembled. The enemies are everywhere. They hide in the shadows. Valen thought it was a provocation from the Church of the Shadow Lord. The enemy is here. A voice sounded abruptly behind Valen. Crackling, in the void, billions of thunder element particles formed. An enormous thunder god projection emerged, and then struck with a palm. This palm unleashed an entire thunder world. Boom. A thick lightning pillar shot forth, dissipating only 1,000 miles away. A blood armor automatically flew out from within Valen to shield him. Sacred relic, berserker armor. This was the strongest sacred relic controlled by the war sect. Its defense was no less than Levi's golden wind jade armor. Chapter 2525. Valen clung to a fragment of life. Blood armor turned into a river of gore, pouring into its body. The form of the alien creature rose instantly. In a flash, it had become a 10,000-meter tall giant of flesh and blood. It had no skin, and its muscles were exposed, burning with blood flames. Heretic, die. The giant roared, divine power coursing through its veins as it reached for Levi. The thunder god projection collided with the giant, and both figures retreated. The shockwave caused the Holy War Mountain to tremble unceasingly. Quick, use the Holy War Mountain to suppress the heretic. The Pope roared, veins bulging in his neck. But the believers controlling the Holy War Mountain were too overwhelmed to help. Levi's shadow army was wreaking havoc everywhere. After years of demon hunting, the shadow army boasted hundreds of 7th-level shadows alone. They could sweep clean not just medium-sized worlds, but even large worlds. 4 8th-level MO family generals had been assembled, and they acted as Levi's 4 great lieutenants. Under the support of the Sound Barrier, the Shadow Fury, and the Shadow Wind, the strength of the Shadow Army rose to another level. The undefeated Holy War Army of the sect was being annihilated and torn apart. So far, no one had come to aid this pope. Levi let the Thunder God projection entangle the flesh giant. He leaped into the sky, unleashing the dragon elephant path, and slashed down with his ultimate sword. Sword chi cascaded like a waterfall, dropping 3,000 feet. The Milky Way hung in reverse, slicing the flesh giant in two. The blood armor condensed into form, then split into 2 halves. Valen stood dumbstruck, its 3 souls wavering and flying beyond the sky. This is the armor of the berserker. Valen stammered, its voice trembling. Relying on this armor, it had already slain over a dozen 8th-level enemies. According to the Holy War Army Master, apart from a level 9, almost no one could destroy this sacred relic. Yet today, the armor cracked. Stripped of the sacred relic, the Pope was merely an ordinary level 8. It was a common ailment for most saints of the Church. They were God proxy makers fast-tracked by divine power, like products from an assembly line, lacking true refinement and sedimentation. Levi's secret word of destruction struck, completely disintegrating the Pope. The true soul of the saint flew out. Fenx, the lion-headed beast with a human body, drew out a chain and snared it. Then, a mysterious force extinguished the true soul. Well done. Levi nodded, somewhat startled. It seemed Fenx possessed hidden functions. It not only could hook souls and manage rebirth, but could also extinguish souls like Leon. Though Leon devoured souls for growth, Fenx simply annihilated them, unable to utilize the energy. No matter what, this was a good thing. Otherwise Levi would have had to use the death finger. On the other side, the Shadow Army, paired with Maya and the spiritual weapons, had already wiped out the war sect. Aside from Valen, a few 8th-level saints were still resisting stubbornly. Levi took action, effortlessly erasing these people, their true souls extinguished. These saints, upon death, would not return to the underworld. Their true souls were destined for the astral world, where complaints might arise. Levi knew that with the means of the true God, it was likely they could see he was responsible. Eventually, he would have to deal with the gods, but Levi was already prepared. Finally, the remnants within the Holy War Mountain were all wiped out. Levi reached the lowest level and saw that giant dragon. As expected, it was the sub-dragon species of the ancient blue dragon, and in complete form. It growled lowly, staring at Levi, its body involuntarily retreating. Levi approached, step by step, with 6 dragon illusions appearing behind him. The dragon might permeated the entire Colosseum. The alien races were all affected, breathing heavily. The 6-eared female elf looked shocked, and the molten dwarf finally awakened. Even the deep space wanderer's blue eyes revealed a solemn expression. Without waiting for Levi to speak, the psyche of this blue dragon subspecies had already shattered. It crouched on the ground, retracting its chains and spreading its wings to cover the floor in a show of submission. Blue crystal dragon Zeuster is willing to submit. Lord, are you here for me? The dragon lowered its head. Levi nodded slightly. Yes, from now on you are my dragon. Zeuster replied, bowing its massive head respectfully. Thank you, Lord, for sheltering me. Levi looked at the dozens of surviving alien races. The ones kept by the war sect until now were surely talented. Those who want to survive should swear allegiance to me, otherwise I will kill you. The Excalibur materialized behind him, and the illusion of the sea dragon Huang eclipsed the sky. Who are you? We can pledge allegiance to you, but at the very least we need to know to whom we are pledging allegiance. The molten dwarf asked, his voice rough and gravelly. Levi, from the wizard world. Everyone's expression changed. I pledge allegiance. The molten dwarf knelt. The 6-eared elf hesitated for a moment and also declared allegiance. The deep space wanderer hesitated, eyes flickering back and forth. Levi glanced over, and the creature finally submitted. I also pledge allegiance. Levi silently withdrew the shark tooth-shaped sword. In the end, most chose to submit, and only a few fearless ones were killed by Levi. Having been saved, they had to be prepared to repay the debt. After checking the Holy War Mountain, he sent it into the Black Soul Ancient Tower. Levi quickly left the place. Days later, a fully armed Holy War army descended on the Horn World. After the investigation was completed, one of the new popes contacted the Holy War Army Master. Lord Valen and the war sect here were nearly completely annihilated. We found a few survivors, investigated, and confirmed that the culprit is the Council of 10,000 Clans' wanted criminal, the Dusk Palace Master. The Holy War Army Master's projection replied, "Understood. He is likely here for the Guardian Holy Dragon. Continue the plan as usual. There is no need to waste time and energy entangling with him." Astral World, Chapter 2526. The deep red basin lies adjacent to the chaotic wilderness. At the center of the basin stands a deep red gate. Beyond the gate lies the divine kingdom world of the Blood Fire Dominator. Here, there is only one color, red. This red sometimes blazes like fire, and sometimes flows like blood. Endless red mist shrouds the sky and earth. Various terrifying angels with bizarre shapes roam within. Deep in the red mist, on that solitary throne sits an indescribable figure. At times, the figure resembles a red-faced, tusked freak. At other times, it looks like a writhing blood flame. The Blood Fire Dominator is known by many names. The Blood and Fire God, Master of Crimson, Lord of War. All these point to his sole divine true name, Ares Tadel. The silhouette of the Holy War Army Master took shape in front of the powerful god. Guladon, have you found any trace of Surgard? The Master asked. Not yet. All major dioceses are keeping an eye on him, Guladon replied. Don't forget to handle the affairs of the Horn World. Understood. This matter does not require action from the astral world. I will use the strength of the Council of 10,000 Clans to find a way to hunt down the Dusk Palace Master. I will target the God of War in the Forest of Myriad Phenomena to take part of the War God Authority. You collaborate with me from the multidimensional plane to seize the God of War's belief land. Preparations need to be made ahead of time. Understood. Additionally, we must be cautious of the Blood River. Though it is loyal and has shared some of its authority of bloodlines with me, it has lived too long and must have other means. It did not choose to attain divine status, and instead hides somewhere in the land of darkness, trying to use its capability, as a descendant of the Mother River, to find an opening and assume control of Nora as the Plain Sovereign, at which point it will inevitably turn against me. 1 year later, Land of Darkness. In a small world somewhere, Levi retreated, his danger perception having abated. The astral world is truly preoccupied. I have shut down 2 gods' belief lands consecutively, without any noticeable response, Levi murmured to himself. Historically, events like this would have seen gods dispatching angels immediately. Still, Levi understood that it was best to exercise restraint in such matters. On both occasions, one was to save Cain, and the other was to obtain sub-dragon species for cultivation. It was a situation that necessitated action. Until one reaches level 10, it is unwise to anger the gods. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. The blue crystal dragon Gust joined the Dragon Palace. Its cultivation at the level 8 middle stage is quite dazzling. Levi promoted it to the vice commander of the mountain department. Compared to other sub-dragon species, Gust is more composed and wise. Perhaps its long interactions with the congregation refined it. With the level 8 bloodline essence, the cultivation speed of the Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath technique is steadily increasing. Within the space of the Black Soul Demon Tower, the Holy War Mountain resides. According to Levi's research over the past year, this level 8 war treasure possesses a comprehensive range of functionalities. It can imprison captives, travel through the void, and conduct journeys into darkness. This artifact serves as a mobile command center during military campaigns. The Holy War Mountain can also emit energy beams strong enough to penetrate the defenses of level 8 powerhouses. This is great, it saves me money for another star castle, Levi thought. Lord, when will we return to Nora? Asked the Molten Dwarf. Levi already discerned the identities of these prisoners. They are either adept fighters, able to face 10 opponents alone, or possess special skills. All are high-end talents among alien races, invaluable. Take, for instance, this Molten Dwarf Zuma, a dragon dwarf with cultivation at level 7. Coincidentally, its aura is quite similar to that of the second brother. Levi suspected it too was an offspring of the Purgatory Black King Dragon cast out in the world. This one is extraordinarily prolific, like casting a wide net. Zuma's mother was killed by the congregation, leaving it with a deep vendetta, and refusing to submit. Now Levi avenged her. It lost its goal, and naturally joined Levi's entourage. As a typical member of the Dwarf Kingdom, it is skilled in forging, and Levi plans to assign it to the Fire Dragon Skywork. Having heard of the Fire Dragon Skywork's reputation, Zuma felt yearning, even some impatience. In a few years, I still have matters to attend to, Levi said. Another 6-eared elf girl named Vera faced a similar situation to Zuma. Her father was the great hero Targaryen, also slain by the congregation. Vera is a level 7 middle stage powerhouse, proficient in various combat techniques, quite formidable. In the wizard world, she ranks among the top talents, second only to supernovas. Moreover, she is well versed in the 6-eared elf clan's pharmacy techniques. Levi plans to place her in Gondolfa's potion store. Vera and Zuma are top-tier talents, rare even in the wizard world. The deep space wanderer noticed Levi approaching and gently bowed. Lord, this is the knowledge I have copied, the wanderer said, handing over a disc-like object. Well done. Once back in Nora, I will find you a kindred spirit as a comrade. Thank you, Lord. I did not expect the mechanical Tao of the wizard world to have reached such a level. Levi's greatest gain from this journey was encountering this deep space wanderer, whose true name is Jarvis. It comes from the myriad machine plane, having also received some heritage from the machine sage. As a fellow seeker, its talent and fortune are slightly inferior to Herman's. Yet, because it belongs to the undead clan, it is a longevity species. Thus, it managed to grind its way to the mechanical soul unity realm using its lifespan. The term undead clan does not denote undead creatures, but a type of intelligent race like the Dwarf Kingdom, proficient in forging and research. Chapter 2527. They resemble zombies, so they earn the name of the undead clan. This race remains particularly rare. Levi has not heard of them in a long time. Long ago, after reaching level 6, Jarvis left the myriad machine plane. He wandered deep in space, seeking precious metal materials in the multidimensional plane to create mechanical creations. He built a fairly sized army, but unfortunately, the church wiped it out. He had to start over. With Jarvis joining the ancient dragon continent, Herman will find his work much easier. The development of the mechanical school will proceed much more smoothly. This battle gave Levi some ideas. Once his strength is sufficient, he will travel to those worlds oppressed by the church. Inside the church, many talents remain imprisoned. Rescuing these people is his duty. In the church treasury, Levi also collected many rare materials. Notably, he found a head-sized piece of Gale's gold. It is a priceless treasure. The combined value of the various other materials amounts to almost 10 billion. 3 years later, Nora Calendar 1017, Blood Battle Year 805, Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi opened the proficiency panel. After years of spending countless efforts, he researched another original 8th circle spell. He named it Shadow Blood. It can temporarily enhance the physical attributes of all shadow-summoned creatures. Cultivated to the maximum, it raises their standard by about a third. During this time, the self-healing ability of the Shadow Army also improves greatly. In this way, the Shadow Army receives epic-level enhancements in the 4 dimensions of defense, speed, strength, and physique. Only perception, endurance, and spiritual force remain to be addressed. Levi's shadows undergo natural selection through survival of the fittest. One can only imagine how terrifying the strength of these shadows would be in their full state. Furthermore, Lord Victor acquired an 8th circle spell at a metal school auction. It is named Gold's No Distance. It serves as the metal school's elemental escape technique. It primarily enhances all-terrain escape methods and satisfies Levi's collecting habit. So far, Levi has mastered all the escape methods of the elementalist schools. No matter where he finds himself, he can escape using void travel and the elemental escape technique. 17 8th circle, which marks sparkle above his wizard form. Only 10 more, and he can achieve perfection. Closing the panel, Levi steps into the gate of hell. Netherworld Market, activate. Ancient Dragon Continent. Chi Sect Mountain Gate. Clear springs surround the clouds, and winding heavenly rivers meander. Amidst the myriad anomalies, one of the 4 sons of Chi Sect, and advanced to the level 7 realm. Now, at the late stage of level 7, the Holy Emperor descends leisurely. Among the 4 sons, he remains somewhat partial to End. Firstly, he considers End's identity with the Clear Spring Sect. Secondly, End's personality makes it easier for her to walk further on the Clear Spring Chi Sect path. Congratulations, junior sister. The other 3 sons arrived to offer congratulations. Spiritfire Sectly had already advanced to level 7 before End. Only the Kangshan Sect and Sky Cloud Sect members remain at the level 6 peak. However, they are not in a hurry. This indicates that the time has not yet arrived, as they only lack a triggering moment for enlightenment. Our Chi Sect is becoming more prosperous, the Holy Emperor says, his face filled with comfort. Within, there are the 4 sons of Chi Sect, and outside, there are Lord Victor and Link. All of these individuals have the potential of level 7. Next, it depends on whether this old man can ascend to level 8 before his lifespan ends. The difficulty of reaching level 8 is akin to ascending to the heavens. The lifespan of the Panda Chi Sect, compared to wizards, is not much better. Typically, it is about 1.2 times that of wizards. The Holy Emperor recently celebrated his 3000th birthday. If he cannot reach level 8 within 600 years, his life will end naturally. But as of now, the moment of enlightenment has not arrived. The Holy Emperor feels somewhat troubled. However, he does not fear death. With such promising successors, at least one will reach level 8. It may even be possible to witness the level 9 realm, like the mixed element ancestor, again. The era of prosperity for the Chi Sect has already arrived. Sauron once said that the potential of the Chi Sect has yet to be fully realized. The Holy Emperor believes that one day, the Chi Sect will give rise to a presence equal to a legend. If he cannot advance, he will choose to become a heroic spirit and live another life. He wants to witness all this and see the true grand era of the Chi Sect. Nora Continent, Gonda City, Gandalf Pharmaceutical. Is Gandalf the store manager still in seclusion? Yes, why do you ask? The Flame Demon potion is sold out and needs restocking. Got it, we are waiting for the supply of raw materials. Recently, there is a batch of Mr. Nightmare Realm potions arriving. Let us use those for now. In recent years, as the cultivation of demon dragon grass began in the ancient Banyan Fairyland, the Flame Demon potion has also become the main product of Gandalf Pharmacy. The Flame Demon crystal core hunted by the 3 avatars and Levi finally found its use. However, since the production of demon dragon grass is not high, it temporarily cannot meet market demand. Thus, Gandalf Pharmacy alternates with Mr. Nightmare Realm to ensure the stable supply of the 7-Circle Breakthrough Potion, with the Nightmare, Demon Sequence Breaking Potion, and Water of Erasure as the 3 main products selling well. Gandalf Pharmacy is closing the gap on Fire Dragon Skyworks revenue. This is undeniably a good thing. In the place of seclusion, at this moment, Gandalf finds himself in a marvelous state. Dark gold runes shimmer across his body, sometimes transforming into dragons, sometimes into snakes. His expression is solemn, and his spirit is tense. This state persisted for a month. Finally, the runes return to normal. The pattern of the body refining runes solidifies, resembling dragons and snakes, exuding divinity. Gandalf exhales deeply, revealing a satisfied smile. It was not easy, but the 9-headed hell snake body tempering technique has fused completely. Chapter 2528. Ever since obtaining this body refining method, Gandalf had been working tirelessly. He completed his task before advancing to the 8th circle. Without the dragon elephant holy body, and the fire element oddities I refined, completing this fusion so quickly would have been impossible, Gandalf said. He stood up, spreading his palm. New body refining runes gathered into objects resembling dragon and snake scales. He struck with the Sun King sword, the blade ringing against his skin like metal striking metal. He increased the force until the sword hummed with a resonant vibration. Eventually, Gandalf stopped. His body could withstand the impact, but the level 7 treasure could not. This was his now powerful refining body. In a moment of thought, his entire body became covered in dark golden dragon and snake scales, while countless body refining runes ignited. Behind him, an illusionary ancient god loomed. Dragons and snakes coiled about its limbs. The god stood majestic, one arm encircling a dragon, the other a snake, one foot wreathed in fire, the other riding the wind. Behind it, surging waves rose, like a world-ending flood. This aura surpassed even the previous dragon god. Gandalf knew he could smash a level 8 demon with one punch. Perhaps, this was reality. With his 7 rings perfection, and this dazzling body refining method, he could do it. Deep Blue, the 8-armed demon god, the 9-headed prison snake, and the 10-winged sky dragon. So many excellent body refining methods, integrated within him. This power was absolutely terrifying. This body refining method might just touch the threshold of legendary, Gandalf murmured, a realization dawning upon him. He stood just a step away from creating a true body refining method that pointed directly to the legendary realm. Once mastered, it would far surpass the ordinary legendary wizards. Perhaps it could give birth to an unprecedented legendary profession. The missing step was represented by the Earth's 1,000-eyed titan, body tempering technique. I will call this body refining method the dragon and snake prison suppressing divine skill, Gandalf decided. He felt that the traditional body refining method name could not encompass the meaning of this work. Here, God did not refer to a faith god. It was instead a self-god, strengthening oneself, embodying 36,000 gods within. Every body refining rune was a part of him, and no one could take it away. This was another form of bloodline power. Once he solidified his realm, Gandalf arrived in the nightmare world. Lopez was sparring with Emperor Mew. Emperor Mew transformed into the divine beast Zhu Yan, wielding a divine staff. The giant beast, akin to a blend of ape and lion, was surrounded by a red fluid similar to the flaming clouds of the pure-blooded dragon clan. These were the power of the spirit sect. Drunk ape martial arts. Sky opening. Emperor Mew wielded a mighty staff, swinging it with immense force. Lopez parried, swatting aside the flashy attack. Then, pinpointing an opening, Lopez jabbed with a bone club, bursting Emperor Mew in an explosion. You are cheating. You definitely were not just at a level 7 early stage strength just now. I will be back, Emperor Mew shouted. He transformed into light and logged off, his unwilling voice still echoing in the battlefield. Lopez chuckled, having unlocked its suppressed realm just a tad. In the same realm, it was becoming increasingly challenging to deal with Emperor Mew. Lopez felt it would not take long before it was no longer a match for him. This was the power of the mythical breathing skill. One had to admit, Emperor Mew's drunk ape martial arts were strong. They perfectly integrated and utilized the Essence Sect's absolute skill with night battle skills. Over the years, even Elena needed to consult Emperor Mew. She planned to further develop the floral secret scripture by creating a floral swordsmanship. Lopez, come test me, Gandalf said, rolling up his sleeves. Seeing Gandalf, Lopez grew eager. All right. Boom. Gandalf shot out like an arrow, an explosive wave shattering the void. He reappeared behind Lopez. King Bright Dragon Elephant Fist. He punched, striking with the force of 40 dragons and 40 elephants. On one hand, it resulted from previously refining the Titan blood. More importantly, it came from the transformation brought by the dragon and snake prison suppressing divine skill. Boom. Lopez staggered back. As the Dragon Palace's top sparring partner, it often tested itself against Gandalf. Until recently, Gandalf needed to fully exert himself to strike with 40 dragon elephants. Now, it proved effortless. He was truly the king of body refining. Lopez swung its bone club sideways, blocking the strike. The giant dragon elephant force launched it flying, landing in the field behind. Good, good, Lopez laughed. Aside from the Red King, it finally had a worthy opponent. Come try my self-created mountain-shifting divine scripture. With supreme battle skill talent, high comprehension, and constant sparring with these men, Lopez had become a transcendent creature proficient in combat skills, akin to dragon swordman Matthew. The earth-shattering battle made the Dragon Palace people cheer, even starting to gamble with coins. After 10,000 rounds, Lopez had to use spell-like abilities to suppress Gandalf. In the end, Gandalf proved slightly inferior, sent back to reality by Lopez. In the pharmacy, he opened his eyes. Lopez, after all, was a legendary level creature, truly not inferior in strength to a level 8 mid-stage. The realm difference remained, yet battling for 10,000 rounds was already sufficient. His spiritual force sat near the maximum. Next, he needed to make a vigorous push to reach the 8th circle. Then, he would develop the purple crystal body refining technique into a high-level chapter, exchanging for the sun refining body artifact. After this, the path would be clear. Hell's 8th layer, Black King City. Brother, are you about to reach the 9th circle? The Purgatory Demon Sword asked. His eyes shone with admiration. A while ago, he had also reached a 7 rings perfect realm in cultivation, but a distance still remained to the 8th circle. Levi, who had been at the same level back then, could now sweep through the gloomy Wind Divine Palace. This difference brought true despair. Almost, your advancement speed is not slow either, Levi consoled him. Brother, this is the intelligence I gathered on the Emperor of Torture. Are you planning to act against it? No, it is your enemy. Naturally you should solve it yourself. I am investigating it because of other matters, but if it seeks death, I might avenge you prematurely. Understood, thank you, brother. The next morning, the Hell Squad's work report was completed. The development momentum of the 2 major tribes remained strong, incorporating many weaker tribes. Under the intentional guidance of the Demon Fox Main Mother, and the Ghost Elephant Master, the Master of Demon Fox, and the sky-supporting Giant Elephant had also secretly reached a cooperation not long ago. Due to the butterfly effect brought by the Great Plain Convergence, Hell's situation was also turbulent. Between the 72 pillars, mutual scheming and forming of small groups prevailed. The 9-level existences often attached themselves to the 10-level existences. For instance, the Emperor of Torture and the 2nd pillar, Radiant Prison Dragon King Ba, were very close. In the past, the one who battled the Purgatory Black King Dragon was this 2nd pillar. Recently, the Demon Fox and Elephant had also aligned with the 6th pillar, Beast Lord Baimong. Naturally, 9-level undead creatures like Lady Whitebone clung to the leg of Death Knight Yelon. The entire hell felt a foreboding atmosphere, like a storm brewing. Chapter 2529. Hell functions as a subordinate force of the underworld. However, the underworld has always maintained little control over top entities, like the 72 pillars. This is especially true for those level 10 beings, many of whom act as major players in the underworld as well. Take the Netherworld Dog Lord, for example. It serves as both one of the 72 pillars and a Nether Emperor. Under such a complex relationship, the resulting conflicts of interest remain chaotic. Friction is inevitable. Large wars do not occur, but constant skirmishes define the landscape. Most importantly, according to reliable information from the Master of Demon Fox, the Abyss may launch a new round of blood battle against Hell. This represents the main reason why every member of the 72 pillars exists in a state of anxiety. In ancient times, before being controlled by the underworld, Hell stood as a hegemon. Its status even exceeded the current position of Nora. The most direct evidence involves the fact that half of the 72 pillars held the level 10 rank back then. To achieve this rank at level 9, one had to rank as an outstanding figure among them. At that time, Hell often engaged in wars with the Abyss. Devils and demons, those 2 notorious species, often waged blood battles that lasted for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. In fact, the term blood battle originated from this era. After coming under the control of the underworld, the blood battles between the Abyss and Hell significantly decreased. But with this grand convergence of planes, the Abyss is making a comeback. The current Hell, when standing before the Abyss, acts merely as a small player. If the underworld does not intervene, the Abyss will eventually take it over. Many of the 72 pillars have already started planning and preparing for retreat. A heaviness settled in Levi's heart as he processed the situation. Is the Abyss trying to devour the entire multidimensional plane? From the looks of it, they truly wage total war, causing trouble everywhere. Might a war even break out among the superworlds? Elsewhere, the situation remains manageable, but the underworld, as the place of reincarnation, controls life and death. If it falls into chaos, the multidimensional plane would descend into complete disorder. Just thinking about it brings a headache. It comes as no surprise that Sauron left so many backup plans in this era. Dark insects, the Abyss, there are simply too many unstable factors. Forget it. Considering these matters with my current strength brings nothing but undue worry. Levi gathered 2,300,000,000 joss paper and a large heap of resources, then departed from Black King City. The Nether River emerged, and the Netherworld market opened. Familiar massed sailboats appeared, along with familiar Netherworld market merchants. Degao waited at the stall once again. Last time, because a leader was present, Levi and Degao did not dare to communicate. Levi rushed to buy 1 Jin 2 Liang of rest soil, leaving 1 billion joss paper remaining in his possession. His gaze shifted as he found rebirth stones again. He spotted a total of 4, priced at 200 million each. Degao likely saw Levi auction these items last time, and brought out some stock. No one vied for these items. After all, besides watching a small reincarnation movie, they held no other use. Levi bought them all, leaving 200 million. 1 million was spent on purchasing materials and herbs, and the last 100 million was entirely spent on memory-blind boxes. Why do you need rebirth stones? Digao asked through telepathy. I want to see the next life of some old friends, Levi replied. You should know that the next life bears no relation to this one, Digao countered. After being washed by the Mother River, all memories, marks, traces, and everything you remain familiar with will vanish. I know. I am just curious. All right. Speaking of which, you have really grown fast. I remember when we first met, you were a 6th circle wizard, and now you sit at 8 ring perfection, yet I have not advanced to level 9. Human lifespan remains limited. If I do not strive forward, I might just die of old age. Indeed. I have a question. Can a non-Netherworld king wear the Netherworld king's armor? Yes, but if you are not a Netherworld king, many authorities cannot be utilized. For you, it could be just an ordinary level 9 treasure armor. Wearing it will not get me tracked by the underworld. No, countless Netherworld kings' armors have been lost outside the underworld over thousands of years. But I would not recommend wearing it. The Netherworld king's armor could contain residual Netherworld king's power, which might silently erode your mind, life force, or even lifespan. I understand. Thanks for the reminder. Levi chatted with Digao until the Netherworld market closed before leaving. No matter Digao's intentions, he acted with genuine kindness toward Levi. Levi resolved to repay this kindness if given the chance in the future. Inside the 5th level of the Dark Ancient Tower, 5 6th level magic kings resided in Kane Land. As wizards gradually replaced the traditional mage system, a batch of 5th circle wizards emerged among the younger generation. In their early stages, their talents did not seem prominent, so Levi did not take them along. But due to factors like perseverance, luck, and others, they later excelled. Levi witnessed their growth step by step. After over 1,000 years of recovery, many new resource points have emerged on the 5th level. These resources remain entirely sufficient for these people to advance to a primordial soul. Thus, Levi made a promise. If they could advance to a primordial soul and pass the assessment, they could leave this place with him. For the diligent supreme archmages, Levi also provided generous rewards. Those who advance to level 6 late stage can also leave. Now, humans hold supremacy, and even combined, the barbarian tribes and demon race cannot match them. The black beasts are gradually being contained, and mortal productivity is improving, with the population also increasing. As the base number grows, the number of geniuses born also increases. This century has seen extraordinary performance, with 18 dual-class affinity, special talent individuals emerging. Most importantly, 2 children of the elements have appeared, one of the fire element, the other of the thunder element. Interestingly, they are twin sisters, and reports state both parents were mortals. They are both in their 30s, slender married women with 2nd circle senior cultivation. Their appearances do not differ much, but the elder sister has a head of fluffy golden curls, making her appear lively and vibrant. Chapter 2530. The younger sister, with smooth black hair, stayed quiet and gentle. Both women remained silent. They lowered their heads under Levi's gaze. Their chests tightened. After a long silence, Levi asked the question, "What are the names of you two ladies?" The sister took this opportunity to glance up at Levi. Her face flushed red. She spoke softly. "Lord, my name is Yanni." The younger sister whispered, "I am Yeli." "Yanni, Yeli." Levi froze. Memories surfaced. He examined the 2 women again. This made both women shy, including the sister, Yanni. The supreme archmages stared, surprised by Levi's reaction. The Heavenly Venerate cared nothing for women. Why did he show interest in this witch? Could it be that the Heavenly Venerate liked the style of twins? That was understandable. Who would refuse beautiful twin witches with contrasting temperaments? Yes, Yanni, Yeli. The sister repeated the names. Levi nodded slightly. He led the seedlings to the 7th floor. St. Roland Continent. 500 years of apocalypse. This was an era of prosperity for the humans. Alien races kept a low profile. The only notable event came from the Flame Country. News came not long ago that the young Prince Jabba officially ascended to the throne. Jabba had long been at level 7 late stage. After acquiring the resources of a nation, his cultivation progressed even faster. He finally broke through to level 8, inheriting his father's throne. Additionally, another level 8 powerhouse emerged on the Feathered People Heavenly Island. Now, 3 level 8 individuals existed there. In the past, such strength would have already swept through the 3 realms and 4 lands, dominating all. Unfortunately, times had changed. The invincible ultimate saint suppressed them. More level 8 individuals meant nothing. This era belonged to him alone. To overturn this, confirmation of the ultimate saint's fall remained necessary. On the training grounds of Grey White Academy, a group of young faces exchanged spells. Levi walked across the field, his hands clasped behind his back. The leaders of Grey White Academy walked on either side. This was a leadership inspection. "Lord, these are this year's seed players for the Grey White League." "Lord, this is our best performing teacher last year." "Lord." Levi nodded frequently. He acknowledged everyone's performance. "Not bad. Keep up the good work." 100 years passed. The number of low-level and intermediate wizards at the academy increased by 5% year-on-year. The number of level 6 saints rose from 25 to 28. This surge of 3 marked a significant breakthrough. The number of level 7 saints remained unchanged. The Water Dragon Saint already reached level 7 peak cultivation. That saint would advance to level 8 within a century. Recently, the Flame Wolf Saint repelled a level 8 black beast, gaining great fame. The 6th edition of the 6 Forms No God method, and the 6 Intentions Divine Power Fist spread widely. Bard's Tales featured legendary stories of mortal Quasi-Knight Rangers tearing black beasts apart. The Dusk Holy Temple developed the 7th set of cultivation suitable for mortals. In time, the overall strength of humans would improve slightly. After the inspection, Levi took some resources and wizard seedlings to the 3 realms and 4 lands. He collected individuals with special talent and double affinity, and 1 child of the elements of earth. Heartsea, Ultimate Saint, why have you come? You did not send word beforehand so I could arrange a feast. The merfolk king scrambled up from the female merfolk's bed. No worries, just came to sit for a while. Levi smiled. This year's compensatory gifts, I have already sent them to Rune Land. The merfolk king spoke nervously. Levi patted its shoulder. He sipped tea leisurely. Relax, just checking in on my old friends. The merfolk king breathed a relief. It understood the ultimate saint wanted to establish authority. He prevented the 3 realms and 4 lands from developing dissent over time. It accompanied Levi with a sly smile. It made small talk. By the way, give me another batch of robust merfolk males and females. I want to take them to see the outside world. Levi finished his tea. He spoke calmly. All right then. Soon after, with 100 handsome men and beautiful women of the merfolk, Levi left. After sending off this ancestor, the merfolk king wiped the cold sweat from its forehead. When will these days end? Perhaps next time I should have him take me away too. I do not want to sit on this throne anymore. The merfolk and the Sea Clan were close relatives, with minimal reproductive isolation. The batch of Sea Clan on the ancient dragon continent, after various tribulations, could not prosper and grow quickly. So Levi borrowed some population from the merfolk for reproduction. Ultimately, this served the development of the body refining department at the Tower of Dawn. Now, Gondaf held the title of the King of Body Refining, with high prestige. Levi planned to invite Gondaf as an honorary professor of the refining system at the Tower of Dawn. This would help recruit more young people interested in body refinement. The ancient dragon continent, with its Sea Clan and various alien races, provided prime conditions for birthing hybrids. The foundation for developing body refinement was excellent. After that, Levi went to other places. He visited his old friends. He even arranged a meeting between the Red King and White King brothers. A month later, the journey through the 3 realms and 4 lands concluded successfully. The 8th layer. Levi descended from the sky. He whistled. He summoned Jinn out. He muttered incantations. He struck the earth with his palm. Mysterious rune arrays formed in the void. Woof. A hound, slim and resembling a greyhound, darted out. It flowed with metal elemental power, like a bronze statue. This was the gold-seeking dog. It accurately perceived mineral veins within a radius of 10,000 miles. Chapter 2531. Let's begin. The gold-seeking dog sniffed around, then transformed into a stream of light, and darted into the distance. Levi hurried to keep up. Before long, the gold-seeking hound stopped by a big lake, barking. Levi raised an eyebrow. Could it be another stroke of good luck like last time? Jinn, are there any good things here? Levi prodded the small mouse on his shoulder. Jinn sniffed around, seemingly unsure, and finally pointed suspiciously at the bottom of the lake. All right, let's see if you two can work well together today. Levi set up the Death Ember Divine Palace far away, miles from the lake. Then he plunged into the lake, disappearing without a trace. The lake surface wasn't large, but it was very deep, and he swam for a long time to reach the bottom. The dark, sunless lakebed was littered with rubble and debris. Seems like ruins. Levi transformed into thunder element particles and delved beneath the lakebed, until a mysterious force bounced him back, forcing him into human shape. Levi's spiritual force tried to penetrate, but met with resistance. He hesitated for a moment and smashed a fist onto the invisible barrier. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying explosion, the shockwave made the entire lake tremble thrice. Crack! Something shattered. Levi's spiritual force extended inside, spreading out. Finally, an outline of a group of buildings surfaced in his mind. Indeed, there are ruins beneath the lake. Levi donned several layers of protective force fields and cautiously started exploring. The architectural style of the ruins clearly belonged to another civilization, estimated to be 10,000 years old. Levi stood in a plaza made of ordinary white jade stone. Nothing caught his eye. No, there was an ancient stone arch that had collapsed in the center of the plaza. It emitted a pale blue glow, shimmering brightly. Levi's eyes narrowed, and his breath quickened. Such a large piece of starfall remains. This material acts as the primary ingredient for crafting space treasure, wizard towers, and teleportation portals. This was a teleportation portal, only it had been damaged. As a true grandmaster in array and weapon refinement, Levi naturally possessed the capability to repair it. The space technology used in this type of teleportation portal was not difficult in itself. In comparison, the Continent Bridge and Stargate of the Wizard Council were complex, especially the latter, which required long-distance, cross-world teleportation. Each one consumed a vast amount of manpower, material resources, and financial assets to build. A month later, Levi completed the repairs on the teleportation portal. He activated the switch for the portal, and a layer of blue light appeared within the arch. Levi summoned a level 4 cannon fodder shadow. With constant upgrades, shadows of this level were scarce commodities to him. The shadow reached its hand inside, causing ripples, and then disappeared. Before Levi could see what was inside, the shadow perished. Without showing any visible reaction, he withdrew a bit and summoned Maya, and the spiritual weapon, guarding them at his side. He then replaced it with a 6th level shadow. This time, it should be clear. The shadow slipped inside, and Levi added the sound barrier technique to it. The inspection spell revealed the scene inside to Levi. It was a broken small world, filled with ruptured spaces. Countless gold element sword chi, thin as cow hair, traversed within. The shadow didn't last long before the defensive field shattered. Levi hurriedly controlled it to return, for it was such a pity for a 6th level shadow to perish. Though brief, Levi glimpsed the source of the sword chi. It was not a legendary sword cultivator nor a wizard, but a plant resembling grass, bamboo, and a sword. Levi's heart startled. The feeling that plant gave him was no less than that of a level 8 peak powerhouse. Curiosity piqued. He decided to try it himself, since he had the Death Ember Divine Palace. He recited the Vajra secret word and stepped inside. Buzz. It was like stepping into a waterfall made of sword chi. In an instant, countless sword chi descended from the sky, exploding around Levi. However, breaking the Vajra secret word clearly couldn't be done in a short time. This made Levi breathe a sigh of relief. Levi stood tall amid the sword chi ocean, gazing at the 10-meter-tall golden plant. It stood straight, like bamboo. The bare trunk suddenly sprouted golden leaves like sharp swords. Each leaf was 3 feet long. Oddly, there were exactly 100 leaves. Despite his vast knowledge, Levi had never seen such a magical plant. The closer to the plant, the denser the gold element sword chi became. After enduring tons of damage, the Vajra secret word began to shatter. The other defensive fields also didn't last long. In the end, Levi could only summon the giant dragon corpse demon. Mary, protect me. At Levi's command, the giant dragon opened its mouth and enclosed Levi. The sword chi struck the giant dragon, crackling and leaving marks. Some even pierced the flesh, drawing black blood, showcasing its power. With Levi's undying body, these sword chi couldn't kill him. The issue was that there was no need to seek unnecessary suffering. What a terrifying plant. The Bloody Queen couldn't help but exclaim. The giant dragon carried Levi to the plant. Levi's spiritual force just extended when the sensation of being cut tore through it. Enduring the pain, he carefully sensed. It turned out that within the golden sword chi, there were threads of golden electricity, enough to harm the spirit. This plant is of both metal and lightning dual faction. No wonder it's so formidable. Levi quickly finished inspecting this small world. Besides the mysterious plant, nothing else appeared. Even if there were, it would likely have been eroded by sword chi. Since it's like this, let's see if it can be transplanted. Chapter 2532. Levi came to the foot of the plant, using the dragon claw to dig up the surrounding land. A sudden change occurred, and the plant started shaking. In an instant, 100 sharp swords attacked Levi. The giant dragon's wings protected his body, blocking this wave of fierce attacks, but his figure retreated. A crisp, childlike voice cut through the air. Who is digging my foot? It was a language Levi had not heard before, but he understood it through a telepathic link. A 3-inch tall golden doll appeared on the plant stem. The doll was adorably ugly as it landed on the ground. Its chubby foot aimed a kick at the giant dragon corpse demon, spanning tens of thousands of meters. That is what you get for digging my foot. The little thing vented its dissatisfaction, kicking at the dragon, yet it failed to move the massive creature even a fraction. The dragon gently blew a breath, sending the little thing flying tens of thousands of miles away. Ouch, it hurts. A cry echoed from afar. The golden doll sat on the ground, rubbing its eyes while it cried. Levi watched the elf-like creature with interest. He noticed there were only 99 leaves left on the tree trunk. Understanding dawned on him. Help, someone is bullying little 100. The tree leaves rustled as one little doll after another jumped down. In an instant, the plant stood bare. Little dolls surrounded the giant dragon. The first one hopped over to join them. Brothers, it dug our foot. Hit it. Hit it. I will bite. Punching, kicking, and biting, they used everything. Each one only exuded a level 1 aura, lacking any combat capability. Oh my, so itchy. Mary chuckled, a gentle breeze emanating from her, blowing all the little dolls away. They floated around the world like dandelions, landing sprawled on the ground. Levi poked his head out from the dragon's mouth. Who is your leader? I am the leader. A doll raised its hand. Why do you not let me dig? Why do you want to dig? Because I want to dig. No digging allowed. It is our body, if you kill it, we will die too. What are you? Yeah, what are we? The leader appeared confused. Since gaining consciousness, they had not considered this question. The dolls started clamoring. Old 3, what are we? I do not know. Old 4, what are you? I am old 4. Levi understood. These little things were the consciousness born from this plant, similar to mana. However, it had split its spirit. Each leaf had gained consciousness. Plus, being isolated from the world for a long time, they possessed the mentality of children. Communicating with them would be troublesome. Has anyone ever been here? Yes. What happened to them? They died. Levi recalled the damaged teleportation portal outside. Someone had already explored here before him. They probably died under the gold element sword chi, and their relics were eroded by the sword chi. I am a botanist, and I can take you away without harming you. Really? Really? Then try, but stop when we tell you to stop. The dolls were likely bored here for too long. Levi easily coaxed them. In no time, Levi dug up the entire plant. At the same time, the sword chi filling the air instantly dissipated. Whoa, we are not dead. Yeah, we are not dead. Leader, can we leave here now? They observed each other, full of curiosity. Do you want to leave here? There is a bigger world outside, more exciting than this place. Levi took the opportunity to ask. Yes, no, I do. The dolls argued incessantly and started fighting. The leader climbed onto the dragon's head, shouting with all its might. The minority obeys the majority. Raise your hand if you want to go out. I will go first, I agree to go out. Me too. The dolls spoke one after another. The leader counted the numbers. 76 want to go out, so it is decided, we will leave here. The leader turned. Big one, take us away. The dolls were truly like children, easy to fool. Then you all have to listen to me. No running around, and do not misuse your powers. Okay, agreed. He took them into the demonic tower. Levi went outside, destroying the teleportation portal again. With so many starfall remains, this trip has already profited. He checked around, finding a secondary level earth elemental metal vein under the plaza. The grade is too low, forget it. Now with biometal, such low-level elemental metal was not worth mining. It was better to let them mature further, as there was room for advancement in the future. Returning to the surface, Levi entered the demonic tower. This golden plant should be planted where the gold element is rich, preferably with thunder elements. He summoned Mana, who was playing mahjong. Mana, have you ever seen this plant? Is it a divine tree? Mana possessed divine tree memories, likely holding the answer. 100 dolls stood behind Levi, curiously observing the world outside. A tree. Such a tall tree. The leader exclaimed. This big one smells so good. Little 100 ran to Mana's feet. It curiously looked at her jade feet, sniffing, and was caught by Mana, who lifted it by the neck. She poked the doll's belly and said, I have not seen this thing. It is probably not a divine tree. I did not sense any divine tree power. This is just some high-quality magical plant that, by living long, accidentally gained consciousness. Is this also found in the ancient tower? Chapter 2533. Levi nodded. Mana laughed, noting that he had found a treasure. It was likely a legendary magical plant, or perhaps even a mythical level. Big guy, it feels uncomfortable here, the small doll suddenly spoke up. The Black Soul Demon Tower was filled with death energy, which made it entirely unsuitable for their growth. I will find a comfortable place for you, Levi promised. You must not carelessly emit sword chi. It is not good to harm the plants and flowers here, do you understand? Okay, we will behave, the leader piped up. Levi planted the greenery near the golden light cave. The power of the golden element was at its most intense here in the ancient Banyan fairyland. This place is comfortable, the creatures chirped. We like it, even better than before. After planting, some dolls turned into golden leaves and drifted off to sleep. A few lively ones began to explore the surroundings. Big guy, where is this place? They asked. It is my home. Oh, who was that big guy just now? She is the boss here, Levi replied, and you must listen to her from now on. All right, they agreed. Levi watched the chattering leaves, a sense of trouble weighing on his mind. How should these things be used? The intuition struck him that these leaves must be excellent materials to refine wizard tools. They were perfect for refining secret swords. These were natural sword molds. One only needed to solidify the arrays and runes, and they would be ready for use with impressive power. However, Levi was not sure if refining them would lead to the death of the dolls. He had encouraged their existence, and he could not bear to cause their demise. He could only temporarily settle them and research the matter slowly. If a refining method could be found, then Lord Victor would soar high. If all 100 secret swords were made into a sword array, while god-slaying might be too ambitious, demigods should not be an issue. Eventually, Levi named this plant the Golden Electric Sword Grass. He recorded it in his self-compiled magical plant atlas. Dominated by the metal element, it could cut through everything with extreme sharpness. It also contained a strange power of golden exotic thunder. It could harm not only the body, but also the spirit. It was even stronger than the Letney family's golden lightning. This was probably Levi's greatest find on the 8th level so far, a glorious sun-grade oddity, which even eclipsed the pure-blooded dragon clan. Mana studied the grass, then spoke to Levi. This golden electric sword grass could be over 100,000 years old, older than Mana herself. Half a year passed. Levi, relying on the gold-seeking hound and Jin, had fruitful gains inside the ancient tower. He found 3 metal veins above level 6, and transferred them all to the ancient Banyan fairyland. When he returned, the various organizations could gradually refine them. Besides that, he also gained 16 earth and sky level artifacts, along with Morningstar artifacts and 1 bright moon artifact. 3 items were worth mentioning. The first was the red dragon's horn, which was a Morningstar level item. As the name implied, it was a component of the Red Dragon series. The second was an earth element Morningstar level body refining artifact, not recorded in the illustrated guide of strange items. Its appearance resembled a mountain-carrying beetle, and Levi named it the mountain burrowing beetle. The last bright moon artifact was the Sea Emperor's Eye. It was one of the major artifacts of the Sea Emperor series. Previously, Triss had refined a Sea Emperor's tour, but that was not part of the Sea Emperor series. It was just that wizards like to use terms like Sea Emperor and Sea King to name things of the ocean school of thought. With half a year left before the ancient tower closed, Levi continued searching. If he could find another glorious sun-grade oddity before leaving, that would be perfect. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, it was almost time for the ancient tower to close. Levi found some oddities consecutively, yet no signs of anything at the glorious sun-grade appeared. A year was a short time. Under the lead of Jin, Levi arrived near the death abyss. This was an abyssal rift with no bottom in sight. Thick death energy spewed forth, darkening the sky. Jin chirped excitedly. I know there are good things here, Levi said helplessly, but there is a demigod lurking inside. Every time he approached the abyss, his danger perception warned him. Though he had a giant dragon corpse demon, Levi still lacked the courage to face level 9. He was especially hesitant to deal with a demigod right away. Next time then, the wizard tower was about to be completed. The materials for the 18 layers of hell array, and the preparations for refining were also finished. The brilliant golden dragon was nearing the 8th late stage. He still had a lot of room for improvement, so there was no need to rush. Most importantly, his progress made the path to becoming a grand wizard not too far off. Cross-realm battles and such were not necessary. Holding Jin, Levi left the sky pool. Not long after, the death energy roiled, and slowly coalesced into a massive skull over 10,000 meters in diameter. A ring of white bones formed a star ring around the skull, which exuded divinity amidst the eeriness. It emitted a hoarse and unpleasant voice, like a corpse dead for millennia speaking. He, truly a cautious one. As an angel of death under the god of death, it was trapped in this realm by Sauron using a secret technique. Possessing a long lifespan, yet no freedom, and unable to suicide, and resurrect in the astral world, this kind of existence was too excruciating. It longed for release. It longed for true death. That guy earlier, in its impression, had already passed the sky pool 3 times without entering. A month before the ancient tower closure, Levi continued to find quite a few treasures along the way. But the golden electric sword grass had raised his threshold, so ordinary finds no longer stirred him. One day, he arrived at a quiet valley shrouded in mist. The cliffs around the valley showed severe signs of fracture. Chapter 2534. The terrain ahead lay leveled and cut away, signs of a fierce battle that surely occurred tens of thousands of years ago. Time had passed, and the scars on the earth were once again covered with plants. Traces of demonic aura lingered in the air, alerting Levi. He stepped forward and approached a giant tree. The trunk stood broken in half, yet it held on to life. It resiliently sprouted new branches and leaves, its surface covered with tough dragon scales. A dragon-scaled giant tree, likely at least 50,000 years old. His ancient Banyan fairyland contained 2 dragon-scaled giant trees. One was less than 10,000 years old, and the other was only about 20,000. The quality of the dragon's scale fruit was linked to the age of the tree. The older it grew, the better the quality became. This half-trunk giant tree possessed a trunk diameter of 500 meters, reaching 10,000 meters high. The dragon's scale fruit hanging upon it was as large as a millstone. Such a good thing. Who the hell ruined it like this? Levi muttered. He looked at the fallen half-trunk on the ground, which had already withered and died. He carefully used perception, then waved his hand, blowing away the dead branches and leaves. Purple light spread out, revealing a giant purple crystal lying there. At the same time, a massive dragon corpse began to appear. Amethyst race, Levi noted. He picked up the purple crystal, which was of level 8 quality. The dragon's bones exuded traces of demonic aura. It was a dragon abomination. Its breath was infinitely close to level 9. In Levi's mind, a scene unfolded. Long ago, the amethyst race and dragon abomination fought fiercely here, ultimately perishing together. The aftermath of the battle destroyed the giant tree, but it resiliently survived. Levi transplanted the dragon-scaled giant tree and retrieved the dragon's corpse. Where a dragon abomination is buried, there are usually demon dragon grass, Levi realized. He carefully searched and found 24 stalks of demon dragon grass. This made him extremely happy. He could now produce many flame demon potions. 1 month later, on the eve of the ancient tower's closure, in the sky full of yellow sand, a stream of earth yellow light flew quickly. A series of light beams from arrays soared into the sky, forming a huge barrier. Light collided on the surface of the barrier, causing ripples. Caught you, Levi said. He continually shrank the barrier. Not long after, a magical object, resembling both a snake and an insect, surfaced in his hand, with green leaves growing on it. It twisted incessantly, like an animal. He sealed it using a spell, and placed it into a prepared container, sealing it tight. After isolating the earth elemental power, it stopped twisting and turned into a piece of withered yellow root. Levi felt excited, almost disbelieving. A legendary level earth element holy grass, snake tail root. It was a 9-ring medicinal herb, generally referred to as sacred medicine. Its value was comparable to a sun-refining artifact. Any holy grass could be refined into a grand wizard breakthrough holy soul potion. At the tea party, Miss Lucy mentioned this. No matter which formula of the holy soul potion, its main ingredient just needed to be a sacred medicine of the same sect as the wizard. Only some supplementary potion materials were fixed. That meant the snake tail root could refine any kind of earth element holy soul potion. In order to break through to 9th circle potions, its main ingredient had to be of the same section. It was for the convenience of crafting their own elemental holy soul and elemental holy body. This was unlike flame demon potions and other breakthroughs before the 9th circle. No matter what sect the main ingredient was from, the potion could be applicable to all wizards. Similarly, dual faction practitioners needed to prepare 2 attributes of sacred medicine. For someone like Levi with multiple factions, it meant 4 types, namely earth, fire, wind, and water, because others were all derivatives of earth, fire, wind, and water. Triss had a holy medicine atlas. It documented thousands of types of sacred medicine collected by the wizard civilization development until now. The snake tail root was one of them. In fact, Levi was not very worried about sacred medicine. Occasionally, they flowed out from the blood battle store, valued similarly to sun-refining artifacts. For a supernova like him, as long as he spent more time and effort, he could eventually get them. Now obtaining it early saved him a lot of effort. If he could get it for free, why spend money? The next day, embraced by the dawn light, Levi disappeared into the dark ancient tower. Ancient Dragon Continent. Nora calendar. End of the year 1018. Levi returned from his journey. The harvest from this trip was considerable. It required a lot of time to digest and absorb next. During this time, he just needed to calmly practice demon hunting in Nora. He had provoked 2 gods, probably already being targeted. Early promotion to 9th circle was the top priority. Levi had the seedlings brought out from the ancient tower distributed among the 3 Grand Wizards organizations. Twins Yanni and Yela were assigned to the Tower of Dawn. The girls were excited to see the outside world for the first time. Inside the ancient tower, Levi, feeling whimsical, used 2 rebirth stones. Winnie and Leah, 2 deceased friends. After several reincarnations, they surprisingly met again inside the ancient tower. They were Yanni and Yeli. In this life, they were fortunate to have the talent of children of the elements, still siblings. They were found by Wizard Cain and brought to Levi. Although their current life and past life were unrelated, in Levi's view, the Grey Tower had gathered again in another form. He hoped these twin sisters could go far. Deep Space Wanderer Jarvis was brought before Herman. The 2 instantly bonded, chatting happily, lamenting meeting too late. With the assistance of Jarvis, the mechanical college's development would certainly be more swift. 6-eared elf Vera went to Gandalf Pharmacy. Molten dwarf Zuma went to Fire Dragon Skywork. Although they were alien races, they were top figures in their respective domains. They could share some pressure with Holy Infant and Gandalf. Other rescued alien races from Holy War Mountain also successfully reemployed in Ancient Dragon Continent. The oddity Holy War Mountain was remodeled and upgraded by the Mechanical College, used as Star Castle. Cain temporarily went to Dusk Holy Temple, serving as Knight's sparring partner and instructor. When Ash Knights returned, he could lead secret mark warriors to achieve great accomplishments. Merfolk were also settled in the Sea Clan City. Due to similar culture and habits, they quickly blended in. Time flew, 14 years passed. Soon after Levi's return, Golden Lion Knight went into seclusion. Calculating, it was almost the day of tribulation. Nora calendar 1032, the 820th year of the blood battle. Emperor's Palace, Levi woke from meditation. His spiritual force reached 23,000 points. Elena's figure emerged. She dressed gorgeously, in a white 100 flowers pleated skirt, with a radiant smile. You're awake, it's time to attend the auction, she said. Chapter 2535. A century has passed again. Levi looked at Elena. Time had not left many marks on her. Elena always maintained a youthful and cheerful mindset. Levi asked how her wizard cultivation progressed. Elena smiled, telling him that she now held 18th circle, which marks. Levi nodded, encouraging her to strive for the 8th circle within the current century. Elena explained her desire to first evolve the mythical breathing method. Levi agreed, noting that once the defense increased, the fault tolerance against the 3 calamities and 4 disasters would improve. Levi rose, and he and Elena walked out of the Emperor's palace. Elena's cultivation pace remained steady. She stood only over 1,600 years old, and practiced 3 paths simultaneously. Even with the water god body, such progress took time. Unlike Triss, she felt no pressure regarding her lifespan. She chose to work slowly, knowing that success would follow when everything aligned. The bright moon artifact, the Sea Emperor's Eye, which Levi brought from the ancient tower, remained unrefined. She intended to wait until she reached the 8th circle, to avoid wasting the opportunity to boost her spiritual force. Outside the palace, they encountered Triss and Wendy walking together. Triss had stabilized in the 8-ring realm. Her research now consumed her, as she dedicated her time to the 1000-year potion, and the Nightmare Series 8-ring breakthrough potion. She devoted her full attention to her research, leaving no time for anything else. Her eldest son, Anya, had already been pushed to the background. Levi remembered his old friend Anya, however. Wendy had become more cheerful after she and the Blood Knight reformed their family. Not long ago, Wendy advanced to the 8-ring perfect realm, boosting her power once again. Her ranking on the demon-slaying list surged into the top 50. The wizard world re-evaluated this top talent from the old generation, who once stirred up storms. On the star list, she ranked in the top 3 among all 9 circle, and below wizards in the Storm faction. Breaking into the top 3 of the 4 major factions proved the name Supernova was well deserved. As long as one grasped opportunities, the remnants of the old era could also shine. Wendy's mind focused solely on her daughter and son-in-law wandering outside. Fortunately, the Ash Knight reported safety to his father-in-law, the Blood Knight, every year. Levi asked Wendy if she planned to attend the auction. Wendy smiled, confirming she was preparing early to advance to the 9th circle. Advancing to the 9th circle was complex and required early preparation. The 4 of them set out together to the Soren continent. After more than 800 years of blood battle, Levi's friends spanned across Nora. Familiar wizards were everywhere, including many supernovas. They greeted each other with smiles. Levi felt emotional. Blood battle brought both destruction and unity, bringing wizards closer. Only in the face of a common enemy could people exist in such harmony, letting go of past enmity. This also related to the sudden influx of resources due to the grand convergence of planes. In this era, hard work led to opportunity, especially with the emergence of the blood battle store, which allocated resources based on war merit. The monopoly of top organizations began to break. Any wizard desiring progress had to step forward and fight. Otherwise, the Congress, civilization, and the era would abandon them. The auction started shortly after. The first item was a truth oddity. The auctioneers presented the Morning Star artifact, Fire God's Tooth. The starting bid sat at 500 million ether stones. As an oddity of the burning faction, more than 10 primordial soul wizards competed fiercely on site. Levi eventually bought it for 2 billion ether stones, exceeding the typical value of a Morning Star artifact. This represented his limit. He preferred to try his luck in the ancient tower, rather than pay more. He spent lavishly right from the start. Seeing the buyer was Levi, everyone felt the price justified. He functioned as the resident fixture of the blood battle auction, a man who contributed billions of ether stones to the Congress on average each time. With this latest oddity, the Holy Infant's Fire God series was now 4/7 complete. Levi had also refined the Morning Star artifact, Red Dragon's Horn, from the ancient tower. It enhanced his spiritual force and fire element affinity talent, though the rest seemed insignificant. So far, the Red Dragon series was 3/5 complete, with no special spiritual creature born yet. The auction lasted a day, and Levi turned into a relentless spending machine. The event broke records, with Levi spending 27 billion ether stones in total. This left other wizards astounded. The organizers felt overjoyed, treating Levi with utmost care and attention. The biggest expense this time went toward a 10,000-year-old fossil of a strange wood called fire scale wood. Levi competed with several 8th Circle wizards from the burning faction, raising the bid to 15 billion. For Levi, strange wood was rarer than a truth oddity, a chance encounter he could not pass up. He had to obtain it regardless of the cost. He could refine fire scale wood into the charred firewood needed for his wizard tower. Charred firewood was a strange wood submerged in magma, formed by chance, similar in appearance to charcoal. Notably, this strange wood came from the Flame Mountain world. Recently, this world merged into Nora. According to Levi's knowledge, except for a few remote plane confederations, like the Myriad Machine Plane, all other planes had returned to Nora, and the wizards had cleared the demons. Levi also spent 3 billion ether stones on a potion formula. It was the 1000 Mountain Potion, a 9-circle breakthrough potion, with a 12% success rate. The price of the 9-circle potion formula was cheaper than Levi imagined. In fact, the Pharmacist Association even provided free 9-circle potion formulas. Chapter 2536. Anyone with hope of advancing to the 9th circle acts as a key cultivation target of the Congress. The Congress avoids creating additional obstacles for wizards breaking through to the 9th circle due to a knowledge monopoly. The cost of obtaining a free formula involves taking an oath. The content covers never betraying the Congress, never betraying wizard civilization, and so on. The case of the traitor of civilization, the Dark Emperor Asta, serves as a precedent. The Congress exercises extremely strict control over the channels for advancing to Grand Wizard. Levi would not betray wizard civilization in principle. However, his top priority remains his own safety. If faced with an irresistible force, he cannot guarantee he would die for civilization. Therefore, his principle dictates he never take oaths that might dig a pit for himself. Triss noted that the old witch advanced to Grand Wizard with formulas provided by the Congress. Even the sacred medicines came with the help of the Congress. Consequently, the old witch signed a series of strict contracts. The Congress cannot cultivate and ingrate. This practice seemed reasonable enough, yet Levi refused to accept it. Because of his character, he wished to avoid constraints. He could do good deeds, helping the Congress and civilization, but all these actions stemmed from his own willingness. Whether it involved the formula or the sacred medicines, he would find a way to get them on his own. For the 9th circle breakthrough potion, a success rate exceeding 10% is first rate. 12% represents the top level standard. The main ingredient required for the 1000 Mountain Potion formula is any type of earth elemental sacred medicine. Levi's snake-tail grass can fully suffice. Supplementary ingredients include nearly 30 primordial soul level materials, ranging from the 6th to the 9th circle. The refining procedures number in the dozens, with hundreds of incantations. It is quite complex. Levi scanned the documents. 2/3 of the materials are those he already possesses. The remaining materials do not seem very difficult to obtain. Due to Levi's multi-sept traits, he also needs to additionally collect 3 types of sacred medicines. With the Dark Ancient Tower, resolving these is just a matter of time. He has only developed a small portion of the 8th level's resources now. Every exploration brings many new discoveries. Confidence surged through him. To advance to the 9th circle, 3 major preparations are needed to increase the success rate. Firstly, preparing a breakthrough sacred medicine assists in shaping the elemental holy body and holy soul. The success rate increase varies depending on the potion, but is generally around 10%. Secondly, the use of the elemental spirit array provides a fixed 5% success rate boost. This 8th circle array can also aid in the elementalization of the primordial soul and body. The witch's family already has a ready array, so Levi does not need to prepare one. Additionally, on Soren continent, one can also freely rent an official array. Similarly, one needs to take oaths like those taken when obtaining the formula. Running this array requires preparation of around 10 billion ether stones. For Levi, this is not an issue either. Thirdly, a star spirit's heart and a large piece of starfall remains are needed. Starfall remains are relatively common. Levi already has a large piece. The star spirit's heart is a strange crystal formed after the death of a plane not emerging for over 10,000 years. In other words, it is a spiritual substance formed after the tragic death of a plane embryo. Such items often contain the will of the plane spirit. The starfall remains serve as the body of the plane, while the star spirit's heart acts as the soul of the plane. Special methods refine the two, and they harmoniously fuse within the body. Then, it becomes possible to open up a demiplane embryo within a wizard. The difference between a legendary wizard and a plane sovereign lies in this. The plane sovereign may seem to dominate the plane, but is in fact a vassal of the plane, subject to its limitations. Whereas for legendary wizards, the plane is a vassal of the wizard. During the Grand Wizard period, the demiplane embryo is just a chaotic embryo. Only upon advancing to a legendary wizard can one create heaven and earth, reshaping earth, fire, wind, and water. This gives birth to what we commonly refer to as the legendary demiplane. The third preparation also adds a fixed 5% success rate increase. As long as the aforementioned 3 preparatory works are completed, the success rate for advancing to the 9th circle rises by about 20%. One can choose to forcibly advance without preparation. In ancient times, many wizards passed this way, relying purely on luck. The first 2 remain fine, and do not have much effect. If the third is not prepared, the price is having no plane embryo within. In the legendary period, there would be no demiplane, and battle strength would be one notch below others. The star spirit's heart is something one can only come upon by chance. Some grand wizards who are in a hurry do indeed advance without preparing the third one. For example, the old witch did not prepare this item. With her conditions, achieving grand wizard is already not easy. She does not expect to become legendary. Aside from this, many factors decide the success rate of advancing to grand wizard. The most important factors include the following. First, wizarding talent. Wizarding talent is the foundation that comprehensively influences a wizard's lifelong cultivation. Second, wizard foundation. The more innate spells mastered, the more primordial soul spells, the more witch marks imprinted, the richer the knowledge. The stronger the wizard's foundation naturally is. 8th circle wizards almost all have 9 talents by default. Failing this, the probability of reaching the door of grand wizard is almost 0. Third, spiritual force upper limit. At the same realm, higher spiritual force indicates more spell power and stronger strength. The success rate of crossing the Tribulation 9-ring calamity is naturally higher. Advancing to Grand Wizard is a systematic process. Chapter 2537. Success requires achieving perfection in every segment and every step. Levi focused his preparation on the sacred medicines and the star spirit's heart. He left all other supplementary ingredients for the organization members to complete. Currently, no fixed exchange channel exists for the star spirit's heart. He could wait for a large auction, or he could continue having the Spider King search the land of darkness. Levi considered another method. He could incorporate the ancient Banyan fairyland into himself, using it as a demiplane in the future. However, practical operation presented many difficulties and issues. He kept that option as a retreat, to use only if necessary. Levi possessed the confidence to solve the problem. Others ascended to become grand wizards, so why would he, with his superior conditions, fail to achieve a natural outcome? The official organization surely hoarded such materials. They simply required certain conditions before providing them to wizards. The Congress held a strong grip on the vast majority of grand wizards. That provided the likely reason for the scarcity. Levi purchased various medicinal herbs, ores, and other materials worth 40 billion ether stones. Finally, he bought 5 dark treasure maps. These, added to the ones acquired from the last auction, gave him a total of 9 maps. He planned to accumulate more before taking the time to go treasure hunting. He purchased no spell knowledge. Right now, he focused on acquiring that for free. The memory blind box occurring every 100 years, plus the various channels through which organization members acquired knowledge, proved sufficient. In the last Netherworld market, featuring 100,000 blind boxes, he enjoyed a stroke of great luck. He drew 9 kinds of level 6 and above combat techniques and spells. After bidding farewell to various friends from the auction, some hurriedly returned to the ancient dragon continent. Having obtained the charred firewood, Levi needed to integrate it into the wizard tower immediately. With this addition, the earth, fire, wind, and water, the 4 basic forces within the tower, left only wind missing. Elena entered seclusion. She experienced quite a harvest at the blood battle auction. First, she acquired an 8th circle void treasure pearl for 2.3 billion. Then, she bid 2.9 billion on a Morningstar level oddity, the water god bracelet. Generally, a Morningstar oddity cost only around 1 billion. Under normal circumstances, Levi and his wife would not splurge on such an item. However, this bracelet constituted the final piece of the Water God series. Elena gritted her teeth and purchased the item. Adding the Water God's ring Levi gave her, the Water God series stood complete. Elena had not yet refined these 2 Morningstar oddities. After the 8th circle, she planned to refine them, along with the Sea Emperor's Eye. Later, Levi prepared the potion for Elena's ascension to the 8th circle. His duplicates and clotheskin lacked no top-grade breakthrough potions. With everything ready, only the elevation remained. Triss aimed to purchase alchemy raw materials on this journey. She spent a full 60 billion ether stones on them. This expenditure illustrated her status as a wealthy woman devoted to the pharmaceutical business. Once these raw materials reached refinement into medicines and sold, they would bring Triss double the profit. Additionally, Triss spent 46 billion ether stones on a bright moon artifact. This oddity looked like a toad, with bumps on its back and a red moon pattern on its neck. During the auction, many people remained unsure about the nature of the oddity, and thus hesitated to bid. Levi also remained uncertain, as it appeared in no illustrated guide of strange items. But based on past experience, he advised Triss, the stranger the oddity, the better the effect upon refinement. Naming it by appearance, he called it the Red Moon Treasure Toad. In this auction, Triss also spent 100 billion ether stones. Her lavishness ranked second only to Levi. Knowledge truly enriches. Elena understood this truth deeply. As for Wendy, she bid on a bright moon artifact from the Wind God series, mainly to complete her Wind God body. The Dusk Holy Temple stood silent. After a long retreat, the Golden Lion Knight faced tribulation. The bloodlines chosen for this evolution included the Dragon Hawk, the Silver-Horned Giant Beast, and the Dark Giant Tiger. The Dragon Hawk required no explanation, as it served as the bloodline source for the Feather Knight. Its appearance resembled an eagle, capable of battling pure-blooded dragons while possessing immense strength. The Silver-Horned Giant Beast resembled a water buffalo, adorned with beautiful silver double horns. These horns contained an exceedingly rare trait, Star Devour. Some level 10 strongmen cut off its original double horns to make weapons. The Star Devour trait damaged the astral world's divine fire source, making the horns a divine treasure. Divine fire functioned as the core of the gods, and as long as it did not extinguish, the gods remained undying. When divine fire suffered damage, strength diminished. Strong gods possessed enough power that their divine fire roared like a furnace, rendering the impact negligible. Some weak gods, with divine fire as fragile as a campfire on a rainy night, could not withstand such devastation. Therefore, the astral world nearly wiped out all silver-horned giant beasts, and destroyed any weapons containing the Star Devour trait they had scavenged. The silver-horned giant beast eventually went extinct, unseen for 100,000 years. The Golden Lion Knight acquired this bloodline thanks to a demon. The mount of a demon lord was a level 7 demon bull. The Divine Light Knight endured an ambush during an outing, yet turned the tables in a delightful twist of fate. He discovered the bloodline of the silver-horned giant beast within the creature, perfect for his husband's evolution. The Dark Giant Tiger inhabited the Land of Darkness as a legendary giant beast. Nowadays, it remained active, often lying in ambush within the dark to kill passing strongmen. On the breakthrough day for the Golden Lion Knight, his already 600-year-old second daughter, Rhea, and youngest son, Raid, arrived. Raid had long served as a 6th Circle wizard, while Peacock Knight Rhea held the rank of Peak Level 5 Knight. Their eldest daughter, Lena, perished in a blood battle years ago, passing at a young age. Life and death separation could sometimes arrive with such suddenness. Chapter 2538. However, as transcendents of longevity, they were all mentally prepared. This helped the Golden Lion Knight. With the primordial spirit and wizard forms, the Lion King Divine Book reached its peak. The Golden Lion Knight passed through the disaster unscathed. A giant beast, 1,000 meters long, with a golden base, black spots, a maned neck, a tiger tail, and double horns, descended from the sky. It was scarred and gasping like an ox. It was the mythical form of the Golden Lion Knight. After resting, the giant beast transformed into humanoid form and approached Levi. Raid and Rhea congratulated him, calling him father. The Divine Light Knight smiled at her husband with unspeakable sentiment and comfort. The Golden Lion Knight bowed before Levi. He asked the commander to bestow a name. It had become a convention for Levi to name any new breathing technique. Levi felt stressed, as his reserve of names was depleted. He gazed at the high sky and named the beast Zawu. The Golden Lion Knight asked if the Zawu breathing technique held any special meaning. Levi explained that it was a righteous beast, representing the enduring friendship of the Dusk Holy Temple, eternal and undying. Emperor Mu watched the battle. He noted the name was good and not inferior to his Zuyan. The Blood Knight added that Kylan, Zawu, Zuyan, Chasing Sun, Star Butterfly, and Behemoth were all wonderful, and that the future of the Nora world would be truly exciting. Emperor Mu reminded them that the commander had 6 more. The Black Knight said the old folks were already perfect, having cultivated to this point without regret. The future belonged to the young ones. The Thousand Illusion Knight looked forward with longing eyes, her heart growing firmer. Other knights felt inspired. Levi told them all that whether legendary or mythical bloodline, the journey was hard-earned, and they must pass it down. Even if their generation failed, the fire would keep burning until new mythical beings stood between heaven and earth. Everyone returned to their tasks. 4 years later, Nora Calendar 1036, Blood Battle Year 824, Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi held a delicate small pagoda, resembling an 8-level pagoda. Carved with dragons and phoenixes, it was ancient and grand. Tens of thousands of runes adorned it like stars, flickering constantly. Immersing consciousness within revealed another world. Inside the pagoda, a world over 1,000 miles across existed. Mountains, underground fire, rivers, lakes, lightning, glaciers, and mirages intertwined. Elemental powers and energy resembled a new world. Wind power was missing. 6 pillars supporting the sky stood at 6 positions, showcasing the efficacy of strange wood. They acted as the spine of the wizard tower and the main beam of this world. The wizard tower was initially completed. It took over 1,000 years and billions of ether stones to prepare materials. This did not even count the ocean stabilizing pillar, whose value was immeasurable and enough to make a grand wizard envious. The complete eternal star abyss consisted of 10 layers, containing 10 worlds. Each world was a small realm. The Star Abyss Tower citizens residing within were all entities suppressed by the Wizard Tower. A symbiotic relationship existed between the tower citizens and the Wizard Tower. When Tower Master Levi suffered an attack, potential energy transferred to the citizens to share the burden. The inherent power of the tower citizens was partially drawn by the Wizard Tower and stored in the Supreme Archmage. The Wizard Tower initiated gathering attacks with the power of tens of thousands of people. Transcending levels to battle was not a fantasy. The tower was far from its complete form. It contained merely a crude piece of sky. Other functions remained unimplemented. Still, simple suppression, defense, and attack functions were complete. It sufficed as his sole artifact. Levi released his primordial soul. The 8-level Divine Ring Tower Phantom floated out slowly. The spiritual force tower and the physical wizard tower merged. Levi's primordial soul origin power began to nurture the wizard tower. Another year passed. Levi harmonized with the tower. The lifeless wizard tower developed spirituality, an ethereal projection with a face identical to Levi's condensed within. This was the supreme archmage of the eternal star abyss. He was an illusion conjured by Levi's Divine Ring Tower. The Divine Ring Tower acted as the bridge linking the Wizard Tower and Levi. It allowed Levi and the Wizard Tower to become one. It achieved the seamless effect of acting at will, like a single entity. As a sole artifact, the Wizard Tower functioned like an innate spell. Various commands executed through the Wizard Tower in a single thought. During the refining process, one star after another illuminated the sky dome of the Wizard Tower. These stars were the unlocked sealing positions, also known as sealing stars. The 8-layered tower held 8,000 sealing stars. Each sealing star could imprison an entity whose strength did not exceed Levi's. Theoretically, Levi could imprison 8,000 level 8 powerhouses at this stage. After reaching level 10, it could have 10,000 sealing stars, capable of sealing 10,000 true gods. In reality, that was impossible. 3 reasons existed. First, maintaining each sealing star required consuming a certain amount of spiritual force memory. The stronger the strength, the higher the consumption. Exceeding Levi's spiritual force endurance would lead to backlash. Chapter 2539. Second, even a skillful housewife cannot cook a meal without rice, and the astral world simply does not have 10,000 true gods. It is a simple logic. If there were so many gods in the astral world, the underworld and the abyss would have been flattened long ago, and there would be nothing left for the wizard world. According to the Congress-compiled Star Realm Atlas, as of now, the wizard civilization has observed and recorded only over 800 gods. Including those not yet observed, there might be 1,000 and a few hundred. Among them, the vast majority are mixed gods and wild gods who attain divine status by chance. In terms of actual combat power, they are much weaker compared to a conventional level 10 strongman. The significance of such gods is to be slain across levels by some of the heaven-defying level 9 existences under the astral world, thus leaving behind epic stories of mortal body slaying gods. Within the Sauron plane, nearly 100 level 10 strongmen have had god-slaying events. Some have slain more than one. Third, the Wizard Tower, due to limitations of materials and other reasons, also has a bearing maximum. Even the dark ancient tower refined by Sauron cannot possibly seal all Star Realm true gods. Therefore, these 10,000 sealing stars need to be reasonably allocated based on actual circumstances. Being able to seal dozens of strongmen of the same realm as Levi is already strong enough. 8,000 star dots adorned, the shadow emblem transformed into a beam of light, branding on the tower wall. From now on, the Wizard Tower is the home of the Shadow Army. Levi carefully selected the strongest 8,000 shadows and bound them with the sealing stars. In the future, when enemies attack him, these shadows can help share a massive amount of damage. After the Wizard Tower fused, Levi arrived at the ancient Banyan Tree Mansion. The Bloody Queen focused intensely on writing her manuscript. Girl Aja, at the beginning of the story, Aja's wizarding talent was not ideal, so she chose to sell her charms, seducing the guardian giant dragon to rise within the organization. Levi sighed as he looked at the parchment. The queen truly has a soft spot for giant dragons. Oh, boss, what is up? The Bloody Queen put down her pen and looked at Levi. Once you are done, come spar with me. Levi turned and walked toward the training chamber. He arrived at the nightmare world. Dragon Kingly held Eternal Star Abyss in his left hand and grasped Crimson Dragon Slash in his right. Ahead, the Dragon Corpse Demon's breath spewed a hurricane, becoming ever more powerful. Over the years, Mary's handling skills have become increasingly proficient. In sparring with the Tyrant of Horror, she wins 9 out of 10 times. Come on, Levi shouted as he readied his stance. Be careful, Master. The Dragon Corpse Demon warned before charging. The giant dragon, carrying nearly 1,000 miles of swirling wind, charged with unstoppable momentum. Eternal Star Abyss released and in moments transformed to 20,000 meters high. Around the Wizard Tower, countless runes shimmered, transforming into starlight. The starlight formed ring after ring of star rings, rotating endlessly. Invisible ripples spread forth. Where it passed, everything within a few hundred miles turned to dust. This is the wizard tower's own defensive field, named Star Abyss Domain. The hurricane was shredded, and the dragon breath blocked. The dragon's claw was shaken off, its body retreating. What an amazing treasure, Mary noted with a hint of admiration. Come on, continue. Levi made his move as well. Instantaneously appearing atop the wizard tower, the powerful suppressive force dragged the dragon into the mire. The dragon's tail swept in, and Levi took it head on. In the past, he would definitely have been sent flying. But this time, he merely slipped back a bit, stabilizing himself, with a delighted expression. This level 9 power of the body, I completely withstood it. The force of that strike was at least half absorbed by the wizard tower. Subsequently, based on strength level, the damage was proportionally distributed to 8,000 shadows. The stronger ones bore more, and the weaker ones less. Since all 8,000 shadows were elite, there were no casualties. If they were level 4 or level 5 shadows, even if the damage was distributed, most would still suffer deaths and injuries. Having recognized the power of the wizard tower, Levi's confidence greatly increased. After tens of thousands of rounds, he relied on the wizard tower to defeat the dragon corpse demon. Master, you are too strong. I could last several tens of thousands of rounds before. Stop with the flattery, go back and write your novel. All right, hee. She replied with a giggle, and returned to her desk. Back to the real world, Levi contemplated his options. He now had 4 means to counter level 9 entities. First, elemental ruins. Second, the dragon corpse demon. Third, eternal star abyss. Fourth, thunder element formless. Elemental ruins is essential for wounding level 9. The corpse demon has both offense and defense. Star abyss focuses on control and survival. Thunder element formless is also for survival. With his power swelling to this extent, Levi felt eager to try. Unfortunately, there are no suitable and safe opponents. The weak overlords in the nightmare world all have strong backing. The strong overlords would be asking for trouble. Just one more 18 layers of hell array, and it will be perfect. Levi planned to install the array inside the eternal star abyss. With the dual suppression of the array and the wizard tower, he hoped to minimize the gap in competency. Witch's family. Triss finished refining the red moon treasure toad. This oddity increased her spiritual force by 200 points, proving to be a top grade among bright moon artifacts. Besides that, it also gave birth to a special water element talent. Due to the inclusivity of the sea god talent, it has been absorbed. Triss's overall talent further improved. Furthermore, the red moon treasure toad also produced a projection. A red toad, as large as a mountain, with a reputation as mighty as an ox. Not only that, an exotic species water also emerged. It is a red water containing poisonous negative energy. These seem familiar. That is because Triss had earlier refined the black queen snake. The two are remarkably similar. Both produced exotic species water and energy projections. Chapter 2540. Triss realized this was likely another sequence artifact. Toads, black snakes, all images of poison. This sequence possibly related to toxins. She shared the discovery with Levi, who gaped in shock. Could it really be so? Regardless, he needed to pay attention to oddities symbolizing poison in the future. Scorpions, centipedes, spiders, and similar creatures became targets of interest. 3 years passed. It was the Nora calendar 1040, Blood Battle Year 828. Levi dedicated most of his time to cultivation, relaxing by hunting demons during his leisure hours. He kept his wizard tower and giant dragon corpse demon hidden, saving those 2 trump cards as surprises for the level 9 demon. The Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath technique advanced to the level 8 late stage. Both the Vajra secret word and his basic physical defense improved significantly. The diameter of the primordial magnetic field expanded to 150 kilometers. After years of battle, his extreme Dao strategy reached the level 8 limit. He simply waited to consolidate soldier species after reaching level 9. He estimated the soldier species he consolidated would not be a single type, but a mixed group mastering 18 kinds of weapons. Any weapon came easily to his hand. Sword skills, spear skills, with techniques, all were merely different forms of expression. In essence, all roads led to the same destination. The Lover's Rune at level 15 increased the luck boost from 160% to 180%. The Hanging Rune rose to level 9, its amplification force reaching 80%. On the Nora continent, his 3 avatars entered the final stage of the 8th circle sprint. They stayed inside, focusing entirely on body tempering cultivation and imprinting witch marks. Gondif refined the Morning Star refining body artifact, the mountain burrowing beetle. This action slightly increased his spiritual force and improved the dragon elephant holy body. The high-level project of the purple crystal body refining technique neared an end. He and his research group made the final push. Such quiet cultivation in Gondo City could not last. Small demon invasions occurred constantly, with a major war every few decades. Many familiar faces inside the city quietly disappeared as time marched on. The Land of Darkness. A terrifying roar from a giant dragon shook the world. In a small plain, beings awakened in alarm, rushing to find places to hide. Countless mortals trembled as they gazed at the giant dragon, draped in sky-covering red flames. Heavy armor bristled with steel spikes, and the dragon left a path of destruction in its wake. Og, you have finally reached level 9. Emperor Dagon let out an exuberant laugh, exuding an aura of unmatched confidence. It had waited for this day for thousands of years. From now on, in the multidimensional plane, it too was a notable powerhouse. With no level 10 existing, level 9 reigned supreme. Relying on external aids did not matter. With the wings of destruction and the giant dragon's secret armor in hand, it could control the Flame King Dragon. The giant dragon turned into a burst of firelight, flying toward the massive world ahead. Nora, Dagon planned to hide near Gondor City in the Land of Darkness, then bide its time and capture Master Fire Dragon while out for demon hunting. Dragon Flame God's full map attack only targeted demons above level 9, so there was no worry of being targeted by the legendary ones. Over the years, it figured out Master Fire Dragon's patterns. No one understood Master Fire Dragon better than it. The opponent had not ascended to the 8th circle, and with Og's strength, failure remained off the table. After this battle, the wizard world would surely spread Dagon's mighty name. In a nameless small world deep in space, Sergard's sword of world destruction pierced the earth core. A steady stream of energy poured in as its broken left arm slowly regained some form. The abyss refined this sword of world destruction using many rare materials, one being an adult star ring-tailed snake. Previously, in a great battle with the Dusk Sun God, Sergard suffered defeat and retreated. Even though it once approached a level 11 presence, it remained only a level 9 now. If not for the robust sword of world destruction, harming the Dusk Sun God would have been difficult. The latter did not fare well either, as the divine body suffered contamination from the demonic sword. To fully recover, it would need to consume considerable divine power. In the short term, it seemed unlikely to descend to the lower realm and bother him again. As for angels, Sergard would kill them all, no matter how many came. Suddenly, Sergard's expression changed. Found you. A shadow stretched across the endless void. The figure wore golden armor and wielded a trident, emanating a soaring battle spirit. Secret skill, one spear breaking 9 stars. Throughout the boundless world, the light of 9 stars extinguished as the spear fell. The movement connected the 9 stars, transforming into an indescribable ultimate radiance. Sergard blocked with the sword of world destruction. Holy War Monarch, you dare trouble me, Sergard? Heh, no matter how brilliant your past, now you are only level 9. After clashing with the spear, Sergard grunted and sneered. I remember your true form cannot leave the Holy War world, and this tackle from afar is just so-so. I am not playing along today. After I reach level 10, I will definitely pay a visit. The Bloodfire Dominator's earthly body will not stand a chance. It unleashed a gigantic demon mountain that exploded with a thunderous boom. Using the blast as cover, it slipped into the abyss well, disappearing without a trace. The Holy War Army Master stood silent as the projection slowly faded. The All-Realm Destroyer truly lived up to its reputation. With the abyss dispatching it, they surely aimed to accelerate Sergard's growth through rampant world destruction. Once it returned to its peak, few in the Pan Plane could match it. With the mighty gone, the aftermath of the great battle subsided. The small world welcomed its twilight doom. Faintly, the world's lament echoed. Who knows how much time passed? A towering, giant-like figure descended. He wore a Lion King helmet and rusted dark gold heavy armor. On his back hung a giant shield and heavy hammer capable of crushing stars. He gazed at the world nearing its demise, eyes filled with complexity. What a pity. Just before forming any civilization, it comes to an end. I wonder how Solomon Empire is faring now. I should go back and see. Those fortunate souls I once taught, have they accomplished anything? Nora is undergoing an unprecedented planar confluence, worth visiting. His solitary, melancholic silhouette muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. Amid the fragmented ruins of the fading world appeared a translucent crystal. It exuded vitality and spirituality, like a beating heart. Resentment, anger, grievance, an invisible obsession brewed within. Even the tongueless new world longed to exist. Is this a star spirit's heart? Such an artifact has emerged. Surprised, he stored the star spirit's heart and quietly left. This journey to Nora, this item might prove useful. Chapter 2541. 2 years later, in the year 1042 of the Nora calendar, the year 830 of the Blood Battle, in the ancient Dragon continent, the Arcane Academy had advanced significantly by merging with the wizard civilization. The seeds of the arcane civilization had taken root and grown strong. Among the 7 circle arcanists alone, there were now 3. Both arcanists and wizards required similar elemental affinity talents, but individuals possessed different comprehension of arcane arts and spells. Consequently, during selection, the instructors tailored education to the individual. The ancient mages of the Grey Eagle continent were no exception. In recent years, ancient mages, arcanists, wizards, and other spellcasting systems had mutually validated and promoted each other. A more brilliant and splendid spellcaster civilization thrived. The school of spiritualism and the school of insects flourished alike. At the giant beast paradise, besides Melina, more primordial soul-level spiritual wizards emerged. Many spiritual beasts of the spirit summoners reached a high upper limit. They held hope to advance to level 7, or even level 8 realms. The exploitation of black beast resources and the abundant biological resources brought by the New World aided this growth. The school of insects followed a similar path. In essence, the School of Insects functioned as a subdivision of the specialized School of Spiritualism. With the Black Swamp world's rich alien insect resources and nurturing environment, applicants increased over the years, and fear of heritage failure vanished. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, 3 giant trees stood side by side. Under Levi's nurturing, the broken dragonwood giant tree grew ever more pleasing. The dragon scale fruit it bore held the value of 10 ordinary dragon scale fruits. It served as the highest level award of the Dragon Dao Conference. Not long ago, the bloodsucking demon dragon, the wild electric dragon eel, and the faceless infant dragon all advanced to the 7th level. The complete form of the blood-sucking demon dragon reached level 8, with room for growth. The latter two stood in their prime, achieving peak status. They could now start a carefree life, idling away. Before this, establishing a family and career remained a necessity. Other sub-dragons, mixed blood dragon clans, and transcendent creatures also showed significant progress. Leviathan, Gustav, and the other elders already had many grandchildren. Levi's first subdued fire elemental spirit, Ace, stepped into the 6th level realm with Levi's special help. Diabo successfully reached level 7, and Phoenix stood at the late stage of level 6. Together, the three held the title of the Fire Element 3 Musketeers of the ancient dragon continent. The three Grand Wizard organizations had arranged one fire elemental each, facilitating ordinary members in weapon making and alchemy. The Thunder Rock Levi adopted early on, and the Thunder Element brought out from the Thunder Pool secret realm, had grown and served in various major organizations. The Thunder Crocodile, as the guardian of the Witch's House, recently advanced to the middle stage of level 8. Having witnessed Levi's methods and communicated with Phoenix and others, it gave up on unrealistic fantasies. Outliving this man remained impossible. It performed well before he became legendary. If he became stronger, he might not even bother to glance at it, let alone assist it to ascend. In the Golden Light Cave, the Sword of Victory produced swords of dust people at a speed of 10 per century. Knights successfully refined this special oddity, achieving good results. Some improved physical qualities, while others enhanced combat skill talents. These seemed insignificant to Levi, but for some knights, they provided a life-saving opportunity for advancement. The 100 little golden electric sword grasses frolicked and played daily within the ancient Banyan fairyland, making the originally lively fairyland even more bustling. Though they lacked maturity in mind, they remained obedient and caused no trouble. Moreover, Levi noticed new buds sprouting on the trunk. He subtly questioned Master Aurora, the master of magical plants. The lady had never seen such a plant before. This made Levi even more curious. This thing might have a significant origin. Perhaps it existed as a divine artifact similar to the energy sect's mystic sky spirit tree. Levi leaned toward making these golden leaves into growth-enhanced active secret swords. He planned to pluck them to control the sword and defeat enemies when needed, while nurturing them on the trunk when not in use. If this method succeeded, the power of Victor's Heavenly Star Sword formation would be unimaginable. Time flowed by. Beside the small stone pond, the two pieces of rebirth stone in Levi's hand turned into ashes again. This time, he checked the next life of his father, the Black Snake Knight, and the Snowflake Knight. The content of his father's rebirth stone remained chaotic, as if the true soul still resided in the Mother River. Digao, the merchant from the underworld, explained that a random gap period always existed between each reincarnation. This situation remained quite normal. As for the Snowflake Knight's next life, it actually stood beside him. It appeared as the snowflake warrior he brought out from hell 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, it existed as a grunt under the Frostbone Dragon Yugos. Due to its excellent sword skill, Levi favored it. At that time, it held only the initial stage of rank 5. 1,000 years later, it stood as a late-stage level 6 undead knight. It served as one of the three swordsmen of the ancient Banyan Tree Mansion, alongside Little Black and the swordsman Jerry. The Snowflake Knight I yearned for has long been by my side, Levi whispered with a relieved smile. He suddenly comprehended a truth. Everything possesses its own trajectory of operation. As long as a person remained fortunate enough and lived long enough, they would one day meet what they longed for along this trajectory. In a previous life, people referred to this as cause and effect. Up to now, he had gathered 4 of the glittering legends. Not counting the thousand-faced knight killed by Levi, only the Golden Knight and the Lionheart Knight remained outside. Chapter 2542. It is a pity there are too few rebirth stones, and many people want to take a look, Levi murmured. He suddenly felt a tug at his attention and opened his palm. Golden light flew from the horizon and landed in his palm. A golden armor youth appeared, 3 feet tall, and touched a growling stomach. Master, I woke up and finished the canned food, but I am still hungry. Let us go demon hunting. Levi smiled and patted the head of the youth, finally awake. Let us go demon hunting. Leon had been asleep, and Levi had wasted quite a few demon souls. Just the thought of it brought a pang of regret. He spent a whole year demon hunting just to fill the stomach of Leon. It consumed the souls of 2 level 8 and 6 level 7 demons in one go. Through demon hunting, Levi also figured out the transformation of Leon. First, the physical defense capability of its shell is no less than that of the amethyst race. Even having just promoted, attacks from level 8 mid-stage demons could not hurt it. Second, the efficiency of Leon in utilizing souls has greatly improved. Even if there are some troublesome restrictions within the soul memories, it can break them. This remains true unless the person who set the restriction has a realm far above it, such as level 9 or level 10 entities. Finally, Leon has mastered a brand new ability. It can sense the location of the Underworld Source River. It is a supreme river overseeing life and death reincarnation. The Underworld Source River is like the capillaries of a human body, spread throughout the multidimensional plane. Every land that nurtures life, even inside the dark ancient tower, has branches of this river. The souls of the deceased, the true souls, all converge into this river. They are then guided to hell and eventually flow to the underworld. New true souls randomly head to the multidimensional plane through the Underworld Source River for reincarnation, thus forming a complete cycle. Leon can sense the location of the river and enter it. It uses the river to go to the underworld or to other planes. However, at this stage, Leon can only travel the river alone. It is unable to take Levi for a swim. Of course, Levi also does not wish to enter the river. De Gao said the Nether Emperors each have their duties, and each one holds some authority over the river. For example, the undying Nether Emperor holds the authority of reincarnation. Looking at it now, Leon might just be a Nether Emperor who controls soul. Thinking about employing child labor all day, Levi felt a bit anxious. If this Nether Emperor regains memory, will he blame Levi? Fortunately, the strength advancement of Levi is quicker than that of Leon. As long as Levi reaches the legendary realm early, even if the Nether Emperor memory of Leon is awakened, it will be to no avail. Of course, there is another possibility. Leon has already awakened its memory, and is just cooperating with Levi in acting. No matter what, as the companion who has been with Levi the longest, Leon has always protected Levi throughout the journey, earning much merit. 3 years later, Nora Calendar 1046, Blood Battle Year 834, Gonda City. The whole city is on alert. Demons are invading. Silhouettes flew out from the wizard tower. The star castle of the fire dragon Skywork started with a rumbling noise, ready to run at any time. In the ice and fire tower, Ace opened his eyes. Just 4 more witch marks to perfection. Demons are really annoying, always interrupting meditation. His figure appeared above the city. Gondaf and Lord Victor also arrived together. The body of Gondaf glowed with dragon snake body refining runes, and layers of dark golden dragon snake scales overlapped. 13 starlight secret swords encircled Lord Victor, who stared solemnly forward. The progress of all 3 in cultivation was much the same, a step away from the 8 environments. Promotion was possible within a century. Lucian saw the Gonda 3 heroes appear. Gratitude filled his face. Thank you 3. This demon attack came suddenly and surely was prepared. If the city cannot be defended, you can leave via the Star Castle to save yourselves. Now that Gonda City has its own Star Castle, it is unnecessary to forcefully defend. We understand. Battle groups emerged, guarding the city protection formation. Demons approached from all directions. For level 8 demons were openly visible. It was uncertain if there was an ambush in the dark. Since the blood battle began, both camps have used all sorts of tactics. Everyone knows themselves and the enemy. There is nothing new anymore. Fighting until now, it has been a test of patience and endurance. The battle heated to a white-hot stage. The Gondar 3 heroes pushed all paths to the level 8 mid-stage demon, blocking escape routes above and below. War merit was delivered to their doorsteps, so they took it. It was not long before the demon was slain, and the 3 split 20 million war merits evenly. The offensive momentum of the demon was not as fierce as at the start. After consuming a wave of the vitality of the wizards, they began retreating. It seemed they never planned to take down the city from the get-go. It is pointless to pursue a desperate enemy. Do not fall into the trap of the demons. Everyone returned to the city. It is just another boring harassment and probing battle from the demons. Lucian sighed and turned back to the city. The Gondar 3 heroes shook their heads, each heading home. Buzz. In an instant, the sky and earth shattered. The sky cracked open, red clouds spread, and red flames blazed. A majestic giant dragon, with level 9 momentum descended suddenly. The shadow it cast enveloped the entirety of Gondar City. Without a word, it reached down with a dragon claw, aiming straight for Master Fire Dragon. The expression of the holy infant changed dramatically. He attempted to shatter the void, only to find the space within 1,000 miles was sealed. He transformed into a flame, using the fire jump spell to perform the elemental escape technique. A disdainful snort echoed from above. Ogre, activate Flame King domain. The wings of the dragon spread wide, and a scorching wave swept within 1,000 miles. The figure of the holy infant appeared, and an absorbing force was felt. Chapter 2543. His body flew involuntarily toward the dragon claw. Gondaf and Lord Victor landed their attacks squarely on the giant dragon. The blows felt like nothing more than a gentle breeze to the beast. The gap between level 9 and level 7 yawned like a chasm among chasms. Lucian shouted for the 9 mountains-linked town. His 9-level treasure struck out, finally shaking the giant dragon's massive body. It was a wasted effort. His 8th circle cultivation could not exert the true power of such a weapon. Master Fire Dragon vanished in a sudden blur of motion. Lucian shouted as his expression tightened. Everyone evacuate. I will contact the 1,000 Mountains Immortal. The warning came in a frantic flash. Voices rose from the crowd in confusion. What happened? Was that a level 9 giant dragon? It fits the features of a complete body Flame King dragon, though it wears armor. Does anyone in the wizard world keep a beast like that? No, it makes no sense. The target was clear. It wanted Master Fire Dragon. Did the master offend someone? Or are those bastards from the Council of 10,000 Clans behind this? The frightened wizards scattered to avoid the fallout. Lucian awaited his father's response with mounting anxiety. Ace stood as a superstar figure in Gondar City. If something happened to him, the wizard world would lose a grand wizard and a 9-ring artifact maker. His father had surely seen the attack and would take action. Meanwhile, on the ancient dragon continent, a light beam soared into the sky and vanished. Levi sensed Ace's location and pursued with traveling the void. Others might not recognize that giant dragon, but Levi knew the master behind it. Dagon. On the Soren continent, at the Pharmacist Association headquarters, the 1,000 Mountains Immortal read the message from Lucian. He pondered deeply, gazing into deep space. Soon, he focused his intent, and countless miniature mountains appeared before him. Finally, a total of 1,000 peaks formed a chessboard. As a legendary wizard, he possessed mastery over certain astrology skills. He called his method the Thousand Mountains Chess. The chess pieces began to move and collide like abacus beads. Billions of indescribable trajectories emerged before his eyes. After seeing the result of the stars, the Thousand Mountains immortal remained seated. Soren says that fortune and misfortune are interdependent. This is not a disaster, but an opportunity. 3 days later, in the land of darkness, the Nora plain grew smaller and smaller in Emperor Dagon's vision. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. It was hard for ordinary people to understand its excitement. The Council of 10,000 Clans had been taking action against the wizard civilization for over 1,000 years. Many had tried to capture and kill Master Fire Dragon, like fish swimming across a river. Each assassination attempt ended in failure. Emperor Dagon had prepared for this outcome. After all, someone of Master Fire Dragon's stature would certainly possess life-saving tricks bestowed by significant figures. Even if the attacker was level 9, capturing the target alive remained uncertain. It had underestimated the Flame King Dragon's strength. Master Fire Dragon was captured effortlessly. This is the power of level 9. Emperor Dagon grew increasingly confident about the future. After running for a month, it ensured that even the legendary wizards of the Wizard Council could not find it. The Flame King Dragon landed on a colossal meteorite. It extended its claw, revealing a purple-robed figure bound by ropes incarnated from dragon flames. The figure struggled, but could not break free. It was the Holy Infant. Tisk tisk tisk, do not waste your efforts. This is the level 9 destructive heart flame. No matter your skills, do not think you can break free. I suggest you remain honest, otherwise, at my command, your body and soul will be reduced to ashes. Emperor Dagon sneered and began fiddling with a red flame ring. Do not expect anyone to rescue you. Your storage ring is with me, and your skills have been sealed. I checked within you, and there is no tracking mark. In this vast universe, far from Nora in this land of darkness, separated by countless worlds, even a legendary wizard cannot find you or me. The Holy Infant spoke coldly. Why do you want to capture me? We have no grievance or enmity. I do not even know you. Emperor Dagon replied with malice. No grievance or enmity, huh? Your wizard civilization, for your own benefits, caused the great confluence of planes. You led the Pan Plane and all clans to lose their homes. Being part of that is your original sin. The Holy Infant remained calm. They will not lose their home. They can still live on the new world. Emperor Dagon sneered. And then what? Be colonized and brainwashed by the Wizard Council? I do not wish to argue with you. You high and mighty wizard master can never consider us poor insects. I have already withdrawn from the Council of 10,000 Clans, and I do not want to kill you. As long as you swear the truth oath to henceforth serve me, I can spare your life. Frankly, I am interested in your weapon making and forging skills. I give you 1 minute to consider. If you do not agree, then I can only erase you. The Holy Infant's expression changed. Time passed second by second. Seeing Ace remain unmoved, Emperor Dagon's expression turned cold. Better a bad life than a good death. Master, with all your talents, do not let them go to waste. 5, 4, 3, 2. Before Emperor Dagon could finish counting, Master Fire Dragon suddenly exploded. A pillar of red flames illuminated the land of darkness, shining endlessly. Fire element burning sky body. Relying on the quasi-elemental holy body, the Holy Infant transformed into billions of fire element particles and dissipated. Emperor Dagon thought it knew the Holy Infant well, but it was utterly wrong. Chapter 2544. As a high-ranking member of the Council of 10,000 Clans, he had naturally heard of the elemental holy body. At this moment, his expression changed dramatically, disbelief written across his face. Aren't you a 7-circle wizard? Are you a grand wizard? That is impossible. Ogre, catch it. The dragon wings spread wide, and the Flame King domain descended once more. As a flame dragon, though it did not have an elemental holy body, its control over fire was powerful. Invisible waves spread out, forcing the elementalized form of Master Fire Dragon to emerge. Hee, kill him. Emperor Dagon abandoned all hope. The destructive heart flame of the Flame King Dragon poured out, extending 3,000 miles deep into space. Wherever it passed, the void shattered, and meteorites dissipated. However, just as the breath was about to engulf Master Fire Dragon, he flashed a triumphant smile at Emperor Dagon and disappeared in an instant. Ogre, quickly use the Flame King domain to force it out. Emperor Dagon shouted in anger. The Flame King Dragon stood there, dumbfounded. It was puzzled too, for it had indeed already used its domain. Even if it was elementalization, it could not possibly be maintained, unless that person was not elementalized, but had truly left. Nightmare World. Black Dragon Territory. A silhouette descended from the sky, landing beside Triss's wizard tower. Triss, who was dissecting nightmare creatures, looked up to find Master Fire Dragon. His condition was slightly off. Why did you come here in your true form? Triss asked. The Holy Infant smiled. No worries, just a little mishap. The news of his abduction had not yet spread through the wizard world. Damn it, we have been fooled by Master Fire Dragon. It is a trap. Let us run. Emperor Dagon cursed. The realization struck him. Master Fire Dragon actually had the ability to escape. He had intentionally been caught, perhaps to ambush Dagon himself. Buzz. The void trembled, and a figure flew out from within. He wore black armor, wielded a great sword, and slashed with dazzling sword chi. Dusk Palace Master, why is it you? Emperor Dagon immediately dove inside the mouth of the Flame King Dragon. He knew full well, though he was at 8 level mid-stage, he would not last 10 moves in front of this person. The Flame King Dragon swept its wings, shattering the incoming sword chi. Once safe, the Dusk Palace Master had come alone. Moreover, his strength was only at 8 ring perfection. With the chasm of realms above him, he could not possibly be a match for the Flame King Dragon. But he could not afford to be careless either. Since this person dared to come, he must have something to rely on. Wait. All the means of Master Fire Dragon were blocked by him. How did the Dusk Palace Master find him? Emperor Dagon remembered something terrifying. Is Master Fire Dragon your duplication? You know too much. Levi chuckled lightly, surrounded by Vajra secret word, sweeping around with sword chi. Emperor Dagon felt shock. A supernova like Master Fire Dragon turned out to be the duplication of another supernova. Is there even justice in this? Do wizards all like to play this way? Wait. There is more. The Gondor 3 heroes had always been as close as brothers, inseparable. Could it be that all 3 were duplications of the Dusk Palace Master? Dread crept in. Before the battle even began, Emperor Dagon sought a path to retreat. Characters like this, with such deep scheming, must have many calculations. Even if he had a 9-level giant dragon, he was not certain he could easily take down the opponent. He had Ogre, a bright future, and no need to take risks. Without hesitation, he urged the Flame King Dragon to shatter the void, attempting to escape. Levi frowned. This script is wrong. Is it not supposed to be me fighting beyond my level? Why in the heck is Dagon running away? Embarrassed my duplication and still want to flee. Get back here. Boom. The Flame King Dragon's body was knocked back. A giant dragon, pitch black and wreathed in flame clouds, intercepted it. Emperor Dagon froze like a startled bird. Another adult giant dragon. No, it has no life force. It is a corpse demon puppet. The giant dragon corpse demon said nothing and clashed fiercely with the Flame King Dragon. He, another giant dragon. Wonderful. Are you a male or female dragon? The Bloody Queen's silvery laughter emerged from the corpse demon. Boom. The clash of 2 9-level bodies felt like 2 worlds colliding. Everything within 1,000 miles was shattered into powder. Levi's mind was at ease. The giant dragon corpse demon was indeed capable. At least, it could withstand such a newly matured pure-blooded dragon. Both sides relied mainly on their bodies, unlike the diverse methods of a grand wizard of 9 level. The eternal Star Abyss Wizard Tower flew out, with Levi standing atop its peak. At the same time, the 9-colored emperor manifested behind him. From a distance, in the starry sky stood a colossal tower, and a giant god, both solemn and magnificent. Come, today is the day I counterattack against a 9 level. Levi's heart surged with heroic spirit. Spiritual weapon, Maya, surged forward to support the giant dragon corpse demon. He opened his palm, chanting under his breath. Endless thunderclouds covered 100 miles, as lightning morphed into a giant ghost with a purple face and fangs. 8-circle magic thunder ghost. A total of 7 8-level summoned creatures surged forward. Even if it is just a scratch, it is better than nothing. As for the Shadow Army, they could easily get caught in the wide-ranging attacks of the dragon and become cannon fodder. The wizard tower descended from the sky, striking the Flame King Dragon entangled with the corpse demon. The heavy armor it wore hummed, trembling incessantly. Overestimating yourself. With your death, the corpse demon will collapse without attack. Destruction heart language surged like a tide, enveloping the wizard tower. The 9-colored emperor cleaved open the sea of fire with a single sword. As for Levi, using thunder element formless, he slipped through the sea of fire. By gazing upon me, you witnessed destruction. Fight. Chapter 2545. The secret word of destruction struck the giant dragon. Its form became unstable, flying backward. The residual force further shattered a part of the armor. Since his advancement to the late stage of level 8, the power of the secret word of destruction surged beyond its previous limits. The fire dragon tribulation struck the armor endlessly. As a level 9 fire dragon, the beast treated the innate spell as a mere nuisance. Dagon snorted, his cold tongue cutting through the air. Is that all? I thought it would be more powerful. The Flame King Dragon seized the opportunity and used its flame flow to blast the corpse demon away. The dragon scales on the corpse demon's chest shattered in large patches, its flesh charred black. A dragon tail tore through the starry sky, striking toward Levi. He stood his ground, activating every power-augmenting method. He punched out fiercely. The Red Emperor domain roared. The Holy Image law howled. The Bullstar soul appeared behind him. Levi's power amplification reached an extreme level. A boom echoed. Levi flew back 100 miles. The giant dragon shook, also sent back 100 miles. Such formidable strength. Dagon's face darkened. The Flame King Dragon possessed a legendary reputation for strength among the Dragon clan. Yet, here it matched an 8th-level human in its own domain. The Flame King Dragon stood stunned, questioning its very existence. But the level 9 chasm is not that simple. It is time to end this. Dagon's killing intent soared. The Flame King Dragon roared, and a red giant sun with a diameter of hundreds of miles emerged across the sky. Flame Sun Destruction. The giant sun exploded, shockwaves sweeping away everything. The giant dragon corpse demon, just coming to aid, flew back. The wizard tower also tumbled in the depths of space, its surface encompassed by high temperature, like a red-hot iron rod. Faced with absolute firepower, Levi's thunder element formless state collapsed. He appeared unscathed, However, the moment his condensed body formed, it shattered. His advanced undying body reconstituted him. Since advancing to level 8, he had not fought such a difficult battle. The level 9 chasm proved difficult to cross. But Emperor Dagon felt more shocked than Levi. How is this possible? Flame Sun Destruction is a spell-like ability capable of annihilating a realm. Even level 9 beings do not dare to withstand it. How is he not dead? What a joke. Ogre, continue. A vast sea of fire poured out again, indiscriminately covering and striking. Levi abandoned the meaningless evasion. 8-direction traceless, ancient and modern invisible. Speed. He activated the secret word, not to escape, but to charge. Man and wizard tower merged. Like a sharp sword, he broke through the sea of fire, heading toward the giant dragon to kill it. Madman. Emperor Dagon muttered. The wizard tower, like a meteor, struck the Flame King Dragon's body again. This attack knocked it 1,000 miles away. In mid-air, the Flame King Dragon's wings abruptly beat, causing the wizard tower to tremble with a rumble. Inside the tower's world, 8,000 ceiling stars glowed brightly, dissipating most of the terrifying force. Even so, the inner heaven and earth shook, with 6 giant pillars supporting the sky buzzing non-stop. Levi felt gratitude that his wizard tower utilized the best materials, costing tens of billions. Otherwise, it would not withstand such an attack. Crush him, burn him, eat him. Emperor Dagon screamed hysterically. It could not believe that anyone would dare defy objective rules. Using an 8th level body to clash head-on with a level 9 giant dragon, such a feat had never existed throughout history. Even those legendary wizard reincarnations could not do it. At most, they could rely on powerful rare treasures to hold on for a moment. The Flame King Dragon's offensive became more fierce. Elsewhere, the giant dragon corpse demon arrived to attack again. The dragon claw turned into a phantom, attacking the back of the Flame King Dragon. The dragon scales covering the Flame King Dragon kept breaking open, falling off. Precious dragon blood, exuding red flame aura, scattered, floating and burning fiercely. Intense pain washed over the Flame King Dragon, and it let out a roar. Under Dagon's orders, it ignored the corpse demon's attack, determined to crush the wizard tower, even if it meant getting injured. It needed to crush the little insect in front of it and end everything. Levi fully activated the wizard tower, making it transform to a height of 10,000 feet. Star-suppressing abyss. 8,000 worlds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 8,000 beams of starlight shot out from the wizard tower. In an instant, it seemed as if 8,000 stars and worlds were pressing down. The immense suppressive force caused fine cracks to appear in the solid dragon bone of the Flame King Dragon. This was currently the wizard tower's strongest method. He gathered the power of 8,000 ceiling stars, converting the strength of the tower citizens into a sealed sky-locking array. Subsequently, overwhelming innate spells and sword chi fell like rain. The Thunder God and Si lay also coiled above the 9 heavens, continually unleashing thunderbolts. Under the reaction of the Flame King Dragon, many level 5 shadows within the ceiling stars perished. In the shadow world, new shadows immediately emerged to enter the ceiling stars, maintaining the wizard tower's operation. Levi had 20,000 shadows, completely unfazed. After a quarter of an hour of fierce battle, Emperor Dagon's eyes turned wooden, muttering to himself. What kind of monster is this person? It witnessed Levi turning to ashes several times, only to be resurrected. Even the undying body has its limits. Continue the attack. Emperor Dagon stood already somewhat frenzied. It held the feeling that it stood very close to killing the Dusk Palace Master. Victory was just a little more perseverance away. This man's incredible power must have extraordinary opportunities, all of which would belong to it. And so, half an hour passed. Both sides had clashed tens of thousands of times, using every method. The giant dragon armor covering the Flame King Dragon was already filled with countless cracks. Crunch. Suddenly, the sound of shattering iron came. Divine form elemental ruins. The 9-colored emperor seized the opportunity, pressing his palm down on the void land. Chapter 2546. In an instant, all the fire elemental power around the Flame King Dragon vanished. The powerful technique of the Flame King domain covered thousands of miles, creating a vacuum area of over 100 miles. The Emperor lifted the Chaos Sun and hurled it forward. A deafening boom echoed as the white sun engulfed the Flame King Dragon. The dragon armor could not withstand the heat, disintegrating inch by inch into ash. Even the scales of the Flame King Dragon began to dissolve and break apart. It wailed in pain, struggling to break through the seal of the wizard tower and flee from this place. Suddenly, the Flame King Dragon spat out a figure. It was Emperor Dagon. He looked up, his eyes widening as he saw the Flame King Dragon out of control. He attempted to flee, but the dragon grabbed him with a massive claw. Ogre, what are you doing? I am your master. A roar erupted as the destructive heart flame surged forth, engulfing Dagon. He screamed miserably, turning into ash before he could get far. The golden armor youth raised a hand, effortlessly capturing Dagon's soul with a thread of silk. He chuckled, a sound like grinding stones. Hee, delicious. In the void, only 2 rings floated. Levi blinked over to collect them. One belonged to Dagon, the other to the Holy Infant. Only then did Levi look over at the Flame King Dragon. To his surprise, after the armor fell away, the giant dragon had turned on its master. The one commanding the dragon, Dagon, died at the hands of his own mount. The irony hung heavy in the air. However, at this moment, the Flame King Dragon looked utterly miserable. The area once covered by the armor was full of dense pits. Specially made spikes had been embedded in it, forming jagged scars. Not a single part of its body remained intact. These were all brands left behind to secure the armor and control the giant dragon. Levi could not imagine the pain of such torment. He cursed under his breath. Serves you right. Even blacker than me. At most, he would skin a little mink and heal it, causing no lasting damage. The minks had never complained and were grateful to him. The Flame King dragon curled up in the void, licking its wounds like an injured dog. Levi approached it. I saved you. What do you plan to do next? Is your honor the Dusk Hall Master, Levi? Yes. Your strength is formidable, but if I want to leave, you probably cannot stop me. If you wanted to leave, you would not stay here talking to me. My name is Ogre Flame, and I wish to make a Master Dragon covenant with you. Are you the master, or am I? Naturally, you are the master. Such good fortune. What is your purpose? Do feel free to share. Levi wanted the Flame King Dragon, but upon seeing it had reached level 9, he dismissed the idea. His strength was not enough to win the Pure Blood Dragon clan's allegiance. Now, with the Flame King Dragon approaching him voluntarily, he felt unprepared. The Flame King Dragon bowed its head. I wish to become the guardian of the ancient dragon continent. Levi stared. Everyone wanted to be the gatekeeper here. Was the security job really that popular? The immortal Banyan Dragon had also made a 5-century pact with Levi for the guardian position. Perhaps tales of him never exploiting his workplace and nobly facing danger himself had spread across the multidimensional plane. Levi adopted a professional tone. Certainly, I can make you a guardian and even help you join a super organization brimming with light and a promising future. The Flame King Dragon asked, what organization? Dragon Palace. Great, the sooner, the better. Let us make the contract. The Flame King Dragon seemed eager. For it, the hardest time was the long years spent on the Pangong Plain. It had already experienced the lowest point of its dragon life, and whatever came next would be smooth sailing. In the current situation of the multidimensional plane, survival remained the primary concern. If this person could clash against a level 9 being at level 8, what could they achieve at level 9? After reaching level 10, within the Pan Plane, would he not be invincible? If not now, when should it board the ship? An indescribable joy filled Levi. I finally have a real level 9 legendary giant dragon. Over nearly 1500 years, he had grown from a mortal to his current state. He had never ceased admiring and envying the dragons on high. Today, through his strength, he successfully subdued a demigod-level being. Although it had just reached adulthood, it was genuinely a level 9. Come, I will take you to see the Dragon Palace. Levi did not intend to make the Flame King Dragon public for now. It was not for fear of other wizards snatching it. He simply did not want to expose his connection to his duplication just yet. After all, he had farmed many sun-refining artifacts with an alternate account. Ancient Banyan fairyland shimmered into view. Accompanied by the arrival of powerful Dragon Clan Majesty, dragons awakened from their slumber. Let me introduce our new friend, Flame King Dragon, Ogre. The resident dragons gasped. A level 9 giant dragon. Is not even Lord Ronan superior. Only a tyrant of horror at its peak could compare. Dragon Palace is growing larger. The dragons greeted the Flame King Dragon. The latter felt astonished. Immortal Banyan Dragon, Great Flame Sparrow Dragon, Ash Dragon, Sea King Dragon, Brutal Dragon. It had never seen so many pure blood dragons since birth, feeling a bit socially anxious. Counting itself, Dragon Palace now had 6 pure-blooded giant dragons. Its heart moved to tears. Drifting along, at last, it had found a group. After the celebration, Levi tried using the Death Ember Dragon power to heal the Flame King Dragon's scars, with little effect. Mana observed the wounds. So cruel, those Dwarf Kingdom people ought to die. The immortal Banyan Dragon sighed. The wounds have gone untreated for too long, and have damaged the essence. Levi patted the dragon's side. I will try again after reaching level 9, or wait for the Ash Knight to have a look. His Death Ember Dragon power was mainly for healing himself, not suitable for this. The Flame King Dragon felt its heart warm. It had not expected Levi to be so kind to new employees. It felt like a spring breeze. My lord need not worry, these scars only look ugly, and do not affect me much. Rest well, I will give you a full body examination sooner or later to check for any hidden risks for early detection and treatment. Levi spoke solemnly. Regular blood testing was a major perk upon joining the Dragon Palace. Reviewing today's battle with the level 9, 4 words summarized it. Close call. The power of dragons lay in their robust bodies. Spell-like abilities were just supplementary. Levi possessed 6 mythical level breathing techniques. Even a realm gap with a dragon was leveled out by hexagonal attributes. Additionally, the Wizard Tower and the giant dragon corpse demon allowed him to boldly oppose Ogre Flame. However, this fellow intended to betray Dagon long ago. It was hard to say if it fought with all its strength. Levi felt it sought to break that shackle with external help. Nevertheless, his record of fighting against higher levels remained. A level 8 body, rivaling demigods. Chapter 2547. Gondo City stood silent. The atmosphere hung heavy and oppressive. News of the kidnapping of the holy infant by the giant dragon in broad daylight traveled fast. Rumors of the Master Fire Dragon's death swept through the streets. For a time, the entire city remained in shock. Many in the wizard world heard the news. As the leader of the massive weapon-making organization, Fire Dragon Skywork, Master Fire Dragon, was not an ordinary supernova. This matter carried great weight, and the Congress would prioritize the investigation. 2 figures descended upon Fire Dragon Skywork, Alexandra and Elsie. For the past few hundred years, they had been away, hunting demons. Now, they had broken into the top 100 on the level 8 demon slaughter list. Relying on war merit to exchange for oddities, the talents of both women improved considerably. Through hard cultivation, they achieved senior 7th circle status. Upon hearing the news of the attack on Master Fire Dragon, they hurried over immediately. Alexandra looked at the staff. Has the master returned? The attendant shook his head. Not yet. Upon hearing this, Alexandra gripped Elsie's arm and shattered the void, vanishing from sight. Elsie stumbled through the rift. Where are we going? She asked. To find my father, Alexandra replied. Sleeping Dragon Domain. The lava dragon looked at his long unseen daughter. His eyes widened in surprise. Why are you back? Father, have you heard about Fire Dragon Ace? Alexandra asked. Yes, I have heard, the dragon rumbled. What is the Congress's response? I am not entirely sure, but are you here because of him? Yes. Do you have any solutions, father? I do not. If a level 9 expert wants to launch a surprise attack and take away a level 7, there is no way to prevent it. Nora is so vast, and there will always be gaps. What about the master? She pressed. Do not worry. Lucian is the offspring of the Thousand Mountains Immortal. As the city lord, he would have reported the matter to the legendary wizard at the first opportunity. The legendary wizard must have some methods. His father's words brought a slight sigh of relief to Alexandra. Elsie held Alexandra's hand. Master Fire Dragon is an extraordinary person. He would not fall so easily. The lava dragon shifted, his scales clattering. You two need to be careful as well. Though the Council of 10,000 Clans has been dormant for a long time, they have never given up on persecuting talented individuals from the wizard world. You cannot slack off just because you have advanced to the 7th circle. Recently, even the Sky Dragon wizard was attacked while demon hunting and almost lost his life. Alexander frowned. He advanced to senior 7th circle long ago. His cultivation stands above ours. Who was the attacker? A level 8 purple crystal clan member, known as Basehan. He has already hunted 1 8th circle wizard and 3 7th circle wizards, and he is likely lurking near Nora, waiting to strike. Father, if there is news of Master Fire Dragon, please let me know promptly. The two women returned to Gondor City, unable to hold back their sighs. The joy of recently exchanging for the bright moon artifact washed away. A blessed person has divine protection. Trust in the master, Alexandra whispered to herself. Upon arriving at Fire Dragon Skywork, they discovered an ice blue, two-toned wizard tower standing there. A figure in a purple robe stood at the topmost level, hands behind his back, looking down with a smile. The two women stared in amazement, struggling to believe their eyes. Master, are you all right? Alexandra called out. It was a false alarm. I was saved by a high person. Ace smiled down at them. Alexandra's taut expression relaxed. Elsie stepped forward. As long as you are all right, that is what matters. The holy infant chuckled. Looking at you two, you are even more nervous than me. Thank you for your concern. Of course, we are hoping the master will lead us to greater glories, spreading Fire Dragon Skyworks industry across the multidimensional plane, renowned throughout the universe, Alexandra replied. She looked forward with ambition. Elsie simply smiled. I hear a great dwarf master has just joined the organization, Elsie added. Master, take us to meet him. Are you going demon hunting next? The holy infant asked. Not for now. We have almost accumulated enough war merit. That is good then, he agreed. Master Fire Dragon returned safe and sound. Inside Gondor City, people felt either joyous or worried, though mostly they felt relief. If not for the 3 heroes guarding the city, Gondor City's losses would have been far more severe. Having such strong individuals presiding remained a blessing for ordinary wizards. Subsequently, Gondor City issued a notification. Master Fire Dragon was rescued by a mysterious expert and returned safely. There is no need for concern. Fire Dragon Skyworks business operations remain normal. This moderate-sized upheaval passed. Ancient Dragon Continent. Emperor's Palace. Elena saw Levi return safely. She tiptoed to hug him. You really scared me. That was way too risky. Do not worry. Did I not return safely? Levi asked. After calming Elena, Levi went back to the small stone pond. With the holy infant's fire element burning sky body, he could actually escape the dragon's capture. Levi used this as an opportunity to deal with Dagon completely. Relying on the unhidden secret, no matter where the holy infant was, he could send his true form into the nightmare world. As a duplication, perception between the holy infant and his true self remained an inevitable concept. Furthermore, through the memories obtained from previously hunting Dagon's minions, Levi knew Dagon kidnapped the holy infant to enslave him for work. Overall, the holy infant being captured was all part of his plan. There was no major issue. He had the ability to let the holy infant escape danger at any time. Lord Victor and Gondaf were not panicked at all. The holy infant's fright was acted out, aiming to make Dagon lower his guard. Unexpectedly, it was Lucio, the dragon descendant women, and the others, who did not know the truth, who were most worried. True friendship is seen in adversity. These people are truly worth associating with. Upon returning to the ancient Banyan fairyland, Levi took out Dagon's ring. The spoils inside were not many. Levi quickly inventoried them. The first category was all sorts of rare metals, presumably for forging that giant dragon armor. Chapter 2548. These items, all added up, are worth 5 billion ether stones. However, the most valuable is a level 9 rules stone, the size of a human head. It contains the sharpness trait, of which Levi had previously obtained a small piece. Levi intends to use this to reforge the Crimson Dragon Slash. Dagon's memory suggests a specific origin. Dagon participated in the plunder of the Council of 10,000 Clans branch treasury. This level 9 or was one of the rewards. Secondly, there is the upper body armor of the Netherworld King's armor. Levi inspects the armor. During the chaos in the branch of the Council of 10,000 Clans, Rox and Dagon split the incomplete Netherworld King's armor found in the organization's treasury. Dagon was later pursued by the organization's enforcer and lost a vambrace. That enforcer was severely injured by Ogre and fell in the Land of Darkness. The vambrace was picked up by Ayak. Through Ayak, Dagon, and Rox, the pieces were gathered. The upper body armor of the Netherworld King's armor was assembled. Degao's words come to mind. Even a half-body Netherworld King's armor holds considerable power. Once worn, it can briefly withstand level 9 damage. However, without the identity of the Netherworld King, many of the armor's functions remain dormant. Levi plans to find an opportunity to experiment with it. If it cannot be worn, Levi will destroy this rare treasure and smelt it into raw materials. Using them for weapon refinement would also be effective. In addition, there are several combat techniques and a treasure map. These were all passed down from Emperor Dagon's ancestors. The combat techniques are of little use to Levi, but he could explore the treasure map at his leisure. With his current realm, ordinary treasures no longer captivate him. Lastly, a dark golden giant shield surprised Levi. Its workmanship and material felt familiar. It was indeed a token of the monarch's treasure. Levi waved his hand, and 11 various luminant gold weapons emerged. All tokens buzzed and trembled. At the same time, beams of light shot into the sky. Within 1,000 miles, the sky dome began to ripple, finally converging into an inverted ocean. Magic shark, giant whale, octopus, sturgeon, great crab, 12 sea beast phantoms floated within. This is a symbol of the Sea Clan's 12 strongest emperors of antiquity. Among them, that merman clad in golden scales with a dragon beard is likely the Sturgeon Emperor, ancestor of Baghdad. It held a trident, wearing a majestic expression. The seawater formed a vortex, and a black hole slowly took shape. Within lies the location of the monarch's treasure that the Sea Clan has long yearned for. Levi approached the entrance of the passage, yet a force resisted him. Identity verification might be needed. Thinking of this, Levi summoned Baghdad. Baghdad was a genuine descendant of the Sea Emperor, truly authentic. Baghdad saw the anomaly in the sky, and shock washed over its face. Baghdad spoke, its voice excited and trembling. Master, you have already gathered all the Sea Clan tokens? Levi nodded indifferently. A mix of emotions stirred within Baghdad. What their Sea Clan had strived for throughout the near ancient times, tens of thousands of years, was completed by its master within just 1 millennium. Furthermore, he might not have even collected them intentionally. If the 8-armed demon emperor in the underworld knew, who knows what he might think? Could this be the legendary blessing of fortune? Baghdad, try to see if you can enter. Baghdad bowed. Yes, master. Baghdad approached the outer edge of the black hole and successfully stepped inside. The next moment, it returned. Master, entry is possible. Levi then merged into Baghdad's body to see if he could enter. He succeeded. The identity verification clearly lacked sophistication. A cluster of towering temple structures came into view. In the central square stood an altar, traditionally used for worshipping the sea god. Levi's spiritual force easily probed the boundaries of this place. The sky inside lacked the sun, moon, and stars, with invisible barriers all around. This monarch's treasure is not in some secret realm, but rather in the inner heaven and earth of a rare treasure, with those tokens being the keys to unlock it. Baghdad looked around, its gaze full of amazement. Clearly, it still could not believe it had entered the fabled treasure vault of its ancestors. Inside those temples, statues of blue-armored giants stood on display. Their faces were weathered, with gill-like organs on the sides. The upper body was human-like, while the lower was a robust fishtail, with a shark dorsal fin on its back. In their hands, they held a 3-pointed, 2-blade sword, similar to the weapon of Guan Kao Erlang God. Baghdad spoke. This is the legendary sea god. It seems the legends are true. Levi brought Baghdad to the altar. He inspected all the structures, suspecting potential mysteries here. Depicted on the altar was the mighty sea god wave-stepping map. Baghdad, step up and take a look. Baghdad approached. All right. Baghdad did not hesitate, earning a slight nod from Levi. Along the way, Baghdad had proven quite capable. A pillar of light surged skyward from above the altar. A door opened, followed by a grand voice speaking in the Sea Clan language. Weak descendant of the Sea Clan, you do not yet have the qualification to enter this place. A giant phantom, tens of thousands of meters tall, and clad in blue armor, emerged. Its face resembled a shark, likely some power projection of the ancient shark emperor. Levi furrowed his brow, contemplating. Baghdad looked up at the giant. How can I gain entry? The giant phantom buzzed. Defeat me. Baghdad's expression changed. It currently lacked level 7 power. This phantom before it was clearly at level 8 strength. How could it possibly defeat it? Baghdad prostrate. Great ancestor of the Sea Clan, our race now faces catastrophe, and our people are waning. As the current leader, I wish to lead our people out of this plight, and return to the glorious days of antiquity. I beseech you, ancestor, grant me entry, and allow me to obtain the Sea Clan's inheritance, so I may restore our people. Chapter 2549. Defeat me. The giant phantom repeated these words. Baghdad looked at Levi. He stood at a loss. Levi remained in deep thought, his eyes closed. He opened them and pointed a single finger. A purple lightning beam tore through the heavens and struck the phantom. Rumble. The phantom dissipated. Levi grabbed Baghdad. He turned into light and rushed into the doorway. Up to this point, danger perception sensed everything as normal. This indicated that nothing within the treasure vault threatened his life. With his near level 9 strength, he could have stormed in directly. The other side of the doorway revealed a world of its own. Dense, white fog surrounded it on all sides. Levi activated the Red Emperor domain. Flames dispersed the fog. A towering black throne, 10,000 meters high, stood at the center. An enormous head sat on the throne, lacking any peers. Its eyes remained tightly closed, looking the same as the head on the statue. A secret technique must have been used to preserve it. Tens of thousands of years had passed, but the head looked as if it had died only moments ago. Below the throne, a translucent blue boot lay on the ground. Water waves flowed on its surface, and mysterious truth runes shone. Anomalies of crashing waves and vast oceans surrounded it. Joy flooded Levi. The Blue Emperor's boots. This boot served as one of the mystical components of the elemental proof he needed. An unexpected delight. Looking at it now, the so-called monarch's treasure functioned as the place where the sea god fell and remained buried. Hundreds of thousands of years had passed. The sea god's level 9 remains had coincidentally formed a glorious sun-grade oddity here. Levi did not recklessly approach to take it. That sea god head gave him an unusual feeling. He recited the unhidden secret. Nothing can be sensed. Nothing can remain hidden. A faint, indistinct image appeared in his mind. The star realm ruined sea, with blue stars suspended. A vast, boundless ocean, with towering waves reaching 10,000 meters. Strange angels shuttled within. An imposing temple stood tall between heaven and earth. A tall, magnificent, sky-reaching phantom of the blue-robed emperor. On the throne, those indifferent blue eyes showed slight surprise. Those blue eyes seemed to cross endless space, locking onto Levi's gaze. Levi experienced inner changes. He gained insight. Some gods watched everything about the monarch's treasure from the astral world. They sensed Levi. Incredibly, they got captured by Levi's unhidden secret. This indicated that their strength remained mediocre, but residing in the astral world, possessing their divine kingdom, identified them as real gods, not angels. Levi looked at that sea god head. Clearly, it caused mischief. He approached the head. A phantom materialized. Its appearance matched the blue-armored giant on the statue exactly. It held a weapon resembling a 3-pointed 2-blade sword. Levi felt a trace of divine aura on this phantom. The sea god phantom glared furiously at Baghdad. Descendant of the Sea Clan, for privately bringing outsiders here, I shall decree. Before the phantom could finish speaking, Levi sliced it in half with a single sword. It merged back together, roaring and charging at Levi. An invisible wave began to sweep over, shocking the spirit. Baghdad knelt on the ground as if suffering a heavy blow, as if worshipping a god. Divine power, is it? Too weak. Levi snorted coldly. A vast majesty descended like the Sunday roar, accompanied by the earth-shaking dragon roar. 6 giant dragon phantoms, exuding overwhelming majesty, emerged into the air. You have divine power. I have dragon's might. 2 formidable spiritual force fluctuations clashed. Space shattered like glass. The remaining divine power could not rival Levi's dragon's might. It retreated like the tide. Baghdad returned to normal, his heart pounding with lingering fear. He looked at his master, shocked. The master dared to face the sea god's majesty head-on. At that moment, the figure of the master seemed all the more towering. So-called divine power is majesty generated by demigods and above using divine power. It functions to frighten believers or tribes. Not even a primordial soul wizard would be affected, let alone Levi. Seeing that the sea god phantom could not intimidate Levi, it roared and lunged with the 3-pointed 2-blade sword. Levi stood firm as a mountain. The 9-colored emperor emerged behind him. The colossal figure wielded the emperor's sword and struck with the force to split Mount Hua. Chaos sword energy, like a galaxy hanging from the 9 heavens, burned with brilliance beyond gaze. Boom. The sea god phantom flew back, crashing into the throne. Levi pressed the advantage. The 9-colored emperor attacked with increasingly powerful blows. In an instant, 108 swords combined into the strongest strike. This sword resembled a sky-supporting giant elephant charging, unmatched in its dominance. The sea god phantom collapsed completely and dissolved into nothingness. Those who blaspheme against gods shall fall into eternal damnation. Come down if you dare. Levi ignored the threats. Despite the great strength of gods, they remained trapped in the astral world. They could only send angels and divine incarnations. Even this required consuming their precious divine power. Therefore, most of their words counted as empty threats, especially for strong individuals like Levi. Even if angels came, he would cut them down without hesitation. These days, to make a name for oneself in the Pan-plane, one must slay gods. Ding. A fingernail-sized crystal emitting a cerulean luster fell to the ground. Levi picked it up with the wizard's hand and examined it carefully. This is a divine crystal. A so-called divine crystal is a special substance that may exude from a divine existence. Divine existence does not just refer to demigods or true gods. Entities on the faith path like some totems, ancestral spirits, or evil gods in the multidimensional plane qualify. Chapter 2550. Essentially, all those who rely on the incense of faith for cultivation can be called gods. Of course, these can only be referred to as fake gods. Otherwise, there would be too many gods in the world. In the wizard's taxonomy, only those qualified to ignite divine fire in the astral world are true gods. Thus, the divine crystal is also known as the faith crystal. Based on recent observations and experiences, the fallen sea god from the Antiquity Age should be classified as a demigod. It associates with a certain true god from the astral world. Perhaps it was a follower or a newly cultivated guise of that true god. Unfortunately, it fell halfway and had to be abandoned. However, since the connection to the divine power remains, it can observe Levi through the sea god's head. There is no genuine monarch's treasure. It is merely collecting faith from the sea clan via the sea god as a channel. Levi speculated that if he had not opened the treasure vault, but some level 8 sea aristocrat had, it would most likely be controlled by the sea god to be reborn using its body. In the end, all these are just a strategy of the astral world's deity. The deity's authority should concern the ocean or water. Deity studies suggest many deities involved with such authority exist. Like the lake god or the river god, all are weak gods. Levi sealed the divine crystal and soaked it in purification elixir. He does not plan to pursue the faith-based divine enthronement path, but this is undoubtedly good material. Whether for research or trade, it is excellent. Levi approached the throne. The sea god's head is now completely dried up, no longer showing its previous liveliness. Without divine power, it has been corroded by time beyond recognition. Though its transcendent traits have dissipated, the material is still of good quality. Levi stored it away, planning to use it for weapon refinement in the future. Inside the head, there is a dark red crystal emanating a bloody aura. Is this the residual blood of the sea god? Currently, the sea god is seen as the leader of a mighty ancient sea clan. It was the first to break through level 9, and was utilized by a true god from the astral world. This blood-red crystal might be useful for Baghdad. Baghdad's Sturgeon Emperor bloodline might undergo metamorphosis due to this. Other than these, there is nothing else within the treasure vault. The space trembled. Levi returned with Baghdad to the ancient Banyan fairyland. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sky dome. The anomalies faded, and the ocean ceased to exist. A blue light descended from the black hole, landing not far away. It was a palm-sized blue castle, shaped like a head. Baghdad picked it up. He muttered, "Master, this is the level 8 treasure deep sea castle." Levi received it. Sure enough, inside the castle is a self-contained pocket realm. Within are organized dwellings, structures, and standing temples. Besides that, the castle likely possesses suppression and sealing powers. It is a superb level 8 space treasure. After finding no issues, Levi bestowed the treasure upon Baghdad. Take it as the Sea Clan's base from now on. It also saved the cost of a star castle, which is truly marvelous. Thank you, Lord. I represent the Sea Clan in expressing our utmost gratitude. Just continue working diligently. By the way, this should be the blood of the sea god. See if you can refine and use it. Okay, I will try it. Baghdad held these two heavy treasures. Indeed, bringing the Sea Clan back was the right choice. Neither it nor other Sea Clan members have any concerns now. After returning, Baghdad settled all Sea Clan members in the more spacious deep blue castle. This treasure can automatically gather water elemental power, which is more beneficial for the Sea Clan's growth. It returned the level 7 treasure Pure White City to Levi. Levi used it as the dwelling for other alien races on ancient Dragon Continent. He visited ancient Banyan Fairyland and began to refine the Blue Emperor's boots. Instantly, this oddity turned into a warm blue stream and entered Levi's mind. Before long, it was completely refined by Levi. Indeed, such oddities do not require processing. They can be absorbed directly. The Flame Emperor's sword and the Ice Emperor's throne are the same way. This refinement did not bring a strong spiritual force enhancement sensation. Levi placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. His spiritual force upper limit increased by 1,000, reaching 26,800 points. The maximum for a standard 8th circle wizard is 24,000 points. Nice, the higher the upper limit, the more beneficial it is for advancing to Grand Wizard. Nonetheless, Levi did not plan to deliberately increase his spiritual force upper limit. He chose to let it be. Levi's consciousness reached his mind. On the stone platform of the 3rd level of the Divine Ring Tower, a pair of blue boots floated. Among the 7 oddities of elemental proof, 3 types have now gathered. The mouth of the Divine Dragon, within the Water Dragon's Song spell model, held a blue dragon ball. This innate spell also completed its metamorphosis. Levi entered the nightmare world. With a thought, he summoned the spell. Before him, on the plains, a water dragon formed, encircling the earth, spinning the heavens. Soon followed by a colossal waterspout covering hundreds of miles, taking shape. The immense suction drew all matter from every direction into it. Mountains, crust, vegetation, even space, all shattered within the vortex. The waterspout persisted, continuing to move. Wherever it passed, destroying heaven and earth, leaving devastation. Even an 8th circle wizard caught within has the risk of perishing. After modification, the Water Dragon's Song transformed from a simple control spell into one with wide-scale destructive capability, and its duration is longer too. Chapter 2551. This type of spell is most suitable for large-scale battles. Whether it is controlling strong enemies or slaughtering weaker ones, it is a divine skill. So far, Levi has had 5 innate spells undergo metamorphosis. Fire Dragon Tribulation transformed into the Flame Emperor's sword to slay all enemies, perfect for singular executions. Thunder Dragon Flash excels in movement and area damage. Shadow Dragon Group enhances summoned creature groups. Ice Dragon Prison provides super strong control. In addition, Levi gave birth to a water element affinity talent named Blue Emperor. Previously, he already possessed the talents of the Ice Emperor and the Emperor of Flames. There is also the Shadow talent Shadow Body gained from the Shadow Emblem. The Thunder God series oddities Thunder God Body. These 5 talents absorbed all the special talents from various sects obtained from refining the Truth oddity. They are evolving. One day, these glorious Sun grade oddity talents might further advance to become true legendary talents or divine level talents. Unfortunately, the Blue Emperor's boots also did not spawn a special spiritual creature. This seems to be a common trait of such oddities. Levi already anticipated this. Returning to the ancient Banyan fairyland, the golden armor youth flew into Levi's palm. Master, I am hungry again. Let us go demon hunting. With enhanced strength, Levi wanted to test his skills. He took Leon and embarked again on the demon hunting journey. Astral world. Starry wilderness. A star floats above the sea of ruins. Among the raging sea waves, a majestic temple stands tall. The gods sit on the throne, flanked by 2 12-winged sea angels. How is it possible? This person actually sensed my gaze, and he is not even level 9. The voice belonged to the god of sea beasts, Poseidon, a weak god. Though weak, he is an ancient figure who achieved divine enthronement. But due to slow faith spread, his divine power increases slowly, lacking strength. A crucial reason is his scarce followers. Limited to some sea beasts and barbaric tribes, he wished to utilize the sea god's duplication from Nora, gradually spreading faith to the Sea Clan and other marine civilizations. He holds dominion only over ocean, making him average among the gods, in no way comparable to the primordial sea god dwelling in the Thousand Hills countries. Now, this last resort was wiped out by the Dusk Palace Master who stumbled upon it. Such grievance is hard to articulate. If this enmity is not avenged, peace of mind will not be attained. In the land of Nora, he dares not act rashly. But if this person ever reaches his domain of faith, he must be taught a lesson. Divine power shall not be desecrated. Time flies, 14 years pass. Nora calendar, 1060. Body Refining Academy. It is done, it is truly done this time. The members of the Body Tempering Technique Research Group rejoiced. After hundreds of years of research and hundreds of experiments, the high-level section of the Purple Crystal Body Refining Technique came into being. Its hardships remained known only to them. Gondaf laughed heartily. From here on, another body tempering technique targeting the primordial soul realm is available for wizards to choose. Upon testing, the quality of the Purple Crystal Body Refining Technique far exceeds other primordial soul level body tempering techniques. It is no less than the ancient great level technique like 8-armed demon god body tempering technique. The Academy President, the White Banker, exclaimed, his voice ringing with pride. You all are truly remarkable. The ancient 4 body refining techniques have become history. Now it is the Nora 5 body refining skills. I will arrange for the body refining daily to promote you. You are great contributors, destined to be remembered through the ages. Gondaf replied, his tone humble. Unworthy. The ancient 4 have been tested by time. The Purple Crystal Body Refining Technique currently lacks real-world application. Practice is the only criterion for judging cultivation. Ha ha ha, let it be as you say. From beginning to end, Gondaf directed the refining of the low-level, middle-level, and high-level sections of the Purple Crystal Body Refining Technique. He gained a lot, feeling a sense of achievement. Regarding the upcoming path of body refinement, he felt even clearer, with greater assurance in advancing to 9th Circle. After the celebration banquet, the White Banker led Gondaf to the Academy treasury. He announced, body refining artifacts are extremely rare. Currently the Academy has only 3 pieces of glorious sun-grade body refining oddities in storage. Choose one. Gondaf's heart stirred. To have 3 pieces, suddenly the future seemed brighter. Before him were 3 oddities, each with its unique charm. They all exude divine radiance, exceptionally mysterious. Giant God's shoulder, Dragon God's blood, Wild God's body. Gondaf stood torn between choices. All are top grade, I want them all. Ultimately, he chose Dragon God's blood. This was a truth oddity shaped like blood, irradiating a subtle blue light, accompanied by sea sounds. It belonged to the ocean faction. Holding the Dragon God's blood, Gondaf's attention lingered on the other 2 oddities, a touch of reluctance. The White Banker chuckled upon seeing this. Do not despair. As long as you contribute greatly, these glorious sun-grade oddities will still be yours. Senior, what counts as contributing greatly? If I were to become an unprecedented body refining great wizard, would that count? That would certainly count. What if I were to collect the 1000-eyed Titan body refining technique? Would that count? Do you have leads on this body refining technique? Just some clues, still uncertain. As long as you find it, these sun refining artifacts are yours to choose. Great, with your promise, I feel assured. 2 years later, Blood Battle Year 850, North Sea Battlefield. Thunderfire Governor Gafai has ascended to 9th Circle, titled Thunderfire Walker, and joined the Blood Battle Command Center. Chapter 2552. Melting Core Han Duke Ruman advanced to the 9th Circle, titled Melting Core Walker. Congratulations to the Dusk Palace Master for reaching the top of the 9th level demon slaying list with 15 billion points, becoming the record holder for demon hunting below the 9th Circle. Levi closed the Blood Battle daily. The 1st and 2nd ranks successively advanced to Grand Wizards. Lady Molly, ranked 3rd, had been stagnant at 14 billion points for a long time. After 16 years of demon hunting, Levi's points had increased by another 2.5 billion. With the rise and fall, Levi effortlessly reclaimed the top position. It felt strange to win without a fight. A smile tugged at the corner of Levi's mouth. Leon flew into the room, carrying a massive cake with a 10-meter diameter, composed of countless demon souls. The little creature beamed at his master. Master, look at me. Levi glanced at the massive confection. What is this? Leon gestured to the heap of souls. Master, this is your birthday gift, have a bite. Levi shook his head, pushing the platter away. Thank you, but you have it instead. Leon's eyes lit up. All right, I haven't eaten anything for a whole minute. Leon dove into the cake like a mouse hunting for cheese. In no time, he nibbled the confection down to the base. For him, the biggest change in advancing to level 8 was undoubtedly his appetite. Even with Levi's extraordinary demon hunting speed, the food was barely enough to fill his belly. Levi watched him and pondered. He could not imagine if Leon had any other master. What kind of hunger would this little guy face? Levi opened the 9th level demon slaying list. Destruction Realm Thunder ranked 10th, Wind Witch ranked 19th, Light Divine Sword ranked 23rd, Hand of Fire God ranked 26th. Looking around, all were familiar faces. The 8th level demon slaughter list felt like returning home. The Gonda 3 heroes, Elena, went without saying. Even the Rising Star Fire Dragon Knight had made it to the 18th position. Keep in mind, he was only at 7th level mid-stage cultivation. Yet the number of 8th level late-stage demons slain by Fire Dragon Knight was nearing a handful. The Blood Knight, still vigorous, reached rank 40th with his 7th level mid-stage prowess. The Black Knight, Saint Ape Knight, and Golden Lion Knight also made the list, steadily advancing. Though their cultivation was not high, their achievements were remarkable. The advantage of the mythical breathing skill began to show. Coupled with the maturity of talent brands and combat techniques, each showed potential to become a supernova. What they lacked was merely the accumulation of time. Adding up all the organizations, about 5% of the top 200 on the 8th level demon slaughter list hailed from the ancient dragon continent, this tiny piece of land. The level of exaggeration is unimaginable. Over the years, the ancient dragon continent has become a model of small yet elite organizations. High-level and top-level organizations visit continuously to learn. Levi warmly entertained them, displaying a grand demeanor. The only ones politely refused were from the Letney family. The old fool of a Golden Walker had the nerve to send someone to investigate. The malice of the Golden Walker amused Levi for quite a while. He could imagine that old guy wanting to mess with him, but being helpless. Now, he truly feared this person no more. The Golden Walker too barely broke through to the 9th circle at the end of his lifespan. With only about 2,000 years of lifespan remaining, his potential had reached its limit. Without significant opportunities, at most, he would be a senior 9 ring in this lifetime. Achieving 9 rings perfect would be difficult. After the battle with the Flame King Dragon, Levi had a clear understanding of his own strength. He might not necessarily defeat an ordinary 9th circle wizard, but they certainly would not be able to defeat him either. It was a 50-50 chance. As for Golden Walker, Levi did not harbor a strong intent to kill. With the bigger picture of the blood battle at hand, he would not turn against his own people unless necessary. Of course, as long as the opponent knew how to advance and retreat, and understood good from bad. Closing the leaderboard, Levi opened the blood battle store. He now had over 7 billion war merits saved. He still had an unused spot for a non-random sun refining artifact. He should still have tens of billions left to buy bloodline crystals, sacred medicines, and other cultivation materials. At his current realm, most resources in the blood battle store did not meet his standards. But today, his eyes sparked with interest. A listing appeared in the store. A demonized armor dragon bloodline crystal, a 9th level material, valued at 2.5 billion ether stones. Finally, good stuff. Levi muttered to himself and immediately chose to redeem it. Hesitating for a second would be disrespectful to the bloodline crystal. He had waited for hundreds of years, finally discovering something good other than sun refining artifacts. Actually, there were rare occasions of 9th level bloodline crystals appearing before. Unfortunately, he was in retreat at the time, and did not have enough war merits on hand, so he missed out. After that, Levi resolved to keep tens of billions of war merits ready for emergencies. The armored dragon was a pure-blooded dragon clan creature. Among the legendary level, its defense was unparalleled. Its scales specialized into thick heavy armor, strong enough that ordinary 9th circle spells could not break through. For Levi to refine the Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath technique, this was the perfect material. Though one legendary bloodline crystal was not enough, he estimated he would need 4 of them. He decided to head to the Blood Battle Temple right away. Levi approached the counter. I would like to exchange for the armored dragon bloodline crystal. Certainly, Sir Levi. This was just recently acquired. Hallmaster Rock King smiled as he greeted him. Senior Rock King, is this bloodline crystal a recent acquisition? It was. Just placed on the shelves, and now it is sold. Hallmaster Rock King replied with a smile. The attendant noted that the blood armor crystal was recently obtained from the recent battle. The destruction caused by demons is indeed terrible. The bloodline crystal alone nearly shattered the ancient dragon continent. A small thing like this could lead to inner deters, and losing one's way would be an insult, Levi thought, marveling at the mythical power of the dragon ruin's mysterious realm. With a closing glance at the leaderboard, Levi returned to the ancient dragon continent. Someone bring me the finest purification elixir, fill a pool with it, Levi ordered. Right away, my lord. Remember to purify it thoroughly, otherwise, it is perilous to both mind and soul. Going astray would be the least of your worries, Rock King warned. Thank you for your warning, Senior. Levi concluded his demon hunting and returned to the Blood Battle Temple. He understood that without intervention, it could take 10,000 years to completely dispel the demonic aura in the dragon ruins. Chapter 2553. Levi prepared a pool of purification elixir and opened the seal on the box. A plume of demonic aura erupted, shooting straight into the sky. Levi quickly placed it into the pool water. The pre-prepared sealing and isolation arrays activated simultaneously. A day later, the pool water turned black as ink. This demonic aura is too dense. It exhausted the efficacy of an entire pool of purification elixir. Although purification elixir is common, a pool of it requires 500 million ether stones. Only Levi, being wealthy, could afford such purification. The demonic aura around the bloodline crystal thinned significantly. Levi changed the water 3 more times to remove the bulk of the demonic aura. The remaining demonic aura was deeply embedded and required slow purification. He cast a spell to condense the pool of demonic aura into 4 demonic aura crystals. Level 9 magic energy crystals. After the mind flayers and succubi refine them, their power should improve. With Levi's help, both demons reached level 7 middle stage cultivation. The succubus watched over the Tyrone relics on the 53rd level of the abyss. The mind flayer left Gondor City and now served beside a level 8 demon commander. From time to time, it provided Levi with demon information, aiding his demon hunting. It is time to commence the second exploration of the Tyrone relics. This time, I will dispatch 2 level 8 peak power demons to give it a try. The Rock King returned to their secluded place when a projection appeared. A woman in a frost blue robe appeared, her face cold and distant. Who exchanged for the armored dragon's bloodline crystal. Reporting, ma'am, it was the Dusk Palace Master. Is there a problem? No, just confirming the situation. The projection of the Frost Witch slowly dissipated, leaving the Rock King in a fog of confusion. The Frost Witch stretched her smooth, jade-like body in the bathing pool. Warm currents flowed from the pool into her limbs and spiritual sea. Her face flickered like a slideshow. One face was the incomparably beautiful visage of Gulwig, the other was an unfamiliar face. Its expression was indifferent, yet beneath the calm was a rage enough to freeze the entire world. The mist from the bath transformed into an awe-inspiring anomaly scene. A giant blue woman of immeasurable height, taller than the stars, wielded an ancient axe that emanated a primordial aura, and stood upon the sea of ruins in the astral world, battling against the divine might of the gods. Behind her stood mighty figures comparable to gods. The solar-like fire giant, the mountain giant bearing 10,000 mountains, the sea giant swallowing the 4 seas, and the thunder giant that dominated the realm. The great battle turned the sea of ruins, shattered the divine kingdom, and upheaved the earth and sky. I am Gulwig, not Ygmir. The Frost Witch muttered unconsciously, unaware of when she had fallen asleep, seemingly engaged in some dream confrontation. As time passed, the anomalies slowly faded away. She suddenly awoke, gasping for air, her bosom heaving. Her eyes, as fierce as a blizzard, regained clarity. I am Gulwig, I am Gulwig. She pressed her hands on the sides of the bathtub, repeating the phrase. It is too difficult to harness Ygmir's power. She stood up, evaporating the potion from her porcelain skin, the mist turning into a thin icy blue silk lining. Every gift of destiny carries a price tag marked in secret. The world only knew the Frost, which was suspected to possess the bloodline of the ancestor of giants, her cultivation like divine intervention. She also held the record for the fastest achievement of legendary wizard in the wizard world. But only Gulwig understood the significance behind it. If she could not harness the residual will of the ancestor of giants, she would no longer be herself, but a garment for the reincarnation of the ancestor of giants. She arrived at the Supreme Council and found Edmund alone at the round table reading a book. All other legendary sorcerers resided in their respective sky cities. Only the Grand Council chairman considered the Supreme Council home. When do we make a move against the Master of the Star Vortex? Gulwig asked. The Master of the Star Vortex, Oriasar, was the lord of the 267th abyssal layer, having recently joined the Blood Battle battlefield. Its true form was not a demon, but a mythical creature known as the Star-Spinning Turtle. This giant turtle roamed the land of darkness, radiating the eternal vortex starlight. The so-called vortex starlight was an incredibly powerful elementary magnetic field. Wherever it passed, billions of magnetic force fields caused intense rotation and displacement across the plane, earning it the name Star-Spinning Turtle. 30,000 years ago, Oriasar was persuaded by the succubus queen, the lord of the 660th abyssal layer, to join the abyss. Granted the abyss heart, it became a level 10 monstrous creature. Since then, it served the queen, stationed at the 267th layer. The combat power of the master of the star vortex was not strong, but its defense was unparalleled in the world. It had repeatedly withstood legendary spells, crossing the boundary lines and wandering the edges of Nora before swaggering away. It attempted to influence the major convergence of the plane with its magnetic field power, making it a key target of defense for the Wizard Council. Edmund raised his head, rubbing his somewhat messy hair, as if deep in thought. I am researching a new spell. It is almost successful, so give me 10 more years. The hardness of the star-spinning turtle's shell is not an issue, and I have confidence in shattering it. My concern is the Wind Demon Lord, and possibly the already arriving succubus queen. Gulwig nodded. Indeed, the arrival of the Master of the Star Vortex implies the Succubus Queen has also entered the fray. The situation is increasingly unfavorable to us. If you are ready, we will depart. Chapter 2554. As the Lord of the 660th layer, and the Queen of all Succubi in the Abyss, the power of the Succubus Queen could no longer be described by common sense. Simply by being beguiled by her, more than 10 level 10 beings had joined the Abyss. The star-spinning turtle was just one of them. In addition, there were also mythical creatures like the rainbow dragon, and the star-devouring worm, and even several fallen gods. This Succubus Queen could be called the recruitment office of the Abyss. Those beguiled by her now all served as lords of the Abyss. The Grand Council chairman had reason to worry. Gullwig turned to leave, but Edmund stopped him with a sudden statement. Are you planning to give the bloodline crystal of the Master of the Star Vortex to Levi? Gullwig paused. Yes, our time is running out. By rights, I shouldn't interfere, but I will set a reasonable price for the bloodline crystal as a test for him. Edmund stood silent for a moment before offering a warning. This battle is perilous. Be prepared. Ancient Dragon Continent. The Tower of Dawn. Inside the office of the Lightning School of Thought Professor, Sarit bent over his research. STA, his proud disciple, reported on his work from the recent period. Levi appeared without a sound. Sarit and STA hurried to their feet to greet him. STA, you may return first. Sarit and I have matters to discuss. STA bowed. All right, Hallmaster. The door closed behind him. Sarit turned to his master. What is the matter? Levi lifted a finger. An extreme darkness dragon mark flew out of Sarit's body and dissipated. A flood of memories spanning over 1,000 years surged into Sarit's mind. He stood dazed, his eyes clouded with complexity as he struggled to find his footing. Why did you release me from slavery? Am I no longer useful? Levi offered no direct answer. Sarit, do you know what has become of the Thunder Dragon family now? I only know that the family was exiled by the Star Tower to a remote plane to mine resources. Levi's expression remained unreadable. 700 years ago, that plane was overrun by demons. So, am I the last of the Thunder Dragon family? Yes. I dislike killing, but everyone who has wronged me has died. Sarit hung his head. I understand. You may kill me. I won't kill you. I will give you a chance. You are the mentor and enlightenment guide to several generations of the Tower of Dawn. You have personally trained 3 primordial soul wizards. The past is just smoke and mirrors. I only care about your usefulness to me now and in the future. Sarit fell silent, weighing the words. I swear by the oath of truth that until my dying breath, I will remain anonymous on the ancient dragon continent. I will under no circumstances cause you trouble. Levi nodded. Congratulations. You are free. Inside the Black Swamp secret realm, the blood vortex venerable transformed into the form of a young man in a red robe. He overlooked the world, standing like a doorman, who maintained the order of the secret realm and guarded its gates. A series of professional Zerg breeding bases rose from the ground. Teachers and students from the School of Insects and the School of Spiritualism moved between them. It is so lively. Blood Vortex sighed from the heart. Since birth, he had lived through lonely years in the Black Swamp world. His only companions were his own duplications. Do you like such days? A voice broke the silence. Levi emerged beside him. Blood Vortex did not hesitate. Lord, I truly like it. Levi released Blood Vortex from extreme darkness enslavement, forcing the entity to swear on his sword. Perform well. Blood Vortex stood stunned for a moment, then solemnly bowed to the empty void. Thank you, Lord and Mana, for granting me new life. 4 years later, Nora calendar year 1066, Blood Battle year 854. The West Sea battlefield erupted in chaos. An unrivaled sword chi pierced the chest of the flame demon. The demon laughed wildly and plunged a magma greatsword into the chest of the black armored swordsman. Let us perish together. I will be reborn in the abyss, while you will fall into eternal darkness. In the next moment, the demon's eyes went blank. The black armored swordsman's figure became ethereal, dispersing into endless thunder element particles. Levi recoalesced behind the flame demon, flooding the wound with the violent power of the extreme darkness dragon. Perish together with me? You are quite ugly, but that is a nice thought. The flame demon, possessing level 8 peak strength, knelt before Levi. Master, what is your name? Satan, can you return to the abyss? I can. I was just planning to summon more flame demons. Do you know demons with similar strength to you? I do. The great commander of the 5th Legion in the West Sea battle zone, Rogel, is a level 8 peak stone statue demon. Good. I want you to do just that. A year later, Rogel looked at the suddenly appearing Dusk Palace Master. His expression drastically changed. There were no fancy spells, just an all-out, supreme punch. The fist wind shattered Rogel's indestructible Vajra demon body, nearly causing his death. Levi spared his life. Following the same method, Rogel was subjected to extreme darkness enslavement. Rogel and Satan returned to the abyss under the pretext that the Legion required more troops. The succubus Maria on the 53rd layer would meet them to re-explore the Tyrone relics. Summer passed, winter came, and the years went by slowly. 9 years later, Nora calendar year 1076, Levi celebrated his 1500th birthday. For ceremonial significance, Elena organized a small birthday banquet. She invited only close relatives and brothers. After the banquet ended, Elena returned to the Emperor's palace, spending a month in warmth and affection with Levi. Levi, I plan to go into seclusion. Chapter 2555. Evolutionary breathing technique. Yes, I am ready. Go for it, you will do great. Levi, if I die. What are you thinking? If Emperor Mu can succeed, how could you possibly fail? Haha, that is true. Let us not talk about it. Wait for my good news. For safety, you should cultivate in the ancient Banyan fairyland. I can look after you anytime. Elena moved the Tower of Summer Flowers into the ancient Banyan fairyland. Under the ancient banyan tree, Mana, Black Phoenix, Martha, and Yggdrasil watched. Ha, is Madam moving in here to live? Mana's eyes widened in surprise. Elena laughed. No, I am going to cultivate here. I see, preemptively wishing Madam success. Black Phoenix nodded. Yggdrasil aside, lamenting, so envious, the once little Elena is almost catching up to me. Levi shook his head. What is there to envy? You are nailed to level 9. Yggdrasil snorted, a soft mutter escaping her lips. When I am level 9, you both might be level 10 already, and still not taking me along. Mana reached out and pinched Yggdrasil's cheek. Don't worry, I reached level 8 at 50,000 years old, and that is with Levi's vigorous help. I will always be at the bottom for you guys. Yggdrasil smiled warmly. Mana's sister is still the best. Levi turned to Mana. During Elena's closed-door cultivation, I will be counting on you. Mana shrugged. Got it, I will take good care of the first madam. Back in the Emperor's palace, Levi reviewed his proficiency panel. Levi reviewed his shadow path. Shadow breath, level 14, 1 over 600,000. Shadow eye, level 14, 1 over 600,000. Recently, he developed 2 more magical spells from the shadow faction. Shadow breath. After spellcasting, it can increase the endurance attribute of summoned creatures by up to 1/4. Shadow eye increases the perception range of summoned creatures by up to 1/5. Along with Shadow Blood, Shadow's Fury, Shadow Wind, and Leonardo's Sound Barrier, the spells that boost the basic 6 dimensions attributes of summoned creatures have all been assembled. This set of 6 buffs ensures the Shadow Army's strength far exceeds simple attribute stacking. Each can fight multiple enemies with no problem. Currently, the army has 6 level 8 shadows. As long as he continues his demon hunting persistently, sooner or later, the Shadow Army can gather the Heavenly Gang and Earthly 108 Shadow God Generals. Together with the Heaven and Earth Dragon Generals of the Dragon Palace, inside and out, they resonate in harmony. So far, he has branded 19 witch marks. Among them are 4 shadows, 3 thunders, 1 burning, 3 oceans, 1 decomposition technique, 1 frost, 1 astrology, 1 curse, 1 death, 2 metals, and 1 sound wave. The Shadow Army has already used a lot of witch mark quotas, with 8 left. Next, I should learn some spells from other sections. Burning, earth, storm, light are all viable. In short, I need to be comprehensive. Regarding the Path of Nights, the Extreme Darkness Dragon Breathing skill has advanced to level 8 late stage. The distance of the invisible secret word increased further. In a moment's thought, it can reach 100,000 miles, which is unimaginable for ordinary 8th circle wizards. Combined with other means, 200,000 miles is not a problem. As long as Levi gets a chance to escape, common level 9 beings can only be left in the dust. Closing the proficiency panel, Levi's expression changed. Success at the Tyrone relics. Half a year later, on the North Sea battlefield, Satan came alone to Levi. After Rogel returned to Nora, he was exterminated by the Wizard Legion, who did not know the truth. Satan handed Levi a slate and reported the situation of this journey. Having completed all this, Levi ended its life. Next, he could add another level 7 peak shadow, quickly able to advance to level 8. Furthermore, 900 million war merits were credited, along with a level 8 peak core of the abyss. The slate recorded the content of the Thousand-Eyed Titan body tempering technique in ancient wizard language. Additionally, there were the cultivation research notes of Tyrone Wizard. In his late years, he began plane travel to seek breakthroughs in refining body 9 rings. He finally settled down in a faraway world from another plane, dedicated to research. His relic appearing in the abyss was an accident. It might be related to the abyss's invasion on the multidimensional plane, digesting and absorbing world fragments. Essentially, the abyss is like Nora, continuously absorbing planes and converging them together. Though Nora's world fusion process goes smoothly, it poses little threat to life other than the plane sovereign. But the abyss wreaks merciless destruction, causing catastrophes for billions of life forms. Those planes devoured by the abyss might randomly appear in a certain layer of the abyss, or be used to open a new layer. It is difficult to verify other circumstances of the relic, since they are all matters from ancient times. What can be confirmed is that this body tempering technique is authentic. From Levi's perspective, there are no issues. He sent the body tempering technique and cultivation notes to Gondaf, hastening to obtain the sun refining artifact. Body Refining Academy. Did you really find the Thousand-Eyed Titan body tempering technique? The white banker's eyebrows arched in surprise. Gondaf smiled. Senior, can I exchange for another sun refining artifact? The white banker nodded. Naturally, there is no problem. He had already checked it. The body tempering technique was fine. As the king of body refining, Gondaf would not ruin his reputation. Thus, the ancient 4 body refining techniques are all in place. They are valuable assets of the wizard world. The white banker guided Gondaf to the treasury. What do you want this time? Chapter 2556. I want the wild god's body. The wild god's body appeared like a spine composed of red flames. Its surface bore mysteriously complex fire element truth runes. It exuded an aura of primordial times. Visions of ancient primitive civilization and development flickered before Gondaf. The white banker spoke. Do you know how long this oddity has been stored in the treasury? Hundreds of thousands of years. Oh, how did you know? The white banker seemed surprised. The age of this oddity is as ancient as the history of the Congress, and it was stored by Sauron. He looked pensive, as if he were sighing. Gondaf stood straight. Because I feel this oddity is waiting for a true master, and perhaps that person is me? The white banker patted Gondaf's shoulder, chuckling softly. I like your genuine confidence and fearlessness. I also think this oddity might be waiting for you. Only the king of body refining is qualified to refine it. Gondaf asked if the dragon god's blood and the giant god's shoulder were also stored by Sauron. The white banker shook his head. No, the dragon god's blood was stored by Roger, and the giant god's shoulder was stored by the Grand Council chairman. 90% of the sun refining artifacts in the council treasury were stored by legendary wizards of the past and present. In fact, even the sun refining artifacts are somewhat useful to them. Gondaf looked at the giant god's shoulder. It was a golden shoulder blade, with earth element truth runes on it. This oddity left him with an impression of profoundness and grandeur. It is precisely by standing on the shoulders of giants that wizard civilization has achieved in 300,000 years what ordinary civilizations find difficult to achieve even in millions, Gondaf said. Take the wild god's body with you. If nothing unexpected happens, the giant god's shoulder will also be yours in the future. I wish you to step into the Nine Rings body refining realm soon, paving new paths for future body refining wizards. The white banker sighed, his expression carrying regret. As someone who once majored in body refining, but switched to become a spell wizard for the future, a failed attempt, he hoped there would be a legendary body refining professional in the future Supreme Council. Although the other talents at the Body Refining Academy were equally outstanding, they clearly lacked the qualification to exchange for a sun refining artifact. After so many years together, the Academy understood Gondafa's character. Nurturing him to grow quickly would surely benefit wizard civilization. Thank you, Elder. Gondaf returned to Gonda City. His mood was both excited and heavy. He felt excited that there were 2 sun-refining artifacts for refining after the 8th circle. He felt heavy because the responsibility of breaking the shackles of Nora body-refining wizards rested on his shoulders. He chose the wild god's body for a special reason. His current elemental affinity talent, in the earth element, was Titan's blood. Refining another earth element, giant god's shoulder, seemed somewhat repetitive. The dragon god belonged to water, the wild god to fire, and Titan, and giant god to earth. In the future, he would need a radiant sun-level wind element oddity to perfect the 4 elements affinity talent, preferably a body refining artifact. Once the earth, fire, wind, and water refining artifacts were complete, that would be the perfect achievement of the dragon elephant holy body. Shortly after, the Body Refining Academy opened the exchange for the 1000-eyed Titan body tempering technique. Those who had made outstanding contribution points to the Academy could obtain it. Its provider was none other than Gondaf. This astonished the other teachers and students. Everyone knew this body tempering technique had been lost for a long time, and they had given up hope. Their admiration for Gondaf arose spontaneously. This is the vision of the king of body refining. Besides, Tyrone Wizard's research notes on body refinement techniques were turned into courses by Gondaf for teaching students. The next step involved creating more genuine talents in the body refining faction. They needed not only to passively learn from others' body refining techniques, but also to learn to actively create and expand the variety of body refining techniques. Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching a man to fish. When Gondaf provided Tyrone Wizard's notes, he also made a small request. He wanted to acquire from the Body Refining Academy the authority to disseminate the 9-headed hell snake body tempering technique. It only needed to be passed on to one person, with assurance that it would not be transmitted privately. He did not say who that person was, only that it was a friend of the Dusk Palace Master. The White Banker, hearing it was a request from the Dusk Palace Master, reported to the Supreme Council. The Supreme Council agreed. Any body refining technique Gondaf mastered could be passed on to that friend. Follow-up confidentiality work should ensure it did not fall into enemy hands. This left Levi somewhat surprised, not expecting his name to be so effective. He had underestimated himself. 6 months later, ancient dragon continent. A magnificent bird soared through the sky. Its head resembled a peacock, with a splendid aurora-like tail trailing behind. Its claws were like those of an eagle, incredibly sharp. Its entire body was covered in unique feathers resembling scales that shimmered with a metallic luster. Wherever it passed, blue ice flames swept, and the aurora reflected the sky dome. The void froze, and all things became sealed in ice. The great bird landed on the ground, transforming into Eddie's form with a shake. Awesome, son. Emperor Mew hugged Eddie, and Elsa was overjoyed to tears. A family with 2 mythical breathing skills. It is the first for my Dusk Holy Temple. Levi stood with his hands behind his back, equally delighted. The Qing Niao was born from the bloodline fusion of the Aurora Bird, Kangbu Sparrow, Star Falcon, and Azure Light Dragon, all renowned for their speed and powerful existence. Chapter 2557. The Qing Niao possesses speed rivaling that of the extreme darkness dragon in the world. Due to the ability of the Star Falcon, the Qing Niao enters and exits the Star Realm Ruins Sea, traversing the multidimensional plane even more swiftly. Moreover, the Qing Niao is quite adept in battle. The power of Cold Flame perfectly complements Eddie's Frost faction, pursuing the ultimate freezing path. A superstar seed rises, destined to become renowned in the wizard world in the near future. Eddie bowed to Levi. Thank you, Hall Master, for personally protecting me. No thanks needed. Commander, please give this guy's breathing technique a grand name. The Qing Niao. Is it because its color is green? No, the Qing Niao is also a divine bird with special meaning, symbolizing happiness and good luck. That is great. From now on, I am the Qing Niao Knight, Eddie said. His son, just over 600 years old, is already a 6th circle wizard and a level 6 mythical knight. Elsa felt extremely gratified, yet she herself remained some distance from the late stage of level 6. Her son had already reached level 6. It was a case of the Yangtze River's waves pushing the old ones onto the shore. In fact, emerging talents in the Knight's Order were not inferior to her, but everyone was mindful that she was an initial founder, so they tacitly refrained from challenging her. Thinking of this, Elsa spoke to Levi. Commander, I want to resign from the position of one of the 18 riders. Levi understood her intention. Very well. Not long after, Goddess Knight Elsa left the round table seat. At the Dusk Holy Temple, a tournament for the seat of the 18 Twilight Cavalry unfolded. The competition was exceptionally fierce and exciting, with battle videos spreading within a small circle in the wizard world. It attracted much attention from those interested in knights. After intense competition, Qing Niao Knight Eddie took first place. He successively defeated several level 6 mid-stage knights with remarkable talents. He did not use any wizard abilities, earning the respect and acceptance of the defeated knights. His self-created combat technique, the Aurora Treasure Book, turned him into a blue flash on the arena. As the saying goes, all martial arts are unbeatable, only the fastest cannot be defeated. Thus, the Qing Niao Knight became one of the 18 Twilight Cavalry. The new and old generations transitioned perfectly. The legendary stories of the millennial generation began to unfold. For years later, Nora Calendar 1080, Blood Battle Year 868, Star Night, all was silent. On the North Sea battlefield, Levi continued demon hunting, followed by 7 level 8 shadows. Not long ago, Satan had already ascended to level 8. Levi opened the demon slaying list. His points had reached 16 billion, leading by far. The second place, Lady Molly, remained at 14 billion, unchanged. Levi felt Nora trembling slightly. Even though it was only a brief moment, it astonished him. The vastness of Nora is beyond measure. To make a plane of such magnitude tremble, the force must be unimaginable. In the next instant, an unimaginable dazzling light expanded in the deepness of space. Night turned bright as day, as countless beings in Nora simultaneously gazed at the starry sky. This sun, the Grand Council Chairman, has made a move again, Levi murmured. As the captain of civilization, every time he made a move, Levi felt a bit anxious. He feared something might happen to the captain, causing the entire civilization to collapse. Hope it goes smoothly. Land of Darkness. A pitch-black giant turtle, as vast as the continent, bellowed with a sky-shattering roar, its demonic aura reaching the heavens. Billions of torrents of elemental magnetism transformed into a magnetic storm that could change the skies and the earth. The storm swept through, annihilating all things. Under such immense power, small to medium-sized planes would instantly shatter. Only large planes could withstand it. But if the battle dragged on for too long, it would result in a catastrophic disaster. The power of the mythical creatures is undeniable. The giant turtle was the master of the star vortex. As the lord of the 267th level of the abyss, it now appeared extremely battered. The shell that could withstand legendary spells and level 10 divine arts was filled with cracks. The black shell burned red, with magma flowing on it, causing it great pain. It had withstood a legendary spell, Eamon's Eternal Blazing Sunday. If it were other legendary wizards, its defense power would be sufficient. But this person was Grand Council Chairman Edmund. He ventured into the demon nest alone, emerged unscathed, and had even severely injured the Shadow Demon Queen. With just one move, the turtle shell was cracked. Eamon, if you kill me, you will cause the demons to commence a full-scale war prematurely, hastening Nora's destruction, the master of the star vortex roared furiously. In the void, a man garbed in a red robe cradled a little sun in his hand as he descended. Behind him was a golden sun with a diameter of over 90,000 miles. Endless light and heat radiated, distorting space and even time. Countless flame runes, like codes, surged from the sun, transforming into cataclysmic storm particles. Primordial soul wizard form, Eternal Blazing Sunday. First on the wizard's ranking, Edmund spoke. Feel free to have Pazuzu try, or perhaps summon your true master. The master of the star vortex shouted angrily. Arrogant, it would not take the Supreme Queen herself to annihilate you. Edmund did not speak, instead preparing a new legendary spell. Eamon, you have finally emerged from Nora's shell. The boundless demonic wind that swept through deep space descended, transforming into a towering giant demon projection. Surrounded by black wind capable of destroying the heavens and earth, it nullified everything around it. Even the Lord of Storm would need to tread cautiously. Countless demonic creatures of the wind emerged from the black wind, surging like a tide. Wind Demon Lord Pazuzu. Edmund did not look back, continuing to deal with the master of the star vortex. Chapter 2558. A vast icy wall took shape, blocking the path ahead. It spanned across the starry sky like a cosmic spectacle. The blue-robed figure descended slowly, calling out the legendary spell, Desperate Great Wall. The winter wind blew through, chilling the world. Behind her stood a colossal female giant holding a huge axe, her face shrouded in mist. 9 ice beasts of various shapes encircled the giant. Numerous ice elemental spirits cloaked her presence, worshipping the solitary Frost Queen. A lone hero held the pass against 10,000 enemies. This was the primordial soul wizard form, true ancestor of Frost, ranked second on the wizard's ranking. The Wind Demon Lord narrowed his eyes, and he stubbornly complimented the display. Good, good, Gullwig is here too, that is wonderful. An infinitely charming voice echoed deep in space. Hee hee, it is truly a lively occasion. Lord Edmund, you have hurt my little pet badly. How will you compensate me? A perfect figure in purple dragon armor descended. She possessed twin horns in a graceful shape, with her long legs exposed without reserve, and her sheep-like jade feet were utterly captivating. In her slender fingers, she held a long purple whip filled with sinister barbs. Upon her arrival, a multitude of indescribable atmospheres of desire, reproduction, sex, love, and motherhood mingled with the world. The succubus queen had arrived. Edmund looked at her and said, "You truly came." This was the worst outcome, though he had already expected it. Today, no matter who came, the master of the star vortex had to die. The succubus queen laughed charmingly with her mature voice. "Release the master of the star vortex, and we will temporarily retreat. You would not want to declare all-out war against us now, would you? Even if Sauron has reserved means in Nora, if we relentlessly dispatch level 9 and level 10 demons to attack, how long can this small land of Nora endure? You also know, most lords of the Abyss Layer possess Abyss Heart, undying and eternal. We merely lose one era of cultivation. It is no big deal." The Frost Witch's eyes were cold. She replied icily, "Then let us see what happens. Let us watch how many lords of the Abyss lose one era of cultivation. See if the Underworld, Astral World, and Nightmare World will take advantage of the chaos. Do you guess how the Underworld Source River will treat the Abyss will that took away part of its authority? Without the protection of the Abyss will, your so-called undying are just empty dreams." The succubus queen smiled leisurely. "Should I call you Yugmir, or Gullwig?" Gullwig replied, "As you wish." The succubus queen continued, "You cannot stop me unless you completely abandon your personality and become Yugmir." Gullwig countered, "Being the supreme ancestor of giants has its perks, at least I can slay your incarnation here. You are afraid to come because you fear losing this era of cultivation, right?" The succubus queen chuckled. "Ha, sharp-tongued little girl." Elsewhere, under Edmund's assault, the shell of the master of the star vortex had already cracked considerably. If it were another ordinary level 10 demon, they might not endure this long. "Queen Elsa, save me. My vortex starlight is trapped by Nora's elemental magnetic field, and cannot escape." "Damn Nora's will, colluding with Edmund against me," wailed the master of the star vortex. The Wind Demon Lord lost patience and roared, "If you all want to try, then it is total war." Its majestic figure crossed the void, forming a black hurricane of star devour and destruction realm with a wave of its hand. Behind it, the Shadow Demon Queen, Flame Demon Tyrant, Master of Depths and Shallows, Faceless King, and Angry Lord, a total of 9 unmatched auras, descended, causing the surrounding world to tremble with a towering demonic aura. Gullwig's robe flapped in the cold wind as she calmly spoke, "Table, please invite the others." In front of the desperate great wall, a shadow of a round table, as large as a continent, appeared out of thin air. The table seemed lifeless, but emitted a terrifying aura that made even the succubus queen change her expression. A total of 15 ancient stone high-backed chairs were arranged around it. The survivor of the vast sea, Thousand Mountains Immortal, Mist Sky Guardian, Lady of Thunder, Mr. Silver, Hand of Creation, Daydreamer, and Grey Eagle Law God all appeared. Aside from the Dragon Flame God and Black Abyss Sovereign, all 13 seats of the Supreme Council arrived. The form of each mighty wizard spanned the starry sky like gods and demons. Their companion spiritual creatures, comparable to demigods, or even gods, arrayed by their sides. Every legendary wizard tool shone brilliantly, illuminating the world. This was the most luxurious lineup in Nora's history, unparalleled, except for Sauron. The Frost Witch's hand manifested a long sword of icy light, pointing at the demons. "Come, we shall have a fight to the death right here. After your demise, you may return to the Abyss and resurrect, living another era, but we only have this life. You can summon more demons in the Abyss, but all of our allies are right behind us in this small land of Nora. You all have existed since ancient times, our history is but a fleeting moment to you." During the confrontation, the master of the star vortex's head had already fallen, held by Edmund. Its resentful demon soul gazed at Edmund. "Edmund, I will not die, I will come back stronger. I will use Vortex Starlight to cast Nora into the bottomless abyss." The demon soul exploded thunderously like a supernova, engulfing Edmund. Simultaneously, a true soul plunged into the void. A supreme force descended to take it away. The void trembled above Nora, within the imperceptible dimension. A vast black river crossed the sky. Countless black hands of women extended, wrapping the true soul layer by layer, pulling it into the river. At this scene, all demons changed their expressions. The Wind Demon Lord exclaimed, "Underworld Source River." The succubus queen's expression shifted, and her blood and flesh whip stretched across spacetime into the Underworld Source River. In the next moment, supreme life and death power spread along the whip, withering the flesh. The succubus queen promptly let go, half her body already a skeleton, leaving only the exquisite head flying away. One by one, mighty figures with auras that covered the heavens emerged from the river water, emanating an ancient vibe. They were Netherworld emperors, the oldest beings in existence. Hundreds of Netherworld kings clad in Netherworld king's armor, riding skeletal war horses, formed ranks behind them. Among them stood a minotaur figure. The succubus queen said coldly, "Netherworld emperors, do you also wish to join the war? What about your neutrality?" The leading Netherworld emperor was a golden-haired swordsman, an exquisite figure of a man and woman alike. He wore golden armor and held his sword into the void. He spoke calmly, "In this world, there is no absolute neutrality. From the moment you reignited the ancient blood battle against Hell, this war affecting the entire multidimensional plane had begun. From today forth, all that the abyss has taken from the mother shall return to her side." He drew the golden greatsword, gazing at the heights, solemnly saying, "I am the 13th Netherworld Emperor, 9 Death Swordsman, under the Netherworld Ancestor. I declare war on the abyss on behalf of the underworld." Chapter 2559. The three armies converge outside Nora, in the land of darkness. The golden-haired swordsman raises his longsword to the sky, questioning the supreme abyss will. An ordinary wizard might think he speaks to himself. Only the legendary beings, Nether Emperors, and Lords present know the truth. The abyss will cannot be gazed upon directly. It resists perception, yet it objectively exists. The Nether River roars, washing over everything. In this moment, no one dares to act rashly. A force of indescribable strength sweeps through the deep space. The force is evil, profound, dark, chaotic, ferocious, and slaughterous. The desperate great wall buzzes and trembles. The Frost Witch grips her frost longsword, ready to strike at any moment. Behind her, the true ancestor of Frost's wizard form dreams back to the ancient age, a time when giants chopped the heavens. Before the round table, the legendary wizards stand calm and poised, bodies upright. Strands of dense chi surge skyward. Edmund has already put away the corpse of the master of the star vortex, which resembled a star. Clearly, the self-destruction of a mythical creature poses no danger to him. The sun's radiance sweeps away the darkness. It illuminates the starry sky, casting vast brilliance upon the crystal walls of Nora. The dark and terrifying power recedes like a tide, and warmth floods the hearts of all present. At some point, the Supreme will temporarily withdraws. Strong demonic auras swiftly depart. The Wind Demon Lord speaks. The underworld is no longer neutral. The mother river that controls the order of life and death is no longer impartial and emotionless. If that is the case, let chaos and slaughter become the main themes of the multidimensional plane. The projection of the succubus queen slowly dissipates, revealing a grimly intriguing smile. "Edmund, you killed my pet, and you will pay for it. The true abyss blood battle is far more brutal than you can imagine, Edmund." The shadow demon queen delivers a harsh declaration, an eternally burning hole in its chest. Severely wounded by Edmund, it struggles to recover, as the burning sun constantly scorches and expels its shadow demon power. The golden-haired swordsman remains expressionless as the demons retreat. Edmund offers a sincere nod. "Thank you, 9 Death Swordsmen. Thank you to all the Nether Emperors." "No need for thanks," the swordsman says, proceeding with the planned response in battle. "I have come in the name of the Netherworld Ancestor to fulfill the past agreement with Sauron. The repeated provocation of the abyss has crossed the boundaries of the underworld. Our task is to return the abyss to its destined trajectory. As for the Blood River, I leave that to you." The underworld source river begins to dissipate, retreating to its original void dimension. The Nether Emperors and Kings of the underworld fade, disappearing without a trace. The mythical level drama temporarily concludes, heralding a fiercer storm and a coming climax. Edmund looks to those before the round table. The ambitions of the abyss are laid bare, and we understand the stance of the underworld. External forces are ultimately dreamlike and ephemeral. Only strength from within is fundamental. Return and carry out our plans systematically, preparing for the upcoming era of full-scale war. Gulwig taps the round table. The figures of the legendary wizards fade away. She withdraws her wizard form, her face pale. "I believe you are Gulwig, not Ygmir," Edmund says suddenly. The Frost Witch nods, transforming into a cold light. "This desperate great wall shall remain here," she says, providing some shelter for travelers of the deep space. Edmund nods in agreement. In the land of darkness, only he remains. Suddenly, he senses something and looks up to the sky. Has the time dragon also arrived? He wonders. The stars in the sky revolve, reflecting brilliant radiance. The sound of flowing water appears from nowhere. Compared to the underworld source river's oppression, this sound is lively. A majestic and grand galaxy flows across the land of darkness. This river is both ancient and new. It comes from the past, traverses the present, and flows into the future. It is said to exist, yet it does not. It is an unobservable concept, existing in dimensions beyond mortal understanding. It is the river of time, existing only in the imagination of the people as an adjective. The flow of the river has no direction. At its center sits a time castle radiating rainbow light. An indescribable, half-transparent giant dragon lies within it. It is both real and illusory, difficult to describe. Magnificent scales cover its body, each filled with the stories of the ages. It is a sage, an ancient being, a dragon, and every other life form. Mr. Emmon has discovered me. Rest assured, I am only here to record and observe, to document content for the age history book. Whether or not Nora remains 10,000 years later, there will always be stories to pass down and share. Edmund smiles. "This is the first time I see you, sir. Please record, for that is your duty. I will not question it, nor do I have the right to." The time dragon's eyes flash with a smile, but it remains silent. Suddenly, Edmund speaks with melancholy. Historical changes, civilizational shifts, life's vanishing, the operation of all things, the vast universe, the fall of gods and demons. These should just be insignificant stories to you, sir. Yes, and no. Have you ever seen the truth, sir? I have not, but I have met Sauron. Is Sauron the truth? I do not think so. Can you see future events, sir? Naturally, I can. But it is only the tip of the iceberg. You want to ask me about the direction and outcome of Nora and the wizard civilization, do you not? Of course not. Until the ending is fully written, it can still be changed. Knowing in advance whether the outcome is good or bad is not beneficial. Chapter 2560. Yes, you are very clever. The time dragon paused, the light in his eyes dimming. If one truly achieves omniscience and omnipotence, knowing everything from the ancient past to the distant future, with nothing unknown in the universe, then life and death would truly become meaningless and indistinct, wouldn't they? Edmund nodded slowly. That makes sense, as the saying goes, great wisdom seems foolish. The time dragon let out a low hum. You must have heard Sauron say that. Yes, it is a concise summary. Please continue your notes, sir. I won't disturb you. Edmund bowed. Wish you a pleasant life. Edmund's silhouette gradually faded away. The river of time vanished without a trace. It possessed no true form, only the poetry and fantasies of myriad beings bestowed upon it the beautiful shape of a galaxy. Among the waves, the time castle returned to a page of history. Within the castle, the scratching sound of a pen on paper filled the silence. From the smallest insect to the true god, the myriad beings of the universe all strove to survive. They fought for honor, for eternal life, for freedom, for everything they pursued within their hearts. In the multidimensional plane, every living being held a stance. In this realm, the only true neutral party was the time dragon, who drifted outside the flow of years. The edge of the panplane, the dark temple. On the spacious plaza, a towering, pitch-black, ancient greatsword pierced the sky, entangled with countless vengeful souls. What is the Wizard Council trying to do? A voice echoed in the darkness. Are they attempting to drag the underworld into the battlefield too? I cannot figure out what that madman Edmund is thinking. Thinking too much is pointless. Perhaps this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. Indeed, total war has already begun. The more the multidimensional plane churns into chaos, the more advantageous it is for us. We can preserve ourselves and watch the fire from the shore. Moreover, we must assist the great convergence of the planes. Are they not working on that star castle plan? Let us send people to locate and intercept their star castle, ensuring they achieve nothing. The ancients spoke one after another, hope finally igniting. After Covenant Sword reorganized the organization, they saw a new dawn. By the way, how is the Twilight Demon incident that someone reported earlier? This was our oversight. An invisible nightmare monster named Twilight Demon has grown in the nightmare world. We have suspended our previous plans. However, the matter has escalated beyond our expectations. The monster seems to be consciously creating fear and chaos, but it should have no relation to the Dusk Palace Master, and will not aid wizard civilization. Moreover, its main body is in the nightmare world, where the strong are as numerous as clouds, and a nightmare monster of this level has a slim chance of growing. Even the mightiest dike can collapse due to an ant's nest. We must send someone to resolve that nightmare monster. Naturally, there is no need to worry about this matter. Additionally, have all those who rebelled in the division been captured? Some have been brought back to justice, but a few with considerable strength remain at large. Rox probably colluded with Green Ghost, and has fled with the Green Scale clan. When we arrived, we only found an empty plane. The internal agent was also executed. Emperor Dagon reared a fully grown pure-blood dragon, which appeared in the wizard world years ago, and abducted Master Fire Dragon, who safely returned later, saying they were rescued by a mysterious individual, presumably a grand wizard, or a legendary wizard intervened. Damn it. Another level 9 combatant delivered to the wizard world. A place resembling a graveyard plane. Amidst the silence and darkness, a massive world hid here. It was not an ordinary world, but rather a burning world similar to the Red Plane. This world was lifeless, like an old man nearing the end of his life. Its master was likewise. In the Earth's core, an elderly figure in a black wizard robe sat alone. His gaze pierced through endless space, seeing the distant Nora. It was so lively and dazzling there, in stark contrast to the decay here. A projection appeared floating in front of him. It was the Black Sunday. Total war is about to arrive. Prepare to act, said Dark Sun Sovereign Dia. I am all set on my end. Act when the opportunity arises. Be cautious. Safeguarding your life is the priority. Understood. Nora was once mine, and in the future, it will be mine again, Dia muttered. However, as of now, if given another chance, would he still choose to become a plain sovereign? With the reincarnation technique, a legendary wizard could live a second life. Along with life-extending methods, a single memory might last 20 to 30,000 years. As a former legendary wizard, he could have reincarnated into this golden era. He could have chosen a different life. But with a moment of hesitation, he became a plain sovereign, lingering to this day. He had enough of such longevity. He once considered ending it all, using Sauron's true understanding of wizarding to live a second life. He wanted to end the days of being a plain sovereign, but he discovered he could no longer use this legendary forbidden spell. If he died, then he truly died. Sauron had already calculated everything. Anyone who betrayed wizard civilization would bear the consequences in the future. Resentment, regret, unwillingness, all existed. But his journey was not yet over. Since Sauron had caused the great convergence of planes, thoroughly severing his path forward. He would seize this momentum. He would steal the results of the convergence. This was a gamble upon which life depended. He had no way back. Chapter 2561. Either become the master of Nora, or turn into cosmic dust. The years flew by. 6 years later, Nora calendar 1086, blood battle 874. On the demon slaying list, Levi's points reached 16.6 billion. That night 6 years ago, Edmund stepped in. The demon's offensives became even more intense. At the same time, the great convergence of planes accelerated. In less than 1 century, 534 new worlds appeared. This was nearly twice the average speed of the past millennium. Under the persuasion and force of the Wizard Council, an increasingly large alliance army of alien races formed. They became a force not to be ignored in the blood battle. On this day, Levi opened the blood battle store. Nothing he needed appeared among the sun-refining artifacts. His gaze swept to other sections, and then his breathing quickened. The mythical level creature star-spinning turtle bloodline crystal, level 10, cost 20 billion war merit. A mythical level, and it is level 10. How could this be? Levi found the information unbelievable. He knew the star-spinning turtle well. This mythical creature possessed incredible defensive abilities. His golden brilliance dragon breath technique needed to evolve again, but finding bloodline crystals purely of defensive dragon clan origin had become difficult. He started to focus on other creatures. Although this might result in a mythical creature that looked like a mishmash, it mattered little. This star-spinning turtle bloodline was one of his targets. He had people looking for level 9 creatures that might contain its bloodline. He never imagined he would get a level 10 bloodline crystal directly. This thing must be something the Congress specially arranged for him. The bloodline crystal appeared in the level 9 battle merit store. This meant other Grand Wizards could not exchange for it. Below the Grand Wizard, who else could have the conditions to exchange for it? Is it the Black Abyss Sovereign, or the Frost Witch, or maybe the Grand Council Chairman? He stopped overthinking the matter. He had to get this mythical crystal. He currently possessed 7.3 billion war merit, only 12.7 billion short. With the star-spinning turtle crystal, he could evolve the golden brilliance dragon breath technique beyond mythical level. To be prudent, he could also fuse the armored dragon bloodline crystal together. This was not urgent. Accumulating battle merit through normal cultivation and demon hunting would suffice. About 1 century should be enough. His current golden brilliance dragon breath technique had not reached its peak, and rushing would not help. Bringing along the Shadow Army with their 7 King Kongs, Levi set out once again. Not long after, many people spotted the mythical level crystal in the blood battle store. The blood battle channel buzzed with discussions. Oh my god, 20 billion battle merit, that is 10 times that of the sun-refining artifact. Is this really for people to exchange? Even if I fought in the blood battle for 10,000 years, I would not accumulate that much. You are thinking too much. This was not prepared for you. Do you not understand? Oh, I get it. Maybe this is the treatment for a supernova. Yes, but it is understandable. After all, it is all fairly exchanged through war merit. The more work, the more gain. The less work, the less gain. 20 billion battle merit. If it were just hunting down level 8 demons, it would require killing hundreds. Except for the Dusk Palace Master, who else on the current leaderboard could do it? Soon after, the Heavenly King Dragon breathing skill advanced to level 8 late stage. The indomitable true word further enhanced. Levi's endurance and stamina reached an extremely exaggerated level. He could continuously battle the Tyrant of Horror, the Giant Dragon Corpse Demon, and even the Flame King Dragon. Ultimately, the Flame King Dragon defeated him, because he did not use the Wizard Tower, or the Giant Dragon Corpse Demon. Ogre admitted that during its previous battles with Levi, it went somewhat easy. With Levi's further enhanced strength, it now almost used its full power. At the same time, Levi's traveling the void speed reached 70 times the usual travel speed. The many spell-like abilities of the Heavenly King Dragon also improved significantly. The Wind Illusion Realm and Silver Mountain Skyfall combined were enough to trap the Flame King Dragon for a moment. But if the opponent wanted to leave, Levi could not stop them. Catching a level 9 opponent forcibly proved too difficult. Between level 9 battles, pinning down the opponent remained hard, let alone for Levi, who was only level 8. With the bloodline essence of the level 9 Flame King Dragon, the cultivation speed of Levi's Crimson Emperor Dragon, and Death Ember Dragon breathing technique also improved significantly. For years later, Nora Calendar 1090, the Death Ember Dragon breathing technique advanced to level 8 late stage. The Undying Body and Immortal Secret Word, both major abilities, improved significantly. The distance of the Death Ember Divine Palace even increased. This meant Levi had a safer resurrection distance. He would not face immediate death by some major figure right after resurrecting in the spring. Each time his strength increased, Levi sought an opportunity to spar with the Flame King Dragon. Possessing 5 major level 8 late-stage breathing techniques, he felt brimming with confidence. This time, the two fought for a whole day and night. Levi still did not use the Wizard Tower and Corpse Demon. The final result ended in a draw, and the Flame King Dragon had used its normal power. This meant that, without external aid, Levi's regular combat strength could already match that of a young giant dragon. As for the Grand Wizard, that remained to be seen. After reaching level 9, the combat methods of wizards and giant dragons differed too greatly. The Flame King Dragon also did not grasp abilities like the elemental holy body. It did not have wizard forms or divine soul artifacts. Generally speaking, the average battle strength of a grand wizard remained higher than that of a legendary level dragon race. After level 9, the advantage of giant dragons over their peers due to their bloodline became very small. Chapter 2562. Unlike the early stages, legendary creatures in the same realm represent the combat power ceiling of that level. 6 years later, in the Nora calendar year 1096, Levi reflected on his progress. Since receiving the bloodline essence of the Tyrant of Horror, the cultivation speed of the Nightmare Traveler breathing technique moved into the fast lane. Finally, shortly after the Death Ember Dragon's breakthrough, Levi's perception dimension reached the level 8 late-stage realm. The strength of the unhidden secret can already affect the Flame King Dragon. If a level 9 expert were distracted, Levi could pull their true form into the nightmare world. If the opponent lacks a means of return, the act is akin to exile. The success rate is not high, however. The most important advancement remains the expansion of the perception range and the refinement of precision, which far surpass the 8th circle standard. Levi once again fought a great battle with the Flame King Dragon, as he often did. It resulted in a draw, with a 50-50 chance of victory. This victory refers to a sparring match, not a fight to the death. Otherwise, relying on an undying body and superior endurance, Levi could exhaust the Flame King Dragon until it died. The improvement in perception brings no direct enhancement to combat power, but the hexagonal dimension further improves Levi's tolerance for combat errors. The grasp of combat opportunities became effortless, allowing for a less passive fight against level 9 opponents. This year, Levi is 1,520 years old. His points on the demon slaying list reached 18 billion, putting him far ahead. For 10 years, he roamed the land of the four seas hunting demons. The Shadow Army already boasts the 8 great Vidraws. Under the relentless demon hunting, among the 20,000 shadows, the proportion of level 4 entities shrank. They either advanced to level 5 or faced elimination. Levi's dream is to cultivate a shadow army consisting entirely of level 6 and above entities during the blood battle. One day, he will lead the invincible army to charge into the abyss. On this day, during a break, Levi opened the newspaper. The Blood Battle Daily headline announced that Lady Molly had advanced to Grand Wizard, titled Golden Windwalker, and joined the Blood Battle Command Center. Another Grand Wizard. 3 Ninth Circle wizards have emerged within a century. This speed is terrifying. Is this the power of the Golden Era? In less than 1,000 years of blood battle, Levi counted more than 20 Grand Wizards mentioned in the news. This speed far exceeds any previous era. The reason is simple. First, those legendary wizards from the past 300,000 years concentrated on reincarnating and recultivating. They were well prepared, lacked no resources, and began their layout before the great convergence of planes. Now riding the favorable wind, they surged forward in one fell swoop. Levi estimated that at least half of them were reincarnations of legendary wizards. Second, the concentrated release of resources led some veteran 8th Circle perfect wizards to gain the opportunity for promotion, especially top wizard organization leaders, like the Old Witch. Various complex factors also contribute. For example, the local improvement in element concentration of the wizard world resulted from the planting of oasis creatures. According to statistics from the Wizard Council, the average cultivation speed of wizards has increased by 5% in this millennium. Do not underestimate this rate. Under the current base of the wizard world, it is enough to give birth to many primordial souls, and even grand wizards. Cultivation inherently comes from accumulation bit by bit. This is an era of rapid advancement. Levi is fortunate to witness and lead all of this. Suddenly, the image on the newspaper changed, and Edmund's figure appeared on the podium of the Tower of Heaven. Levi's expression shifted. Is there another major event to announce? At this moment, everyone in the wizard world concerned with the blood battle situation opened their newspapers. Edmund's letter to the Nora clan began with these words. The blood battle is nearing the end of its millennia. Recently, with fellow legendary wizards, I slew a mythical demonic creature that plagued Nora in the Land of Darkness. Earlier, the Abyss simultaneously launched an unprecedented super blood battle against the Sauron Plain, Hell, and even the Underworld. Citizens of Nora, the era of total war has arrived. We will face a more complex blood battle situation and fiercer enemies. Fortunately, this time we have reliable and strong allies, namely the ancient Underworld. The kings of the Underworld have already led the Netherworld soldiers on skeletal war horses, rushing through the Mother River to the blood battle battlefield of multidimensional planes. The emperors of the Underworld are closely monitoring the war situation. Starting today, the Blood Battle Treasure Vault will further expand its scope and scale of access, offering more oddities, rare treasures, wizard tools, medicines, and all kinds of cultivation resources for every citizen of Nora to choose from, regardless of your race or profession. The era we are experiencing will be a chapter of Nora worthy of the history books, with legendary wizards, grand wizards, supernovas, the Nora One clan, and billions of beings, together holding the pen. Every demon you slay and every achievement you make will become a word, a sentence, a chapter in the age history book. Victory will surely belong to Nora. We will step by step ascend the supreme throne that belongs to Nora, trampling over the countless corpses of demons. Levi closed the newspaper and murmured, no wonder my younger brother sent a message saying that a large number of Netherworld soldiers have appeared in Hell. Even masters like the Master of Demon Fox and the sky-supporting giant elephant among the 72 pillars have been conscripted. The real storm is coming. The confrontation between two supergiants is now inevitable. Fortunately, the underworld is on Nora's side, which was expected, most likely an arrangement when Saran visited the underworld, and the current objectives of the underworld and Nora align. The abyss daring to launch a total war must have its confidence. The astral world is besieged by insects, and the power of the four superworlds may already be unbalanced. Chapter 2563. It is hard to say if one leads the pack. Levi takes a deep breath. Staying in Nora might not be safe at all. Even though the Dragon Flame God possesses the ability for full map attacks, Nora is continuously expanding, and the abyss will also increase its troop deployment. If they arrange multiple level 9 experts at once to target him, even a legendary wizard might suffer a headache. Moreover, the Council of 10,000 Clans will certainly take the opportunity to add to the chaos. The Flame King Dragon stole the Holy Infant, which indicates the Dragon Flame God can only monitor level 9 demons currently. As for other level 9 experts, he might not be able to handle them. These are all potential dangers. Fortunately, years of secluded cultivation have granted him the confidence to face level 9. From now on, Levi will not retreat. He will turn these level 9 demons into massive war merits to exchange for bloodline crystals. Levi, Elena is about to break through. Come in quickly, Mana calls out, her voice echoing in his mind. He finds a safe place and enters the ancient Banyan Fairyland. The outer sea region of the ancient Banyan Fairyland is quiet. The sea beasts have already left with Akun. In the sky, terrifying tribulation clouds condense. Rich earth elemental power gathers. Elena is already undergoing the tribulation. The mirage of an immortal banyan dragon emerges against the world tree. In the distance, Yggdrasila remarks, this immortal banyan dragon is a bit ugly, not as good looking as me. Mana laughs, right, you are the most beautiful. The focus of the dragon clan is always so peculiar. Levi appears, standing with his arms crossed. Are you nervous? Mana asks. Not nervous. Really, then why is your heart beating so fast? You were not like this during your own advancement. All right, I am nervous. After all, it is a promotion to the mythical tribulation. How could he not be nervous? What if the success of those previous people used up all the fortune? What if the dark tribulation acts unexpectedly, bringing a mirage? Since beginning his cultivation, it is rare for Levi to feel this anxious. Leon lands on Levi's shoulder, patting Levi's head with his small hand. Master, do not be nervous, Leon says. Levi pinches Leon's cheek, smiling and nodding. After the ultimate sword light, the 100 flowers wither. Elena stands with her sword. The mirage of the immortal banyan dragon slowly dissipates. Levi observes her condition. She appears fine. It should be okay. Subsequently, the virtual images of legendary creatures like mortal cranes, cherry blossom beasts, and starworm descend one by one. They display their powers, thrilling battles that shake the heavens and earth. If not for the transformation of the ancient Banyan Fairyland, it would have been affected long ago. Levi's heart fluctuates with Elena's battle state. Fortunately, her combat techniques are already perfected. Coupled with a 7 rings perfection level of spiritual force, her comprehensive strength is considerably stronger than the Blood Knight was during its tribulation. Eventually, the Blood Tribulation is successfully overcome. The Dark Tribulation looms overhead. It is an illusion shadow clone almost similar to Elena. It emits level 7 middle stage strength, which Elena destroys with a few moves of the Water God projection. This is the benefit of dual cultivation tribulation. Only the Blood Tribulation disaster poses a greater challenge. The Dark Tribulation is easily overcome, as long as it is not a mirage. Elena senses the changes after her ascension, and her severely injured body quickly heals. She looks back, seeing the joyous expression on Levi's face. See my transformation, she says. She changes posture. A giant beast emerges into the sky, resembling both a snake and a worm. It is covered in white feathers, with cherry blossom dragon horns on its head. Its face resembles the dragon clan yet, with a touch of feminine divine grace. It coils on the sea surface, surrounded by towering virtual images of divine trees, including the divine banyan, divine mulberry, divine pine, and divine cherry blossom. A seasonal scene of spring, summer, autumn, and winter unfolds around the divine trees in a never-ending cycle. The giant beast resembles the king of divine trees, like the master of the creation of the world. Its elongated body moves through the void, where flowers bloom continuously and leaves sprout. With every breath it takes, the seasons change, harvests occur in autumn, and hibernation begins in winter. At this moment, Levi decides the name for this breathing technique. After everyone is awestruck, even the Flame King Dragon exclaims in disbelief, and only then does Elena transform into a human form. She throws herself into Levi's arms and laughs. How is it? Beautiful, right? Were you worried I would become a monster of mismatched parts? Indeed beautiful, not something of the mortal world. Thought of a name yet? Candle Dragon. Candle Dragon, I think I have heard you mention it before. Is it that mountain god from your dream world of mountains and seas? Yes, Candle Dragon breathing method, a pleasant name indeed. Besides Levi, the 8th mythical level breathing technique is born in the Holy Temple. The Candle Dragon breathing method is an extremely powerful physique type breathing technique, not at all inferior to the Ash Knight's Star Butterfly Dragon breathing technique. Its main capabilities are divided into 3 parts. First, self-healing and healing. This goes without saying, as it is a standard feature for physique types. The difference lies in whether the self-healing ability is stronger, or the power to heal others is stronger. Similar to Levi's, the Candle Dragon leans more towards self-healing. Second, feather transformation. Similar to the Ash Knights, the Candle Dragon possesses the ability for reincarnation, but only once. Compared to Levi's Death Ember Dragon, it is not as impressive. Third, life extension. 100 Flowers chose the legendary bloodline, known for the longest lifespan within the same realm. This gives the Candle Dragon an extremely potent life-extending ability. She is not a true Candle Dragon, just a knight containing its bloodline. But at the level 7 stage, she already gains an approximate 30% lifespan increment. With further realm advancements and increased bloodline concentration, this increment will continue to rise. Chapter 2564. With half of the moon runes 70% amplification from Levi, the total reaches 100% extra amplification. Her lifespan as a wizard originally spans 3,000 years. Additionally, based on recent data testing on the ancient dragon continent, transcendents who pursue both knight and wizard dual cultivation paths in the same realm of both systems possess a lifespan about 20% higher than those on a single path. That means, in the end, there is a 120% lifespan increase. That totals a 6,600-year lifespan, which already surpasses the average of a grand wizard. The energy sect itself should also possess some lifespan augmenting capabilities. Since there still are not a large number of dual cultivation samples, it remains difficult to calculate specific values. Maybe adding a few hundred years would round it to 7,000 years. 100 Flowers is only 1,700 years old now. For a short-lived species, fortune factors cannot be known. Lifespan and talent are the greatest fixed capital. With such conditions, Grand Wizard Elena undoubtedly has no problem advancing. A legendary wizard status is also worth a try. Of course, while the torch dragon breathing method is good for extending life, its direct combat power is slightly inferior compared to other mythical breathing techniques. Overall, there are gains and losses. Back then, 100 Flowers chose those longevity mythic bloodlines, while anticipating this outcome. In any case, she is a triple cultivator, and with the wizard and energy sect enhancing her combat power, she cannot be weak. Levi conceived a new potential path. He could encourage more people to emulate 100 Flowers by specializing in those longevity mythic and legendary breathing techniques. Of course, this is difficult to replicate in bulk. Not everyone has good conditions like 100 Flowers. As the breathing technique ascended to level 7, Elena's primordial spirit and wizard form fused further. Finally, she gave birth to a technique named World Dragon. This was similar to Levi's earlier 9-colored Emperor. It further enhanced Elena's combat power. After the ascension, Levi sent Elena back to the ancient dragon continent. Her mission was arduous and only partially complete. She still needs to ascend to the 8th circle, reach level 7 in the energy sect, and create the 100 Flowers martial arts. The result of triple cultivation is satisfying, but the process is tiring. Levi understood this deeply. If it were a peaceful era, with Elena's lifespan comparable to longevity species, relaxing a bit would not matter. Unfortunately, the comprehensive war has begun, and the future situation remains ever-changing. Even Levi does not dare to sit back and relax. Time flew by. Nora calendar year 1100. Blood battle year 888. After the comprehensive war started, patrolling underworld legions occasionally flew through the skies of Nora. They were led by the king of the underworld and were well trained, which astonished the wizards. The underworld, worthy of being the oldest world, lived up to its reputation. Unlike the chaotic abyss, they were disciplined and orderly. Their combat power was more than a notch higher than demons. The only flaw was that, currently, the troops of the underworld seemed fewer than those of the abyss. In terms of quality, the abyss might be mediocre. In terms of quantity, the abyss is the absolute king. 1,000 years of blood battle, with so many demon lords fallen, had occurred without them blinking an eye. No matter what, the underworld's dispatch of troops for support had a strong deterrent effect. It made some ill-intentioned beings secretly withdraw their gaze. Nora's wizards and the all-clans fighting spirit became more resolute. We joined forces with the underworld, so what if a comprehensive war began? Levi felt the atmosphere shift as the goods in the blood battle store suddenly increased. The Congress still had a lot of stock, perhaps due to underworld support. On this day, while Levi browsed the store, he found a valuable item. He found a 9th-level burning faction sacred medicine, the Fire Dawn fruit, available for 2.7 billion war merits. He did not hesitate and immediately placed an order. He bought it, as he could not afford a mythical crystal for now. If he missed this, he would have to wait a while. Combined with the snake tail root, half of the 4 sacred medicines had already been collected. As of now, Levi's total points reached 18.5 billion. The total amount of war merits he spent reached 13 billion. There were still 5 billion war merits remaining. Levi pushed forward. His day became more promising as he rushed around for crystals. Nora's supernovas and ordinary wizards could only watch as the Dusk Palace Master's points ballooned at an unimaginable speed. He dominated the leaderboard, and before he ascends to the 9th circle, no one is capable of shaking him. The renowned critic and event judge, Dragonfly Wizard, commented in the Sorin Daily that the Dusk Palace Master alone is worth 10 standard wizard battle groups. This was not flattery, it was the truth. Levi's shadow army grew stronger like a snowball. One day, in a place in the West Sea, thunderlight ripped through the sky. Levi descended like a heavenly deity, with 8 great Vidras pursuing shadows behind him. In front, for level 8 mid-stage spirit soldiers paved the way, accompanied by the level 8 late-stage Maya spirit. A level 8 late-stage thunder giant ghost cackled sinisterly as it descended from the sky, carrying myriad thunder. Relying on the thunder god body's strength, Levi cultivated the thunder ghost technique to the maximum. The thunder clouds rolled, and lay descended thunder punishment in the thunder god's form. Fangs and a team of accompanying special spiritual creatures coordinated together. Such a luxurious lineup made the 9th Legion demon leader of the West Sea turn pale. Enemy attack. It is the Dusk Palace Master. One after another, level 8 demon figures soared into the sky. Countless demon armies rose like locusts. Try to leave intact corpses, Levi shouted loudly. Thunder, flames, raging winds, and frost burst forth together. The sky turned dark, the sun and moon lost their light, and it felt like an apocalypse descending. The golden armor youth's figure shuttled through the battlefield, weaving a giant web that covered the sky. Countless demon souls stuck to it, turning into promotion supplies. Halfway through the battle, a sudden warning of danger arrived. The full rune displayed a level 9 bottom-dwelling fish demon approaching. Continue, Levi commanded, remaining undisturbed as he chose not to flee. A level 9 demon is worth 10 billion at the start. If killed, it saves many years of demon hunting time. The fish demon's combat power is the bottom of the demons, perfect for practice. That is, of course, if this fish demon has not already been obliterated by the dragon flame god. Meanwhile, on another battlefield in the wizard world, the destruction realm thunder bathed in lightning, his thunder god projection sweeping across the world with senior 8th ring cultivation. As a legendary reincarnation, he had already entered 7th place on the 9th level demon slaying list. Below the 9th circle, few were his foes. Suddenly, in his mind, a phantom purple thunderbird flew out. The thunderbird chirped as if warning him. This was his accompanying special spiritual creature, which also possessed a strong danger perception ability. A level 9 demon? Almost simultaneously, streaks of terrifying aura swept across the darkness. They descended like meteors, appearing all over Nora. Some targeted mortal rookie congregations, some targeted wizard organizations, and many were after the supernovas on the battlefield. In the land of darkness, the wind demon lord stood atop the storm. It watched the visibly swelling Nora and the sky full of demons. Do you see, Edmund? This is true war. Meanwhile, in another darkness, a black-robed figure quietly descended, with a black sun outline appearing behind him. Chapter 2565. Sauron Continent. Supreme Council. At the round table, the high-level members of the Blood Battle Command Center reported the situation. The first wave of the demon offensive arrived. The Dragon Flame God will appear, sharing the coordinates of the level 9 demon of Nora with all of the walkers' communication devices. Everyone must prepare to intercept. For the supernovas who are being heavily targeted by the demons, and may be retaliated against by level 9 demons, we have arranged secret protection by walkers. Transcendent creatures and the Dark Mechanic Beast Army are ready. They can support various battle zones at any time. The Magic Array Wizard Association has handed 16 sets of 1,000-star God extinguishing arrays to the commanders of the Ace battle groups. The teams are trained and ready to encircle level 9 demons at any time. Edmund listened to the reports, his gaze sweeping across the room. Take action. Please, bother the legendary wizards to contain the level 10 demons, and let the walkers intercept the level 9 demons. In the land of Fanerlaw, Norris will must provide shelter. Whether it is a seasoned walker or a newly promoted one, go forth and slaughter boldly. The mobilization completed. Figures flew out from the Sauron continent, stepping into the teleportation array. They looked composed, nervous, or excited. What they faced were the ferocious and vicious level 9 demons. Even though the demons would be suppressed in Nora, they were vast in numbers. The peril of this battle remained clear. In the Tower of Heaven, Edmund stood with his hands behind his back. The red flame which robe flapped in the gale. He overlooked Nora from the highest point, his sight covering everything. Where flames burned everywhere, smoke rising, corpses piling like mountains. Suddenly, his gaze turned to a certain place in the land of darkness. In his pupils reflected a silhouette in a black robe. The silhouette fell from the sky, disappearing without a trace. Land of the West Sea. The head of the demon commander of the 9th Legion fell to the ground with a crunch. Levi's combat boots stepped on its body, dissecting it on the spot. A level 8 peak demon thus fell. On the other side, the battle of the summoned creatures ended. A level 8 shadow dispersed into remnants. What a pity, Levi sighed. Because of the final counterattack of a level 8 late-stage demon, one of the 8 great Vidras fell. It did not affect much. After this battle, a level 7 peak and 2 level 7 late-stage shadows could be born again. Soon, Levi could restore them to the level 8 realm. In war, the death and injury of summoned creatures remain inevitable. On the demon-slaying bracelet, Levi's 300 million war merit credited. Total points reached 18.8 billion. Close to breaking the record of the former Thunderfire governor. Leon was full and finally stopped calling out for hunger. It patted its belly, lying on Levi's shoulder to bask in the sun. A 1-kilometer-long serpent swept the battlefield, devouring corpses. It was the special spiritual creature, Ash. Master, I feel danger approaching. Leon spoke. It possessed good perception ability. As the Nether Emperor, it surely held special means. Levi pinched Leon's cheek. I know. Then why are you not running? There is no need to run. Can you defeat it? Let us try. Do you need me to assist? Can you protect yourself? Rest assured, Master, A level 9 demon probably cannot kill me. Alright. Levi put away all the shadows. The shadow world and the wizard tower were already interconnected. On the ceiling stars, all 7 great Vidras returned. Afterward, shadows of level 7, level 6, and level 5 merged into it. 1, 2, 8,000 stars shone brightly. Mary, hide yourself nearby. Okay, master. The giant dragon corpse demon had hidden well. Levi adjusted his state, rapidly recovering his stamina. He sat cross-legged atop the wave. Crimson Dragon Slash hovered in the void behind him. He had already achieved the feat of challenging a level 9 giant dragon. Next would be a level 9 demon. Then demigods, wizards, alien races. After cultivating for 1,500 years, it was time to fully test his strength. Time passed minute by minute. Thousands of miles away from Levi, in the void, a figure surrounded by golden lightning descended. It was the Golden Walker. He received orders from the Supreme Council to protect a supernova in secret. By sheer luck, the person he had to protect was the Dusk Palace Master. He felt utterly resentful toward the Dusk Palace Master. Making him protect the other was practically heartless. But he dared not defy the Supreme Council orders. He had to comply. As for using this opportunity to make small maneuvers and eliminate the Dusk Palace Master, he was no fool. To deal with the Dusk Palace Master, it must be done outside Nora, quietly and unknowingly. Here, who knew what method the legendary wizard used to monitor everything. Moreover, the Dusk Palace Master could escape multiple times from the clutches of level 9 demons. Whether he could kill Levi remained uncertain. Now the Golden Walker felt more conflicted. If the Dusk Palace Master really encountered danger, should he make a move? Should he pretend to be late, using the enemy's hand to eliminate her? Or should he stand out and save this supernova sabotaging his efforts? He did not dare suggest to the Supreme Council to change the person for secret protection. The legendary wizard might see his grievances against the Dusk Palace Master. Play it by ear. His figure remained hidden. He sighed helplessly. Boom. Land of the Southern Sea. A towering column of red flames fell from the sky. A level 9 demon vanished within it. Its true soul felt extremely arrogant. I will return. Chapter 2566. A buzz filled the air. A sudden change occurred. A pitch-black river emerged from the void, hanging upside down from the sky. A minotaur with a towering physique swung a sickle, reeling back the true soul. No, no, no. The true soul of the level 9 demon was cast into the river. The minotaur was Mosi, who had once dealt with Levi as an underworld merchant. This time, with the alliance between the underworld and the wizard world, he was sent here for support. You really think you are a true immortal god? I have been working in the underworld for 10,000 years, and I do not even dare to dream of immortality, yet you want to come back. Get lost. The minotaur cursed as he took away the true soul. He gazed into the distance. The netherworld ancestor said that the power of that king of the underworld has awakened further. It has only been 1,000 years, and he is already at level 8. Truly terrifying. These second-generation offspring of the Mother River are truly remarkable. When can I likewise achieve the status of an immortal in the underworld? Dragon Flame City. The Dragon Flame god sat in his estate. Inside the crystal ball before him, scenes flashed continuously. He watched the West Sea. 2 level 9 demons risking their lives to deal with a supernova. The abyss is truly willing to go all out. With the strength of the Dusk Palace Master, he should be able to contend with one. As for the other, I believe the Golden Walker will make the right choice. Ordinarily, there should be no problem, but why do I have a premonition that there are variables in this battle? What have I missed? He exhaled, and a miniature flame divine dragon drew complex and mysterious astrological symbols in the void. The trajectories and nodes of billions of events whirled like program code. At the same time, in the land of darkness, the dark sun badge on Adam's chest trembled. Are you divining my fate again? But in terms of astrology, it seems the dark sun has the upper hand. As the full-scale war began, the demonic attack came like a sudden storm. Blood and fire spread with even greater ferocity. Ordinary wizards and alien races engaged in a blood battle with the demons below. High in the heavens, the walkers, king of the underworld, strong alien races, and level 9 demons unleashed the most intense collisions. Columns of demonic aura rose across the Nora 4 seas and numerous continents. Near the continent bridge and other key public facilities, the war was especially fierce. In the land of the North Sea, the Thunderlight Wizard Group, led by the Annihilation Realm Thunder, stood on full alert. Above them descended a flame demon, 2,000 meters high, with bull horns on its head. It exuded a murderous aura and laughed eerily, holding a huge axe that pointed downward. Are you the Annihilation Realm Thunder Harvest? Harvest stood his ground. I am. The flame demon swung its axe. The strike vaporized the sea surface within 1,000 miles, causing magma from the earth core to flow. At the same time, brilliant array lights shot into the sky. 1,000 warband wizards assembled like stars sprawling across the firmament. Harvest stood atop the Thunder God projection, accompanied by Thunder Rock and human-faced Thunder Snake, 2 glorious sun-grade spiritual creatures. He smiled. Thunderlight Wizard Group, assemble into the 1,000-star God Destruction formation. Today, we shall slay the demons that defy God. Such battles unfolded simultaneously in multiple places. This was the most intense wave of attacks since the demons had launched their blood battle. They came at any cost, charging to their deaths. If this wave of assaults could not be withstood, the future of Nora would be obvious. The black-bearded demon King Zagusta looked at the young man on the sea below. Levi sat upon the sea, drifting with the waves, sipping tea. Did you know I would come? I did not. It seems you are confident enough to confront me. Yes. To correct you, it is not confrontation, but extermination. Arrogant. The black-bearded demon king's long beard transformed into countless sharp swords, shooting toward Levi. Levi activated rock and snake path, nimbly maneuvering between the blades. The sea erupted with towering waves. Crimson dragon slashes flew out, and Levi gripped the greatsword, sweeping horizontally. Torrential sword chi burst forth, colliding fiercely with the indestructible tendrils. Not bad, but not enough. Zagasta waved his hand, launching tens of thousands of tendrils once more. They moved like the hands of an ancient god falling from the sky, swaying peculiarly. The poisonous water, corroding all things, fell like a torrential downpour, covering an area within 1,000 miles. Levi activated the Vidra secret word and numerous protective force fields. The poisonous water dissolved layers of force fields as it fell, depleting them, while also being consumed. The remaining poison was stopped by the golden barrier. Zagasta's expression shifted slightly. He can actually withstand my level 9 poison. He discarded his underestimation, as even more vast demonic aura surged forth. From afar, the world seemed to hold a huge black sea urchin. It launched hundreds of miles of demonic aura tendrils continuously. All tendrils danced wildly, chasing after the shadow of the black-armored swordsman. The sound of breaking heavens and earth echoed like shattering glass. Seawater, clouds, the sky, and demonic creatures all met certain death if they entered the battlefield. The Golden Walker watched from a distance, astonishment clear on his face. He truly dares to clash head-on with a level 9 demon. Even though this was only the early stage of level 9, and the weakest fish demon, it required some courage to face it. The higher the realm, the more cherished life becomes. He felt some relief, thankful he did not make a move against Levi and Nora. Otherwise, if Levi had escaped to report to the higher UPS, he would have been unable to continue in Nora. What is the Congress thinking? With his strength, he does not need my protection. Could there be other unknown risks on this battlefield? Chapter 2567. On the battlefield, Levi moved like a phantom, appearing and pointing out a fire dragon tribulation with each step. In an instant, 12 fire dragon tribulations emerged simultaneously. They roared, intertwining as they blasted towards Augusta. Heat waves exploded, the demonic aura melted like snow, and several tentacles were severed. Because of the great Light King body, Levi's attacks carried a light attribute. This was critical damage to demons. Coupled with his rapid casting of more than 12 fire dragon tribulations in a short time, the effect stacked like a supreme divine talisman. Ultimately, an 8th circle innate spell managed to injure a level 9 demon, and quite severely. Zagasta roared in helplessness. It dared not linger, afraid that the dragon flame god would react and hit it with a map-wide attack. These days were different, for the underworld intervened, and the Mother River disrupted the natural order. Some level 9 demons who consumed the abyss heart could not reincarnate. Life was singular, and it did not want to die. Its form shattered the void, attempting to withdraw. Mary roared, and the giant dragon corpse demon descended. Kikik, let your dragon sister pamper you, little demon. Mary sounded more like a villain than a demon, her tone lewd, as if she were not acting. What? Zagasta could not dodge in time. It was pinned down by the giant dragon onto the sea surface. Mary opened her mouth and bit fiercely onto the demon body. It knew it had been ambushed. This Dusk Palace master actually possessed a quasi-9th level puppet trump card. No wonder he had been so confident. Black Water Demonic Realm, open. With a single thought, Zagasta formed a black water domain with a 1,000-mile diameter in the void. It rose into the air like a flying disc. The immense force blasted Mary away, landing her in the distance, with much of her scale armor corroded. The black water domain transformed into a sky-covering demon claw, slamming toward Levi. Behind Levi, the 9-colored Emperor's Dharma idol emerged, and the Emperor's sword cut skyward. Sword chi clashed with the demon claw. A wizard tower flew out from Levi's mind. It grew infinitely with the wind, seemingly about to pierce through the crystal wall of Nora. Eternal Star Abyss, 8,000 worlds. With a wave of Levi's hand, the wizard tower shattered the demon claw, heading straight for Zagasta's head. Suppress. 8,000 strands of starlight descended, weaving into a giant net, trapping Zagasta. Kill. The Eternal Star Abyss began to spin like a millstone. The wizard tower unleashed divine power, pressing the mountain-like demon body beneath the sea surface. Around Zagasta, circle after circle of black water domains appeared. Dual Black Water Domain. A level 9 demon naturally mastered the power of the demonic realm. The so-called demonic realm related to the elemental power it represented. This was a powerful domain, and the more layers one mastered, the stronger the power. An early-stage demon at most had 3 layers. By analogy, a mid-stage one had 6 layers, and a late-stage one had 9 layers. If it were a peak level 9 demon, it could master 10 layers of demonic domain. Zagasta managed only 2 layers, recently comprehended. This was its strongest strike. A massive force surged like a tide, trying to knock the wizard tower away. Inside the 8,000 ceiling stars, another batch of level 5 shadows died. Levi had already stacked various shadow magic states, but a level 9 demon's full force strike was still fierce. Luckily, shadows above level 6 were merely injured, remaining unharmed and able to recover. As it stood, Zagasta's strength was not much stronger than a newly matured Flame King dragon. With the wizard tower suppressing, Levi held an unbeatable position. Mary, hold the wizard tower down. Got it. The giant dragon corpse demon appeared atop the wizard tower, assisting in suppressing the demon. Levi and the 9-colored emperor attacked from both sides. The Emperor slammed the void, and elemental ruins activated. Subsequently, the power of the dual demonic domain weakened significantly. Demonic domains functioned by utilizing elemental power and other energies. Now, with the area nullified, its power diminished. Chaos Sun emerged, striking towards Zagusta's chest. Zagusta roared as a thick demonic aura tentacle surged from its chest to entangle the attacker. Levi activated Dragon Elephant Path, stacked the mixed world 108 swords, and sliced through. Suddenly, his danger perception frantically warned him of a new enemy's arrival. The space behind him cracked open, revealing a level 9 mud swamp demon. It gathered a world-destroying black light on its body, aiming at Levi. This was a premeditated action by the demons. One level 9 demon tied down Levi. The other level 9 launched a sneak attack in his moment of combat climax, when he could not be distracted. Levi seemed to enter a state of no self. He did not dodge. Instead, he chose to continue attacking. Madman, you want mutual destruction, right? Then come on, Zagusta shouted. On the other side, the Golden Walker's expression changed. At first, he thought Levi could only save himself from a level 9 demon. It turned out Levi could fight evenly with it. With the appearance of the giant dragon corpse demon and the wizard tower, Zagusta was completely passive. He realized the Dusk Palace Master was going to defeat a level 9 entity. Such a record, even those reincarnated legendary sorcerers had not achieved. How did he do it? Just who was he reincarnated from? Sigh, what bad luck, let us do it. The Golden Walker cursed and vanished. Chapter 2568. The Chaos Sun and Levi's sword chi simultaneously struck Zagusta. Boom. The scales on the surface of this level 9 demon began to crumble inch by inch. At the same time, Levi was also hit by the light of the level 9 mud swamp demon, his form collapsing. Billions of thunder element particles surged into the sky, coalescing into a figure beneath the heavens. He gasped for breath, looking at his lower body, half of which was corroded away. Even with elementalization, it is still unavoidable. Without hesitation, he exploded again. Once, twice, 3 times. In the dumbfounded gaze of Zagusta and the mud swamp demon, the man self-detonated multiple times in an instant, reforming his body from the boundless blood fog each time. Finally, Levi's figure emerged, looking unfazed. The destructive black light, like maggots in the bone, finally dissipated. Zagusta's head was severed by the Emperor, and the demon soul attempted to escape. A golden armor youth appeared, radiant like a golden sundae. A golden-edged net descended, trapping the demon soul. Levi transformed into a thunder dragon, piercing through the demon soul's body. After several such passes, under the assault of the myriad thunder, the demon soul became as thin as paper. Zagusta's true soul emerged. Before the kings of the underworld could arrive to claim its soul, Leon transformed into a golden light and shot through it, commencing a grand feast on the spot. Another mud swamp demon had already been intercepted by the Golden Walker. Brilliant golden lightning filled the sky for thousands of miles. Black gas and golden electric currents intertwined and collided, creating a scene of world annihilation. Levi watched the rescuing Golden Walker, but said nothing. This battle, seemingly brief, had indeed been draining. Those few instances of destruction and reformation consumed much of the Death Ember Dragon's power. Staying here was unsafe. It was time to withdraw. The level 9 demon earlier had contributed 12 points of war merit to Levi, bringing his total points to 20 billion. The goal of this battle had been achieved. As he tore open the void, ready to leave, the sky darkened. Suddenly, a powerful sense of danger erupted without warning. Without hesitation, Levi activated the invisible secret word, retreating tens of thousands of miles away. At the original location, an enormous black dragon, even more terrifying than Mary, emerged, exuding overwhelming murderous intent. Yet another level 9 arrival. It seemed to be a puppet-like creature similar to the giant dragon corpse demon. The giant dragon lunged in vain, then turned its gaze toward the Golden Walker, charging. This made the Golden Walker curse aloud. Dealing with one level 9 mud swamp demon was already taxing, and now there was a level 9 giant dragon. And the Levi he was protecting had fled without a trace. Outrageous. A golden ring with a diameter of 10,000 meters appeared behind him. Countless golden lightning bolts circled around it, exuding destructive power. Primordial soul which image golden ring. He roared, his eyes aflame with anger. Do you really think I am made of clay? Let me show you what true golden lightning is. Tens of thousands of miles away, the dawn broke, yet it was not any safer. Levi's eyes narrowed. A figure in a black robe emerged from the void's black hole in front of him. I did not expect you to run so fast, but luckily I was prepared. Black Sun Adam. Levi's face turned grim. He had never directly interacted with this person, but his notoriety was known throughout the wizard world. Indeed, Mr. Levi, this is our first meeting, and also the last. Adam smiled, a black magic ball suddenly appearing in his palm. The magic ball rapidly expanded to a massive size, engulfing the surrounding world in a tide of darkness. Levi's form disintegrated once more, turning into countless thunder element particles. Explode. The magic ball exploded completely, and for miles around, the black heavens descended. In this realm of no light, Adam appeared as a king of the night. His hollow black eyes, like those of a god, stared at the reemerging Levi. You cannot escape. He extended a finger, and a terrifying black light beam instantly pierced through Levi. You are strong. Ordinary ninth circle wizards might not be able to take you down, but I am no ordinary one. Instantly, Levi's form began to disintegrate into countless elemental particles. It is over, Black Sun muttered to himself, ready to leave. The one struck by his light beam was undoubtedly doomed. The next moment, he realized something was amiss and flickered away from the spot. A hand emerged in the void, and a chaos sun rose. White light banished the night, tearing apart the giant lightless barrier. Sunlight shone on Levi's face, the 9-colored emperor standing behind him, cloak fluttering. He calmly said, "You think you are special. To me, you are quite ordinary." The Black Sun remained silent, his heart subtly changing. His black light beam could dismantle enemies into elemental particles. In theory, even an undying body, or quasi-elemental holy body, could not withstand it. But he did not know that Levi's immortal secret word was far beyond ordinary undying bodies. As long as his consciousness remained, and as long as his life flame did not extinguish, he could resurrect instantly. All he managed was to annihilate Levi's first level, celebrating prematurely. Could it be the death replacement technique? Adam repeated his trick, conjuring another dark magic ball. The void trembled, and a massive golden shield descended with a roar, stretching across the seam and embedding in the crust. The expanding magic ball made the giant shield tremble fiercely, threatening to hurl it away. A burly figure clad in golden heavy armor descended. His visage was majestic, carrying the demeanor of an emperor, his eyes deep with wisdom. In his hand, a giant hammer appeared, striking the giant shield. The giant shield gained strength, pressing forward like a wall. Chapter 2569. The sea rolled back and the sky shattered. The shockwave of the black magic ball rebounded. The Black Sun retreated rapidly. The giant figure loomed over him. The Lion Emperor Solomon stared at the adversary. How could you be in the wizard world? He possessed knowledge of the man before him. The Council of 10,000 Clans once invited Solomon to join, only to be refused. Not only that, this person injured the emissary of the Council of 10,000 Clans. Solomon shouldered the great hammer, exhaling a brilliant golden breath. "It is none of your damn business," Adam sighed. It actually failed. The strength of the Dusk Palace Master exceeded the expectations of both him and the Dark Sun Sovereign. He tried his best not to underestimate him, but still misjudged his capabilities. Plus Solomon's intervention, there was no chance of success anymore. Wasting more time might only get himself involved. He shattered the void with his body, disappearing without a trace. The Lion Emperor let him go. Levi followed Adam with his gaze, feeling chilled inside. "Looking forward to our next meeting, Adam." He hated people who put on airs in front of him. Adam stood in the land of darkness, shaking his head and sighing alone. Unless something unexpected happened, he would not come to assassinate Levi again. In this battle, he had not used his full power. But he had a premonition that even if he did, he could not kill him. The Dusk Palace Master was adept in the path of the Witch Knight. His methods were too numerous. Adam turned around, his expression freezing. A figure in a red robe stood behind him without his knowing. The body of the level 9 flame demon collapsed, its breath dissipating. Harvest sheathed the floating thunder giant sword before him. The great sword was ancient and grand, not seeming to be of modern craftsmanship. This was a very powerful rare treasure. It remained from his previous life, not to be used unless absolutely necessary. He thought using this treasure would expose his past life identity of Thunder of the mortal world to his teammates, but no one recognized ISO's sword. He mocked himself inwardly, then looked into the distance. I wonder how Levi is doing over there. In this era of total war, fighting alone is tough. No matter how many summoned creatures there are, they are not as good as a group of comrades. Watching the mud swamp demon get killed by the dragon flames, the Golden Walker breathed a sigh of relief. To save him, I nearly got myself killed. With such strength, does he really need my protection? He should probably be protecting me. Today's battle made him realize how laughable it was to even think of getting rid of Levi. Fortunately, he never acted, otherwise there would be no retreat. The times have changed, the Golden Walker mused as he left the battlefield. Levi nodded toward the robust blonde man who saved him. "You must be Lion Emperor Solomon." Solomon nodded. Levi spoke with gratitude. "Thank you, but why did you help me?" Solomon replied that it was a long story. He did not find the Solomon Empire's plane when he returned. He guessed it might have been fused due to the great convergence of planes, so he directly came to the wizard world. Indeed, that was the case. The people of the Solomon Empire had already integrated into Nora. Having nowhere to go, he joined the Alien Affairs Administration. He learned about the Star Fortress plan. He knew there were still secret Mark warriors wandering deep in space within the Star Fortress. They estimated to return in more than 100 years. Levi acted as the main person in charge of the Star Fortress plan. Solomon wanted to visit the ancient dragon continent. Unexpectedly, he encountered Levi, who was being ambushed by the Black Sun, on his way. So he saved him in passing. He felt shocked that Levi managed to survive before the Black Sun with an 8th level body. During his wanderings in the multidimensional plane, he had heard some rumors about the Dusk Palace Master. The external rumors were quite fantastic, even calling him the Twilight Demon. Seeing him for real, he realized the Dusk Palace Master was even stronger than he imagined. The external rumors were too conservative. Levi spoke to him. "Rest assured, once the Star Fortress returns, I will inform you first." "Oh right, Cain, whom you once taught, is also with me now." He gave Solomon a detailed account of Cain's experiences. Upon hearing this, Solomon laughed. "Then we are fated. I especially like that child Cain. I did not expect he is already 7th level. I will visit him when I have the time. I will also be staying in Nora more often now. Feel free to contact me anytime." With the current tense war situation, I will not disturb you further. Solomon said his goodbyes, and Levi returned to the ancient dragon continent. He would not be leaving until this wave of massive war ended. A month passed by. This time was the darkest and most grueling period in 1,000 years for Nora. Partings and separations were more frequent than ever before. Every day, numerous primordial soul wizards perished. Every day, new continents were being wiped off the map. Even 3 grand wizards, 2 kings of the underworld, and 7 supernovas fell. Whole ace battle groups were annihilated, and wizard organizations collapsed. The number of mortal rookie casualties was uncountable. Nora truly turned into a ruthless meat grinder. In response, the demon losses were even more terrifying in number. There were more than 20 level 9 demons slaughtered by dragon flames alone, plus those killed by the king of the underworld, battle groups, or other walkers. The total of level 9 demons lost exceeded 30. In any civilization, this would be an extremely heavy blow. For the Abyss, it was equally significant. Chapter 2570. Since they have engaged in an all-out war, Nora is just one battlefield. The deadliest part stems from the involvement of the underworld. The 30 fallen level 9 demons truly perished. Even owning an Abyss heart proved futile. Thus, the demons gradually began their retreat, pulling back to the land of darkness. They continued to harass Nora using the original small-scale guerrilla tactics. Even the Abyss, as strong as it is, finally felt the pressure. This month's losses are no longer something they can ignore. Nora temporarily returned to the state before the full-scale war. The Abyss's voluntary retreat marked the victory in the first Nora defense battle. A significant price was paid, but at least for some time in the future, the Abyss will not be able to organize such large-scale battles again. Nora welcomed a brief lull, but it was only for a moment. During the full-scale war, the Council of 10,000 Clans frequently dispatched powerful figures to harass. Using the chaos the demons brought, they successfully carried out several assassinations. 7 fallen supernovas, 3 died at the hands of the Council of 10,000 Clans. The losses to the wizard world were considerable. The Tower of Heaven. Edmund was giving a new speech. He looked at the exhausted walkers and wizards and succinctly said, "This time we were victorious, but the war is far from over." Ancient Dragon Continent. Because it is close to the Soren continent, the degree of demonic calamity was not severe here in the past month. The most dangerous attempt was when a level 9 demon tried to invade. Before Levi could take action personally, his good neighbor, Lady Rolling, settled the matter from a distance. This filled Levi with gratitude. He was not afraid of a level 9 demon, but if a battle of destroying heaven and earth caliber occurred on the ancient dragon continent, it would inevitably cause some unnecessary losses. At other times, the ancient dragon continent successfully defended against the demon invasions. The Grey-White Mechanic and Deep Space Wanderer brothers joined forces to completely upgrade the defense system of the ancient dragon continent, so even if a level 8 demon appeared, it could be quickly eliminated. Moreover, Levi was personally overseeing the place. With the Shadow Army at his command, as long as it was not level 9, any other demons would perish regardless of their numbers. The demons are not fools either. They more often chose to attack areas with weaker defenses. This could cause maximum damage to Nora in a short time. The ancient dragon continent, being a fortress as solid as a rock, was not their primary target. Levi opened the demon slaying list. His points had already reached a terrifying figure of 21 billion. In the past month, he did not need to actively seek out demons. Simply by staying home and defending, he accumulated 1 billion points, the bulk of which came from those powerful level 8 demons. Not just him, but many other members of his organization also reaped substantial rewards. Elena amassed 500 million war merits and could exchange them for a sun-refining artifact at any time. The ranking of the Fire Dragon Knight and other 18 Twilight Cavalry continued to rise. Soon after, Levi received the final casualty report. In just 1 month, the ancient dragon continent lost 7 level 6 experts. This included lizardmen, witches, Holy Temple Knights, and other alien race experts. The demon's attack was too fierce, and no matter how thorough, there would always be some oversight, as casualties were inevitable. Comparatively, the ancient dragon continent's casualties were already very low compared to other wizard organizations. Once all the gains from this battle are digested, it should be possible to make up for these losses in future years, and even further advance. Regardless, ensuring the safety and well-being of the injured and the families of the dead must be prioritized. Additionally, owing to Levi's timely arrival, he managed to place 5 level 6 experts into the ancient Banyan Tree Mansion. They became the first members of the Heroic Spirit Hall. They will retain memories from their previous life and live out their second life in the form of the undead. Of course, the past month has not only brought bad news. Recently, the Feather King of the ancient Dragon Empire broke through to level 7 in his twilight years. This gave hope to other level 6 lizardmen. Currently, it seems the overall talent of lizardmen cannot match the human knights of the Holy Temple. Yet, as time passes, with fate on their side, generation after generation, and through life and death relay, they are bound to achieve significant accomplishments in the coming years. At the Emperor's Palace, Elena called out, her voice excited. "Levi, look at the newspaper, you are on the front page." Soren Daily reported that during the full-scale war, the Dusk Hall Master, with a level 8 body, defied odds to slay the level 9 demons Augusta, and the title of Supernova King is well deserved. Blood Battle Daily wrote that to commend the outstanding achievement of the Dusk Hall Master slaying a level 9 demon, the Blood Battle Command Center, after unanimous research and approval by the Supreme Council, decided to award an additional 2 billion war merits. It contained a special reminder that fighting beyond realms of strength is a dangerous act and this is an exception, do not imitate. Article after article on the newspaper front page reported on Levi's kill of the level 9 demon. At the same time, his bracelet beeped continuously with notifications of the 2 billion war merits credited. Is this for real, a free 2 billion? Levi was a bit surprised. He had not actively announced that battle. Unexpectedly, the Wizard Council publicized it on his behalf. He did not mind. After realizing he can even escape in front of the Black Sun, Levi knew he had already crossed the level 9 chasm. In the absence of a level 10, he feared nothing anymore. Next, it was about routinely improving his strength, then actively hunting level 9 demons. From now on, he was qualified to join the upper echelons of the wizard world's conflicts. The only thing missing now was cultivation. Elena hugged Levi, her eyes filled with laughter, and she whispered, "You are incredible." The accomplishments of the man she held in her arms had seldom been achieved throughout history. How could she not be proud? Levi held Elena, watching the streams of messages from the communication device. Gatling asked which legendary wizard Levi had reincarnated from and promised his lips were sealed. Harvis admitted he had underestimated Levi's strength and called him awesome. Duke Ruman sent a short, impressive message with a thumbs up, while Lucy congratulated him on unlocking a new achievement. Levi smiled broadly. Everyone loves fame, and he is no different. To be recognized and admired by others made him feel entirely pleased. Before the Twilight Round Table, fellow knights executing post-battle duties extended their congratulations. "Commander, you were damn awesome, were you not?" Emperor Mew exclaimed. "Yeah, you really made us brothers proud," the Black Knight sighed. A level 8 body, slaying a level 9. Throughout history, how many have achieved this? Lucky for them, the commander was one of those rare people. The implications were self-evident. Someday, the commander will be the most dazzling presence in the long river of time. His achievements will surely not be limited to an ordinary legendary wizard. There may even be hope to stand shoulder to shoulder with Sauron, the ancestor of wizards. Chapter 2571. Ancient Banyan Fairyland stood silent. Zagusta's corpse, as large as Demon Mountain, lay sealed within the eternal star abyss. This precious level 9 demon material sat before Levi, waiting for a decision on its use. Across the pond, the bloodline crystal of the armored dragon shimmered, fully purified. Levi checked his tally. He now held 23 billion points. His pure war merit totaled 10 billion, and the exchange process for the star-spinning turtle bloodline crystal had reached the halfway mark. His current strength made hunting level 9 demons a genuine possibility. Even the weakest specimens commanded billions in war merit. 10 billion, easily. During this period, Levi made further adjustments to his future plans. He would prioritize ascending to the 9th Circle Wizard, while leading the Night Breathing Technique team, to surpass the Supermyth level. Thanks to Levi's infinite primordial soul, and the help of many truth oddities, his wizard cultivation speed increased rapidly. In comparison, knights relying purely on self-cultivation lagged behind. Levi felt no rush to advance the knights to the 9th level. Instead, he planned to gather resources from the abyss, the multidimensional planes, and other sources. He needed to collect bloodline crystals and other advancement ingredients to take his 6th dimension further. If he could possess 6 super divine level breathing techniques before reaching level 10, slaying true level 10 demons at the 9th level would become effortless. Those mixed gods and wild gods would fall with a single strike. After reaching level 10, he might possess the ability to change the blood battle situation entirely. Saving a collapsing situation and supporting a falling building might not be impossible. In short, Levi no longer needed to worry. It was no exaggeration to say that across the entire multidimensional plane, those with the ability to kill him were rare as phoenix feathers. He would maintain his excellent tradition of cautious stability, while feeling free and bold to venture into the multidimensional plane for demon hunting. Rapidly accumulating resources would lead to faster growth in strength. From the moment he slew the level 9 demon, his era arrived. Stowing away the bloodline crystals, Levi began to dismantle the carcass skillfully. He sorted and stored Zagusta's demon material for purification. He remembered that Triss needed a level 9 fish demon's whisker for a new medicine project. He took a portion of the material and departed for the witch's family. "Congratulations, Levi," Triss said with a smile. "An 8th level entity slaying a 9th level demon is impressive." She looked slightly haggard. During the recent demon tide, she had fought tirelessly as a researcher for a month, never daring to slack off. In retrospect, the period felt like a nightmare. The death of the leopard witch in the organization weighed heavily on her. The woman had reached 6th circle perfection and held hopes for reaching the 7th circle. "Please take a good rest," Levi said. "You do not look well." Triss nodded. "I understand. How is the leopard witch?" "Converting into a heroic spirit will take some time," Levi explained. "Once she returns, I will inform you immediately." "Luckily you have the heroic spirit temple," Triss said. "These fallen comrades can be reborn in a new way. Thinking about it, living as another race is not so bad. If I..." "Do not worry, miss," Levi interrupted. "With your strength, you will surely survive the blood battle." As someone who had been through the crucible of war, he recognized the dangerous direction of her thoughts and steered the conversation elsewhere. "Miss, I have some level 9 fish demon's whisker here for your research." "Thank you," Triss smiled. She then added, we are gaining insights into the 1,000-year potion. The 1,000 Mountains Immortal is truly worthy of being the medicine god. He found inspiration after seeing the whimsical ideas left by that 8th Circle wizard. Currently, we have established a specialized research group jointly with Miss Lucy and other Grand Wizards of the Pharmacist Association. Within this millennium, a relatively universal life-prolonging potion may be within reach. The 1,000 Mountains Immortal mentioned that if the research succeeds and passes the tests, the Pharmacist Association's officials will arrange for production. The first batch will be supplied to us on the ancient dragon continent. Afterwards, they will officially control the sales channel for the 1,000-year potion, prioritizing those in the wizard world in urgent need. Additionally, for every potion sold, our ancient dragon continent acts as a shareholder in terms of technology and knowledge. We would receive 10% of the profits. What do you think? Levi thought for a moment. I think it is great. With our current power, researching and producing the life-prolonging potion is too difficult. It is better to leave it to the official organization. He needed to do nothing, not even prepare raw materials, just receive dividends. His role was simply to provide the knowledge of the 1,000-year potion to inspire the medicine god. Okay, then I will start communicating, Triss said. In fact, working on the 1,000-year potion project had exhausted Triss. Throughout history, so many excellent talents had failed to succeed in this project. What capabilities did she possess to achieve it? Thus, Levi decided to hand over this project to the official channels. Allowing Triss to participate would enable her to learn more from those excellent predecessors. Once Elena advanced to the 8th Circle, she would also qualify to participate. Tracking such an important project throughout would surely elevate her level as a pharmacist. While they chatted, elemental tide fluctuations suddenly radiated from Anya's mansion. Levi activated the Thunder Mage King, sensed the energy, and smiled. The Phantom Witch has reached the 7th Circle, Levi said. Anya can rest assured now. This young man is truly fortunate to have such a devoted partner, Triss remarked. Not long after, Anya hurriedly brought Sierra to the witch's family. Chapter 2572. Anya gestured toward the pair as she entered the room. Hey, Hallmaster, you are here too. Sierra has reached the 7th Circle. Levi smiled. That is great news. Sierra bowed slightly. I must thank the Hallmaster and the lady for their care. Otherwise, I would not have achieved today's accomplishments. Triss turned to Anya. How is Air doing? I have not seen him for a long time. Anya patted her mother's arm. He is working on a project with Herman now, mother. You do not need to worry. Time flies. Air is almost 100 years old. He has already become a rising star in the mechanical school. He shines brightly. He was born with a machinery heart. He communicates with cold and unfeeling machines in ways that ordinary people cannot understand. According to Herman, Air was born with the ability to feel the machine soul. A future promotion to the realm of the soul of the burning machine is almost within reach. The mechanical soul unity will also be relatively easy. Before the 7th Circle, as long as he continues to work hard and benefits from the guidance of Herman and the mentorship of Jarvis, his cultivation path will hardly face too many obstacles. After that, pursuing the path where all machines are one will require factors like luck. The group celebrated Sierra's achievement. Levi and Triss sent some gifts as encouragement. Everyone moved on to their respective tasks. A year later, during the Nora calendar year 1101, before the round table meeting, the Ash Knight stood before Levi to report on the Star Castle project. Almost 200 years have passed since they set out, and the Star Castle prepares to return. Along the way, the worlds liberated by the Star Castle number up to 31. The number of transcendents saved is in the tens of thousands. Among them, there are nearly 100 level 6 and above experts, and 8 level 7 experts. They come from various races, but have mostly suffered from the Abyss blood battle. After being saved by the Star Castle travel group, most were persuaded to join the Alliance army. Some, however, did not believe. The Star Castle respects their decisions, letting them fend for themselves. Overall, the Star Castle has harvested abundantly over these 200 years. Several dozen new worlds have been anchored with star-pulling nails, allowing them to integrate into Nora ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, billions of lives have accompanied them. The Wizard Council has already established a whole set of effective management methods for the new world's alien races. It can swiftly restore order, develop production, and confront the Abyss. According to data from the Alien Affairs Management Department, currently, among level 6 and above experts in the wizard world, the number of Nora 1 Clan Alliance members is close to 1/3. With the plane convergence intensifying, this proportion will undoubtedly continue to expand. Managing these culturally diverse races has always been the focus and difficulty of the Great Plane Convergence. During the blood battle period, unity among the clans must be assured. Otherwise, alien race rebellions will only add to the already severe situation. Because there are few level 9 and above experts among the Nora alien races, it is hard to shake the dominance of the wizards in the short term. Furthermore, along the journey, the Star Castle has also collected numerous minerals, ether stones, and biological resources. There are also quite a few truth oddities. Upon return, dividends will be distributed according to the agreement between the official body and the ancient dragon continent. With these resources, the development speed of the ancient dragon continent can further improve. Levi looked at the map projection. Where are you returning to now? The Ash Knight pointed to a star system. We have reached the Flora realm. Levi nodded. Be careful, the Flora realm is not peaceful. Not long ago, intelligence arrived from the Spider King. The war sect supported by the god race dispatched a large number of dark starships to the Flora realm. The Holy War Monarch is one of the ancients. Behind this must be the tacit approval of the Council of 10,000 Clans. These ancients are dividing the world's resources within the Norapan Plain. During the expedition, conflict with the forces supported by the Spider King occurred inevitably. The Spider King adhered to the principle of fighting if possible, or abandoning confrontation if not. The god race invasion has created considerable interference with his resource collection efforts. Not long ago, Levi was busy demon hunting and had no time to deal with it. Now the first wave of demon tides has ended, and large-scale wars are hard to form in the short term. He intends to return to the Flora realm to meet the people of the god race. The Ash Knight gritted his teeth. We also felt it. Recently, along the way, we encountered a fleet from the Council of 10,000 Clans that attacked our star castle, but we counterattacked and defeated them. Levi leaned forward. What about personnel casualties? We lost 2 level 6 experts, while the opposing side was completely wiped out, with over 10 level 6 and 7 experts killed or injured. Levi nodded. Good job. Sending the Ash Knight out was a correct choice. With him presiding, the safety of the Star Castle travel group significantly increased. The Ash Knight smiled. By the way, Commander, happy birthday. Thank you. After ending the call, Levi contemplated his plans. In 30 years, the blood battle auction will occur. After this journey ends, he can start the second round of plane travel. One goal is to solve the issues with the war sect in the Flora realm, and pave the way for the Spider King. Secondly, he wants to explore the dark treasure map he holds. This cannot be delayed indefinitely, especially since the abyss keeps invading and destroying myriad realms. Perhaps it includes the location of his treasure map. Today is Levi's birthday. Other knights took the time out of their busy schedules to send their blessings to Levi. In the evening, Levi celebrated his birthday with Elena in the Emperor's palace. During a quiet moment, wiping away her perspiration, Elena spoke. I went to exchange the random sun refining artifact today. Levi smiled. Now is a good time. The council's treasury has been replenished recently, and should contain many goodies. What did you exchange? Elena brought out an oddity shaped like a whip, coiled in a circle. Chapter 2573. 534. Whip-wielding goddess, light worm, new divine body. This is it. The staff member claimed it is the light god's whip. Levi took the whip. The truth runes, glowing with holy light, flowed on its surface like dense snake scales. A warm sensation brushed past his fingertips, bringing comfort. Artifacts from the bright faction have always been niche. In today's era of blood battles, their value has only increased. Moreover, the light god's whip is part of the light series artifacts. Levi smiled. You are quite lucky. Elena handed him the item. Take it, as your birthday gift. Thank you. I will accept it. Levi put the whip away. With such a beautiful presence in front of him, even a legendary artifact faded into the background. He had no interest in studying it. All right, let us continue with the formal business. Elena let out a charming protest, and the curtain slowly closed. A few months later, Elena returned to the Tower of Summer Flowers. The repressive emotions from long-term demon hunting and cultivation were relieved through celebration. Indeed, a balance between work and rest is the right path. Levi savored the memory of Elena. Only then did he take out the light god's whip, contented to start refining it. The dark temple loomed on a vast star, where one imposing figure after another appeared. The Worm Lord spoke. This battle killed 2 supernovas. At least there has been some achievement. Indeed, supernovas have a great hope of becoming grand wizards. The Wizard Council has taken great pains to protect this group, investing a lot of resources. The Holy War Army Master mocked the statement. All venerables and emissaries have temporarily ceased operations, waiting for the next large-scale demon invasion. By the way, why did you not complete your mission, Dark Sun? An ancient being glowing with amethyst light asked the question. It was the Amethyst Saint. In the corner, a black-robed shadow stood silently. Dark Sun Sovereign gestured to the group. The Dusk Palace Master has grown formidable, and my duplication failed to kill him. The Amethyst Saint narrowed his eyes. Your duplication is at mid-level 9 strength, and truly could not take down a Dusk Palace Master. Dark Sun, did you really go all out? Do you perhaps still have attachments to the wizard civilization? The Void trembled as an exalted ruler in the Emperor of Nothingness robe looked toward him. It was the Void Emperor. Dark Sun, do not forget you are already a plain sovereign. You have completely severed ties with the wizard path. You are with us now as allies, so I advise against having wishful thinking. Dark Sun Sovereign swept his gaze over everyone. Enough. I have already cut ties with the Wizard Council, and I will never betray the Council of 10,000 Clans. You are all aware of what strength the Dusk Palace Master has. With a level 8 body, he slaughtered a level 9 demon without using an array. If you think you can pull it off, go ahead and send someone to eliminate him. Otherwise, once he truly reaches level 9, our hopes will become even slimmer. The Amethyst Saint laughed. Who among you would like to eliminate the Dusk Palace Master? The ancients looked at each other in silence. The Void Emperor stepped forward. Since none of you have the courage, I will arrange someone to do it. Your duplication had decent power, but its ability to stealthily assassinate was quite ordinary. Now it seems we need our Void Spirit clan. But let us be clear. After hunting the Dusk Palace Master, you guys cannot ask about his spoils. The ability to swiftly advance to level 8 peak and even possess the power to reverse slay level 9. The Dusk Palace Master must have a lot of good things, possibly enough to tempt even a level 10 strongman. The Amethyst Saint nodded. I can send a level 9 Amethyst race member to assist you, but if the action fails, you must ensure my clan member's safety. The Amethyst race does not have many level 9s to expend. Each one is exceedingly precious. The Void Emperor laughed. With this, it is as good as done. As the ancients chatted and laughed, Dark Sun Sovereign sat in the corner, silent. This time, not only did the Black Sun's action fail, but it also lost contact. Edmund. Time passed. Because Levi's previous act of slaying a level 9 demon was too astounding, the news spread beyond the wizard world. Even some well-informed alien markets in the Panplane knew about it. White Dragon Mountain sat quietly. Having previously sensed the coming storm, the White Dragon Mountain Master had closed the market early. He began navigating White Dragon Mountain to roam in the land of darkness. Not long after, a demon invasion occurred in that domain. The White Dragon Mountain Master heard of a full scale war breaking out, becoming even more confused. Even the underworld joined the war. Is there any safe place under the heavens? On this day, the White Dragon Mountain Master reviewed intelligence sent by subordinates in his residence, his face blank. The Dusk Palace Master, with a level 8 body, reverse slays level 9. Has Nora already birthed such a monstrous character? I have really underestimated this person. He looked at the wizard world's intelligence, his face hesitant, as if making a decision. Then he spoke. Someone, change course. Father, are we not going to leave the Panplane? A beautiful female alien in silver white armor, humanoid in appearance, walked in, her face puzzled. She was White Dragon Princess Nanette, the Mountain Master's only daughter. We are not going. Why not? Is it necessarily safer outside the Panplane? It is even more filled with the unknown and dangers there, and Father's connections are useless over there. But here we may encounter demons at any time. Father, you are not thinking of opening the market again, are you? Of course, I must open it, otherwise all the relationships and intelligence networks I have accumulated over 10,000 years will be wasted. Chapter 2574. That is too dangerous. Nanette paced the stone floor of the high tower. Her father leaned against the windowsill, watching the clouds churn over the mountains. That is why we are going to Nora. Nora. Nanette scoffed as she crossed her arms. In the words of Sauron, is that not like knowing there are tigers on the mountain, yet willingly heading there? The White Dragon Mountain Master turned, his scales catching the filtered sunlight. Child, I have lived so long, managing White Dragon Mountain until now, and the most important lesson I have learned is to never go against the tide of the times. The grand trend of the multidimensional plane is in Nora, and our further opportunities are also here. We should not avoid it, but actively embrace it. Even so, it is still too risky. Nanette frowned, her tail twitching with anxiety. The White Dragon Mountain Master sighed, his voice raspy and measured. Nanette, do you know which force is the most astute and wise in the multidimensional plane? The gods of the astral world? Or the Nora wizards? Nanette looked up, searching his eyes for an answer. Neither. It is the underworld. Nanette tilted her head. Why? The underworld controls life and death reincarnation, and the Mother River holds the memories of all beings. Their insight and vision are far superior to any force. Why can the underworld maintain neutrality and remain above worldly concerns? It is because they control the situation of the multidimensional plane behind the scenes, knowing where to support and where to suppress. The underworld knows best. But now, the underworld has voluntarily abandoned the neutral camp and allied with Nora. The significance of this is self-evident. Nanette gasped. Father, are you saying that the center of the next epoch will be in Nora? Yes. Of course, the premise is that Nora can survive the blood battle. We are of an alien race. Won't we be excluded if we go there? The White Dragon Mountain Master stepped closer, his demeanor softening. Yes, and no. You have read the Sauron quotations, and should know that Sauron once said that those who are not of our race must have different minds. This is not unreasonable. The current policies of the Wizard Council towards alien races are so favorable, it must be because they want to use them. We cannot rule out the possibility of killing the donkey once the mill is done in the future. But that is something for much later. The blood battle is incredibly long, and we might not even live to see that day. Moreover, as more and more alien races cross the plains, whether at the top level or mid to low level, the voice of the alien races will grow stronger and may even surpass ours. So all Wizard Council work reports, including the newly issued policies, are weakening the concept of race, encouraging intermarriage among races, and building a great Nora community. After generations of inheritance and reform, the concept of all clans might be replaced by the Nora clan. I have insider information that the Panplane Wizard Council seems to want to rename itself as the Nora Council, and future Supreme Council seats might even see powerful non-spellcaster alien races. By then, whether in politics or society, the racial divide might not be as severe as we imagine. Nanette stared at the stone floor, processing the weight of the words. I respect Father's opinion. The White Dragon Mountain Master reached out, resting a clawed hand on her shoulder. You have only been cultivating for 5,000 years, and you are already at level 8 peak cultivation. Your talent within our White Scale clan, and even the 7-colored Scale clan, is unmatched. Achieving level 9 is a certainty, and with the grand trend of Nora, entering level 10 is not impossible. By then, there might even be a seat for you in the Supreme Council. Our White Scale clan can also secure a place in the New Worlds. Nanette looked up, a sudden vulnerability in her eyes. Father, what about you? I am old, Nanette. I am already 11,000 years old. Even though a white scale clan's lifespan is the highest among the 7-colored scale clan, twice that of a wizard, I only have 1,000 years left. I am only at level 9 mid-stage now, so level 10 is out of reach for me. After I die, the future of White Dragon Mountain will rest on your shoulders. Then what should your daughter do? Don't worry, I have already planned it for you. I observe the Dusk Palace Master on the ancient dragon continent, an unprecedented genius. Nanette recoiled. Father, you are not asking me to marry him, are you? He already has a madam. That is not it. Ahem, Nanette, although you are excellent, it is hard to catch the eye of the Dusk Palace Master. His future achievements won't be those of an ordinary legendary wizard. Nanette let out a sharp laugh. You truly are my father. Don't be discouraged. Under the Dusk Palace Master, there are the 18 riders. As far as I know, some are still single. I have researched a lot of information on the ancient dragon continent these days. In my opinion, although the cultivation of the 18 Twilight Cavalry is not great, they are born with a certain destiny. If you look closely at their growth trajectory, you will find they are not inferior to the so-called top wizards, and they might even be stronger. Their future achievements will also not be low. Didn't the ancient tomb races Louise combine with a fire dragon knight who has the promise of becoming a level 10 supernova? Now they are thriving in the wizard world too. Their offspring, Abel, is now under 200 years old, a dual cultivation wizard and knight, and both have reached level 4, showing the promise of a supernova. In the ancient dragon continent, such examples are numerous. Child, do you know what, besides talent and effort, is most important in cultivation? Nanette thought for a moment. Luck. As long as you know, what you lack is that luck. I see that new 18 Twilight Cavalry, some green bird knight, is a supernova reserve member, currently unmarried, and hasn't been reported to have an intimate relationship. If you go now, you might have a chance. Nanette blinked, stunned. How do you know so much, father? Do you think my vast intelligence network and connections are for nothing? After I die, this will be your most valuable inheritance. I hope you can use these to start a white dragon commerce, based in Nora, and extending to the Pan Plane, and even the entire multidimensional plane, to make White Dragon Mountain famous throughout the universe. Nanette felt the weight of his legacy. You have made your daughter's arrangements very clear. Chapter 2575. That is natural. Father may not excel in other things, but his vision and planning are definitely top level in the Pan Plane. The young woman leaned forward, her eyes bright with anticipation. Then when we go to Nora, should we join the ancient dragon continent? Her father waved a hand dismissively. You can join, but I might join the Nora Council. If things go smoothly, I can become one of the first alien great councilmen. Moreover, the Purple Kylan clan among the 7-colored scale clan, also known as the Thunder clan, is on the ancient dragon continent and is developing quite well now, so you do not have to worry. It is a pity that the short-sighted green ghost offended the council of 10,000 clans and took the green scale clan somewhere unknown. Otherwise, with my methods, perhaps we could have seen the 7-colored scale clan reassemble and regain the glory of antiquity. As father and daughter talked, the giant white dragon mountain changed direction and flew towards Nora. The Dusk Palace Master's phenomenal battle achievements were fermenting in the Pan Plane, coupled with the Wizard Council continually extending olive branches and invitation cards to the Pan Plane. Many alien races felt tempted in their hearts. 5 years later, Nora calendar 1106, Blood Battle 894 year, ancient Banyan Fairyland. Beside the small stone pond on a deep night, a dazzling beam of light shot into the sky. Light energy formed a river-like phantom encircling the fairyland, with countless exotic birds and beasts chasing after it. Some of the Dragon Palace people awakened from their dreams, looking at the sky in shock. Beneath the ancient banyan tree, the 4-person group playing mahjong overnight stopped their actions. Mana looked towards the light-filled east. It seems Levi has refined good stuff again. At this moment, the ancient banyan fairyland was as bright as day. Countless life forms felt the warmth of everything, a light that gave people strength. A circle of light hung high in the sky dome, slowly rotating. Upon closer inspection, it was a shadow of a creature, head and tail connected, resembling both snake and worm. It had no eyes, no limbs, covered in dense scales, emitting endless brilliance. In the place where a head could vaguely be, 2 strands of long mustaches, each 10,000 meters long, floated with the wind. The light became increasingly dazzling, gradually forming a true radiant sun in the sky. Out of the holy light, a slender and well-proportioned illusory long leg stepped. The jade foot was wrapped in battle boots as if cast from light, followed by an explosion of light shooting in all directions. A slim figure clad in tight-fitting dragon armor emerged. Her feminine features were rich, both alluring and sacred. Her face shone too bright to gaze upon, because of the holy light. Behind her, white as jade angelic wings emanated light and warmth. With a gentle gesture, the ring-like creature turned into a long whip of brilliance. The whip wound around her shining, smooth right thigh. On her shoulder stood a black armored swordsman, Levi himself. He studied the figure with interest. I did not expect this light god projection to be female. Unlike Thunder God's rough masculinity, Light God was sacred and sexy. Thunder God provided pure attack methods, but Light God could both attack and assist. It could unfold a diameter of approximately 100 kilometers of the holy light domain. Within the range, it could heal allies' injuries and slightly amplify their various attributes. It could also inspire courage, dispel fear, remove negative statuses, and more. Levi realized he was now a genuine holy knight, or a low-end version of Star Butterfly Dragon. The allies here included summoned creatures. Regrettably, it was not very suitable for Levi's Shadow Dragon group, because the attributes did not match. Additionally, the Holy Light domain could cause ongoing real damage to dark creatures. This was the use of the Light God. She was the nemesis of demons. The long whip held by the Light God was the special spiritual creature Light Worm. Levi called it Aguang. Aguang's effects were similar to the Light God. The two complemented each other and became one, much like the combination of Thunder God and Si Lei. Levi possessed good fortune this time. In one go, he managed to get both the special spiritual creature and the divine projection. Additionally, his spiritual force surged by 900, now reaching 24,600 points. He stood 2,200 points short of the maximum. The standard spiritual force limit was 24,000 points, and he had already broken through that limit. The surplus spiritual force enhanced the success rate of breakthroughs. Furthermore, Levi's previously acquired special physique Great Light King body was strengthened under the influence of this oddity. He extended his palm, and rich light energy flowed out, adhering to the surface like white gloves. This signified that any casual strike he made contained intense light power. In the special effect column behind the ether meditation art, a light god body fragmented appeared alongside the thunder god body. The affinity talent for light energy was also significantly improved. Finally, Levi obtained the light aumenta ability. Similar to the Thunder God series Thunder Magic Net, it was also an extensive perception ability that formed a complement. Looking at it now, what remained lacking was the method to quasi-elemental holy bodies. Presumably, more oddities were needed to activate it. Levi originally had no intention of going for the light series, but now with the sun refining artifact, he suddenly felt he could take the opportunity to collect it. Wow, so big. Seeing Levi exit seclusion, Elena arrived to check and immediately noticed the light god's full bosom. Levi coughed, retracting the light god. He turned his attention to Elena. She stood before him, her presence transformed. The whole person possessed a lofty and unfathomable aura, perfectly united with the surrounding heavens and earth. You have reached level 7 in the energy sect. She nodded, a smile touching her lips. Yes. Impressive. Under 2,000 years old and stepping into level 7 realm of all 3 extraordinary paths. Chapter 2576. It is all right. After all, the gap between the 7th level early stage and the 7th level late stage is quite big. But with you flattering me like this, I quite enjoy it. Hee hee. They chatted while walking away from the ancient Banyan fairyland. Elena had achieved her targets for the Flower Witch path, the Knights, and the energy sect at the 7th level. Next, she would focus on advancing her wizard path to the 8th circle. The era of full-scale war approached, and the situation grew increasingly dangerous. With her water element undying body, her wizard tower, her energy sect methods, and her knightly arts, she had a chance to escape even when encountering a 9th level entity after advancing to the 8th circle. Of course, meeting an old schemer like Black Sun, someone who enjoyed bullying the weak while playing tricks, would still be a precarious situation. Elena hastened to find Triss to share the good news. Meanwhile, Levi arrived at the Blood Battle Command Center. We meet again, Sir Levi. Duke Ruman, now advanced to the 9th circle, held a cigar and appeared like a melancholy uncle. A handsome wizard in a red robe stood beside him. His left eye burned like fire, while his right eye crackled with thunder. Levi laughed as he approached. Congratulations on reaching the 9th circle, Duke. Duke Ruman chuckled. You are not far off yourself. By the way, this is Thunderfire Governor Ji Fei, our current colleague and your predecessor as the first on the demon-slaying list. Ji Fei nodded coldly. In front of Sir Levi, it is nothing worth mentioning. Levi bowed courteously. You are too kind, senior. These individuals were likely reincarnated legendary wizards, so they deserved respect. Levi, you have finally arrived. A blonde witch in white robes approached with a smile. A beautiful witch in blue robes followed close behind. Lady Molly, long time no see. Is this the Icy Witch? The blue-robed queen, surrounded by cold air, examined Levi cautiously. As an acquaintance of Gulwig, she knew how much that cold, heartless woman valued him. Initially, she had paid little attention, but after Levi averted the 9th level demon, she suddenly realized that perhaps only Levi could solve Gulwig's dilemma. The Icy Witch nodded slightly, smiled, and offered her hand. Sir Levi, you are likely the only person in history to be absorbed into the Blood Battle Command Center with only an 8th level realm. Are you prepared to face 9th level, or even 10th level demons? Levi laughed. I am ready. The Blood Battle Command Center served as the most important organization during the Blood Battle. Those stationed here were all beings above the Grand Wizard level. They were the backbone of Nora. Generally, one could not enter without 9th ring cultivation, but the Supreme Council had secretly approved Levi's joining some time ago. Plus, Miss Lucy's invitation had provided the final push. A blue-haired figure moved lightly through the crowd. She stopped next to Levi and smiled. We are colleagues from now on. Congratulations, Levi. Levi responded. It is my honor to fight alongside Miss Lucy and all the seniors. Lucy led Levi to a portal in the void. Stepping inside, the world spun. When Levi opened his eyes, he stood at a round table. The eyes of the assembly swept over him. Edmund, Gulwig, Rolling, the Black Abyss Sovereign, all gathered there as legendary wizards. There was also the Grey Eagle God of Magic, Aurora. Hello, seniors. Levi broke the silence. Edmund spoke. Logically, you should not be allowed to join the Blood Battle Command Center since you have not cultivated to the 9th ring yet, and fighting against 9th level demons is inherently dangerous. However, many legendary wizards here believe you are up for it. What do you think? If you wish to withdraw, it is of no matter. Levi remained silent, clearly deep in thought. Gullwig's chilly voice arrived. After the 9th level, one loses their demon slaying list qualification. According to Sauron's regulations, every Grand Wizard needs to accept congressional management and perform corresponding tasks. Of course, completing tasks yields rewards. The more dangerous the task, the richer the reward. Levi seemed enlightened. So, if I join the Blood Battle Command Center now, can I perform Grand Wizard level tasks, earn war merits, and continue participating in the 9th level demon slaying list exchanges? Gullwig nodded. Then I will join. His biggest concern remained the bloodline crystals of the star-spinning turtle. Until he obtained them, he would not advance to the 9th level. Now, with the Blood Battle Command Center helping him earn war merits quickly, it was a good thing. Otherwise, even 100 billion required quite some time. Edmund turned to the others. Lucy, take him down there. Start him with some relatively simple 9th ring tasks. Lucy nodded. Levi thanked them once more, then disappeared at her side. At the round table, the legendary wizards continued their discussion. Edmund stated, "The succubus queen bears grudges, and she will surely lead those strong beings enchanted by her back for the blood battle. During your tasks ahead, if you encounter mythical creatures or their descendants containing such bloodlines, keep an eye out. Congress is collecting bloodline crystals for important use." Back at the Blood Battle Command Center, Levi exclaimed, "Madam, was that just now the meeting place of the Supreme Council?" "Yes. And that round table is a rare treasure, is it not?" "More than rare. It might be the most important treasure of the council, bar none." Levi contemplated the meaning of this statement. It was likely a supreme treasure left by Sauron. Its rank would not be inferior to the Dark Ancient Tower. Lucy summoned Lady Molly, the Icy Witch, and Duke Rumen. Not long ago, the Lord of the 67th layer of the Abyss, Dark Dragon Porphinus, killed one of our supernovas in full-scale war, and severely injured a Grand Wizard before escaping. According to intelligence, this dragon abomination might lead an assault on our Stargate construction site in the Cold Mountain world. That dragon abomination recently advanced to the 9th level middle stage. Besides Levi, all of you have recently become Grand Wizards. For safety, you forgo together. Try to seize this opportunity to slay the dragon abomination. The 3 Grand Wizards will receive corresponding rewards, and Levi, you can earn 1 billion war merits depending on your contribution. Duke Rumen puffed out smoke rings and smiled. The first mission is to hunt a 9th level middle stage demon. Interesting. I am fine with it. How about the 3 of you? We are fine too. Lady Molly and the Icy Witch spoke in unison. I am fine with it, as long as seniors do not mind my low realm. Levi laughed. He wanted to preemptively manage expectations, to avoid them setting the bar too high for his abilities. Chapter 2577. To be honest, he can barely handle the weakest level 9 early stage demon. After reaching level 9, each minor breakthrough is as difficult as reaching the sky. Similarly, the difficulty of crossing levels in battle increases sharply. At present, he is definitely not an opponent. Of course, his life is certainly not in danger. After all, the Black Sun is at the senior 9th circle level, and its strength is definitely not lower than that of the Dragon Abomination. Overall, his role in this battle is mainly as support. After Lady Gullwig's guidance, he understands the council intent. That is to let him mix with this group of big shots on Grand Wizard level missions to earn war merit faster. The mythical bloodline crystal is certainly also intentionally left for him by the council. Honestly, it warms his heart. Lucy gestured to the group. Although Levi has the combat power of level 9, he is not actually level 9. For this mission, I would trouble the 3 of you to take care of him, but I believe he won't drag you down. Lady Molly laughed and placed a hand on her hip. Lucy, what are you talking about? I have worked with Levi several times, and I am quite confident in him. Perhaps we might even need his care. Seeing everyone taking such care of him, Levi straightened his posture. Even if I am just supporting, I have to show my own momentum. Dark Dragon Porphinus. Levi has some history with him. A long time ago, he killed his son. Later, he turned it into a level 7 peak dragon descendant giant corpse demon. That corpse demon is now stationed at the Starfire Wizard Academy. Its main duty is to protect the safety of teachers and students. Later, Levi made a non-transactional deal with Mr. Magma Dragon. Levi obtained the method for planting demon dragon grass. Mr. Magma Dragon hoped that when Levi had the ability, he would eliminate this dragon abomination casually. Levi, in the past, was insignificant in front of Porphinus. Now he has the confidence to swing his sword at him. This battle, he has awaited for a long time. He said he would reunite the dragon descendant giant corpse demon family of 3, and he would do as he promised. Once preparations were complete, the demon hunting quartet ascended to the high heavens, their figures disappearing. Levi waved to Miss Lucy standing below. Lucy smiled slightly, waved back. Duke Rumen drifted over and exhaled a smoke ring. If I may ask boldly, Levi, are you quite familiar with Lucy? Levi smiled. I suppose so. The lady has been kind to me. I see. By the way, now that the Duke has advanced to the 9th circle, are you still interested in learning the path of knights? I have some ideas, but my previous interest was more about asking for my daughter. The Duke has a daughter. Not yet, but I plan to have one in the future. Alright then, if my daughter lacks wizarding talent, I will have her follow you to practice the night technique. How about that? That wouldn't be a problem. By the way, if I may boldly ask, what is the breathing technique of your family called? The Holy Dragon Breathing Method. Holy Dragon. I recall that being the royal breathing technique of the former Dragon Empire. I am indeed a royal descendant, but I was taken to the wizard world when I was young, and have never practiced the Path of Knights. Later, our noble line was persecuted due to royal power struggles, so we distanced ourselves from the Dragon Empire and went north, helping the Emerald family establish the Emerald Kingdom. I haven't paid much attention to things afterward. It seems the family has long perished. I haven't been very concerned with these mundane matters. In fact, if I hadn't seen your achievements, I wouldn't be interested in the Holy Dragon bloodline within me. That is quite a shame. If I am not mistaken, the original name of the Holy Dragon is the Light Holy Ancient Dragon, a rare mythical level giant dragon of the Holy Light series from ancient times. In other words, as long as one continually practices and breaks through its limits, this is a breathing technique that leads directly to the 10-level realm. You, sir, truly are a master of the Path of the Knights. I don't even know as much about my family breathing technique as you do, Duke Rumen said with eyes glowing with admiration. In my early years, I arranged for the Dusk Holy Temple to collect and imprint various breathing techniques to ensure their preservation, so I know a bit of many breathing techniques. After the fall of the Dragon Empire, we immediately found the original Holy Dragon breathing method and copied it to pass it down, Levi said. Before leaving, I also imprinted the Holy Dragon breathing method into my mind, but have never practiced it, which is somewhat regrettable, Duke Rumen sighed. Therefore, I suggest that the Duke practice it when you have time. If I am not mistaken, are you a reincarnated legendary wizard? Now you are in the Great Wizard realm, so practicing a night breathing technique might not be too difficult. Duke Rumen just smiled without confirming or denying it. I will try to pick it up and see, haha. The reason Levi persuaded the Duke to pick it up is also for the consideration of passing down the Holy Dragon breathing method. Currently, the Night Temple has achieved a relatively high success rate in night practice bloodline transplants. Many ancient breathing techniques whose lineages have died out are starting to show new life. For example, the Undying Bird breathing technique and Red Lotus breathing technique have seen individuals with artificial night bloodlines successfully embark on the path of cultivation. However, there hasn't been a success with the Holy Dragon breathing method yet. The scarcity of Light Element Dragon clan members containing Light Holy Ancient Dragon bloodline is one reason. Another reason is that there have been no successful cases of such bloodline transplants. Chapter 2578. Now there is a ready opportunity. Naturally, I do not want to miss it. He has had quite a few dealings with Duke Rumen and deems him worth befriending. If he could bring him into the Dusk Sanctuary, it would also bolster the knight's reputation. Duke Rumen turned to Levi, his expression curious. By the way, Sir Levi, do you not have any offspring yet? Levi shook his head. Not yet. Do you prefer sons or daughters? Duke Rumen continued. Levi kept his voice neutral. Either is fine. I prefer girls. I want a daughter in the future. Duke Rumen smiled. Levi leaned back, a playful glint in his eyes. Were you possibly a legendary, which in your past life, Duke? Duke Rumen's eyes twinkled. Did you guess that too? Perhaps they were well acquainted, or perhaps his strength was sufficient and he needed not to fear much. Duke Rumen dropped the mask and revealed his true identity. In his past life, he was a legendary witch from the Burning School of Thought, the master of star smoke. Initially, he still wanted to be a woman in this life. However, he discovered Duke Rumen's body had excellent initial talents, suitable for dual cultivation. He decided to play a male character. All the glory of the past life is now just fleeting clouds. Duke Rumen laughed, his tone light and carefree. During the journey, the two conversed pleasantly, further solidifying their relationship. Levi's confidence grew regarding bringing him into the Dusk Sanctuary as a knight. Initially, the three Grand Wizards were worried that Levi might struggle to keep up with their traveling speed. Duke Rumen even thought to give Levi a lift. However, they ultimately found that it was Levi who arrived first at the Cold Mountain world. This is a large world. The inhabitants here are the Bitter Cold clan, a medium to high civilization. The clan leader, the Bitter Cold Sage, has a good relationship with the Wizard Council and is himself a level 9 expert. The Congress is constructing a Stargate, and the Bitter Cold Sage supports it vigorously, coordinating at a national level. If the Stargate is completed, it would facilitate a joint battle against demons between the two realms. Otherwise, without waiting for plain convergence, the Cold Mountain world might already be doomed. The Bitter Cold Sage wears coarse cloth, his form slender, his whole body seemingly carved from ice crystals. Thank you all for visiting. The Bitter Cold world is saved. He took Duke Rumen's hand, his voice trembling with excitement. The Grand Wizards briefly introduced themselves. Upon seeing Levi, only at the level 8 peak realm, the Bitter Cold Sage paused. Who is this? The enemy has level 9 middle stage strength. This friend likely will not be involved in the action, right? He is the Dusk Palace Master, Lady Molly stated simply. The Bitter Cold Sage's eyes widened. Then indeed, I have eyes but fail to see Mount Tai. Here I greet the Dusk Palace Master, defeating level 9 demons with an 8th level body, truly impressive. He naturally knew of the Dusk Palace Master's name. Levi bowed his head. You have flattered me, Elder. After some pleasantries, Duke Rumen checked the sky. No time to lose. Take us to the Star Gate. All right, follow me, everyone. Soon, the group arrived at an underground world. Here stood a towering black giant gate 10,000 meters tall. Blue star points flickered on the door, like a sky full of stars. This Star Gate has always been guarded personally by me, and it is already halfway through construction, the bitter cold sage explained. Duke Rumen nodded. We are aware. Please continue to guard it, bitter cold sage. We will lay traps outside the cold mountain world, and strive to catch the demons all in one go. Then, the four began assigning tasks. Lady Molly, proficient in arrays, was responsible for setting up surveillance and traps around the world to prevent the dragon from escaping. The Ice Sea Witch and Duke Rumen were the main forces against the dragon. Levi took charge of raid formation and handling emergencies. Once the preparations were complete, they awaited the dragon's arrival. Land of Darkness. Around a giant abyss well, numerous demon mountains stood like barracks surrounding it. The highest demon mountain, 10,000 miles high, was the site of Commander Pazuzu. His expression remained somber. Damn Underworld clearly came prepared, pretending neutrality to make us relax vigilance and defense, but secretly already prepared many means against the abyss. The Shadow Demon Queen stood beside him. The second round of abyss summoning has already begun. I will also allocate some shadow demons from the shadow world. However, rallying the main force dispatched to the panplane outside of Nora is somewhat challenging. Is it because of Zerg? Yes. The abyss will is chaotic. Even for great lords like them, communication is difficult. This posed a huge challenge to unified scheduling, otherwise, the blood battle would not be so chaotic and scattered. On the other hand, some powerful abyss lords always fought independently, never united. For example, the All-Worlds Destroyer, Zerg. Although he restarted for certain reasons, he is now at the level 9 late stage. His prestige among the flame demons remains at the absolute top level. Flame demons, as an important race of abyss demons, have always been the main force in the blood battle. Currently, only a legion under the command of the flame demon tyrant has arrived at Nora. The other flame demons are still elsewhere, or have not come out from the abyss. Mobilizing them would require Zerg, the flame demon emperor, to step in. The problem is that Zerg is arrogant and rebellious, utterly uncooperative. Recently, he even fought against the Dusk Sun God with his level 9 body, fled in defeat, and has since been missing. Pazuzu spoke in a deep voice. I will personally communicate with Zerg. He is the Wind Demon Lord, whose status is similar to the Fire Demon Lord, Zerg. Shadow Demon Queen nodded. If Zerg could also join this battlefield, our plan to annex Nora would go much smoother. Pazuzu turned to her. What is happening on the Succubus Queen's side? Why has she not left the abyss, losing a mere incarnation, truly scared by the Mother River? Scared to show up. Chapter 2579. One of the commanders spoke, its voice dripping with irritation. It said it has an urgent matter to attend to, cannot detach for a while, and will arrange for the subordinate lords to support us. The Master of Rainbows and the Lord of Star Devouring have already agreed to join the blood battle. Another figure shifted, shadows crawling across its skin. What about the 657th layer, Eternal Slumber Celestia? Is it coming? It is asleep. It seems to encounter some trouble on the side of the nightmare world. What is going on? It is contending with the Lost Monarch. The group grew silent for a moment before another voice cut through the dark. What about the 663rd layer, Fallen Starlord Ogrian? Is it not coming? It is not coming. It says the time is not right. What counts as the right time? It says it has to wait until it advances to level 11. The table shook as a fist struck the stone surface. Why does it not just die? We have always suffered losses in astrology, constantly losing to wizards in intelligence warfare. Otherwise, we would not be forced into passivity despite having superior troop strength. Back then, when Sauron invaded the abyss, it seemed to stay on the 663rd layer the longest. Could it be the fallen Star Lord was turned by Sauron? That is unlikely. I see it as just purely afraid of death. The Shadow Demon leaned forward, its eyes narrowing. And that Dusk Palace Master. Recently, he slain level 9 fish demon Zagusta. If not eliminated soon, the situation will become increasingly unfavorable for us. You are right. So, how about getting rid of him? In my view, level 9 demons can no longer eliminate him. We need to dispatch level 10 demons, enduring the risk of being killed to take forceful action. Even if it is a 1-for-1 trade, it is worth it. After all, if the Dusk Palace Master grows up, he will at least equal 3 legendary wizards. The worst case is Nora having another top figure like Sauron. Indeed, how about you taking care of this matter? You are the Shadow Demon, best at assassination. The chances of completing the task successfully are the highest among us. The Shadow Demon flickered, its form unsteady. Well, Chief Commander, I was severely wounded by Edmund recently, and not fully recovered yet. While the two Blood Battle High officials discussed their next move, in another part of the Land of Darkness, the Demon Mountain stood like a jagged tooth piercing the sky. At the mountain peak, the dark dragon spread wings that blotted out the sun, raising an endless dark storm as it flew toward the horizon. The presence of the copper giant mother, standing 3 miles tall, surfaced behind the beast. Phineas, remember to return safely. Do not bite off more than you can chew. I understand, madam. Nora Calendar 1107, Blood Battle 895 years. Outside Gondor City, the air shimmered with the clash of demonic aura and spells. A new round of defensive battles began. Since that wave of fierce attacks, demons had not completely abandoned their invasions. They still dispatched demon lords leading ash demons to harass various regions of Nora. Important facilities and personnel gathering areas remained the main targets. Gonda City held 3 major industry bases: Fire Dragon Sky Work, Gandalf Pharmaceutical, and the Dawn Tower Array. Their importance spoke for itself. Recently, the Demon Intelligence Department learned that Gonda City Lord Lucian was in seclusion, preparing for advancement to 8-ring perfection. Currently, no level 8 late-stage combat strength remained within the city. The demon army decided to take military action immediately, launching a surprise attack. As expected, Lucian did not appear. Inside Gonda City, countless wizards felt the crushing weight of the siege. On the wizard side, only one ordinary 8-ring deputy city lord, Soraya Witch, remained to hold the line. "Madam, what should we do? Should we awaken the city lord?" the Gonda City army commander asked, his voice trembling. "Not for the time being. The array can still hold for some time. The Congress has already dispatched troops via the continent bridge to support us." Soraya gazed at the dark wave, unable to hide her worry. Lucian remained at the crucial moment of refining the sun-refining artifact, and could not be disturbed. To her knowledge, the Gondar 3 heroes also seemed to be in seclusion, advancing to 8 rings. After entrusting the mountain giant wizard group to Laplace, Soraya devoted herself to cultivation in seclusion. She possessed talent as a child of the earth element, but before breaking through the 8 rings, she had already entered the twilight of her life. Her talent was limited, and she had led the group into battles for years, suffering several serious injuries. Recovering the spiritual origin also wasted a significant amount of time. If she could not break through, she would perish within a few hundred years. Fortunately, she had hunted demons for years, accumulating considerable war merits. The Congress also gave her substantial compensation for military injuries. Exchanging for a random sun-refining artifact years ago, she decided on one last attempt. Unexpectedly, she randomly obtained the Earth Faction Earth God Shield. It served as a lifesaver. She had already refined 2 paths from the Earth God series of Morning Star and Bright Moon artifact. Now, she barely possessed the complete Earth God body. This allowed Soraya to seize the momentum, advancing to the 8 environments, rekindling her vigor. Unfortunately, she refined the oddity a bit late. Now, she had only about 1,000 years of lifespan remaining, and the hope of advancing to 9 rings remained slim. But Soraya felt content. Her life journey brought no regrets. Whatever realm she could reach from now on, she would give her best effort. After the 8 rings, she volunteered for aiding Lucio in Gonda City. Unexpectedly, after a few days of assuming office, she encountered such a severe situation. A level 8 middle stage Sky Anger demon broke through the combat array block, hammering toward the barrier. Soraya raised her hand, launching a dirt yellow giant shield shadow with a diameter of over 10 kilometers. The shield surface appeared pitted, resembling a turtle shell. This served as the Earth God series artifact special spiritual creature, excelling in absolute defense. Bang! The giant shield briefly deflected the hammer, securing the barrier. A magnificent sky-high yellow robe phantom emerged behind Soraya. The phantom raised a hand, and dozens of earth yellow mountain peaks formed, crashing toward the battlefield. Inside the barrier, relying on the special spiritual creature and projection, she barely resisted the harassment of 4 level 8 demons. Chapter 2580. She summoned the Star Castle driver. According to the Star Castle bill, I must urgently activate the captain's authority to start the Star Castle. If support cannot arrive within half a day, I will use the captain's authority to evacuate everyone with the Star Castle and abandon Gondar City. Time passed, and the situation became increasingly unfavorable. A level 8 demon broke through the battle group's blockade and attacked at the edge of the barrier. Soraya stepped forward to block it. Suddenly, a chilling sensation surged. A streak of amethyst light flashed across the sky dome, falling like a meteor. Soraya only had time to shield herself with the Earth God's projection. The mightily defensive Earth God projection was torn apart and crumbled into invisible earth elements. With this buffer, Soraya's body transformed into a vast sandstorm, scattering with the wind. The sandstorm condensed within the barrier. The entire Gondar city seemed to tremble a few more times. Great cracks radiated outward for hundreds of miles. In the giant pit, an imposing amethyst race bearing the aura of a level 8 middle stage expressed surprise. She actually evaded it. It was Basehan, a notorious criminal. The recent move of the holy skill Instant Star Skyfall was a newly created assassination divine skill by the Amethyst Saint. It could unleash a fierce blow from the sky with untraceable swiftness. Previously, this move had instantly killed an 8th circle wizard and a 7th circle supernova. Soraya's face turned serious, her breaths rapid. This amethyst race is truly treacherous, launching a sneak attack while I was entangled with the demon. If not for the protection of the Earth God's shadow, even with my quasi-elemental holy body, I might not have survived that blow. Having missed a strike, Basehan suddenly soared into the sky. It retreated decisively because it had seen too many teammates fall due to greed. Soraya did not intercept it. The main conflict now was with the demon. The Council of 10,000 Clans ambush was secondary. Since you are here, stay. An ethereal voice came from the Dawn Tower. 13 beams of starlight shot up, entering the infinite expanse. At that moment, the sky dome seemed like a pond into which firecrackers were thrown. At first, ripples gently swayed. Then, one by one, the starry projections began to light up. Above thousands of miles in the sky, due to Nora's expansion, Even thousands of miles did not reach the crystal wall. In the wind disaster stratum, Basin's embarrassed figure emerged. How is it possible? Attacking me from thousands of miles away. Could it be that level 9 has acted? Basin looked around, finding endless walls of sword chi made of starlight surrounding it. They pressed in, shattering everything in their path. Holy skill stacking mountains. Basin collided its fists, virtually gripping 2 purple mountain projections, then explosively released them. Amethyst light waves cracked the starlight walls, just about to break. Such methods. Is it the Dawn Divine Sword Victor? Has he ascended to 8th circle? Basin shot out, punching the sword chi city wall. Accompanied by a piercing cutting sound, its indestructible purple crystal body was covered in sword marks, the pain intense. But the starlight city wall also collapsed. Basin's figure flashed, about to leave. Suddenly, a heat wave swept in, and it looked up, witnessing a shocking scene unfold. A gigantic volcano, towering at 10,000 meters, fell from the sky, burning everything in its path. Holy skill mountain collapse. Basin's body tightened like a bow. Its knotted purple muscles struck out. The volcano was knocked flying, but it had not had time to breathe. Behind it, at some point, appeared a stern and coarse fire god projection. The fire god beckoned, conjuring a blazing greatsword projection from the volcano. The greatsword slashed at Basin's chest, sending it flying. In the west of the sky, endless golden light rained down on the heavens. An empress projection in golden robes broke through the clouds and descended. The empress gazed at the land with soft eyes, an ancient yet grand bronze longsword surfacing above her head. Sword chi swallowed the sun and moon. Golden spear iron horse lined the camp. Sword chi like the Milky Way spanned the sky, arriving in an instant. The unavoidable Basin could only use its body to withstand the strike. Inside Gonda City, the pupils of Soraya and the other wizards reflected the dazzling golden light and the vast fiery clouds from the heavens, presenting a breathtaking sight. Victor, Ace. When did they close retreat? Did Gondif also close retreat? Above the high heavens, Basin's body crumbled, purple light filling the air. Figures appeared in the east and west. The western figure wore a white robe, black hair flowed, eyes bright as stars, akin to a true immortal in the human realm. The eastern figure donned a purple robe, violet hair flamboyant, a holy dragon projection coiled, hand holding the ice and fire tower. They both radiated level 8 early stage aura. Snow King, Zurong Mountain, Suenyun Sword, Golden Emperor, Fire God, Golden God. Special spiritual creatures and divines projections surrounded them like heavenly troops and generals. But the most captivating elements were the Grand Tebe Gold Star Wizard forms and the encompassing purple extreme Holy Dragon. Great, great. 2 supernovas. This trip is truly worth it. Basin licked its lips, eyes glittering, strategizing to break free. Victor waved his hand. 13 beams of starlight emerged from Tebe Gold Star, sword chi galloping like meteors. The Holy Infant sacrificed the ice and fire tower. At the tower's top, the magnificent Purgatory 9 Dragon umbrella spun. From top to bottom, each layer bore the radiance of impressive 7-ring top-grade wizard tools. The Frost Sky 7 Feather Fan, Crimson Dragon Ring, Extreme Fire Wheel, and Red Infant Sword. This is no ordinary wizard tower, but a true Duobeo King Tower. Endless flames and winter frost resonant with the song of ice and fire resounded through the 9 heavens. Chapter 2581. Sword Chi Echoes. Ice and fire resonate. Boom. A splendid saturation attack engulfed Basehan. Holy Spirit skill. Ancient crocodile flipping sky. Roar. Terrifying purple light surged forth, dispelling numerous spells. A purple giant crocodile, thousands of meters long, emerged into the sky. It was covered in wounds, its scales shattered, and its bloody maw aimed to bite Ace. Lord Victor remained calm, lightly tapping his fingers. No wonder it is so troublesome. It turns out to be a genius of the Amethyst race mastering the Holy Spirit skill. Divine Falling Star 3000 Worlds Destruction. This is the strongest sword move he has created, based on the 3000 World Tribulation. It is the strongest strike. One by one, sword chi stars take shape. They blink in the path of the giant crocodile, then explode with a roar. Basin went berserk, breaking through 2,999 worlds. Finally, its movement ceased, eyes gazing at the unreachable Holy Infant. A difference of 1 star, like a sky chasm. Muscle giant Snow King punched, shattering its already worn-out body. The giant crocodile faded, purple light like snow, condensing into a purple crystal with a diameter of about 5 meters, shining brightly. Basin perished. The Holy Infant put away the purple crystal, smilingly murmuring, just after breaking through the 8 circle, how generous of the Amethyst race, to offer weapon refinement materials. How could they know I have a batch of 7-ring top-grade magical artifacts needing advancement? Lord Victor retracted his secret sword. Let us eliminate those demons first. The duo stepped into the void, disappearing without a trace. Inside Gondor City, Soraya gazed at the disappearing purple light in the sky. An Amethyst race of level 8 middle stage was killed just like that. Judging by the Amethyst race's sneaky attack on herself, its true power nearly approached an 8-circle perfection wizard. Lord Victor and Ace, these 2 supernovas, upon advancing, could jointly kill their foe. Their strength is truly unimaginable. Since the blood battle began, the world's assessment of prodigious wizards mainly consists of genius, top genius, and supernova, these three tiers. Yet little does anyone know that there is also an evaluation system for supernovas within the Congress officially. The third tier is the pinnacle of top geniuses, like the Gonda 3 heroes, during the 7 Circle period. The second tier is legendary wizard reincarnation. Finally, there is the unique tier 0 candidate, the Dusk Palace Master. His situation is special, already beyond the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements, generally incomparable to others. Turns out, Ace and Lord Victor already show momentum nearing the second tier. Thinking of this, Soraya recalled Gondaf. He is also one of the 3 heroes, always neck and neck with the other 2. If he advances to 8 Circle, does he also have such potential? Boom. On the plains, the ice and fire tower crashed into the demon military formation, the shockwave crushing a large group of demons. In the Holy Infant's hands, Fire Dragon Tribulation transformed into a regal fire god roving the skies. Terrifyingly large-scale explosive output caused demons to die in heaps. Arrogant. A number of level 8 demons attacked, surrounding the Holy Infant. Lord Victor, seated high in the sky, pointed distantly, aiding the Holy Infant's breakout. Soraya shouted, "Charge out!" More wizards joined the battlefield. Soon after, the official wizard battle group arrived. The demon alliance swiftly crumbled, either perishing or fleeing. The crisis at Gondar City finally dissolved. After sending the official wizard group away, Soraya approached Ace. "Thank you both. It is nothing. Even without us, Gondar City could stand firm." This time the official wizard group arrived very timely. This is the significance of the Continent Bridge plan. The wizards in the city gazed at them with eyes either envious, respectful, or grateful. Voices of thanks rose one after another. The Holy Infant and Lord Victor smiled as they left the crowd, returning to their respective homes. They have already broken through for a while now, merely consolidating their realm, not revealing to the outside world. The time just after advancement is the busiest. They were refining previously acquired oddities, reforging wizard tools, arrays, secret swords, and more. Once these are digested, their strength can go even further. Meanwhile, at Gandalf Potion Store, Gondaf, shirtless with a muscular upper body, meditated with closed eyes. Mysterious dragon and snake runes flowed over his whole body. New runes sprouted, expanded, like multiplying cells, merging into every corner of his body. Although witch marks were unnecessary, Gondafa's cultivation was even harder compared to Victor and the Holy Infant. Otherwise, body refinement would not have been eliminated so quickly. Advancing to 8 Circle requires condensing 100 million dragon and snake runes. He now has only 1 million left to complete. The newly acquired 1,000-eyed Titan body tempering technique has yet to begin cultivation. After advancing to the 8th Circle, refining also and refining body artifacts, then cultivate with the even more advanced dragon elephant holy body, achieving twice the results with half the effort. When the battle to defend Gondar City concluded, in the distant cold mountain world, an even grander battle was unfolding simultaneously. Within the storm array capable of world destruction, a black demon dragon, whose wings seemed like clouds drooping from the heavens, roared, "You dare ambush me?" In 3 directions around the dragon, 3 figures appeared. Duke Ruman, Lady Molly, Icy Witch. "Cut the nonsense, face your death." Duke Ruman puffed his cigar, snapped his fingers. Colossal fire god and earth god projections emerged from both sides. Behind them, a planetary phantom with 100 li diameter appeared majestically. 32nd on the wizard's ranking. Star Furnace. Ranking so highly after the golden era began, the power of this wizard form can be imagined. Lady Molly's back bore a sparkling star like golden storm, constantly shifting. 56th on the wizard's ranking. Star Nebula Storm. Chapter 2582. More spirit creatures, like feathered serpents hundreds of miles long, surrounded the wind god projection, hidden within the storm. The quantity of other accompanying spirit creatures proved astonishing. The witch form of the IC, which stood even more magnificent. A shifting world phantasm appeared in the starry sky, cycling between ice and ocean states. Giants galloped through it. Sea beasts roamed. Birds soared to the sky. All creatures competed freely under the frosty sky. It stood at rank 36 on the wizard's ranking, the frost sky floating world. Beside her, various powerful oddities projected into the void, with spirit creatures circling. Levi stood in his hidden position, breathless at the sight. Lady Molly seems comparatively weaker. Perhaps she is not a legendary reincarnation, just favored by fortune in this era, or perhaps her previous life did not prepare sufficiently. After all, some legendary wizards fell unexpectedly, not from natural causes, leaving insufficient preparation time. A battle of earth-shaking proportions unfolded in the starry sky. Vast and unmatched power erupted. This marked Levi's first time witnessing such a large number of 9th Circle battles. Duke Ruman fought with the most ferocity. Behind him, the molten furnace stars continuously spewed hot magma. The fire god and earth god projections coordinated, one attacking while the other defended, forming a perfect array. With each move, innate spells of destroying heaven and earth burst forth. The frost sky floating world blocked the north. The star nebula storm arrayed in the south. A pillar of red flames and a blue castle sat in the east and west. These were the molten core pillar and the icy realm, the wizard towers of the Duke and Lady Molly. The design of wizard towers need not adhere to the traditional spire shape. Some wizards innovate, transforming them into styles they prefer. 2 wizard forms, 2 wizard towers, along with Lady Molly's crafted 9-ring 1000 wind locking array, made it so that Phineas, even at the level 9 middle stage, could not escape the trap. Not long after the battle began, Phineas fell into a disadvantage. This did not happen because Phineas lacked strength. In fact, according to what Levi knew, if one tracked the lineage of the Dark Dragon, its ancestor was the Blood Dark Dragon, king of the ancient Twin Dragons era. One must not be prideful. The level 9 demon I defeated cannot possibly compare to this. This is the might of a legendary reincarnation. The words escaped Levi's lips. This battle seemed to have little to do with him. These three joining hands could easily kill Phineas. Lucy mentioned that the war merit rewards for this battle based on performance ranged from 1 billion to 1.5 billion. Even acting as a lookout earned him a steady 1 billion. The Congress treated him so well that Levi felt somewhat unaccustomed. Relying on the unhidden secret for an extremely large range of perception, Levi kept a vigilant watch in all directions. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Within the full rune, a scene emerged. A giant of 10,000 feet stepped through the starry sky. It stood clad in bronze armor, with muscles knotted, and a chest towering like a mountain. The lord of the 69th layer of the abyss, the mother of copper giants, Modanaz. Why is it here too? This intelligence contained no mention of its presence. This copper giant possessed the strength of a level 9 early stage, but its power far exceeded the level 9 fish demon suppressed by Nora. It stood as Phineas's madam, likely coming to save him. I cannot let this giant disrupt the proceedings, else this effort might prove in vain. Ninth circle battles could let the enemy escape with slight variables. Levi focused his mind, sending a telepathic message to the three legendary wizards. I sense the mother of copper giants has arrived. I will intercept it. You seniors focus on killing Phineas and then assist me. Against such a formidable foe, he did not wish to act bravely. His tactic involved delaying as much as possible, with safety as the priority. What? Duke Rumen sounded slightly surprised. Clearly, the giant's appearance took them by surprise as well. He marveled at Levi's terrifying perception ability, because none of the three grand wizards had detected the approaching enemy. Be careful. We will solve this battle swiftly to aid you. If necessary, lure the giant here. Though handling two simultaneously remains challenging, we can ensure your safety. The IC Witch offered the advice. Before arriving, the Supreme Council had instructed the three to safeguard Levi's well-being. I have a spare 8-ring array here, named Despair Wind Valley, which I used before I ascended as a Grand Wizard. It can also trouble a level 9. Take it with you. I recall you are also an array wizard. Lady Molly gestured, and a stream of light flew to Levi's palm. Thank you, madam. After Victor and the Holy Infant reached the 8 layers, his 18 layers of Hell array began refinement as well. With the foundation Levi left, the form would not take long to appear. Given his array knowledge, after just a glance, he knew roughly how to use this array. Yet comprehending it thoroughly required long-term study. As he prepared to move, another stream of light flew over. It consisted of armor burning with blue flames. The high, bulging chest plate indicated it suited females. This is a 9-level treasure, Star Smoke armor, which I used in a previous life. You do not mind cross-dressing, do you? Ha ha ha, just joking. It can freely change its appearance. Duke Rumen's voice resonated. Levi wasted no time, receiving it promptly. Whoosh. Another stream of light came. Levi opened his palm, revealing a deep blue scroll. On it sat ultimate complex spell runes. Finally, it depicted a giant whale leaping across the ocean. This scroll possessed such powerful aura that Levi's cultivation and spiritual force found it hard to gaze directly at it. This is the legendary magic scroll Sky Whale Sea Splitting, given to me by a senior for protection. Use it if you face insurmountable danger. However, I reckon, given your strength, it will not come to that. If unused, just return it to me. The IC Witch's voice carried through. Levi's hand trembled slightly as he held the scroll. Senior, this truly is not right. He dared accept a 9-level treasure, but this legendary magic scroll truly shocked him. Using this could kill a god. The pricelessness of this remained imaginable. From what he knew, while numerous legendary wizards emerged in the wizard world, legendary magic scrolls circulated rarely. Most likely, they stood as the Congress's ultimate trump cards. Crafting one required enormous materials and cultivation costs. Even a legendary reincarnation might only reserve 1 or 2 before their end. It is just in case. You are unlikely to use it. Go on quickly. Hearing the IC Witch's words, Levi put away the scroll and set off promptly. With so many trump cards in hand, even if gods came, he would still put up a fight. Chapter 2583. The land of darkness stretched out. Levi walked the path, the words of the IC Witch looping in his mind. Sky Whale Sea Splitting. He remembered a legendary which in the history of the Congress called the Master of Whale Ruins. Perhaps she was the reincarnation of the IC Witch, the predecessor mentioned by the IC, which was definitely her own past life. When she handed this shifting scroll to Levi, she had already prepared to reveal her past identity. Such trust from his seniors stirred his cold, dormant heart. All of this stemmed from the battle prowess he displayed. Ever since he reversed the battle against a level 9 demon with his level 8 body, his life seemed to have unlocked a new cheat. The attitude of those big figures toward him shifted. Even the hostility of the Golden Walker seemed somewhat vague. This feeling was exhilarating. On the other side, the mother of Copper Giant felt a surge of anxiety. Like the legendary Kwafu chasing the sun, it sped through deep space. After Phineas left home, the creature felt restless. The journey might not be smooth. It tracked Phineas all the way here. In the distance, it sensed terrifying battle fluctuations. Phineas had likely fallen into a trap set by the wizards. It rushed forward to save the arrogant pure-blooded dragon. Times had changed. The underworld was reclaiming the authority the abyss once took. Even if Phineas consumed the abyss heart, his death would be permanent. Thinking of this, the giant sped up. Suddenly, the void ahead rippled. A figure descended from the sky. Levi drew out the crimson dragon slash, and the nine-colored emperor rose behind him. Standing firm and unyielding, Levi blocked the path. Lady Modanaz, this path is blocked. Modanaz frowned, looking at the tiny figure. Dusk Palace Master, are you going to stop me? Phineas fell into your trap. Face me in battle, Levi commanded. Modanaz sneered. Do you really think killing Zagusta allows you to compete with a level 9? Get out of the way. I do not want to deal with you today. A sword chi as dazzling as the Milky Way cut through the air. Modanaz swatted casually, shattering the energy. It stomped the ground, its fury soaring to the heavens. Armor pieces resembling those of an ancient general floated onto its body. The physical defense of the copper giant surged. Vast power of the metal element gathered, forming a spear in its grasp. Since you insist on seeking death, I will not refuse your head as a trophy. The bounty on Levi from the demons had risen. The basic reward had been upgraded from a level 9 abyss heart to a level 10 core of the abyss. Additional rewards included a lord position after the 300th layer of the abyss. Before the 666th layer of the abyss, many layers lacked masters. Lords had fallen or had not yet grown. The spear swept forward, tearing a void rift 1,000 miles long toward Levi. Facing such an enemy, Levi went all out from the start. Eternal Star Abyss flew out, standing tall among the stars. The giant dragon corpse demon circled behind Modanaz. Such a great chest, such a fine rear, it would be a waste not to use it as a breeding body. Master, this female giant's beautiful body is mine. The heroine of my new book is a female giant, perfect for inspiration. Mary maneuvered the corpse demon for a sneak attack. Modanaz turned and punched, colliding with the dragon claw. Its form recoiled slightly, but the corpse demon went flying. The gap in strength remained significant. Modanaz was an old-fashioned level 9. Levi estimated its strength akin to a demon lord commanding a 3-layer demon domain. Mary's half-baked giant dragon corpse demon served only for harassment, but the real damage had to come from him. Eternal Star Abyss, 8,000 worlds. In the dark void, 8,000 ceiling stars lit up. The starry sky adorned the void, and starlight descended. Intricate and covering the sky, the starlight giant net pressed down. Modanaz ignored it, stepping straight to Levi. The spear swept. Levi barely dodged. The shockwave shattered a massive meteorite several hundred miles in diameter. The starlight giant net enveloped Modanaz, temporarily restricting its actions. Levi unleashed the secret word of destruction. At the same time, the 9-colored emperor descended, holding a Chaos Sunday. Levi's 2 strongest killing moves appeared simultaneously. The secret word of destruction caused cracks to appear on the armor of Modanaz, yet the true flesh and blood body remained unharmed. Its defense matched the armored dragon. Crossing such a major realm made breaking defenses difficult. 8 circle-perfect wizards would fare even worse. The Chaos Sun shattered the outer shell and caused a large portion of its flesh to disintegrate. Writhing in pain, Modanaz tore apart the net, thrusting its spear at Levi. Bronze prison. To lock down Levi's movement, the giant used its spell-like ability. Metallic walls appeared in the void, enclosing Levi. Under immense pressure, even the quasi-elemental holy body struggled. Levi took the strike head-on. Mountains and seas may shift, but my body remains unmoved. Brilliant golden light descended, encircling Levi. Yet under the unstoppable spear strike, the Vajra secret word held briefly before shattering. Golden Dragon Frenzy, Heaven-Burning Crimson Emperor, Earth Dragon Barrier. Chapter 2584. Layer upon layer of Bloodline Dharma Idol, protective force field appeared and shattered swiftly. The momentum of the spear weakened step by step. Bang! All defenses were shattered completely. Bring it on. Levi took a deep breath, smashing his fist covered in golden scales against it. Subsequently, both the spear and Levi exploded into pieces, disappearing without a trace. Modanaz looked grave. Are you dead? The next moment, its expression changed, and it swung a punch to its side. The figure of the 9-colored emperor emerged, blocking with a giant shield, which was knocked far away by the mountain-sized fist. Roar. Little woman, you are mine. Giant dragon corpse demon lunged from the other side, tackling Modanaz to the ground. Blue flames appeared out of nowhere, forming a pillar of light that reached the sky. Levi, clad in the star smoke armor, descended as a heavenly deity. He looked like an evil spirit knight from hell, with blue fire soaring skyward, incredibly dashing. Chains engulfed in blue flames extended from the back of his armor, disappearing into the void. Unceasing power surged into Levi's body, intoxicating him. I feel invincible. Utilizing the corpse demon and emperor to create opportunities, he unleashed the most formidable sword chi, having completed the stack of 108 swords. Boom. The sword chi furrowed a noticeable gash on the 30,000-meter giant's true form. Flesh flew, revealing bones. Modanaz howled in agony, swinging its massive hand at Levi. Levi, using the thunder element formless, evaded the strike, circling to the back of the giant and slashed another sword. Accompanied by the clash of gold and iron, the sword chi collided with the layers of manifested and shattered back armor, sparks flying. The recent strike made Modanaz wary, specifically strengthening back defenses. Inwardly, Levi marveled, the star smoke armor is too powerful. After failing to confront Modanaz with his strength, he resorted to this rare treasure. He had previously feared the battle might damage this 9th level treasure. Now, it seemed he worried too much. The pure combat type treasure left by the legendary wizard for his future incarnation. How could it be ordinary? This rare treasure, even among the 9th level, is undoubtedly top quality, even top grade. Just from Levi's preliminary understanding, it holds 3 mighty functions. First, the ever-burning unique flames, named Star Blue Fire. This flame is even stronger than the Dark Death flame he obtained early on, capable of incinerating stars. Second, the strength enhancement, with those chains piercing the void, infusing the owner's body with the extraordinary power of stars for a temporary boost. Third, the formidable defense, needless to say. With this treasure aiding, he was full of confidence. Modanaz swung a punch, and Levi also punched back. Bam! The star blue fire spread to the giant's fist, beginning to burn. The giant's hard armor showed signs of melting. Boasting of rare treasure's benefits, die. Modanaz swept away the flame. It had lost its rationality, the furious power of the golden element transforming into swords, spears, and halberds bursting forth. Levi dodged while attacking. Occasionally, attacks landed on him, blocked by the layers of defense and the star smoke armor. They posed no deadly threat to Levi. Giant dragon corpse demon, 9-colored emperor, and the wizard tower formed a siege around Modanaz. Occasionally, summoned creatures like spiritual weapon, Maya, and thunder ghost would disturb, only to be slapped away by the giant. Levi maneuvered around the giant, muttering incantations. Array items flew out one by one, transforming into light as they pierced the void. Modanaz pursued Levi as if swatting a fly. Unknowingly, it was already surrounded by the Despair Wind Valley array. Whoosh! 2 towering wind walls emerged, forming a valley trap. The powerful wind pressure made Modanaz unstable, with wind blades slicing its hard skin, sparking. As mother of Copper Giant, it never expected that one day, it would be teased to such by a yet-to-be 9th level junior. With the array activating under layer upon layer of suppression, Modanaz could not fully exert its strength. Conversely, Levi, aided by the star smoke armor, became fiercer. Sword chi endlessly, flame dragons sweeping, lightning pillars descending from the sky. Various attacks continued incessantly, dazzling the eyes. Especially with Levi's attacks, due to the great Light King body, they all contained some light energy. This dealt critical damage to the giant-turned demonic creature. For many transcendent creatures, being demonized supposed to be a little stronger, equivalent to enhancing the original means with demonic aura. Yet, at this moment, under Levi's light energy, it weakened instead, completely suppressing its attributes. Modanaz roared, swinging fists and long legs, repeatedly blasting the corpse demon and wizard tower away. The corpse demon was already significantly damaged. Thankfully, the wizard tower, with its arrays, could dissipate the power and still hold up. The cost was a considerable number of level 5 shadows within the ceiling stars being shaken to death. Even some level 6 shadows also suffered severe damage or death, though their numbers were few. Of course, the main bearers of damage were the level 7 and level 8 shadows. After slaying Zagusta, Levi newly acquired a level 8 shadow. The 8 great Vidras, once again completed. Time ticked by. Levi roved around the battlefield's edge. He restrained the giant using various means, focusing on long-range attacks to wear down the opponent, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Behind him, the alluring yet sacred silhouette of the light goddess emerged, in her slender jade hand, holding the apparition of a whip composed of light worms. Whap, whap, whap. The bright whip whipped the giant's body through the air. Like hot oil dripping into water, it splashed numerous sparks, leaving streaks of blood marks. Not only that, Asile and Thunder God captured opportunities, divine lightning bursts, annihilating all. Chapter 2585. Modanaz roared in agony. Its appearance turned ferocious, with light and electric snakes intertwining on its demon body, lingering for a long time. Suddenly, it gazed into the distance, its mind filled with sorrow, as if sensing the painful screams of Phineas. Regaining its sanity, it burned the giant's blood, unleashing a terrifying metallic storm. The wizard tower, corpse demons, and others were swept away, toppling over. It ignored Levi, running towards that battlefield. Levi used the invisible secret word to catch up with it, then punched its back. Modanaz fell forward. With savage eyes, it glanced at Levi, stood up, and continued running forward. Stay here. Levi activated the Red Emperor domain, initiating multiple layers of power enhancement. His figure swelled, transforming into a mini-giant to grab the leg of Modanaz. Levi wrestled with the giant, not yielding an inch. Modanaz staggered and collapsed once again. Its fist slammed into Levi, but Levi held onto it without dodging or evading. The two tangled in the starry sky, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Blue fire and metal fused, with molten iron flowing. The female giant was scarred and battered, and Levi struggled as well. Fortunately, the star smoke armor and the wizard tower absorbed most of the attacks for Levi. Otherwise, even with the undying body, holding off the opponent under constant bombardment would have been difficult. Subtly, a mournful dragon's wailing echoed in his mind. Levi knew Phineas was dead. The female giant looked into the distance, her eyes trembling. Phineas is dead. All of you should die. Her towering rage erupted, venting towards Levi in front of her. The giant's blood within her burned fiercely. The already massive body of the giant swelled once more. 30,000 meters, 40,000 meters, 50,000 meters. Imagine a titan towering amidst the starry sky. Levi's eyes narrowed slightly, taking a deep breath. Forcing the mother of Copper Giant to such a state gave him reason to be proud. At this moment, the female giant's power rivaled a demon lord wielding the four-layered demon realm. The nine-colored emperor stood firm, and Levi's aura became overwhelming, his gaze resolute. Going all out? Burning your life force for ultimate ascension, then forgive me for not accompanying you. Levi activated the invisible secret word and streaked towards the side of Duke Rumen. Having fought and shown off, it was time to slip away. He worked for the Congress, so there was no need to risk his life. Modanaz was initially stunned, then flew into a rage, madly chasing after him. Seeing the stance of Levi, it thought the opponent was also going for ultimate ascension to fight it desperately. Who would have imagined he would be teased? In the cold mountain world, Duke Rumen and the others had just finished tidying up the aftermath when they saw two figures, one large and one small, rushing from the horizon. Seniors, I leave the next part to you. Levi's figure flashed, arriving directly behind Duke Rumen and the others, protecting them. At this moment, Modanaz had lost its sanity, launching a frenzied attack. Everyone, hold on a bit longer. Slaying two Abyss Lords today is quite a feat. 3 Grand Wizards advanced to engage, surrounding the female giant. Levi also dove in, diligently assisting. After all, these were crucial to earning evaluation points. With the combined efforts of 4, Modanaz also met its end. Its 5,000-meter demon body collapsed with a thunderous crash, shrinking like a deflated balloon. From an incomprehensible void dimension, a winding, flowing black river suddenly emerged. A king of the underworld riding a skeletal warhorse stepped forth, taking away the true soul of Modanaz. Among the many wizards present, Levi did not reveal Leon. Thanks everyone for your help. It was a pleasure working together. The king of the underworld greeted them cordially. Pleasure working together. Today, 2 level 9 demon lords were slain, including one at the level 9 middle stage. As the tension eased, everyone present showed signs of exhaustion. Let us head back home. Duke Rumen exhaled a smoke ring, leading everyone back to the cold mountain world. The side of the bitter cold sage was also full of demon corpses. The problem is solved. Let us build the Stargate soon, or traveling wastes too much time. Thank you all. When the Nora Council is established, I will certainly pay my respects. The cold mountain world gradually faded into the distance. Some walked side by side. Lady Molly, here is your array. A few spots are damaged, sorry about that. No worries, you can have it. I cannot accept this. This set, capable of momentarily trapping a level 9, held immense value. It was no less valuable than a sun-refining artifact or sacred medicine. No problem, take it. It is no longer useful to me, Lady Molly smiled. Unable to refuse, Levi accepted the absolute Wind Valley array. Thank you, my lady. If there is anything I can help with in the future, just let me know. Haha, no need for formalities. Rank up to the 9th circle first. Levi quietly returned the star smoke armor to Duke Rumen. Honestly, he liked this armor, even though it was designed for women. How was it? Useful? Duke Rumen smiled. Very useful. Without this armor, I would not have lasted so long. Forging this armor took a lot of effort from me as well. Speaking of which, Duke Rumen felt quite proud. According to him, he was a renowned exotic treasure forger in a past life. He even participated in forging a level 10 supreme treasure. Speaking of which, I once had a disciple with a good talent for forging oddities, but he unfortunately died young, fading into history. May I ask, Senior, what was the name of this disciple? Chapter 2586. Doster Karen. So it is him. You have heard of him? Yes. I once obtained some rare treasures forged by this master, which helped me get through the early difficult times. I was deeply impressed by him, and I also know that he left a branch of his family on the Yellow Earth continent, but they too vanished in the Dark Wizard War. Alas, time flies. Life is fleeting. Speaking of which, rare treasure forging is a thing of the past, and times are progressing. Except for certain specific scenarios, wizard tools are more in line with the development trend. Indeed, but rare treasures are still useful. What you have learned will surely shine brightly. Levi approached Duke Rumen and exchanged pleasantries, before he moved toward the Ice Sea Witch. Skywell Sea splitting, ruins fish sky opening. Are you the master of whale ruins? Yes. The Ice Sea Witch handed a scroll to him. This legendary scroll, you indeed do not need it. To use such a precious item on merely a level 9 demon would be an insult to the supernova name. Ha ha ha, you are finally not being modest. It seems you have studied ancient history quite a lot, recognizing this old one's title. You created the Long Whale series spell, a stunning talent, long famous through the ages. Past glories are nothing worth mentioning. In any case, thank you for trusting me, gifting me the legendary scroll for protection. There are others who trust you even more. Work hard and do not let them down. I understand. Nora Calendar 1108. Blood Battle Year 896. Miss Lucy stood at the door of the Blood Battle Command Center to welcome back the group of 4. Congratulations, Levi, on perfectly completing your first level 9 mission. Duke Rumen laughed. Thanks to the lady's intelligence. Molly nodded. More than that, Levi has overachieved. Upon completion of the mission, 2 billion war merits were credited to Levi's account. Under normal circumstances, he would have earned about 1 billion war merits for this battle. However, due to the variable of the Mother of Copper Giant, Levi's obstruction was credited, and since he contributed significantly, he ultimately reaped 2 billion. Following the Grand Wizard to earn war merits was far faster than hunting demons on his own. His total war merit reached 12 billion. Miss Lucy smiled. The Supreme Council is very satisfied with this mission. The demons lost 2 generals again, a considerable loss. Since it was a group task, the spoils were handed over to the Congress for official processing. Levi understood this. He already had 2 billion war merits, so he felt content. The other 3 Grand Wizards also received their respective rewards. For these pillars of the wizard world, the Congress naturally would not be stingy. In the land of darkness, Pazuzu paced the floor. What? Phineas and Motenaz have fallen? Yes, Lord Pazuzu. How did they die? Ambushed by wizards while on a mission. With the underworld entering the fray, the balance of the war seemed to be shifting. Once confident, Pazuzu was now somewhat unsettled. The rise of the Dusk Palace Master added fuel to the fire. Pazuzu realized that regardless of the cost, the Abyss must compress the front lines. Engaging in full scale meant the forces were too scattered, reducing the chances of victory. To tackle the tough bone that is Nora, the grand plan had to continue. Recruiting Sergard to join the Nora battlefield was imperative. 2 years later, Levi continued to roam the land of the 4 seas hunting demons, while awaiting new mission assignments from the Blood Battle Command Center. Before advancing to the 9th Circle, he needed to accumulate as many war merits and resources as possible. On the ancient dragon continent, Elena began her seclusion. Her witch mark neared perfection, and she stood on the verge of breaking through to the 8th Circle. Triss immersed herself entirely in the 1000-year potion project research. She felt enthralled by the ocean of pharmacy knowledge, unable to extricate herself. Working alongside a group of 9th Circle and legendary alchemists was the dream of countless pharmacists. In Gondar City, after the Holy Infant and Lord Victor stabilized their realms, they began refining the truth oddity they had previously accumulated. Before this, they went to the Blood Battle Temple to exchange the rewards for taking down Basehan. Thanks to the replenishment of the council treasury, there was no shortage of good items. Basehan's heinous crimes and formidable strength prompted a substantial bounty reward. There were shares for 2 Bright Moon level artifacts, just enough for each of them. Considering the supernova status of the Gondar 3 heroes, and their repeated meritorious defense of Gondar City, the responsible party made every effort to accommodate, allowing the 2 to personally choose their artifacts. The Holy Infant obtained a Bright Moon level artifact, the Red Dragon's Head. Previously, he had obtained 3 Red Dragon artifacts, completing 4/5 of the series. Victor acquired the Golden God's Chain, reaching 7/6 of the series' progress. Gondif made a final push. The 8-ring body refining was imminent. The 3 avatars waited for this moment, as the path to the 8 environments was clear. On this day, Levi opened the Blood Battle store, and his eyes sharpened. Level 9 Dark Dragon Demonized Bloodline Crystal, were merit required for exchange, 2.5 billion. This, he had initially intended to ask the Congress if the Dark Dragon Crystal could be sold externally. The Dark Dragon was known for its speed, and its bloodline crystal could be used as a material to evolve into an extreme darkness dragon. However, Miss Lucy had mentioned there was another use for the Dark Dragon Crystal. Levi did not pay much attention to it then. Unexpectedly, the Bloodline Crystal appeared in the Blood Battle store. Is the lady helping me save money by letting me exchange with war merits? Chapter 2587. Levi sat and pondered. The market price of a legendary Bloodline Crystal reached tens of billions of ether stones. He possessed the funds, yet he hesitated to spend such a staggering amount. A few days passed. Levi placed the newly exchanged Dark Dragon Bloodline Crystal into the purification pond. He checked his reserves. Only 9.5 billion war merits remained. Levi focused his attention on hunting demons. He tirelessly ventured into battlefields, searching for demons causing havoc in Nora. Wherever Dragon Kingly appeared, demons fled. Time flowed by, and 2 more years vanished. In the year 1112 of the Nora calendar, the blood battle had raged for 900 years. Nightmare World. Members of the Dragon Palace and the Dreamland Steeple gazed in awe at the red and black sky. Waves of energy storms swept out in all directions. At the center of the storm floated a massive black dragon, with a wingspan of tens of thousands of meters. The tyrant of horror roared with abandon, venting the frustrations of recent years. It roared into the sky. On this day, I have finally returned to the realm of the Nightmare Overlord. It had already passed the tribulation to reach level 9 once before, so this time the process felt second nature. Golden Spear and the faceless infant dragon, along with other Nightmare Dragon clan members, stood nearby, chests swelling with pride. One of the dragons shouted, "Congratulations to the great commander of the Dark Department." Another echoed, "Congratulations, Overlord." The tyrant laughed. "Our Dark Department is soaring." After the Flame Department, the Dark Department now boasted a second level 9 giant dragon, an impressive achievement indeed. At the end of the year, the performance assessment confirmed the Dark Department excelled further. Whether it was dragon scale fruit or 5 immortal liquid, the department distributed a bit more to everyone. Levi arrived immediately upon hearing the good news. He stood before the dragon. "Congratulations." The tyrant of horror lowered its head upon seeing its master. "My achievements today could not have happened without my master's nurturing. I invested considerable resources to ensure its promotion, so the creature spoke the truth." Levi nodded slightly. The extreme darkness enslavement effect remained in place. The tyrant of horror differed from the Flame King Dragon, for without this enslavement, the beast might turn against him. To remove the enslavement, it would take reaching level 9 to be prudent. Besides, Levi currently lacked nothing regarding enslavement slots, so they would deal with that when necessary. Now, among the 8 dragon guards, 2 possessed level 9 giant dragons. The strength of the Dragon Palace formed a significant force in the wizard world. Whenever outsiders spoke of the impressive ancient dragon continent, members of the Dreamland Steeple felt immensely proud inside. The world remained unaware that the most powerful organization under the Dusk Palace Master actually resided in the Nightmare World. Unfortunately, confidentiality agreements silenced them, leaving them feeling quite repressed. Land of Darkness. On a meteorite, a figure in a black robe awoke slowly. He rubbed his forehead, confused. He soon returned to normal and activated a projection. The image of the Dark Sun Sovereign shimmered into view. Were you captured by Edmund? The figure nodded. I believe so. How could you be so careless? The black-robed figure stood, pacing the small surface of the meteorite. Could it be that he grew stronger? Don't forget, I am just a 9th circle duplication. Why did he let you go? Have you already been controlled by him? In fact, I am not controlled. He asked me to tell you that he wants to make a bet with you. What is the bet? The bet concerns whether he will advance first, or you will become the sovereign of Nora. Humph, arrogant. Throughout the ages, countless level 10s have appeared in the multidimensional plane, but those who step into level 11 remain very few. Does he really think he has the capabilities of Sauron? The Dark Sun Sovereign's eyes remained gloomy. He initially thought Edmund would seize this opportunity to deal with Black Sunday. Unexpectedly, he let him go instead. This proved to be Edmund's strategic play. Fortunately, when the Black Sun incident occurred, he severed all ties with him. Otherwise, Edmund might have tracked him down through the connection with Black Sunday. Since becoming the Plane Sovereign, his strength had yet to reach his former peak. He relied only on his long lifespan to acquire unusual methods. In direct combat, he could not match the peak Edmund. In fact, among the ancients today, only the likes of the Old Codger, the Amethyst Saint, could compete with Edmund face to face. He could not leave the council of 10,000 clans. Adam spoke, his tone carrying a hint of bewilderment. What should I do now? The Dark Sun Sovereign looked at the projection. It is up to you. You are no longer related to me. You can now run to the wizard world and engage in bloodshed, or find a place for a secure life, studying spells. In any case, Adam, you are free. You can live for yourself, do whatever you want. He turned off the projection. Adam sat alone in a daze on the meteorite. Just moments ago, his authority in the Dark Temple underwent revocation. He also lost his hidden one seat in the Council of 10,000 Clans. He found himself all alone. Freedom, to follow one's heart. All along, he believed he existed as the unique Black Sunday. He thought he differed from ordinary wizards. But this recent action shattered his confidence and moral foundation at the hands of an 8th circle wizard. Adam sat desolate in deep space, watching the sun rise and set, watching the stars shift. A month later, with a wave of his wizard robe, his figure disappeared into the darkness. 5 years later, year 1117 in the Nora calendar, Blood Battle's 905th year, Gondo City, Fire Dragon Skywork. The Holy Infant checked his status. Spiritual force, 14,900 out of 24,300. The ice and fire divine body finally took shape. The Holy Infant felt the surging spiritual force and exhaled deeply. Recently, he refined the Frost God chapter, the sun refining artifact. His spiritual force leapt by 900 points. The birthed glorious sun grade frost talent, Frost God body, also merged into the ice and fire divine body. Now, his dual affinity talent, even if he pulled one out casually, matched a top-tier genius level. In addition, the Ice Dragon Prison talent also underwent metamorphosis. Arriving in the Nightmare World, the Holy Infant pointed with a finger. Chapter 2588. 8 ice dragons with claws and teeth bared spiraled out, spreading in all directions. Then, centered around him, an ice domain in the shape of an 8-petaled snowflake formed, radiating over 1,000 miles. Vaguely, it hinted at the mysterious and complex beauty of octograms, resembling an array. The world turned into ice and snow, cold and freezing. Any nightmare creature that stepped into it would quickly turn into an ice sculpture. The Holy Infant watched the spectacle, and mused that the Ice Dragon Prison now possessed a super-large attack range. The original ability to control still existed. Following this, the Holy Infant's thoughts moved, and he pointed again. This time, the Fire Dragon Tribulation roared out. In the next moment, high temperatures and ice reacted like a chain reaction, erupting violently. The superstorm of ice and fire double heaven formed, with the momentum to sweep around over 1,000 miles. The Holy Infant studied the devastation, and realized that the power was immense, already possessing half the power of the Victor Sword formation. The combination of Ice Dragon Prison and Fire Dragon Tribulation created a result far greater than the sum of its parts. The mysterious snowflake pattern formed by the Ice Dragon Prison acted as a natural array. With the Fire Dragon Tribulation as the catalyst, it detonated everything. It was equivalent to creating an 8th ring attack array out of thin air. He decided to call this move the Ice and Fire Dragon Formation. Additionally, with a single thought, the Holy Infant summoned a vision of a cold woman dressed in frost blue robes behind him. This was the Frost God projection, and like Levi's light god, it manifested in female form. At the same time, a rough and bold Fire God projection emerged, echoing with the Frost God. The Holy Infant wondered if these two divine projections could be fused. He attempted to merge them, succeeding without any hindrance. A Purple God projection emerged, seeming both male and female. It donned purple robes, with ice and fire flowing harmoniously around it. He noted that since he was originally an ice and fire divine body, merging divine projections was not difficult. Bang! The god projection threw a punch, and purple flames woven with ice and fire hung down the sky dome like a waterfall, interweaving hot and cold. An indescribable sense of contradictory destruction filled the air. The Holy Infant felt that the power of this new projection was comparable to an 8th ring senior wizard. He decided to call this divine projection the Purple God. Additionally, the Holy Infant acquired an ability named Frost of All Things. It was also a signature wide-range perception ability of a divine level sequence artifact. It could complement the Fireheart Eye. The Frost Gods chapter was the first Frost God series artifact refined by the Holy Infant, not yet producing a companion spiritual creature. He still had a second artifact in the same series, Frost God's Book, which was not yet refined. Having accumulated too many artifacts in the past, he could only take his time. 6 months passed. In the Gandalf pharmacy, a high-pitched dragon roar echoed across the seas. Subsequently, elemental power subtly formed dragons and snakes around Gondor City. Voices whispered from the streets. Who is breaking through? Such a large anomaly. Are they about to advance to the 9th circle? Others speculated that judging by the location, it should be Gandalf breaking through. Someone asked if the first 8th ring body refining wizard in today's wizard world was about to be born. A bystander confirmed that it must be, as the title of King of Body Refining was not just for show. Rumble. The sky-reaching dragon snake visions all surged into Gandalf pharmacy. Then an overwhelming 8th ring aura swept out. Gandalf's hearty laughter echoed in the sky. He stood bare-chested, his form like a dragon coiled and tiger crouched. A billion body refining runes filled his flesh and blood, bursting with endless power. Lucian treaded the void, emanating the aura of 8th ring perfection. He looked at Gandalf and remarked that it seemed the first 8th ring body refining wizard of this era was born. City Lord, long time no see. Gandalf put on his clothes. Ah, my Gondor City already has 5 8th ring wizards. From now on, Gondor City will be the most impregnable place in the Central Earth domain. Lucian was genuinely pleased. He looked at the luxurious lineup, himself, the Gondor 3 heroes, and the similarly well-prepared Lady Soraya. Even if a level 9 demon arrived, perhaps there was a chance to fight. After all, previously, Victor and the Holy Infant teamed up and easily killed the level 8 middle-stage genius of the Amethyst race, while he himself belonged to the dual sect of 8-ring perfection, possessing a 9-level treasure. The 5 joining forces had the power to overturn the heavens and earth. Tonight I will host a banquet at the Lord's Manor to thank everyone for your years of dedication. Great, I will surely visit. After the chat, Gandalf impatiently entered the nightmare world. Lopez, Red King, come, let us have a battle of 30,000 rounds. Lopez offered a nod, adding that congratulations were in order for reaching the 8th ring. It knew in its heart that it was no longer a match for Gandalf, but with the Red King teaming up, 2 level 8 early-stage legendary creatures might stand a chance. 2 giant apes walked upon the void, water and fire intertwining, surprisingly a joint attack technique. Good, you come prepared. Gandalf's bones crackled, his robe swelling with chi. He assumed a stance as the radiant King martial arts dragon and snake covering sea fist. He made a bow with his body like a shooting moon, simultaneously throwing out a punch. Over 100 invincible dragon and elephant shadows galloped across the sky and earth, unstoppable. Boom, boom. In the initial encounter, Lopez and the Red King were fiercely blasted away. Very well, you start with the real deal, do you not? Lopez swept a long staff across the sky, its momentum astonishing. In a fierce battle, Gandalf fought 1 against 2, completely unfazed. After battling over 30,000 rounds, he clasped his palms together. A vision of an ancient god stood upon Dragon Snake, overlooking the ocean behind him. He unleashed the radiant King martial arts dragon and snake covering sea fist. Rumble. The sky cracked, the earth collapsed, the sea overturned. 2 gigantic dragons and snakes, extending thousands of meters, emerged from within. They were like beasts of the apocalypse, stirring heaven and earth into chaos. Space twisted, and even time showed signs of disturbance. Gandalf rode the serpent and dragon, traversing the world. Where the fist wind reached, all things annihilated. This was the ultimate profound meaning of the Radiant King martial arts he comprehended after advancing to the 8th ring. He integrated previous abilities like Dragon God Domain and Dragon God Protection into one. He combined control, attack, and defense into a single entity. It was the epitome of his body tempering technique and combat skill. He possessed the power to move stars and shift constellations, to overturn heaven and earth. With firepower fully unleashed, Lopez and Red King quickly fell behind, finally sent away by 2 punches from Gandalf. Refreshing. Pity that Basin was killed by Victor and the others, otherwise I would have to test my fists on it. Gandalf returned to Gondor City. Lady Soraya, dressed elegantly, stood at the entrance. Congratulations on reaching the 8th ring. The city lord sent me to invite you to the evening banquet. Hell. Somewhere on the 8th level. Upon Levi's arrival, his eyes narrowed slightly. The Devil City before him was already a ruin. Countless demons crowded within, demonic aura darkening the skies. An abyss will hung in the sky dome, exuding a dangerous aura. The blood battle between the abyss and hell has also begun. Chapter 2589. A moment passed. Levi quietly stepped away from the abyss well. The situation in hell remained unclear. He dared not act recklessly. Moreover, Hunting demons here yielded no war merit. Currently, the Abyss waged war across all fronts, and hell descended into chaos. The war storm sweeping across the multidimensional plane continued to brew and intensify. Black King City. A tense atmosphere lingered in the city streets. Troops from the Demon Fox clan patrolled the perimeter. Levi arrived silently within the city walls. Inside the council chamber, the Demon Fox mistress, the three sisters, the Ghost Elephant Master, and the second brother stood together. They were solemn expressions as they discussed urgent matters. Levi entered the room. Tension in the air dissolved, and everyone looked relieved. Big brother, you are here. I have already heard about your deeds in the wizard world. The Purgatory Demon Sword seemed more excited than Levi. Our leader, with his level 8 prowess, has slain a level 9 demon. It has already become a legend. The Demon Fox mistress smiled. The Ghost Elephant Master nodded. Recently, when attending a meeting on the 9th layer, the Hell High-Ups were also talking about it. Levi had not expected that slaying a level 9 could cause such a significant ripple effect. If in the future he were to slay a level 10, would the entire panplane come to know? He understood why heroic epics endured for ages and continued to be passed down. People always spread the word. The Purgatory Demon Sword felt genuine delight. Who would have thought the elder brother he met by chance in Hell back then would turn out to be such a legendary figure that shines through the ages? He suspected he had used up a lifetime worth of luck just meeting this brother. Levi sat at the round table. How is the battle on the 8th level? When I just arrived, I saw an abyss well. Not too well. Since the full-scale war began, demons have launched over a dozen invasions into Hell. The devils on the first 6 layers have suffered heavy casualties. Currently, Hell intends to retract its lines and focus on protecting the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers. With a large number of undead as cannon fodder, the Abyss cannot take Hell in a short time. The Purgatory Demon Sword sighed. Not long ago, the bright prison dragon King Ba of the 2nd pillar, while dispatching demons on an expedition from the underworld, led the Emperor of Torture and other confidants to renounce their pillar status and abandon Hell. They fled beyond the panplane, and their whereabouts remain unknown. The Demon Fox mistress said. Levi pondered. To abandon Hell is tantamount to betraying the underworld. What is the bright prison dragon king up to? The Purgatory Demon Sword shook his head. I do not know. I just fear that after I ascend to the 9th circle, I still will not be able to find the Emperor of Torture, making it impossible to personally avenge my mother. This reminded Levi of the Wild Boar Knight. He consoled his brother. They will surely return, unless they have joined the astral world, abyss, or nightmare, those top-level worlds. Otherwise, the underworld will account for them sooner or later. Levi felt that these folks might be opportunists. They probably believed that under the abyss assault, Hell would not last long. Or perhaps they did not want to be cannon fodder for the underworld, so they chose to escape the war. As the epoch of full-scale warfare begins, more and more monsters and devils emerge. Even a behemoth world like the underworld, which has existed since ancient times, is experiencing turmoil. This millennium is bound to be an era of great reshuffling. Second brother, are those body tempering techniques useful to you? Levi asked. The Purgatory Demon Sword responded. Very useful. I did not expect the Body Refining Academy in the wizard world to have developed to such an extent. Gondef is truly a model for us body refining wizards. He himself practiced the 10-winged Heavenly Dragon body tempering technique. But the other 3 major body tempering techniques could also serve as references. Moreover, his fire element affinity talent remained quite good. So the 9-headed Hell Snake body tempering technique could also be practiced. Levi nodded. There is one more thing. I have arranged a demon-slaying bracelet for you and have registered it with the official congress. If you have time, there is no need to stay in Hell all the time. You can return to the wizard world to hunt demons and earn war merit. The mistress and the others are sufficient for Hell. Now that the council treasury held so many good things, his second brother must also get involved and accelerate his cultivation. Thank you, big brother. I have been away from the wizard world for too long. I indeed want to take this opportunity to go back and take a look. Not being able to personally participate in such an exciting war will be something to regret later. The Purgatory Demon Sword said. His path also primarily involved slaughter and combat. Staying within the city walls daily accompanied only by women had almost left his limbs degenerating. In fact, he came to Hell initially to avoid past enemies. As time went on, those enemies long turned to historical dust in the blood battle. There were no longer any concerns about returning to the wizard world now. His cultivation was already at 7 rings perfection. Being a mythical dragon descendant, he still had ample lifespan left. And to date, he had only sporadically refined some low-level oddities provided by Levi. He had only refined 2 bright moon artifacts, and none of the sun refining artifacts. He had much more potential to tap into. That is why Levi wanted him to hunt demons, to exchange for more oddities. With his second brother talent, he was bound to shine brightly in Nora like a supernova. Finally, carrying 2 billion joss paper and some materials, Levi left. In times of war, the military expenses of the 2 major tribes were considerable. In the short term, they needed to tighten their belts to get by. Of course, war also meant opportunity. The coming times were bound to see old forces being eliminated and divided. If Black King City seized the opportunity, there was hope for it to become a top tribe in Hell. A month later, Levi stood by the Nether River. He watched the massed sail ship arrive as scheduled and breathed a sigh of relief. He had worried that due to the war, the Netherworld market might not be held. This would have caused him to lose a stable source of rest soil. Chapter 2590. Digao sat at the stall, the atmosphere heavy with the scent of injury. The inventory today offered little of value. Levi pulled a handful of ether stones from his pouch, purchasing 1 pound of rest soil, 4 rebirth stones, and 100,000 blind boxes. Digao shifted, its gaze heavy. We share the same realm now. Levi focused on the wound tainted by demonic aura. Allow me to assist with that. Digao shook its head. It is useless. A level 9 plague demon left this mark. I consulted a doctor in the underworld. Survival was the best I could manage, but healing feels impossible. Allow me to try. I would appreciate it. Levi summoned a graceful, divine projection of the light goddess. She held a whip. The holy light domain unfolded, bathing the wound in radiance. The power of the Death Ember Dragon surged as a warm current. He lacked the professional healing expertise of the Ash Knight, but the injury responded. The corruption receded under the pressure. Thank you. Relief has finally come. You are welcome. Your deeds have reached my ears. Slaying a level 9 demon shows immense power. Only luck. Luck serves as a component of strength. Does the netherworld market operate as normal? Yes. Unless the Mother River falters, the market continues. Thank you for the information. Sir Levi, I wish you an early ascent to the 9th circle. And you, I wish for your promotion to King of the Underworld. Tell me, how does Haoshin fare these days? Digao sighed. Haoshin passed away before reaching the rank of King of the Underworld. With its position and lifetime savings, buying a reincarnation stone would have been simple, but after a long life, it simply gave up. Levi turned away, leaving the market behind. Partings by death feel inevitable. Yet, the information regarding high-ranking civil servants in the underworld lingers. The ability to live another life through the reincarnation stone offers a fascinating prospect. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. The land of the ghost mansion stretches for 1,000 miles. Death energy hangs dense, birthing specters each day. Some early specters rivaled intermediate wizards in strength. A heroic spirit temple built from dragon bone dominates the center. A ghostly incarnation in a leopard-patterned witch robe descended. Hall Master, any orders? None. How does this place feel? Quite comfortable. That will do. The ghost transformed from the leopard which stood there. Recent reincarnation left her power weak, but the transformation into a heroic spirit succeeded. She retained every memory from her past life. In this form, as a specter, reaching level 6 is entirely possible. Levi returned to the small stone pond. He examined the 4 rebirth stones one by one. The first revealed his father, Baron Black Snake. The previous scan occurred during an interval of reincarnation. His father clearly lived every future life as an ordinary person. Had he become a level 6 expert, the minimum lifespan would span 2,000 years, leaving no room for such gaps. This time, the vision made Levi freeze. Valley plains adorned in silver, frozen riverbank caves, a collapsed castle, an abandoned bear pen, a black-spotted snake hibernating between rock layers. Blackwater Valley. Though the landscape shifted, the outline of Blackwater Valley remained clear. The ruins of his family castle stood out, an image burned into his mind. Baron Black Snake truly became a snake. I hope the next life grants him a human form. Levi smiled and scattered the stone powder. The black-spotted snake remained a simple mortal creature with a lifespan of 30 years. His father successfully reincarnated, starting as a snake, ending as a snake. He decided to stop peeping into those future lives. Next, he checked the Golden Knight, a formidable general in a mortal empire within a small world. A brilliant life unfolded before him, and Levi decided against disturbing it. Then, the Lionheart Knight, a golden-haired man in golden armor dominated the battlefield. Beside him, his disciple Cain fought on, slaying hordes of demons. Lion Emperor Solomon. Among the glittering legends, this ancient figure fared the best. Solomon possessed immense talent, favored by fortune, having created his own transcendent path. His achievements surpassed level 9. The Golden Lion Knight would be ecstatic to know his ancestor achieved so much, but Levi chose silence. The Lionheart Knight belongs to the past, now only Solomon remains. Finally, Wizard Newt. In a poetic landscape, a wind-thunder giant eagle soared across the sky. Levi smiled. As a magical creature enthusiast, he lived exactly the life he wanted. A pure white giant eagle circled alongside, their cries echoing together. Everyone is living well. Away from the war. The rebirth stones turned to ash. The people and events from his journey became passing clouds. Walk forward. Never look back. Months passed. On the eve of entering the ancient tower, White Snake Horman reached the end of its snake life. The 100-meter-long body grew stiff and cold. Chapter 2591. Herman arrived after hearing the news. He shared a final, quiet moment with his old friend. He spoke softly, staring at the horizon. I think it must have gone to find Teacher Salmon. Herman nodded slowly. I think so too. The silence stretched thin. Herman looked at his hands, then up at the empty sky. Levi. I suddenly realized that the Grey Tower only has the 2 of us left. Marlene, Winnie, Marco, and now even Horman has gone. Levi placed a hand on Herman's shoulder. Death is not the end, forgetting is. In the corners of history, there will always be someone who remembers them. Levi entered the dark ancient tower, heading straight for the 5th level. Perhaps too much luck had been used up last time. This time, no outstanding candidates appeared. A supreme archmage had advanced to the level 6 late stage though, and Levi took them away as promised. After that, he jumped directly to the 7th floor. The Saint Council added 2 level 6 saints, bringing the total to 30 level 6 individuals. Meanwhile, A level 7 saint died naturally of old age. The water dragon saint failed to advance to level 8, and his shoulders slumped. He managed to keep his life, but level 8 seemed almost out of reach. Levi sought his opinion before taking him away. The saint decided to venture into the outside world. Heim's father's second primordial soul had succeeded previously. The water dragon saint still possessed a chance. The flame wolf saint's strength increased steadily. He could already match the strength of veteran warriors from the 3 realms and 4 lands. The Sea Beast Park delivered another batch of rare and exotic beasts, including 3 subdragon breeds. One beast stood out, a halo dragon with level 7 middle stage strength. It was a rare dragon breed powered by light energy. Its bloodline clearly descended from the mythical creature known as the ancient holy light dragon. Like the Black Lotus beast, it ranked as the strongest light element subdragon breed. Reports claimed this halo dragon appeared recently at a new intersection point. Rosy clouds filled the sky and anomalies shimmered as if a god had descended. The halo dragon would face little difficulty advancing to the level 8 peak realm. Levi named it Eldon and placed it in the ancient Banyan fairyland for proper care. Pulling Duke Rumen into the Dusk Holy Temple looked even more promising. Before Levi left, the Flame Wolf Saint handed him a ring filled with materials. Levi inspected the contents and picked out several potentially useful truth oddities. He turned to the saint. At my current realm, these things aren't very useful to me. Let's use them as rewards for the school's teachers and students. The Flame Wolf Saint bowed. The Flame Wolf will certainly do so. Levi gestured for him to rise. Good luck. And when the Rune Land births a new level 8 saint, or when you advance to the level 8 late stage realm, I will take you from here. Thank you, Heavenly Venerate. Afterward, Levi gathered old friends from the 3 realms and 4 lands for a reunion. When the meeting concluded, the Merfolk King approached Levi. The king clasped his hands nervously. Ultimate Saint, see if you can take me out. Levi crossed his arms. Why? You want to leave here? I must tell you, the outside world is now fraught with war. Demons are everywhere. You must be certain. The Merfolk King blinked, his resolve wavering. Oh, then I will reconsider. I won't disturb you. Levi reached the 8th level, but did not rush to the 5 great sky pools. His Crimson Emperor dragon breathing technique already stood close to the level 8 peak. He wandered through other areas during this time. He intended to wait for the Crimson Emperor dragon to progress further before tackling those final dungeons. He would clear the 8th level in one go, and then wait for the 9th level. 6 months later, Nora, Eastern Sea. A white mountain range emerged quietly from the mist. The White Dragon Mountain Master stood with his hands behind his back, accompanied by his daughter and a group of strong individuals from the White Scale clan. Soon after, the Old Witch and the Wanderer of the Vast Sea, 2 grand wizards, arrived with welcoming smiles. The Old Witch stepped forward. Welcome, White Dragon Mountain Master, to Nora. Once here, you are family. The Mountain Master inclined his head. Excuse me to you both. I hear the Nora Council is being prepared, so I am here to offer my help. We are aware. Mountain Master, please follow us. The White Dragon Mountain Master glanced at the blushing Nanette before speaking again. One more thing. My daughter adores the heroic deeds of the Dusk Palace Master. Could she join the ancient dragon continent? The Old Witch smiled. I see. This needs to be discussed with the Dusk Palace Master, but we have good relations. I can go for you. With the Dusk Palace Master's fame spreading far and wide, many sought to join him. Situations like the White Dragon Mountain Masters remained common. This explains why the Wizard Council heavily advertised the Dusk Palace Master defeating the level 9 demon. Such impact on the various races of the multidimensional plane functioned far better than other mere pretenses. Thank you both. The White Dragon Mountain Master felt a surge of joy. It seemed promising now. He transmitted a thought to Nanette. Child, perform well at the ancient dragon continent. Our White Scale clan's hope rests on you. Nanette whispered back, her face flushing deeper. Oh Dad, they haven't agreed yet. I might not even get in. Soon after, the Old Witch brought Nanette to the ancient dragon continent. However, Levi had gone on a journey, and Elena remained in seclusion. The other 18 riders were mostly out demon hunting or in deep meditation. Guarding the Dusk Holy Temple stood Green Bird Knight Eddie. Nanette looked at the talented young knight and felt her heart flutter, remembering her father's words. She felt a bit nervous. Clearly, she lived for 5,000 years, while Eddie was only 700. Although Eddie's cultivation remained at level 6, he had witnessed the great events on the ancient dragon continent. Facing level 8 peak experts, he appeared neither humble nor arrogant. Upon hearing the Old Witch's intentions, he smiled warmly. I will have to ask the commander about this matter. He needs to make the decision. Nanette bowed her head, clutching her hands. All right, thank you, sir. Chapter 2592. The Old Witch realized the matter was likely settled, and could not stop smiling. In her heart, she envisioned Levi reaching level 9, and counter-slashing a level 10 demon. Surely, at his call, countless strong ones would rally. On the 8th level of the ancient tower, Levi opened the proficiency panel. The Crimson Emperor dragon breathing technique had reached its peak. His strength advanced further. The Red Emperor domain expanded to a diameter of 250 kilometers. The time has come. Levi exhaled a searing breath through his nose and mouth. Like a real giant dragon, he picked up the Crimson Dragon's slash and gazed at the shadow abyss thousands of miles ahead. He opened the Twilight Round Table. Eddie inserted news about the White Dragon Mountain Master. Levi read the report. The White Dragon Mountain Master's daughter had reached the level 8 peak and likely showed promise to reach level 9. Levi nodded. Approve it. Let her serve as a guardian at the Dusk Hall Master. In recent years, many alien races had pledged allegiance, but she was the first with level 8 power. He looked at the profile of Nanette, and it seemed quite good. Although he had once caused a small disturbance at White Dragon Mountain, the White Dragon Mountain Master remained unaware. No animosity existed between the sides. Alright, then White Dragon Mountain also settles in the outer sea of Ancient Dragon Continent. Okay. Levi arrived at the entrance of the Shadow Abyss. He had already set up the Death Ember Divine Palace. This time, he wanted to test the true strength of a legendary demigod. Before Levi could step in, a figure appeared. It had grey wings sprouting from its back, and its grand 12 wings spread, exposing a withered body. You should be the successor of Sauron, right? The angel asked. I do not know. Then I will assume you are. Are you confident to face me this time? Yes, I came to kill you. Before that, tell me which main god you serve. Ho ho ho, kill me. Interesting. Another ignorant mortal wanting to slay gods. I am Uma, the angel of the Shadow Castle. The god I serve is the Shadow Lord. 30. A stroke of sword chi interrupted the angel before it could finish the line. Alright, no need for further introduction. I just want to know who owns this dead dog, so when its master comes knocking, I will be prepared. Bang! The Shadow Angel was struck as if by thunder and flung 1,000 miles away. Uma showed no anger. It revealed a cruel smile. Yes, just this feeling, the long-lost sensation of death. It opened its hands, looking devout. It unleashed the divine arts. 10 directions heavenly shadow kill. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Daggers formed of shadow appeared around Levi from all directions without warning. The Vajra secret word shook incessantly, cracks appearing and being patched. Light. The light goddess appeared and swung Guang's whip. The shadow daggers touched the whip and melted, disappearing without a trace. Levi blinked using the invisible secret word and appeared in front of Uma. He delivered a plain and simple sword strike. The sword chi tore Uma apart. I am here. Your speed is a bit slow, successor of Sauron. As the words fell, Levi's gaze constricted. A pitch-black divine dagger had already stabbed into his chest. Rip. Uma lifted upward, and Levi's head split apart. People only yearn for light, but always ignore shadow. You are too weak. You do not understand the enormity of divine strength. Even if you have some brute force, you cannot kill me. As the successor of Sauron, I am very disappointed. Uma gazed at the flying blood and flesh before it. Suddenly, a warmth spread through its chest. A Chaos Sun magic ball appeared behind it. Uma's divine shield dissolved before the sun. It tried to dodge away, but found a wizard tower piercing through the clouds. 8,000 ceiling stars shone brightly, netting it with a starlight giant web. Snap. The long whip tempered by holy light wrapped around the angel. The light goddess, with her round long white legs elegantly crossed, sat atop the wizard tower. She forcefully bound the other end of the long whip to the tower's pinnacle. Meanwhile, the thunder god descended, beating the thunder war drum. Boom. Thunder and holy light intertwined, spreading along the long whip to the body of Uma. It howled in pain, its divine power melting like snow. True immortal god. Uma looked around, tense-faced, as new divine arts began brewing. Shadow power within the sky pool turned into rivers, flowing toward it. Divine arts, 6 heavenly shadows realm illusion. Magic balls formed by shadow divine power orbited around Uma, aiming to devour everything. Even the wizard tower was dragged, teetering. Guang's whip pulled taut, seemingly about to snap. The light goddess trembled, bit her silver teeth lightly, and struggled with force. Boom boom. Magic balls exploded, and shockwaves engulfed thousands of miles. The sky pool shook roaringly. Uma felt its divine power depleting, and its expression grew anxious. Is it dead? Uma spread its divine perception, mumbling to itself. Turns out, even gods experience fear. Bang. Ripples spread through the void. The Red Emperor domain surged out, enveloping a radius of 500 miles. Flames gathered into a towering crimson-scaled figure. He had 2 horns on his head, and black armor fell off, revealing a sturdy body. Holy image roared, the bull bellowed. Secret word of destruction. Numerous powers infused into his whole body. Beneath the crimson dragon slash, dazzling sword chi engulfed the divine body of Uma. Its divine shield buzzed and trembled, then began to disintegrate. Aha! Uma shrieked in fear. 2 sharp dragon claws covered in fine dragon scales appeared in the void, tightly locking its demigod body. Chapter 2593. One spear pierced the left shoulder, and another tore through the right. A high-pitched dragon roar shook the air. Divine bone, tendon, and organ shattered. The creature tore in half, and black divine blood spilled across the sky. Levi panted, gripping the head which had split in 2. Uma laughed in a frenzy. I am liberated. I will return to the god realm, and tell my master everything about my plight. The angels will make Sauron regret this. Her true soul shot out, crashing into the golden net. What is this? It smells like the underworld. The golden armor youth landed, eager to feast. It had not eaten in a day and starvation gnawed at its gut. Levi retracted the wizard tower as his danger perception ebbed away. The sky pool stood silent and safe. So this is a demigod. They seem less impressive than a level 9 demon, but these demigods have spent countless years trapped by Sauron, and their divine power has long since vanished. Under normal circumstances, demigods cannot remain in the astral world for so long. Sauron clearly used special methods to force these demigods into the role of non-player characters here. Unable to live, unable to die. That explained why Uma hungered for liberation. the true souls of saints and angels entered the star realm divine country. The main god they served could choose to expend valuable divine power to resurrect them or abandon them. The angel remains in Levi's hand turned into shadow divine power and dissipated. Eventually, only 2 objects remained in his palm. The first, a gray crystal, emitted a potent aura of divine power. It was a divine crystal. The intensity exceeded the one he obtained in the monarch's treasure. Levi knew the power of an angel depended on the strength of their worshipped deity. At the same level 9, an angel of an intermediate god easily overpowered one of a weak god. The Shadow Lord was stronger than the god in the monarch's treasure, who had once spied on him. He stored the crystal away, as it might prove useful later. The second object resembled a dagger shaped like a gray feather. While the material appeared gray, a faint purple glow emanated from the surface. Hieroglyphs from the depths of Levi's memory identified the item as the Shadow Blade, a level 9 purple epic weapon. Its special effect, Shadow Arrow, granted a 10% chance upon each hit to shoot a level 9 shadow magic spell, called the Shadow God's Lair Arrow, with a 1-day cooldown. Sure enough, Sauron left more than one Easter egg. The Shadow Blade functioned as a level 9 rare treasure, yet it seemed like something casually forged by Sauron. This divine weapon excelled at assassination, cutting through barriers and killing invisibly. The weapon carried a potent additional function. Normal attacks held a 1 in 10 chance to release a level 9 spell. Unlike level 9 witchcraft, even an level 8 wizard could wield this rare treasure. Levi possessed a level 9 spell as a trump card every day. With his luck, triggering the effect would prove simple. Levi swung the blade. The Shadow Blade easily tore a massive gap in the void 100 miles ahead. He then slashed his own arm. Dragon scales broke layer by layer, and blood flowed profusely. Breaking the defense of a level 9 expert should pose no issue. This divine weapon put Levi in a great mood. He looked forward to the upcoming journey in the sky pool. 5 great sky pools meant at least 5 level 9 rare treasures. The thought was incredibly exciting. After a short rest, Levi and his mighty shadow army charged into the sky pool. The long-lost feeling of slaying monsters and acquiring equipment returned. He intended to cultivate day and night. With the shadow of the angel Uma joining in, 10 King Kong warriors now surrounded him. Inside the sky pool, shadow creatures and black beasts hid in the gloom. Levi paved his path with conquest, turning the inhabitants into resources for the Shadow Army's ascension. The previously discovered rare plant, the Shadow Berry, still grew in abundance deep inside. Levi transplanted them all to promote the development of the Shadow Academy. Additionally, the extremely rare Shadow Energy ore appeared in plentiful supply. The shadows transformed into golden miners, their busy figures spreading throughout the valley. Levi intended to strip the sky pool to its bones and reached the deepest part. Darkness reigned supreme there, devoid of any light. Even spiritual perception struggled against the heavy shadows. Fortunately, the shadow body exempted Levi from these side effects. Wizards from other sects would remain blind in such a place. A month later, Levi returned to the surface. He carried 4 semi-transparent vessels, each sealing a rare treasure, 2 morning stars, 1 bright moon, and 1 radiant sun. The bright moon artifact, known as the Shadow Dragon's Heart, formed an important component of the Shadow Faction's Emperor-level series artifact. Its appearance resembled a beating dragon heart. The sun-refining artifact consisted of shadow fog. Inside the jar, a mist-like shadow substance drifted and changed. Levi spent considerable effort to capture this oddity. It possessed extremely strong stealth and escape abilities. Refining it would enhance those aspects. Levi planned to place the Shadow Dragon's Heart in the organization's treasury. This harvest allowed him to refine 2 glorious sun-grade shadow artifacts. The bright moon artifacts held little use. Death Abyss. Thick death energy rolled, forming a skull with a diameter of 10,000 meters. It rotated like a star, and the white bone star ring harbored countless wraiths. Chapter 2594. You have finally arrived, the white bone spoke. Yes. Levi stood firm and waiting. This is our 4th meeting. I passed by here before, though I did not have time to greet you. May I ask who you are, sir? Levi asked. I am the Angel of Death, Danet, under the God of Death. Levi let out a short, dismissive laugh. Can Mr. Danet be more specific? There are so many gods who claim to be the God of Death nowadays. Even a nobody dares to claim godhood. The white bone shuddered, its hollow sockets flaring with malice. Silence. My master is the master of bones and graves, the great God of Death, Azit, residing in the Star Wilderness. The master of bones and graves, never heard of him. Residing in the Star Wilderness does not sound like a genuine God of Death. Take my sword. Levi lunged. A stream of sword chi and turf fused the death sky, splitting it down the middle. A gigantic skull opened its abyssal mouth. The power of death transformed into an energy cannon that fired out with force. A great battle erupted in an instant, shaking the heavens and the earth. Divine art, burial of 9 realms. 9 gigantic cemeteries, each spanning 100 miles, appeared out of thin air. Out of each, a massive, cadaverous, red-furred hand emerged, stretching thousands of meters long. Levi moved like a heavenly pang, sweeping through them before activating the Red Emperor domain. Under the scorching heat, those giant hands retracted one after another. Levi exerted his immense strength, striking with one sword, then another. The gigantic hands exploded one by one, and the cemeteries burst apart. Is this all a demigod can do? Levi blinked to the top of the skull. Behind him, the projections of the thunder god and the light god stood tall like gatekeepers. Lightning and holy light intertwined, crashing into the skull. The divine power barrier glowed brilliantly, resisting the offensive. Levi released over 10 fire dragon tribulations in a row, bursting them open. Then, with all his strength, he thrust his longsword downward. Yaya, if not for being imprisoned for 300,000 years, how could I be humiliated by you? The gigantic skull exploded, transforming into billions of small skulls. They laughed eerily, swarming around Levi like a hive of bees. They gnawed at Levi's defensive field, his barrier, and even his flesh, enveloping him instantly. Divine art, burial sky star. The little skulls reformed into a gigantic skull that let out a satisfied belch. Still too green to fight me. Just as it finished speaking, firelight ignited in its hollow eye sockets. Millions of tons of magma, like bloody tears, flowed from within. It opened its giant mouth, spewing limitless heat. A pair of gigantic crimson flame dragon claws tore open the eye sockets of the skull, revealing a dominating head. It measured 10,000 meters long, similar in size to the skull. The raging flames of the Crimson Emperor Dragon formed columns, reaching the sky. The cloudscape and sky dome for thousands of miles around turned into a sea of red fire. Such a weak angel. The Crimson Emperor Dragon wings thrummed. It fought fiercely with the skull. In its right claw, it held a dagger, swinging continuously. The shadow blade pierced into the skull cap, and the dragon exerted immense force, tearing it in half. The angel of death was split apart again. It used its old trick, transforming into countless small skulls, using a method akin to elementalization to evade damage. Dragon flames. The Crimson Emperor Dragon turned into a flamethrower, a swirling sea of fire consuming all. In the end, only one small skull fled towards the depths of the sky pool. The Crimson Emperor Dragon swung its dagger once more. A ghostly light emerged, the dense shadow energy contained in the dagger transformed into an arrow. 9-ring magic, shadow god's laying arrow. The strike penetrated the skull directly. It exploded and the true soul fled. Kikik, you have been tricked, human. Gods are immortal. This angel is about to return to the god of death's side. Prepare for divine punishment. Before it could finish speaking, it was covered by a web. The golden armor youth wrapped it up well, and slung it over his shoulder. The snacks from a while ago had not fully digested yet, so this time it would make a canned meal. Netherworld envoy? Are you trying to start a war between the underworld and the astral world? Danet's true soul threatened. Ha, what war? I am just snacking. After injecting venom, Leon soothed Danet to sleep. The world fell silent. Master, what did it mean just now? Leon asked. Nothing, ignore it. Levi picked Leon up. His gaze shifted, picking up a small piece of crystal and a golden hand in front of him. The former needed no explanation, it was a divine crystal. This golden hand shines with golden light. Could it be golden legend equipment? Levi felt a spark of excitement, examining it carefully. The golden hand seemed like an emoji, specifically a thumbs up. Name, golden finger, golden legend. Level, none. Special effect, stone to gold. Can produce 1 million gold coins from stone each day through alchemy. If the golden finger is damaged, the gold coins will revert back to stone. What is the use of this thing? Levi felt puzzled, even though it displayed as golden legend. This thing, honestly, was of no use at all. Not some rare treasure, purely Sauron's prank. Cannot really say it is useless. It can still be used to pay wages to Dragon Palace members. Levi put it away, feeling both amused and exasperated. It seemed like the bosses of the 5 great sky pools did not necessarily drop 9-level treasures. Levi realized he had been overthinking. With the locust-like shadow army, he began sweeping the death sky. Later, Danet joined, increasing the level 8 shadow count by 1. The death sky was full of undead and creatures. Levi took out the Black Soul Demon Tower, collecting ghosts as he went. Now that he had the Eternal Star Abyss, the tower had little use. Once out, he would give it to Gondalf to use. He had already refined the pound of rest soil won at the Netherworld market auction into the tower's inner heaven and earth. The Black Soul Demon Tower could now hold a small undead cemetery. Though insignificant, it sufficed for placing undead, and transforming death energy was not a problem. To spare Gondalf from running to hell every few days. 2 months later, Levi contentedly emerged with 1 radiant sun and 7 morning star artifacts. After having consecutively slain 2 demigods, Levi felt full of confidence. No matter how powerful these angels once were, after countless years imprisoned in this ancient tower, they were but shadows of their former selves. If compared to demons, the Angel of Death held the equivalent of a first-layer demon realm power. The Shadow Angel held the power of the second realm. 7 days passed in a flash. The scenery changed before him. The sky dome ahead turned a deep blood red. Boundless stench seeped forth overhead. A majestic 12-winged blood-red figure stood obverse the firmament. It was faceless, with 12 cavities like a piece of mahjong. Sensing Levi's approach, it turned, with a chilling voice. I am. A fire dragon tribulation interrupted the angel's line. Levi drew forth the crimson dragon slash, the phantoms of thunder and light gods revealed behind him. Maya, the thunder ghost, and the spiritual weapons appeared with him. His longsword pointed forward, and he spoke with a stern voice. I am in a hurry, so no need for introductions. I know you. You are the blood angel under the blood fire dominator. Prepare to meet your end. Chapter 2595. The blood angel's cavity glowed with bloodlight, exuding a dangerous aura. Its strength, superior to that of Uma, approached the triple demon realm. Suddenly, it withdrew the bloodlight and spoke in a peaceful tone. Human, how about we make a deal? Levi looked up. What deal? I am Yagharsad, Once the angel leader guarding the deep red gate. Release me and sincerely worship my master, the blood fire dominator. I can take you to ascend to the astral world, make you a great angel under the blood fire dominator, hand you the position of angel leader, and grant you eternal life and immortality. An angel leader typically commands many saints, and represents the existence of a great angel. They generally operate at the level 9 late stage, or even peak power. Truly powerful angel leaders possess strength not inferior to a weak god. As an angel leader, Yager was once very powerful, but after hundreds of thousands of years, he has fallen to the level 9 early stage. This place is the dark ancient tower, isolated from the world, unable to replenish divine power. Levi smiled. May I ask him politely, how many subordinate gods surround the blood fire dominator? If I let you go, can the blood fire dominator grant me a deity position? Just being the angel leader is not enough to persuade me. Levi's arrogant words made the blood angel displeased. However, it likely believed Levi genuinely intended divine enthronement, so it did not explode in anger. In the multidimensional plane, very few can resist the temptation of divine enthronement. My master resides deep within the astral world, in the realm of the Thousand Hills countries, behind the deep red gate. The gods of the astral world dread him, as if he were a tiger, for he is accompanied by the invincible blood fire 12 flags. Each flag represents the power of a true god. To become a true god, one must obtain God's authority, which is a rare opportunity. Your request is somewhat high. Levi nodded. In that case, this deal is off. Levi's figure flickered. He dragged his sword up and slashed down fiercely. The blood angel spoke coldly, overestimating oneself. Divine skill, blood cross. 2 intersecting crosses, each about 100 miles long, blasted toward him. Levi disintegrated with a bang, transforming into thunder element particles, floating free between heaven and earth. The blood angel's head rotated 360 degrees. The void behind it tore open, revealing the 9-colored emperor holding a dagger, slashing forward. A flash of ghostly light appeared. Shadow energy coalesced into shadow arrows. Levi unleashed the 9-ring magic, shadow god's laying arrow. The arrows penetrated the blood angel's body, piercing through its chest. Thick blood flowed, and divine power began to dissipate. Damn it, you ambushed me. A bolt of lightning struck the blood angel, converging to form Levi's figure. He seized the chance and slashed his long sword down. Sword chi swept through, striking against the blood angel's divine armor, buzzing and trembling. Levi's face tensed. So strong. His conventional means seemed unlikely to harm the blood angel. Fortunately, he obtained the shadow blade, which represented the biggest breakthrough in this battle. Lightning, holy light, fire, and various magic abilities intermingled beautifully. Levi's sword chi traversed the air, engaging the blood angel head-on. The 9-colored emperor's dagger moved unpredictably, proving undefendable. The blood angel's anger boiled. All 12 cavities on its face shot out a bloodlight. 12 strands of bloodlight combined to form a crimson rainbow piercing through the heavens. The 9-colored emperor shattered, blasted thousands of miles away. The bloodlight rushed toward Levi, tearing apart the golden light barrier. Layers of the defensive field crumbled, unstoppable. Seeing this, Levi unhesitatingly self-destruct and left. 20,000 miles away, inside the Death Ember Divine Palace, Levi's figure reappeared. This blood angel is too powerful, especially those 12 targeting bloodlights, which I cannot withstand at this stage. For safety, I will temporarily return to the city. Levi checked his status. However, my Shadow God's Lair arrow also wounded it. It will surely need to consume scarce divine power to heal. I will try again once the Shadow Blade's cooldown is over. Levi remained in good spirits. This blood angel could not escape from the dark ancient tower. If he could not win this time, he would simply return 100 years later. He had already obtained 2 sun-refining artifacts, which was quite a harvest. During his rest, he took out a semi-transparent jar. Inside, a string of black canine teeth was sealed, radiating overwhelming death energy. The teeth constantly clashed against the jar, making it buzz and tremble. Levi's containers for sealing sun-refining artifacts were specially made, costly, and very sturdy. This oddity was not recorded in the illustrated guide of strange items. Levi temporarily named it Death's Tooth. Returning to Nora this time, relying on sun-refining artifacts alone should be enough to push spiritual force to the 8-ring limit. Next, I will perfect the Witch Mark, prepare 2 sacred medicines, and the Star Spirit's Heart, and then advance to the 9th circle. The gains from the Death Sky were not just oddities. There was also a Nether Spirit Fruit Tree, a level 7 heavenly material. It can bear a batch of level 7 medicinal herbs, the Nether Spirit Fruit, once every 100 years. This is somewhat useful for the meditation of the School of Death Wizards, and can also be used for alchemy. However, its greatest use lies in promoting the cultivation of undead creatures. It can magnify the soul fire within them, enhancing cultivation. Levi transplanted it to the ancient banyan tree mansion, to reward the elite of the undead army. The undead 3 swordsmen, the vengeful spirit girl, and others were among those with significant potential in the undead creatures. If well cultivated, they all had the potential to become great in the future. Chapter 2596. The next day, the light of dawn arrived. The shadow blade regained its luster. Levi set up the divine palace and soared toward the sky pool. This time, the blood angel was not at the entrance. Levi hesitated for a moment before flying deeper. Soon, the void rippled, and a blood-red giant claw extended from behind Levi. A loud bang rang out. Levi flickered, a grazing blow sent him flying. He activated the Red Emperor domain to illuminate the Crimson Abyss. The Blood Angel's cold voice echoed, asking if he dared to return. On the angel's chest, the wound from yesterday's shadow arrow had healed. It appeared fine on the surface, but the effort further depleted its already meager divine power reserves. Without a word, Levi activated the Vidra secret word and tangled with the Blood Angel. Thunder God, Light God, and numerous summoned creatures joined the battle to restrain the entity as much as possible. Having been ambushed by the nine-colored Emperor last time, the Blood Angel had learned its lesson. A circle of blood light, covering 1,000 miles, surrounded the creature. Anything entering that domain was instantly perceived. The nine-colored Emperor appeared, only for thousands of blood hands to drag him into the Blood Sea, where he barely managed to escape. A wizard tower descended from the sky. 8,000 stars gleamed. As the tower spun, it tore the Blood Sea apart. The giant dragon corpse demon roared and appeared. Mary eagerly went to pamper the demigod. She mused that the angel looked like a celibate type, and that she liked it. With the wizard tower and corpse demon restraining the target, Levi used the invisible secret word to blink to the Blood Angel's side. The dagger struck, sparking against the divine armor. Levi's hand turned into a phantom, slicing out 10 strikes in an instant. On the 7th strike, the special effect triggered. The Shadow God's lair arrow pierced through the Blood Angel's body once again. The Blood Angel, in a hysterical move, unleashed its trump card of 12 bloodlights. The technique was powerful, but it consumed a tremendous amount of divine power, so the angel rarely used it. Levi spoke a quick farewell. Before the bloodlight could fall on him, Levi self-destruct and returned to the city. He shouted like a villain that he would return. Inside the deep valley, the lone Blood Angel panted heavily, its body trembling. As an angel leader, it had never suffered this kind of humiliation. To be mocked by a junior not even at level 9, the situation felt outrageous. The sun rose and set, and another day passed. The Blood Angel looked ahead as the figure smiled and descended. Levi announced that he was back again. Another fierce battle ensued. Both sides exhibited their abilities in a chaotic display. Levi seized the opportunity and struck the Blood Angel's back again. The third Shadow God's lair arrow hit its target. The Blood Angel used Bloodlight in despair, blasting Levi to pieces. The angel questioned if Levi had died, doubting its own sanity. On the 4th day, Levi returned again. Seeing him, the Blood Angel unleashed a powerful move in frustration. Levi tried to speak, but before he finished, the Blood Angel sent him back home. The tedious and monotonous battle carried on for a month. The Blood Angel teetered on the verge of collapse. It wondered what this strange thing was. When Sauron had captured it, the process was quick and efficient. This felt like torture. Another month passed. Levi remained lively, while the Blood Angel resembled an elder near the end of its life. Its divine power was nearly exhausted, leaving only enough for one last use of bloodlight. The Blood Angel begged for a quick death. Levi agreed to grant the wish. This time, the Blood Angel did not resist. The Chaos Sun blasted upon it, disintegrating its body into fragmented elements. The blood color that dyed the sky began to fade away. The sky pool returned to normal. This Blood Angel had changed the surrounding sky and earth with its own power, showcasing formidable strength. Fortunately, its divine power ran dry and it remained confined, unable to leave. Otherwise, Levi reckoned he would need all his 6-dimensional breathing techniques at their peak to take it down. Of course, the Shadow Blade, a level 9 treasure, proved equally indispensable. Sauron had left Levi many civilization treasures, but they had not greatly enhanced combat power. The Shadow Blade compensated for that shortcoming. 2 more spoils of war floated midair. One was a divine crystal, semi-transparent and crimson red. Its volume exceeded the previous 3 combined. The Blood Angel had once served as the angel leader of the mighty divine entity, the Bloodfire Dominator. The divine power contained within proved extraordinary. Unfortunately, Levi did not know how to use it yet. Perhaps he could ask Miss Lucy, the Black Abyss Sovereign. The second item was a dark red armor. Its surface appeared rusty, exuding an ancient, weighty aura. The helmet's sharp edges, the dragon scale-like plates, and the blade-like vambrace gave it a sinister, fierce design, full of killing intent and murderous aura. Levi gently stroked it, and scenes of mountains of corpses and seas of blood flashed in his mind. A golden glow surrounded the surface, and characters began to appear. The name was Blood Battle Armor, a golden legend. The level was 0 out of 10, and it was sealed. The special effect was Blood Battle. A remark noted that it must be bound by a drop of blood. Blood Battle was a sealed warrior's armor, and only a true hero could endure its mighty power. Levi could enhance its level by personally slaying demons. Upon reaching level 9, he could initially unlock some abilities of the Blood Battle armor. Upon reaching level 10, he could unseal all abilities. To reach level 1 required independently slaying 10 level 1 demons, or 1 level 2 demon, and feeding the armor with demon blood, a demon core, and a demon soul. Chapter 2597. Levi's breathing was heavy. His hands trembled. Is this a level 10 treasure? Treasure is divided into 5 levels. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A level 10 treasure is the most powerful treasure in the multidimensional plane. It is also known as a supreme treasure. Above the supreme treasure, there should still be corresponding tiers. However, due to their extreme rarity, they are not included in the conventional ranking system. Levi hypothesized that the Supreme Council's Round Table and Dark Ancient Tower were treasures above level 10. He never expected that Sauron would leave behind a supreme treasure as inheritance on the 8th level. Although it remained unsealed, Levi possessed the strength to unseal it to level 9 and activate some functions. According to its incremental patterns, level 9 requires the slaying of a level 10 demon, or 10 level 9 demons. Sublevels have no requirements. Presumably, a level 9 early-stage demon would suffice. This task posed no difficulty for Levi. He caressed the armor. He hesitated for a moment, then dripped blood on it. The armor turned into a ray of blood light and entered Levi's body. Gushing blood flowed from his body surface. It covered the indestructible armor and the nightmare helmet. Before long, Levi's appearance changed. The frenzy blood armor fused with the divine armor he wore. The previously black-armored swordsman transformed into a blood armor knight. With a thought, Levi returned to his classic skin appearance. The blood armor felt too demonic. He preferred the low-key black armor. Upon returning to Nora, he would unleash a massacre to raise it to level 9 quickly. After resting, Levi and the Shadow Army swept the interior of the sky pool. Days later, he shook his head and left. Unlike the previous 2 sky pools, this place held no sun-refining artifact. It either took on form and fled, or perhaps it was never nurtured. He found only 6 morning stars and 1 water element bright moon artifact. The bright moon artifact appeared like a pool of blood. It writhed, exuding an ominous aura. Levi named it Red Tide Blood. The rest were just some herbs and minerals, relatively conventional. Abyss of 10,000 poisons. The guardian angel here was a gigantic centipede with 12 wings on its back, spanning several kilometers long. It had a human face full of divine aura. The face showed neither joy nor sorrow. Its body emitted poison gas. An endless black fog lingered for miles around. Levi tested it with a 6th level shadow. Before long, the defensive field gave way. This angel's strength rivaled a double demon domain level 9 demon. It stood comparable to the shadow angel, yet weaker than the blood angel. Golden light surrounded Levi's body. Sword chi cleared the mist. The centipede's human face emerged. The creature spoke with indifference. Did you kill those few angels? Yes. What kind of angel are you? What is your true name? I do not kill nameless beings. The creature laughed. I am the god of poison. I am the angel leader under the throne of the serpent and insect lord. I am the poison centipede angel, and Monte. Where do you live? Star Wilderness, Forest of Myriad Phenomena, or Thousand Hills countries? Why are you asking that? Never mind if you won't say. Levi charged into the poisonous fog with an invincible stance. He activated the Red Emperor domain. The light god projection appeared. Holy light illuminated the area. The poison fog dissolved with Levi at the center. With experience from killing demigods, Levi understood the process. With the help of the dagger, a true divine weapon, the poison centipede angel did not last 3 days. Under Levi's torment, it perished. Leon packed the true soul, waiting to go home for a feast. Dealing with these level 9 true spirits caused no concern. Once Leon digested these true spirits, it might advance to level 8 middle stage. After the poison centipede angel died, 2 items dropped. The first was a divine crystal. The second item was a miniature model resembling a city. Its surface was shrouded in amethyst light. The quality was extraordinary. It seems to be a purple epic quality 9 level treasure. Levi blew off the dust. Inscriptions appeared. Name, wind and rain unmoving, secure as a mountain. Quality, purple epic. Level, 9. Special effect, vast building. Vast building. A place to shield from wind and rain. It gathers elemental force. It withstands any attack below level 10. It promotes the growth of transcendent creatures. It benefits physical and mental health. Residing within accelerates the recovery of physical strength, injuries, and spiritual force. Another civilization treasure, like a bug house. Levi refined it. His consciousness entered the treasure. A fixed space of tens of miles in diameter opened up. Mountains and rivers stretched out. Everything one might expect lay within. Moreover, the concentration of elemental force inside felt stronger than in the ancient Banyan fairyland. It could serve as a base for the Dragon Palace. In recent years, the number of the Dragon clan surged. The original Skyfire Fortress proved insufficient. Levi used that level 7 treasure as the base for the Flame clan. Now, this wind and rain unmoving, secure as a mountain, solved this need. Aside from housing transcendent creatures, this treasure resisted powerful enemies. If he encountered an unbeatable foe, Levi simply needed to slip inside. This treasure withstood any attack below level 10 for some time. Levi could then maneuver within the space to escape. He now stood safe from any threat below level 10. As the poison centipede angel fell, the miasma and poisonous fog lingering in the sky pool dissipated. A few days later, Levi left the place. Chapter 2598. Levi found no poisonous faction artifact within. A single bright moon level water element artifact sat alone. Cross-referencing this with the illustrated guide of strange items, the poison and blood factions seemingly lacked such specialized gear. Or perhaps these artifacts had been classified under general factions. The red tide blood he obtained earlier functioned that way. Triss also refined the Black Queen Snake and the Red Moon Golden Toad. While these were ocean faction artifacts, they could give birth to exotic species water, containing highly toxic corrosive power. Levi inspected the vessel sealing the artifact. A miniature centipede struggled inside. Its body flowed with black and gold streams, and truth runes covered its hide. A gut feeling told him this artifact would be useful for Triss. He named it Mystic Water Golden Centipede. Aside from this artifact, the sky pool held another significant find. Levi took out a specially crafted box. Upon opening the lid, a stench filled the air. A root resembling a cross between a snake and a dragon squirmed inside. Fine scales covered its surface, flexing open and closed. This sacred medicine of the water element, known as dragon scent herb, was famous for its strong dragon scent. It contained a level 9 poison. Ingesting it without special processing would fell a grand wizard. Levi possessed a formidable physique, so it might not be lethal, but caution dictated he consult Triss or Lucy first. The rest consisted of common high-level medicinal herbs and ores. He tallied his spoils: 2 sun-refining artifacts, 2 level 9 treasures, 1 supreme treasure, and a golden finger for fun. Sauron truly left behind a wealth of good things. With a few months remaining until the ancient tower closed, only one last dark sky pool remained. Levi hurried off, daring not to delay. 2 months later, he arrived at the dark sky pool. A dark angel guarded the place, its voice booming. "Damn human, the great dark goddess Gulina will not spare you." Violent explosions rocked the area. The dark angel fell. Leon laughed, noting the big can, as he skillfully packed up the true soul. Levi gathered the fallen relics and sighed with relief. 5 great sky pools, completed in a year. Levi cared nothing for the dark goddess. Living in the star wilderness, a weak god was nothing worth mentioning. Once he attained the legendary rank, he could easily overpower it. The astral world gods possessed titles that sounded impressive. According to a paper by an astrotheology scholar, truly powerful gods typically avoided common titles, like God of something. For example, the 7 orthodox gods possessed titles that sounded grounded, such as Heavenly Father, Holy Mother, or Legendary Emperor. The dark faction gods did include strong entities. Among them was the Lady of Night, Nenaz, residing in the Thousand Hills countries. Nora did not know her well, but in other worlds, she was the famous night goddess, comparable to the Heavenly Father. Of course, in the Doomsday era, she had churches and believers in Nora as well. They developed later, and lacked the prominence of the 7 orthodox churches, so they existed as an underground evil cult, completely separated from the mainstream. The Silent Monastery was the church in question. Lady Silence was an alias of the Lady of Night. Levi thought on the matter. Even though Sauron was strong, he did not overly provoke those powerful gods. Deeper in the Thousand Hills countries, suspected level 11 beings existed, and many strong gods maintained connections with them. In the 5 great sky pools, the only powerful god involved was the Blood Fire Dominator. The Shadow Lord possessed intermediate divine power, while the other 3 were weak divine power. Putting all that aside, Levi examined the spoils. The divine crystal spoke for itself. The second item was a luxurious black low-cut corset gown that emitted a purple light. The dress seemed woven from the night sky, and deep blue sage star points adorned the black gauze. It was elegant, profound, vast, and romantic. This also counted as a level 9 treasure. The item was named Dark Night Dance, Purple Epic, level 9. Special Effect 1 was Star Night. Special Effect 2 was Dancing Together. Star Night granted a temporary 5% boost to spiritual force and the basic 6 dimensions. The boost doubled to 10% at night. It could block most perceptions below level 10, and could resist most level 9 spell attacks for a short time, while slightly weakening physical attacks. Dancing Together activated when fighting alongside a loved one, causing the Star Night effect to double. Levi stood stunned by the item description. The effects were powerful. A 20% boost to spiritual force, and the basic 6 dimensions seemed incredible. Unfortunately, it was women's clothing. Had Sauron made a mistake? He checked the notes inside the dress lining. 1. No gender usage restriction. 2. Appearance cannot be changed. He tried it on. It really could not change its appearance. He quickly took it off and stored it away. This had to be Sauron's twisted sense of humor. The black dress functioned as a female-exclusive treasure. Unless Levi could bear the eyes of the world and wear a low-cut corset dress into battle, he would never wear it. As a straight man, the prospect felt more painful than death. He decided to let Elena wear it. It could serve as a congratulatory gift for her advancement to the 8th circle, and as her 1800th birthday gift, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With this level 9 treasure for protection, combined with the quasi-elemental holy body, she would be well defended. Chapter 2599. Elena attained the 8th circle. She moved through Nora without a second thought for her safety. Facing a level 9 opponent, she maintained the composure to preserve her life. She possessed a level 8 exotic treasure, the Night Cloak. It matched the style of her black dress perfectly. Elena would look stunning in it. As the wife of the Dusk Palace Master, the cloak remained a necessity. 1 month passed. The ancient tower neared its closure. A streak of black light shot from the sky pool. A holy light whip broke through the air, wrapping tight around the glow. Got you. Levi sat upon the fragrant shoulder of the light goddess. Excitement shone in his eyes. The whip retracted, pulling in an object resembling a crown woven from black feathers. It settled into Levi's palm. He opened a container and sealed the prize. Another sun-refining artifact. The illustrated guide of strange items contained no record of this object. Levi named it the Crown of Darkness. Its specific function would only become clear after refinement. Light and darkness were opposites that unified. Since Levi had refined the light whip, refining a dark artifact posed no significant problem. Previously, he had also refined a Morning Star level dark artifact without any side effects. Aside from that, Levi captured 3 Morning Star artifacts. The other gains were not worth mentioning. Levi returned to the ancient dragon continent full of harvest. He placed the wizard seedlings into various major organizations. He also supplemented the organizational treasury with a batch of oddities and cultivation resources. Upon receiving word that the Dusk Palace Master had returned, Nanette dressed grandly and came to visit. She smoothed her silk skirts and offered a bow. "Greetings, Master." Levi looked up from his desk. "How fares life here?" "Pretty good, Master. Treat this place as your home. Your father is welcome to visit as well." "Thank you, Master." Levi watched Nanette depart, his expression contemplative. Intuition told him this father and daughter pair sought a favor. The Green Bird Knight reported that Nanette arrived with great enthusiasm, frequently guiding his combat technique cultivation in private. Emperor Mew and Elsa, the old couple, appeared very pleased with this development. She likely has eyes on young Mew's son. Levi headed to the Tower of Summer Flowers, but Elena remained in seclusion. He passed by the Tower of Dawn. Shadow power surged between heaven and earth as another person advanced to the 7th circle. Shadow Queen Aya emerged from her seclusion. Levi offered a smile. "Not bad." Advancing to the 7th circle at 1,300 years old indicates a promising future. Aya bowed her head, her aura composed. Aya advanced by acquiring 22 witch marks. She stood as the first among the talents cultivated by the organization to achieve such an accomplishment. If this momentum held, a Grand Wizard rank was assured, and legendary achievements remained within reach. Thanks to the Master and the organization's nurturing, her smooth 7th circle advancement also benefited from the Shadowberry. According to organizational policy, those who advance with 22 witch marks receive a Bright Moon artifact. Use this Shadow Dragon's Heart for your cultivation. "Thank you, Master." Aya had long collected oddities from this sequence. The Shadow Dragon's Heart offered undeniable help. Levi visited the witch's family and consulted Triss on how to handle the dragon scent herb. Triss held the 9-star medal, allowing her to access the Pharmacist Association's knowledge base. She soon found the relevant knowledge and helped Levi process the herb. Levi conveniently offered her the Mystic Water Golden Centipede. Triss hesitated, her hand hovering before she pulled it back. "You did that on purpose. It serves as the reward for helping me handle the dragon scent herb. It is not worth a Bright Moon artifact. This 9-star medal already took advantage of you. How about deducting the cost from my profit share at the Gandalf potion store?" "That works." Only then did Triss accept, a smile gracing her lips. "Thank you. You are welcome. Good day, madam." Levi left, keeping his contributions and name under wraps. Time flew. 5 years passed, and Levi refined the Crown of Darkness. His spiritual force increased by 900 points, reaching 25,600 points. The previously obtained Great Black Celestial Body also grew stronger. He gained a special talent named Dark Body. He created a power projection named Black God, and a divine perception technique called Dark Vision. The Crown of Darkness appeared to be a Dark Series artifact, fittingly corresponding to the Light Series. The projection of the Black God also took a female form. She wore a crown of night feathers, covered in black crow feathers, possessing a graceful figure. She resembled a maiden of the night, exuding a mysterious and eerie aura, striking a sharp contrast with the light goddess. Unfortunately, this refinement birthed no special spiritual creature. Levi possessed 7 glorious sun-grade talents: Light God Body, Dark Body, Thunder God Body, Shadow Body, Emperor Flames, Ice Emperor, and the Blue Emperor. With the surge in spiritual force, Levi did not rush to refine new oddities. Instead, he practiced spells to stabilize his mental state. During this time, he learned 4 new spells: Storm Giant Spirit, Valkyrie's Spear, Mountain Melting Armor, and the Night King Chapter. Storm Giant Spirit resembled the Thunder Ghost spells. Valkyrie's Spear belonged to the Light School. Historically, a warrior once used this spell with an 8th circle body to seriously wound a level 9 demon. Levi believed that with his Light God Body, the power would only increase. Mountain Melting Armor utilized a dual faction of earth and fire, similar to the Sea God Armor, but while the latter only functioned in water, the former protected on the earth. The Night King Chapter belonged to the Dark faction. It could condense a Night King composed of dark energy to attack enemies. Generally, summoning spells divided into 2 types. One formed contracts to summon living entities. The Death and Shadow factions utilized this type of summoning technique as their mainstream method. Chapter 2600. The advantage of summoned creatures lies in their numbers. They can form an army, and they possess higher intelligence. Their disadvantage is singular: they die. A second type of summon involves conjuring energy entities through spells. This method requires communicating with mysterious beings from other dimensions to bring down their power projection. The Thunder Ghost, the Storm Giant Spirit, and the Night King Chapter are examples of this. This type of summoned creature is powerful, lacks a physical life, and is effectively immortal. During cross-level battles, they serve as ideal cannon fodder. However, they possess a time limit on their existence and consume a large amount of spell power. Levi's army of summoned creatures represents a combination of both types. Next, he needs to upgrade the blood battle armor and exchange for a mythical bloodline crystal. The more summoned creatures he possesses, the higher the efficiency of his demon hunting. As of now, Levi has already achieved 23 8-circle witch marks. A device on his wrist buzzed. Triss sent a message stating she had refined the mystic water golden centipede. As expected, she obtained a toxic power projection in the form of a centipede. The 5 poison series might truly exist. 5 years later, the soaring spiritual force stabilized. Levi seized the opportunity to refine the Death's Tooth. His spiritual force increased by 900 points, reaching 26,500 points. He sits just 300 points short of his upper limit. In 10 years, his spiritual force has risen by 1,800 points. He temporarily ended his seclusion, intending to refine Shadow Fog after upgrading. The Death's Tooth birthed the talent known as the Netherworld King Body. Aside from increasing his affinity with death energy, it has one straightforward and brutal effect. He can communicate with the underworld through his consciousness and summon the king of the underworld to descend. Given the current relationship between the wizard world and the underworld, summoning the king of the underworld for a chat should not be a problem. He muttered this to himself before closing his eyes and entering the underworld with his consciousness. Above the sky dome of the underworld, the Nether River rumbled with a sound like thunder. Masked ships hung upside down above the Nether River. They would travel through extensive tributaries to different places in the multidimensional plane to fight against the abyss that invades the world. Ancient cities towered magnificently over the black wildlands. Outside one such city, a minotaur with a level 9 aura trained soldiers on the wildlands. Elite soldiers clad in armor stood at attention. Level 6 experts abounded. Suddenly, Mosi looked toward a ripple in the void. Who goes there? It is me. Ripples spread as the black armored swordsman descended. Mosi's expression shifted from aggression to surprise. Sir Levi? The minotaur sounded genuinely taken aback. They had invited Levi to visit the underworld multiple times before. He had always declined. Today he came uninvited. Moreover, it appeared he did not come bodily. It was merely his consciousness arriving in some special way. He remained as cautious as ever. The netherworld soldiers looked at the black armored swordsman. Some looked curious, others shocked. What is happening? Is that the Dusk Hall Master Levi? Who is he? You have not heard. He is a wizard from Nora. He recently killed a level 9 demon with a level 8 body, making waves. I did not expect he would personally descend to the underworld. Wow, that is impressive. Indeed, in the realm of the underworld, he is one of the exceptional top talents. Mosi signaled his subordinates. Stop chatting and continue your training. I will talk with the esteemed guest. Mosi led Levi into the city. What brings your lordship to the underworld? Levi straightforwardly stated his purpose. Upon hearing the request, Mosi's expression brightened. So that is how it is. If your lordship does not mind, I could assist. Of course, if you want me to introduce a stronger king of the underworld, that would not be a problem. I just advanced and might not be as capable as you. Levi laughed. The king of the underworld is being modest. I will rely on you in the future. Levi's consciousness could not stay long. After finalizing the choice of the king of the underworld, he returned to the ancient dragon continent. He and Mosi share a good relationship. The man is trustworthy, and there is no need to seek another king of the underworld. Great, another level 9 enforcer. The Flame King Dragon, the Tyrant of Horror, plus Mosi, the king of the underworld. Levi now commands 3 level 9 thugs. It is the year 915 of the blood battle, with 5 years until the auction. In the outer sea of the ancient dragon continent, a white mountain ridge encircles the region. Mages and alien races come and go, keeping the area bustling. The prosperity is astonishing, hardly believable amidst the blood battle period. 10 years ago, approved by Levi, Nanette founded the first Pan-Plane and Pan-Race commercial organization of the wizard world on White Dragon Mountain. She called it White Dragon Commerce. The president is Levi, the vice president is Nanette, and the honorary president is the White Dragon Mountain Master. Its purpose is to integrate various mages and alien species markets from Nora to the multidimensional plane. The organization forms an extremely large-scale commercial platform cluster. Buying, auctioning, and other commercial activities can all be conducted here. The commerce only charges operational fees, relying on the White Dragon Mountain Master's fame and the ancient dragon continent's powerful security abilities. White Dragon Commerce has become the most prosperous place in the Eastern Sea in 10 years. Today happens to be the day of the first White Dragon auction. Levi attended as president to deliver a speech and show support. Duke Ruman, Lady Molly, the Icy Witch, and other grand wizards also came. Solomon even brought a supreme treasure, intending to entrust it to White Dragon Commerce for auction. Upon seeing this treasure, Levi quickly called Solomon to the backstage. After a brief discussion, they exchanged the shell mother fruit from the netherworld market for the star spirit's heart. Both parties were very pleased. Solomon possesses great talent, but there is not enough time for him to advance to level 10. He travels to collect treasures for longevity. Thus, Levi needs only one more wind element sacred medicine to promote to the 9th circle. He watches the blood battle store and entrusted Nanette with handling the matter. His key reason for supporting White Dragon Commerce is to help himself gather intelligence and resources. Nora Calendar 1132. The blood battle has raged for 920 years. At the blood battle command center, Levi, Duke Ruman, and others formed a stable 4-person squad. The code name is Dusk. Over the past few years, the Dusk Squad was dispatched to the Land of Darkness to execute 6 level 9 tasks. His formidable strength earned the complete recognition of the Grand Wizards at the Blood Battle Command Center. They regard him as a peer. His war merit finally accumulated to 200 billion. On this day, Levi arrived at the Blood Battle Temple. Rock King smiled and gestured for him to approach. Been waiting for a long time. Levi understood well. This reward was prepared by the Congress for the Dusk Palace Master. Truly accumulating 200 billion war merit is a testament to one's skill. The Congress never denied others the chance to exchange. Thus, apart from a few dissenting voices, most are completely convinced. In the sanctuary backstage, Rock King took out a special crystal box. A deep blue bloodline crystal lay silently inside. It was a star-spinning turtle. It was born with the ability to command the most extreme special magnetic force, also known as the power of the whirling star. It is a mythical creature capable of moving the world and attracting stars. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.